Thank you for watching this video. Your support means a lot and motivates me to keep creating more content. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a like, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe so you won't miss upcoming videos. Part 6. Jiang Yi vaguely sensed Ike's emotions. After the fire dragon roared, Ike's favorability increased by a full 10 points. Jiang Yi was a bit confused, simply assuming that the forging of the gambler's fireline had truly satisfied Aok. Without any unnecessary chatter, Aok directly had the fire dragon swallow the blade fragments of the gambler's fireline in one gulp. As expected of a supreme-grade great blade, the personal weapon of Fujitora, the long blade did not melt after being swallowed by the scorching fire dragon. Instead, it faintly shed a layer of historical traces from its shell, revealing the snow-white blade light beneath. But this blade light was different from Jiyu. This light felt more like the manifestation of Haki. They were exuding from it was not mere sharpness, but the domineering presence of a commander leading 10,000 troops. The long blade did not melt immediately. 9 red stones rotated in the air. Jiang Yi was not idle either. While Aok was modifying the gambler's fireline, Jiang Yi also tossed Jiyu into the earth furnace. He had more than one master blacksmith by his side, calling out to the anvil in his consciousness, the otherworldly, enchantment-capable giant block anvil officially took over. The anvil manipulated Jiang Yi's body to flex its wrists. Because Jiang Yi's physical fitness had improved, the anvil felt that the shackles it faced were much fewer. And now it could finally forge with abandon. The flames in the earth furnace were towering, although it lacked a bit of the presence compared to Aok in the air. Jiang Yi's movements were no longer as clumsy as they had been in the Daydream Pavilion. With sufficient strength, various forging materials kaolin, cloud gold, refined steel, and more poured into the furnace like flowing water. And after each material was added, Jiang Yi would add some strange things, such as a scale from a black tortoise. And then, Jiang Yi rubbed his chin and suddenly called out to Jiang Yi in his consciousness. "Brother." Jiang Yi's heart skipped a beat. Honestly, at this moment, he didn't really want to answer his brother, because based on his understanding of the anvil, this guy was definitely about to pull something big. "Do you trust me, Jiang Yi?" At a time like this, what is the meaning of saying such a thing? Jiang Yi's scalp began to tingle. He seemed to have noticed something different. This guy was competing with Aok again, and some sort of competitive spirit in this guy seemed to have been ignited. Jiang Yi subconsciously wanted to refuse, but thinking of the potential subsequent trouble including but not limited to this guy rolling on the floor and complaining late at night that he didn't love him anymore, the words on the tip of his tongue changed to What does mean, brother? Do you not trust me?" The anvil brother raised his voice. Jiang Yi instantly felt his head start to ache. If the anvil brother had sausage lips, Jiang Yi would want to pinch them shut right now. "Do you know how much effort it took for me to even say that Jiang Yi closed his eyes, and after a few seconds, said helplessly, "I trust you, brother." "Good." Jiang Yi's eyes lit up. With a backhand motion, a blue crystal appeared in his palm. When he saw clearly what that thing was, Jiang Yi let out a curse. "Brother, trust me." After saying this, Jiang Yi licked his lips, a relaxed yet confident smile appearing on his face. That blue crystal, sigh of the base of symbiosis, fell from Jiang Yi's palm into the earth furnace. As soon as the crystal, which purely represented the power of the ocean, entered the furnace, it directly extinguished a large portion of the flames. The temperature in the air plummeted. Amidst the dual extremes of water and fire, a massive amount of steam billowed. It was only thanks to the temperature control fire film that Jiang Yi wasn't steamed alive. Even if he hadn't been steamed, between the extreme heat and the extreme cold, a full body burn was inevitable. Jiang Yi watched helplessly as the crystal fell into the flames. Pure water energy overflowed, and the room's temperature dropped slightly. Aok, above, also saw what Jiang Yi was doing. He didn't find it strange. The latter was also a master blacksmith himself. He didn't treat this forging as an order either. Wasn't this more like a collaboration and exchange? Aok raised his palm, and the energy of the 9 red stones poured out. Although the energy of the sigh of the base of symbiosis was astonishing, it had no follow-up supply. With the replenishment of the 9 red stones, the flames once again overwhelmed the water flow, and the air became dry and scorching once more. The sigh of the base of symbiosis had been tamed. This was only possible because they were in Forging Room No. 0, otherwise, anywhere else. Jiang Yi might not have been able to find a sufficient energy source to melt the Sai of the Bay Sea of Symbiosis. It would be a lie to say Jiang Yi didn't feel the heartache of a crystal being dissolved. However, this was just the beginning. Having just tossed in one crystal, Jiang Yi saw another item being pulled out from his right hand. That was the incomplete black material obtained from the resource recycling station back then. Jiang Yi's eyes narrowed. Jiang Yi stroked his chin. This one is also passable. Throw it in. Throw it in. Whoosh! Flames half a person tall erupted once again from beneath the furnace, illuminating Jiang Yi's pale face. The expression on Jiang Yi's face right now was quite perverted. His eyes were filled with excitement, but the corners of his mouth were curled downward. His teeth were even chattering and grinding together. The crimson glow made his dark, bright eyes appear even more piercing. Ha ha ha, good. Jiang Yi let out a laugh. Above, Aok, who was in the middle of melting down the long blade, felt his brow twitch slightly. The flames below seemed to have dimmed a little once more. Aok shifted his fingers, and the 9 red stones lit up again. This was already the second recharge. Outside the No. 0 forging room, in the monitoring room, out of consideration for guest privacy, the interior of the forging room was not displayed on screen. There was only an emergency contact device and an internal redstone energy reserve monitor to track the remaining energy, ensuring that guests wouldn't have a poor experience due to a lack of power. Even with this device, after so much time had passed, the redstone energy remained quite abundant. The No. 0 forging room was essentially a money pit, and the frequency of its activation was extremely low. But now, the other small black snake in front of the monitoring console had its pupils dilated into vertical slits. Its snake tongue slowly drooped, and its tail hung limp. In the black snake's vision, those 9 thick red pillars were receding at a speed visible to the naked eye, which meant the redstone energy inside was being consumed violently. Hisen jumped down from the monitoring console and rushed out, colliding head-on with Yinwu, who was approaching. Yinwu still had honey wrapped around its tail. It had been distributing a little to all the small snakes here. Of course, sharing wasn't the main goal. The main goal was showing off. As soon as Yinwu entered, it was bumped squarely by Hisen. Seeing Hisen's hurried appearance, Yinwu curled its tail to block the way, and the 2 snakes stared at each other with wide eyes. Yinwu, Mr. Aok and Mr. Jiang Yi are already finished forging. Hisen opened its mouth, first shaking its head honestly. Not finished. Yinwu's brows arched upward. Then why are you abandoning your posts? Hisen scratched its head with its snake tail and informed it truthfully. They aren't finished, but the redstones seem to be finishing. What? Chapter 408 to 100% characteristic. Yinwu's tail dropped instantly, and because of the shock, it almost dropped the honey. After realizing this, Yinwu wrapped the honey back up before speaking in disbelief. You mean the redstones? Yes. Hisen nodded. Yinwu swallowed hard. How many? The air fell silent for a moment. All of them. Yinwu's vision went black. It hurriedly ran to the monitoring console with Hisen. Sure enough, the 9 energy pillars representing the redstone reserves were all dropping in unison, and the speed of the decline was actually visible to the naked eye. This was already terrifying. One had to know that a single redstone could sustain the energy furnace for a long time. With 9 redstones, Yinwu couldn't fathom what on earth they were doing inside. Yinwu hissed, took a deep breath, and then Hisen poked Yinwu with its tail, asking sincerely, "What should we do now?" "Of course, we go get more redstones," Yinwu said without hesitation. Since the guest had already paid, it was their responsibility to provide the corresponding service. The consumption of redstones was indeed a bit high. Yinwu looked at the energy pillars with a pained heart, then chose to close its eyes. Compared to the redstones, the guest was obviously more important. Inside the No. 0 forging room, Jiang Yi, having successively smelted the Sai of the Bay Sea of Symbiosis and the special material, began digging through his inventory again. Jiang Yi was already numb. He now had only one request. Don't throw the roasted chicken wings in. That would be fine. Jiang Yi glanced at the furnace out of the corner of his eye. Due to the continuous replenishment of redstones, the temperature of the furnace rose again. After smelting the 2 materials, Jiang Yi scratched his head and crouched on the ground. Jiang Yi added with a wooden expression. There is one more. Jiang Yi was, of course, referring to the other side of the basic purification. Jiang Yi felt that he must be going a little crazy right now. The other one? No, Jiang Yi decisively refused. The quality of that one is too low, and the characteristics aren't useful. Jiang Yi curled his lip out immediately. The corner of his mouth twitched. Good grief. He was even being picky. This guy didn't just throw in whatever material was strongest. Just as Jiang Yi's thought finished, he saw his own palm begin to move. Jiang Yi directly shut off the furnace. How was he supposed to monitor the status of narrow moon like this? Above, Aok had already successfully compressed the long blade form of Gambler's fire line. In the center of the fire dragon, a curved blade, only about the length of Jiang Yi's forearm, had appeared. Aok was also a heavy consumer of redstones here. Aok exhaled a breath of turbid air. Next, he needed to continuously add materials to consolidate the toughness. It had to be said that changing the long blade into a short blade was a very wise choice. Gambler's fire line, also being the product of a master forger, was already very difficult to integrate with new materials. Doing so would instead affect its original characteristics. By changing from long to short, he could maximize the value of the current materials. However, the technique of restoration was extremely important. The crimson blade blank rotated above, and Aok landed on the ground. He watched as Jiang Yi had already turned off the furnace, and he couldn't help but feel a shock in his heart. To think that his grasp of the heat had reached such a level. To a certain extent, Aok's guess was correct. 100% utilization of materials, that was the characteristic of the anvil. After landing, Aok began to recount the steps he had just taken, one by one. He was so serious that he looked like a student reporting his homework to a teacher. Jiang Yi's expression was strange. Helen Clay, too much. The anvil said without hesitation. Too much. Aok's booming voice rang out. He was questioning a legendary craftsman about using too much material. Jiang Yi was terrified that Aok might try to refine him next. However, after saying too much, Aok actually pondered it seriously for a few seconds and nodded. What should I replace it with? Kaolin clay was only meant to increase toughness and catalyze combustion. An excessive amount would indeed make the material bloated. Your fingernail, Aok. Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi covered his own mouth. MMPH, MMPH, MMPH. Jiang Yi's consciousness closed its eyes. Yet, it can be considered. The booming voice sounded again. What did can be considered mean? Do you want it? I want it. The anvil broke through Jiang Yi's blockade and shouted. Jiang Yi's vision went blacked out this time. It wasn't even stealing anymore. It was straight up robbery. Jiang Yi gritted his teeth until they rattled. Although Aok didn't understand why he had never used such a material before, but it was worth a try. If it could make the forging effect better. A few seconds later, inside the forging room where flames were rolling. Does it have to be a fingernail? Hair works too. Hair works too. This time, it was Jiang Yi shouting. He couldn't just pluck a legendary craftsman like that. Hearing that hair would also work, Aok relaxed a little. Aok casually cut off a lock of his orange-red hair. The rich fire-type energy made the Wilderness Witch's gloves jump slightly. The Wilderness Witch's gloves also contained fire-type rules, and Aok's hair made them feel excited. The principle behind this thing had nothing to do with forging. Its essence was actually enchantment. Holding a handful of long hair, Brother Anvil was truly excited now. He slapped the button with one hand. The earth furnace opened, and a refined long saber blank appeared on the platform. 100% absorption, 100% synthesis. No material loss. No loss of temperature control. Just that domineering, just that confident. Legendary Craftsman Aok's favorability toward Yukong 10. Legendary Craftsman Aok's current favorability is 35. Under the reflection of the crimson flames, the face of Jiang Yi, who was possessed by the anvil, wore an almost inhuman excitement. He didn't care about anything else. In his eyes, there was only refining, synthesis, and enchantment. On the platform, Aok's chest heaved. Even he couldn't achieve this level. Jiang Yi's understanding and control of materials had reached a point beyond his imagination. Placing Aok's orange-red hair onto narrow moon, the familiar black synthesis box, the one that would drive any blacksmith insane, appeared. 100% synthesis. 100% enchantment. If others could see this, they wouldn't just be impressed. They would worship Jiang Yi. No, the anvil, swish. The orange-red hair was placed inside the box. On the other side was narrow moon. Now, the materials that still needed to be integrated were blue gold of lethal hardness. Jiang Yi split a large piece of blue gold, giving half to Gambler's Fireline and the other half to Narrow Moon. Blue gold added as the cyan liquid flowed in. Just as the two were about to repel each other, Jiang Yi calmly added another unexpected material, the slime of a white, chubby jellyfish. It was a completely harmless treatment, a secondary enchantment, and this way, the imbalance in the fusion would also be compensated for. The anvil's understanding of materials had completely broken through conventional limits. The secondary enchantment was complete, driven by the slime. The blue-gold liquid evenly covered the surface of Narrow Moon. The anvil glanced in Aok's direction and waved his hands. The flame rule dragon above looked at Aok. Aok nodded, and the flame dragon wrapped around the saber blank and lunged toward it. Just as the flame dragon entered the range where Jiang Yi was, Jiang Yi noticed that the fire dragon clearly flinched, as if it had encountered something terrifying. At the same time, Jiang Yi felt his throat moisten, and his Adam's apple bobbed up and down. Is this the anvil? Does this guy want to eat this dragon? Chapter 409. Woof, woof. Fortunately, the anvil did not lose consciousness. With the flame dragon trembling in fear and Jiang Yi's warning to scratch his head, the anvil stepped aside. The flickering flames reignited, and the massive dragon head, under Aok's gaze, slowly lowered its noble head bit by bit. Aok's eyes narrowed. This is amidst the red glow of the burning earth furnace. Jiang Yi's face always carried a relaxed smile. The emotions in those eyes were incredibly pure, filled with wildness. After Jiang Yi took a step back, the massive red dragon clearly let out a sigh of relief. Not only that, the red dragon even lowered its head toward Jiang Yi. If Jiang Yi hadn't been screaming in his heart, the Jiang Yi possessed by the anvil would probably have scratched the red dragon's chin like he was teasing a dog. The rule red dragon was actually filled with awe toward Jiang Yi. How is this possible? Legendary craftsman Aok's favorability toward you. The favorability notification rang for a second but quickly died out. The system didn't detect favorability. It was astonishment. Aok's whole body seemed frozen. Jiang Yi patted the red dragon's head from a distance and said heartily, "Well done." As his voice fell, the red dragon acted as if it had received something incredible. It let out a long roar toward the sky, its scales spreading out, and flew into the air carrying the two saber blanks. The 9 red stones flashed in sequence, pouring in all their power. In Aok's perception, he didn't feel that Jiang Yi's current performance had any strange, split personality aspects. This state of mind was truly normal for a craftsman. After all, in their line of work, it was common to see those who, while practicing, would end up throwing themselves into the furnace due to a deviation in their cultivation. Jiang Yi's current sensation was slightly different from usual, but still, quite normal. What wasn't normal was that he seemed to have underestimated this human after all. Oko lowered his head slightly, although his giant-like physique didn't show much. His slightly trembling palms betrayed the shock within his heart. The dragon of rules can only coexist. This was the permission granted to him by the faceless system. Even for him, it was merely coexistence. But the red dragon had never shown this to him before. In Oko's line of sight, he felt as if infinite darkness was extending from the human before him. Within that darkness, every aura extending outward seemed to possess the power of rules. Inside the forging room, the temperature continued to rise. Even with the temperature-controlled fire membrane, Jiang Yi felt as if he had been drenched in water. The remaining task was to design a scabbard capable of housing both blades. Jiang Yi left this part of the work directly to Oko. The latter had likely seen more weapons than Jiang Yi had eaten meals. Such matters of form and structure were best left to the professionals. As Oko took out some strange wood and began to study it on the workbench, Jiang Yi didn't waste time either. He searched his mind for the gunpowder legacy he had received from the Pirate King, combining it with the knowledge from Red-Haired Shark to master it thoroughly. The power of a bomb doesn't just depend on the amount of gunpowder, but also on the flammability of the internal materials, as well as a sustained release of high-heat suitable materials. Jiang Yi muttered to himself, suitable materials that could release high heat for a long time. Jiang Yi's gaze suddenly fell upon the earth furnace below. Isn't this it? From the moment they entered until now, The combustible materials in the earth furnace had never stopped burning. Moreover, judging by the temperature, this stuff was hotter than ordinary flames. The combustion explosions produced by cooling sprays, or the pillars of fire generated by marble explosions. What if he put some of this stuff into a bomb? In Jiang Yi's eyes, a small marble explosion suddenly appeared, with flames blooming across the sky. The power of this thing would definitely exceed his imagination. Jiang Yi didn't think his current strength could rival that tyrant duke. But what if, in the middle of a battle, he suddenly pulled this out from his robes and detonated it at close range? Jiang Yi's eyes lit up, even brighter than when he had the anvil on his body just moments ago. Brother. In that case, the anvil brother said his brain was still functional when he wasn't forging. He let out the first one to be blown to bits would probably be yourself. Jiang Yi rubbed his chin, staring at the black material beneath the earth furnace. After a few seconds, Jiang Yi spoke. I remember. That little fatty could use delayed bombs, right? With a bang, Jiang Yi pulled a pink cloud smoke from his inventory. In such a scorching environment, the pink cloud smoke turned directly into pinkness the moment it was taken out. You are using the item, pink cloud smoke, for the next 2 hours. Your luck will be greatly increased. Good luck. Jiang Yi stepped on the falling ash and sparks to extinguish them, then took the Night Owl's NPC treasure chest out of his inventory again. The chest hadn't been fully opened yet. After getting the big banana and Gizaburo's diary, Jiang Yi had received Oko's message and the teleportation card. In order to respond as quickly as possible, Jiang Yi had been forced to close the NPC treasure chest temporarily, and the final item hadn't dropped yet. A stick of pink cloud smoke. Forced good luck activated. Jiang Yi only had a vague idea in his heart. It didn't matter if he didn't get anything good, but if he did, white light flickered. You have been favored by the mascot, Pink Pearl. The Pink Pearl wishes for your wishes to come true here. The notification sound rang out. A mechanical voice suddenly blared. Congratulations. You have obtained the bomb's secret manual. High in inscription. Boss, please learn a little. Really. Just learn a little. If others find out that the boss of our Sun Art troupe is actually not good at gunpowder, we'll be laughed at. Not learning. Detected that you have obtained the Pirate King Gunpowder Legacy and have mastered part of the knowledge. This manual will be activated as a skill. Do you wish to activate it? Jiang Yi chose yes. Jiang Yi wasn't surprised by this. He was just glad that after obtaining the Soul Crystal, he had immediately placed it into the Summit War interface and learned about marbles from Red-Haired Shark. Otherwise, even with the manual, he wouldn't have been able to activate it immediately. After choosing yes, Jiang Yi felt a chill between his brows, and information regarding the delayed bomb hyena flooded into his mind. You have obtained the beginner skill Hyena Inscription. You can use this skill to craft delayed bomb. Hyena. This skill is divided into 3-second delay, 5-second delay, and 10-second delay. Due to the strong personal soul imprint of this skill, you must use the corresponding activation incantations when using it. The 3-second delay is woof. The 5-second delay is woof woof. The 10-second delay is woof woof woof. Chapter 410. Strengthening and Refining. Looking at the screen full of woof woof woof, Jiang Yi was stunned for a second. Was this incantation what he thought it meant? Are you saying that while fighting on the battlefield, when he and his enemy are locked in a life or death struggle with blades flashing, preparing to give the enemy a premium explosive surprise, and when the two are fighting until their faces are red and they should be exchanging insults about each other's ancestors, he opens his mouth and just barks like a dog twice? Wouldn't that just be pure? What are you barking about? The battle wouldn't even be over yet, and he would have already lost all face. Just as the thought flashed through Jiang Yi's mind, the Anvil brother had already spoken up. What are you talking about? You guy, let me tell you. Even if my brother Jiang Yi were beaten to death, even if he jumped down from right here, there is no way he would let out a dog's bark. Just as he finished speaking, Jiang Yi squatted down. Anvil? Jiang Yi gave a light cough, acting as if nothing had happened, and immediately began to harvest the materials that were continuously burning in the furnace. The furnace seemed to be connected to the main system, and the system seemed to have judged Jiang Yi's actions, determined that Jiang Yi would not refuse. The moment Jiang Yi squatted down, a section of the platform beneath the furnace rose, revealing the black solid materials inside. Respected player, Lord Little French Fry, please be aware of the high temperature. Got it. Jiang Yi replied. Anvil. Brother Anvil still didn't quite understand his brother's stingy nature. It must be said that these two brothers were truly brothers. Even if one was iron and the other was human, one was extremely greedy. Even at the brink of death, he would still try to snatch a warship. As for the other, even after hearing he had to bark like a dog, he still wouldn't give up on harvesting materials. They were truly worthy of the saying, one is a rare flower from the celestial garden, the other is a piece of fine jade with a flaw. The system once again adjusted its evaluation of Jiang Yi and Anvil, squatting down. Jiang Yi chuckled inwardly. Compared to the power of a hyena, a dog's bark, well, it was nothing. As long as it was utilized properly, this would be the last sound from hell that his enemies would ever hear. After comforting himself internally, Jiang Yi's spirit suddenly trembled. Aok also looked up, and a sound that seemed to come from beyond the heavens echoed in the air. Clap, clap, clap. Someone was applauding. Was it Silver 5? It was just a snake. It didn't even have shoulders. So where would it get palms? The main screen lit up, and a mechanical prompt sounded. This joint forging, along with your minor greedy trait regarding materials, has attracted the attention of a special existence. He is quite interested in your performance. Another special existence, but the system paused. He has evaluated this, and such forging is not interesting enough. He has provided an extra bonus for this forging. He has provided 3 sponsorship options. Jiang Yi glanced at Aok, but the latter didn't seem to hear the sound. The options had already appeared. Option 1. Weapon enhancement and refinement once. Description. This refinement will guarantee an additional 10 points of the rare attribute armor piercing, an additional 5 points of the rare attribute mental attack, an additional 3 points of trigger-based true damage. Note, can be triggered multiple times. Additionally, after refinement, the weapon's durability and toughness will double, and the weapon's overall combat power will increase to 150%. Overall combat power increased by 150%, unlocking 3 rare attributes. Jiang Yi's pupils contracted. And this was just option 1. Even a fool would choose this, right? Although Jiang Yi remained wary of unknown existences, resisting them was something to be done after his strength had improved. For now, naturally, the stronger, the better. Based on the joint forging by Oak and Anvil, to be able to increase its overall strength by 150%, this mysterious existence must be related to forging. Right. Jiang Yi's Adam's apple bobbed, and he hurriedly looked at option 2. Option 2 loaded for a moment, and white text gradually emerged. Option 2. Weapon enhancement and refinement 10 times. Note, a 10-fold refinement is not just a test for the weapon, but also a test for its master. Refining and adding points one by one, that's too boring. The 10 enhancement refinements must be completed at once, without interruption. After 10 enhancement refinements, the weapon will have a 40% chance to activate the legendary talent true damage on every strike. Each attack will have a 10% chance to convert 1% of the attack value into true damage. For example, breaking through 1,000 points of the opponent's defense can be converted into 10 points of true damage. The weapon will have a 20% chance to activate the legendary talent handed over. Each attack will have a 10% chance to directly transfer 1 point of the enemy's strongest attribute to the weapon's master. The plain words were enough to make Jiang Yi's heart race. As long as one wasn't a fool, one could easily understand how overbearing these 2 skills were. True damage on every strike, whether in the real world, the game world, or various novels. It would be a skill that people dream of, and handed over. Was even more heaven-defying. It could actually feed back to the master during battle. Wasn't this just an alternative version of the star-sucking great skill? But the problem was, Jiang Yi saw the description earlier. It was called has a chance to activate, and looking at the numbers, the activation probability was actually less than half. Moreover, seeing that 10-fold refinement was not only a test for the weapon but also a test for the master, a bad premonition arose in Jiang Yi's heart. He could roughly understand the test for the master, but what did the test for the weapon mean? At worst, these 2 attributes wouldn't activate. How could it damage the weapon? Note, 10-fold refinement has the potential to reverse the weapon's fundamental attributes, thereby causing a fundamental impact on its performance. Furthermore, based on the existing materials, after the tenfold refinement, there is a 60% chance that this weapon will suffer certain damage, resulting in a downgrade. A 10% chance that the weapon will be directly scrapped. Players, please make your choice carefully. This system takes no responsibility for the final result. Jiang Yi's lips twitched. What about the last option? The system paused before revealing the final option, option 3. Ahahaha. I believe you won't choose option 3 to give up this sponsorship. That is not your personality. Damn it. Jiang Yi gritted his teeth. Note, the options and the protagonist's subsequent choices do not represent universal values. Stay away from gambling for a happy life. Don't gamble on gacha either. Chapter 411, Red Moon. It was true. He really wasn't that kind of person. Jiang Yi's gaze couldn't help but drift between the several options. Option 1 guaranteed a rare attribute and a definite increase in overall combat power. If any other player were here, they might have chosen this without hesitation. Any rational player would understand the value of a 100% success rate versus the 40%, 20%, or even 10% chance of the weapon being destroyed. He considered himself a rational person. When he finished saying this sentence in his mind, both the anvil and the system fell silent. Jiang Yi himself also fell silent, saying he was rational. How could this statement have so little persuasive power? Jiang Yi closed his eyes and immediately hid the final option. Not gambling was impossible. It would never be possible in his entire life. With a 10 pull right in front of him, how could he not pull? If it weren't for the fact that this thing couldn't be transferred for others to pull, and that Jiang Yi wouldn't trust anyone else to do it, he would have even wanted to let Guanbu Shangdi Chang help him pull. This was, after all, the system-designated lucky player. Jiang Yi's soul unconsciously ground against the floor. His inner thoughts were just a flash of lightning. And Aok was focused on the forging, not noticing the expression on Jiang Yi's face at that moment. 3 seconds later, Jiang Yi took a deep breath and slammed his palm onto option 2. There was no better time than now. After all, he had already used a pink cloud smoke. Given his non-chief unlucky attributes, once he left, he might never be able to wash out something like this again in his life. Jiang Yi even reasonably suspected that the ability to provide such legendary attributes, and even attract the attention of unknown existences, might have been due to the effects of the pink cloud smoke. From the current perspective, his good luck had already reached its limit. Once the decision was made, he just had to do it. He didn't believe it, with only a 10% chance. Would he really pull that destruction result? As Jiang Yi chose option 2, the applause in the air rang out once again. Seemingly quite satisfied with the choice Jiang Yi had made, white light flashed wildly. 10-time refinement officially begins. First bonus. Invisible white light enveloped the top of the weapon. Aok sensed something and looked toward Jiang Yi's direction. Jiang Yi had no time or mood to explain to Aok what was happening. There was no expression on Jiang Yi's face, but cold sweat had already broken out on his back. The white light flickered, and the first bonus was completed. Jiang Yi saw the 2 blades begin to solidify at a speed visible to the naked eye, and refinement marks began to appear on them. They were arc-shaped lines that reminded one of medieval armor, filled with a mysterious aura. After the first bonus, it was immediately the second bonus, third bonus. Sounds of metal clashing rang out, as if striking Jiang Yi's heart. 4 times, 5 times. The white light overlapped continuously, forming a seamless sheet. 5 times, 6 times, 7 times. The speed was getting faster and faster. With only 3 times left, Jiang Yi counted down silently in his heart. But at the 9th time hum, a crisp humming sound rang out, and accompanying the hum was an almost imperceptible, slight cracking sound. Jiang Yi opened his eyes abruptly. Before Jiang Yi could react, Aok flew up a step ahead. The fire dragon turned its head anxiously. Among the 2 long blades in the center, a crack had appeared on the body of Jiu. Too much rigidity leads to breaking. Behind the extreme sharpness, the sacrifice was the weapon's resilience. If it were only 1 refinement, or even if the number of refinements didn't exceed too much, Jiu could have held on. But the problem was that the 10-time refinement could not be interrupted, and Jiu seemed unable to hold on. Bloodshot veins crawled into Jiang Yi's eyes. By the time Jiang Yi reacted, Aok had already flown into the air a step ahead. After glancing at the crack, Aok did not hesitate, and pressed his hand onto the top of Jiang Yi. Under the pressure, the sharp blade cut through Aok's skin, and drops of blood slid down Aok's arm, merging into Jiang Yi. On the surface of the silver-white long blade, dark red lines began to fill in along the arcs. In front of Jiang Yi, the synthesis frame that the anvil had once opened appeared again. This was a triple enchantment, and compared to the long hair, the material used this time was Aok's blood. As soon as the dark red, non-human blood was added, the unstable material that was about to collapse immediately became stable. Aok's forging was usually done by manipulating the red dragon, and the red dragon was symbiotic within Aok's body. Because of this, Aok's body was stained with the aura of the red dragon, and along with it, the essence of countless weapons he had forged himself. In other words, that was the essence left behind by hundreds or thousands of weapons. It was the essence left by countless materials. Whether precious, rare, or mediocre, this was also why, when the anvil forged, it would naturally have the idea of adding a part of Aok's body. The latter was a completely natural catalyst, synthesis agent, and even stabilizer. Blood flowed out in a trickle. After the triple enchantment, the attributes of Jiang Yi underwent a fundamental change. More importantly, its properties were stable, and it could withstand the final refinement. 10-time refinement. Bang! The white light bloomed like the sun descending into the world. All light was drawn into it, and the massive radiance caused Jiang Yi to lose his vision briefly, turning everything into a vast whiteness. Even Aok could only close his eyes temporarily. A storm condensed with the two long blades as the center, flames, materials, the red dragon, and the air all began to rotate. The entire forging room seemed as if it were about to be pumped into a vacuum. At the same time, in the monitoring room, the two little snakes who were nervously monitoring the red stone energy pillars felt as if the air had been frozen by something in an instant. And then, their eardrums itched. Everything was swept away. The bodies of the two little snakes were blown away, flying outward. Warning sounds rang out continuously. The energy of the 9 energy pillars dropped in unison, and in less than 5 seconds, they all extinguished. At the last moment when Yinwu flew out, his pupils turned into slits, his face full of disbelief. In 5 seconds, it drained 9 energy red stones. What on earth did they forge? Inside smelting room now. 0. The sounds of explosions continued to ring out. Jiang Yi felt his body being tossed high into the air before being slammed against the wall. If it weren't for his already enhanced physique, that single impact would have been enough to send him to his grave. Jiang Yi kept his eyes closed, using only his ears to discern his orientation. After his back slammed hard against the wall, he clung to it like a gecko. As the invisible storm gradually subsided, Jiang Yi opened his eyes once more. The red dragon had dissipated, and in the center of smelting room now, 0. 2 blades, one long and one short, hung silently in the air, resembling the sun and the moon. Congratulations! The 10 consecutive refinement was successful. You have become the first player in the entire server to unlock a quasi-legendary grade item. Your weapons, Narrow Moon and Gambler's Fireline, have been upgraded to Exclusive Weapon, Crimson Moon. Description: the red of the red dragon, the crimson of war, 1 sun, 1 moon, hiding the bloodline. Description: active skill. Description: passive skill. After each attack, a check will be triggered. There is a 10% chance to convert 10% of the damage dealt by this attack into true damage. Every strike deals true damage. The way your enemies die will exceed your imagination. Passive skill. After each attack, a check will be triggered. There is a 10% chance to directly transfer 1 point of the enemy's highest attribute to the weapon's owner. Hand it over. The speed at which your enemies die will surpass the arc of your blade swing. Note: Crimson Moon will only ever have 1 master in its lifetime. Lose the master's trust, and you lose everything. Loyal and sharp, it will sever everything for you. A crimson line of blood, as if the apocalypse had arrived, pierced through the entire ring core. Looking down from above, the bloodline cut through the ring-shaped silver-white architecture, resembling a strange and sacred blood moon. Countless small snakes looked upward, the crimson thread filling them with terror and unease. It felt as though, if they were touched by this thing, their bodies would be severed in 2. Chapter 412. The stars are shining tonight. The crimson thread hung in the sky, and the 2 weapons were shrouded in a blood-red hue. Jiang Yi's heart hammered like thunder. He reached out his hand, and the two blades, one long and one short, descended, coming to a silent stop in front of him. This was his own exclusive weapon, Crimson Moon. Jiang Yi grabbed them. The long and short blades were vastly different. The main blade retained the shape of the narrow moon, 5 meters in total length. Its surface featured dark red arc patterns. It lacked any supernatural special effects, and its luster was even more restrained than before. Yet, the moment Jiang Yi saw Crimson Moon, the smile on his face widened completely. If the former narrow moon was a bolt of lightning in the silence, then the current narrow moon was sharp but restrained, silent and stealthy. You would never know when or where this seemingly lightweight long blade would suddenly appear. A thin line slicing across a throat, skin parting like paper to reveal the flesh beneath. Just by focusing his spirit on it, Jiang Yi could feel its hidden sharpness. Having discarded all additional active skills, this long blade had become a pure, lethal tool for killing. And the other one. Jiang Yi looked at the gambler's fireline. Perhaps it should be called the sub-blade of the Crimson Moon now. Its length had changed from the original 6 meters to about 70 centimeters. Barely half the size of the narrow moon. It was vastly different from the original gambler's fireline, and completely unlike the design blueprints in Gui Sanlang's diary. But Jiang Yi just felt that the current gambler's fireline was exactly what it was meant to be. A blade in the hands of a tyrannical ruler shouldn't possess the refinement of nobility. Madness and resilience were what its characteristics should be. With both blades in hand, Jiang Yi didn't rush to test their power. This was an experience he had learned from hundreds of battles with Zoro. The first step in using a blade is always to feel your blade and let it become an extension of your own body. You have activated the specialization domain. The specialization domain activated automatically. At a certain moment, Jiang Yi's breathing finally synchronized with the two blades. Jiang Yi opened his eyes. The short blade in his right hand slashed out. The blade aura was as unstoppable as an army breaking force. The powerful *Chi* directly severed a piece of specialized steel in front of him. Sparks flew, and the steel plate exploded from the immense impact. His left hand twisted the long blade, and a blood-red streamline swept across the steel plate. The thin line appeared first, and a second later, the steel plate slid diagonally, falling to the ground, split into 2, then 4. Countless tiny fragments appeared, each edge as smooth as a mirror. The short blade broke the armor. The long blade slit the throat, working together. They were unexpectedly in perfect sync. The two blades, crafted by 3 master smiths and having undergone 10 refinements, were as harmonious as if they were born together. This was exactly the effect he had wanted. The corners of Jiang Yi's mouth curled upward. After happily admiring his weapons for a while, he felt something poke his shoulder. Looking up, Ike's giant-like figure loomed above him, holding a wooden scabbard. The scabbard had been fashioned into the shape of a cane, though its surface was black. Jiang Yi took the scabbard, felt its weight, and pondered for a second. He delivered a hand blade strike to it, but the scabbard remained completely unscathed. Jiang Yi asked sincerely, "What material is this made of?" It was actually this hard, to put it bluntly. If you gave this scabbard to other players, it could serve as a pretty decent weapon, right? Ike replied truthfully, "Giant tree wood. I used this to make a bed before, for the black tortoises at the nursing home." Jiang Yi, good grief. No wonder the texture felt so familiar. After thanking him, Jiang Yi placed both blades into the scabbard. Because they were of different lengths and both were very lightweight, even with both inside, there was no bulkiness to be seen from the outside. Now, Jiang Yi could safely pursue his sneaky playstyle. He imagined that during a fight, when an enemy thought they had knocked his weapon away, he could twist his wrist, and the other weapon would appear in his hand, catching the enemy off guard. Who said a scabbard could only hold one blade? After putting his weapons away and coming back to his senses, Jiang Yi realized that the entire smelting room now, Zero, had become a complete mess. Although the earth furnace was still burning, the flames had become quite faint. The surrounding walls were covered in slash marks from the top down, a result of the storm that had just occurred. More importantly, those 9 red stones, their radiance had completely dimmed, turning into extinguished crystals that retreated back into the walls, waiting to be replaced. Jiang Yi scratched his head and asked in a low voice, "We won't be expected to pay for the damages, will we?" Just as Jiang Yi's voice trailed off, A beep sounded from above the No. 0 forging room, followed immediately by Yinwu's voice. Yinwu's tone was not loud, as if he were worried about disturbing the forging process inside. "Mr. Jiang Yi, Mr. Aok, may I ask, is the forging complete? Is it complete? If it weren't finished soon." It felt like their silver ring auction house was going to collapse. The little snake wiped away a bitter tear from the corner of its eye as it spoke. It was truly curious now as to what these two had forged inside to cause such a massive commotion. Hearing Yinwu's voice, Jiang Yi, who had just made a total mess of the forging room, hurriedly replied, "It's finished." "Good." With a hum, the door to the forging room opened. The silver-white little snake appeared once again, followed by a black little snake with its tail curled up. Haren had never met Jiang Yi before and subconsciously felt that a guest capable of causing such a commotion couldn't be a pushover. Haren's pupils scanned the room cautiously. After seeing Ake's massive figure, he paused, then instinctively searched for that Jiang Yi. The little snake looked around for a few seconds before finally finding the human standing in front of Aok, who only reached Ake's waist. The human had a young face with a gentle smile, appearing somewhat embarrassed at the moment, but behind this human was a forging room that looked as if it had been blasted from the inside out. Looking at the wall covered in slash marks, the layers of forging residue piled up on the floor, and the roof through which the daylight could faintly be seen, Haren swallowed hard, finding it hard to believe that this was something a human who looked so miniature could accomplish. Truly, one cannot judge a human by their appearance. The sky had already darkened, and moonlight had appeared above the silver ring auction house. This was the reason why the little snakes were so flustered. Under the moonlight, the crimson red lines descended, and those who didn't know better might have thought it was the end of the world. After confirming that there was no major anomaly in the No.0 forging room other than it being destroyed, Yinwu and Haren politely saw the two off. They did not ask what their distinguished guests had forged. Respecting customer privacy and treating the customer as God was the fundamental reason why the silver ring auction house could firmly occupy the high-end service sector. Not every service sector could treat customers like dirt. Just like the Daydream Pavilion, the two little snakes escorted Jiang Yi and Aok out, although he had already given Yinwu honey. Considering the destruction he had caused in the No.0 forging room and the resources used, Jiang Yi still took out an additional 20 car coins, giving half to Yinwu and half to Haren, as a token of gratitude for the two little snakes' service. Having gained favorability as expected, by the time Jiang Yi appeared in the silver ring auction house again, the sky had turned completely dark. Jiang Yi glanced at the time. It was already night. He estimated that about 6 hours had passed since he went in. 6 hours in the 5 seas was roughly equivalent to 6 days, and there was less than a day left until the completion of this main quest. Jiang Yi let out a long breath. He wasn't too disappointed. He wasn't a perfectionist. Although there might have been some losses, he had gained much more this time. Quasi-legendary exclusive weapon. This was something players at this stage couldn't even imagine. Emerging from the silver ring auction house, Jiang Yi's figure appeared in the white mist, while Ake's giant-like body vanished into the fog. Jiang Yi had originally intended to give Aok some extra compensation. He had used so many of his materials, but Aok had directly refused, only extending an invitation again, hoping that when Jiang Yi submitted his order, they could exchange ideas in the forging room once more. Aok is a good person, Jiang Yi muttered to himself. The night was silent and still. Jiang Yi hummed a little tune as he walked from the white mist toward the road. Swish, swish, a breeze blew, and the coconut tree leaves swayed above. Jiang Yi walked with his hands behind his head, feeling refreshed even after leaving the silver ring auction house. He didn't know if this was because of the good mood from obtaining the exclusive weapon or because of the special effects of the silver ring auction house. One step, 2 steps. About 3 minutes later, Jiang Yi's pace suddenly faltered. What's wrong? The voice of Brother Anvil rang out. Jiang Yi hissed softly. Suddenly, he stood still and said with some hesitation, "Do you think the moon is particularly bright tonight?" Jiang Yi suddenly looked up at the sky. Logically speaking, it wasn't late at night yet, but the moonlight on the ground was already bright enough to illuminate the road. This wasn't scientific. Could it be? Jiang Yi suddenly remembered the night before cicada slashing. The first time he met thunder, the moonlight at that time was also this bright. And that was also the first time Jiang Yi saw a bug swarm attack a vehicle. Is something about to happen? Jiang Yi narrowed his eyes. Just then, a faint light flickered. Jiang Yi's gaze shifted subconsciously. In the center of the main screen was the group chat that was still flashing. But Jiang Yi noticed that the refresh rate of the messages in the group chat seemed to have sped up. Dragon Country District 189, Subdivision 99. Player Dragon Country Number 1. Everyone. Has anyone heard any news? Player can't even eat fresh SHT. What? Player can't even eat fresh SHT. Putting on an ear. Player Ito Tensei. The guy above. That idea of yours. Player can't even eat fresh SHT. Is there a problem? Picking nose. Player Ito Tensei. Nothing. Cupping hands. Player Dragon Countrinber. It's the news that the world government has expelled the Mobus Alliance and declared total war. Mobus Alliance. Jiang Yi's footsteps came to a halt, and his hand, which had been opening the cardboard box to release the forklift, also froze. Why did that name sound so familiar? After searching through his memory for a moment, Jiang Yi finally realized where he had heard it. Wasn't that the name of the country to which Jiamo Island belonged? Jiang Yi was dumbfounded. What the hell? The world government declared war on this country, total war. Then what about Jiamo Island, where he was currently located? Jiang Yi hurriedly clicked on the group chat channel to lurk and read the messages. Player can't even find fresh shit to eat. Where is that? Never heard of it. Picking nose. Player Dragon Countrinber. It seems to be a medium-sized country. Anyway, there are too many alliance nations. It's normal not to know it. Player Dragon Countrinber. But this should be the first time the world government has announced the exile of a country. Right, Player Dragon Countrinber. I heard they even dispatched a special operations naval force with orders to dismantle the regime within 7 days. Player Squid Sashimi. Within 7 days. Player Squid Sashimi. That's a force leveling, isn't it? A peaceful transition was impossible at that speed. The people of the Dragon Country had a history. They knew very well that at this speed, it could only be total war. Jiang Yi fell silent for a moment. The images of the pirates on Jiamo Island with their arms around each other's shoulders, the night lights, and the sounds of hawking flashed briefly through his mind. However, Jiang Yi didn't feel anything particularly strong. He just felt slightly uncomfortable. The people of the Dragon Country always seemed to have a special sentiment toward war. At this moment, Jiang Yi felt like having a smoke again. Jiang Yi picked up a candle, intending to do as he had done before, when suddenly Player Thuwinathoutwontus, the person above. The version of this news is already outdated. Player Thuwinathoutwontus, puppy lifting lead. Meme closing parenthesis smug. Player Dragon Countrinber. Oh, what is your brilliant insight, my friend, Player Thuwinathoutwontus? The latest news is that a traitor has appeared among the dispatched naval special operations team. A traitor, just one. Many players were filled with interest in this news and chimed in below. No, wait. A single traitor, for a total war. What kind of impact could a single person have? Jiang Yi had the same thought in his mind. If it were an ordinary player, of course, it wouldn't matter. But this person is a newly promoted Navy Admiral. A newly promoted Navy Admiral who once took down a pirate general with a bounty of 20,000 pounds. Holy crap, damn who? The incoming general is actually that fierce. A person of such status actually defected from the Navy. No, why? Jiang Yi couldn't help but gasped out a bounty of 20,000. A pirate general. This was definitely a big shot. This is one of the 7 warlords of the sea defecting. Jiang Yi clicked his tongue. He lit a cheap lighter, and a tiny flame flickered in the night. Just as he was about to light the candle, Player Thuwinathoutwontus. I heard that this admiral was dissatisfied with the war. After a stream of question marks, the screen lit up again. Jiang Yi's movements paused. For some reason, he felt the moonlight tonight was brighter. So bright it felt like it was about to crash down on his head. Jiang Yi looked down. A small red dot appeared on his private chat channel. There were many such red dots, and usually, Jiang Yi wouldn't pay them any mind. But after a moment of thought, he clicked it open. The familiar avatar with a red star pattern lit up, and it was a voice message. Player Thunders, Jiang Shui. Can you send me a bowl of noodles to eat? The candle ignited with a pop. As the wax burned and the white light flickered, it seemed as if something had been transmitted over. Jiang Yi instinctively reached out to catch it, and 5 vehicle coins fell one after another, clashing between his fingers, eating noodles. At a time like this, and 5 vehicle coins wasn't that too much. Just as the thought flashed through his mind, 3 screens lit up simultaneously. The group chat began to refresh, all asking if Little Fries had triggered a server-wide announcement again. A cold, mechanical voice rang out, "Attention all players, attention all players. A drastic change has occurred in the 5 Seas King dungeon. The situation of the 4 emperors and 7 generals has fundamentally changed. The world dungeon is collapsing significantly. Please pay attention to the changes in the main quest. Please pay attention to the changes in the main quest. The world dungeon collapsed." Jiang Yi frowned as he looked at the coins in his hand, feeling a lingering sense of unease. Inside the dungeon, on the scorched earth, amidst the flickering embers of artillery fire, a man in a military uniform lay on the black ground. His body was covered in blood, and his breathing was already faint. In the man's hand, he still clutched the head of a long-bearded man. His body was twisted, and his eyes were wide open, staring blankly at the night sky. All around, the navy was vaguely closing in, but the man didn't seem to care at all. The starry sky tonight was very bright, like the eyes of the child he had saved. Yan Haojing felt his body temperature dropping rapidly. After sending the final message, he didn't even have the strength to lift a finger. He actually didn't know why he had sent it to Zhang Shui, but he really didn't have any friends. And at the very last moment, he truly wanted to eat a bowl of noodles. The news wasn't wrong. He had indeed killed a pirate general, but the news wasn't entirely accurate. He had encountered 2 pirate generals. Both of them had been manipulated by the world government to be responsible for wiping out the Alliance nation. He could not bear to witness an innocent country destroyed by war. The past could not be changed, but now, he was a soldier. Sigh. A rare look of sorrow appeared on his resolute face. This was the second time since entering the highway that Yan Haojing had experienced such a loss of emotional control. The first time was when Zhang Shui had sent him food. The food was delicious, but more importantly, it tasted like home. At the final second before losing consciousness, the last thought in Yan Haojing's mind was, "I wonder if such bright starlight can light the way for me to return home." His vision faded, and Yan Haojing closed his eyes, waiting for death to arrive. Chapter 413. The people of the Dragon Kingdom do not like war. The people of the Dragon Kingdom do not like war. The Dragon Kingdom once endured a dark and numb period of history. This period was short, but for the people of the Dragon Kingdom, it felt incredibly long. So much so that in any era thereafter, whenever they heard the name of war, or heard that a nation was on the verge of extinction amidst the flames of conflict, the people of the Dragon Kingdom would remain silent. They understood that feeling. If they had the ability to travel through time, perhaps every person of the Dragon Kingdom, especially every soldier, would have hesitated not for a moment to return to that era, wanting to use any power at their disposal to change that history, to change that past, to save the nation of that era. Yan Haojing was naturally no exception. Since entering the game, he had not been lucky. The supply chests that other players could open, he could not. All he could see were jackals and leopards, much like the Dragon Kingdom of that period, hopeless and desperate. But he had not lost hope. Finding new life in adversity was a capability a soldier should possess. He never complained. If there was no food, he ate raw meat. If he encountered danger, he resolved it and warned the public. He always remembered his mission as a soldier. He was not stupid. He knew that not everyone would be truly grateful for his actions from the bottom of their hearts. But there were some things that, even knowing they were impossible or unnecessary, he would still do them. Just like this time, the interest groups of the world government were falling apart. The Navy set sail, employing thunderous and violent methods. Artillery fire and smoke filled every nation they passed. Expelling the nation was the pretext, but invasion and plunder were the truth. This is just a game. He thought this when he obeyed his soldier's instinct and gave the order to fire the first ship cannon. This is just a game. He thought this when he saw the coconut trees on the shore, the ships returning to the sea in the sunset, the brightly lit streets at night, and the people who were bold and spirited yet free and romantic, only to see them turn into scorched earth under the flames of war in the next second. These people are not real. This is just a game. The Navy continued southward, The weak nations had no power to resist. A massive black warship, reeking of petroleum and the stench of blood, attacked from the ocean. His subordinates told him that this was the pirate general famous across the 5 seas. At that moment, he was already quite silent. After a second of stillness, his dry voice spoke up. Why would a pirate general appear? Why would pirates appear in the Navy's territory? That is because tonight, Jiamo Island will be completely cleared. This matter is not honorable. So the government reached an agreement with the island nation for him to do the deed and conquer this island. Conquer, yes, with fire, people and island alike, completely cleared. The man's voice was very casual. The rest of the events, Yan Haojing could no longer remember. He had completely lost control. He only remembered that when he got off the ship and stepped onto Pier 43 of Jiamo Island, he met a young man named Lachiru. This young man had dark skin, but he worked very diligently. Lachiru took his modest luggage and told him that after the original foreman at the pier had been injured by a powerful pirate, he had been targeted by enemies and driven off the pier not long after. Now, there was no foreman at the pier. Everyone was their own foreman, income was shared. Lachiru spoke and laughed, constantly praising how amazing this captain named Sengon Shui was, saying he was the most powerful pirate they had ever seen. More importantly, he was a pirate, but more gentlemanly than a gentleman. He not only gave them passage money but also gave them many tips. Life seemed to have a glimmer of hope. He didn't know if there would be such an opportunity in the future. Lachiru's face was full of smiles. He had never seen such a smile before. This ambitious young man said, I also want to become a pirate like Sengon Shui. I don't want to drift on the 5 seas. I will go to the piers on the islands to save workers like me. After saying this, the young man seemed to think of something interesting. Right, there shouldn't be a pirate crew made up of dock workers on the 5 seas yet. Right, the young man paused, his lips moving. Worker pirate crew? There were no worker pirate crews. Yan Haojing answered in his heart. The people here, including this island itself, we're all going to die tomorrow night. That was when the island nation, the pirate general, who enjoyed a resounding reputation across the 5 seas, would land on the island. Even without the island nation's admiral, the navy he led was only 2 hours away by sea. The pier, under artillery fire, it would be nothing but a pile of broken boards. The workers, under blades, guns, and cannons, they would be nothing but charred corpses. Even their island lord had long ago expressed his sincerity to the world government, stating that he would not interfere with the world government's decisions. These people were all destined to be abandoned. That night, Lachiru said he thought he was very interesting. He was off duty tomorrow and could take him around the island. Lachiru said that according to local custom, he should have swindled him. But after meeting Sengon Shui, he didn't intend to do that anymore. Besides, he felt that he was a strange and kind person, just like Sengon Shui. Therefore, he could even treat him to a glass of strong rum. Captain Sengon Shui had disappeared. He didn't know if he had gone somewhere else to teach another ignorant dock foreman a lesson. Lachiru joked out who was Sengon Shui. He didn't know, but he knew who he was. As a soldier, he was forbidden from drinking alcohol. But that night, he broke his own rule and downed a glass of strong rum. He frowned at the strange, weed-like scent of the liquor. This stuff isn't even as good as our go-to, he thought. That night, the warship lit up with flames. A tall, black-clad figure, like a warrior born from a realm of shadows. One man, a pair of fists, slaughtered 120 well-trained Navy soldiers on the deck. The ship's cannons fired throughout the night. The entire Navy was gripped by shock and fury, yet no one could stop him. After the usually taciturn Navy commander returned to the ship under the starlight, he seemed like a completely different person. General, I was afraid you'd be lonely tonight. You know how it is. I've already sent the person to your room. I've also prepared the rum. The corporal rubbed his hands together, his face gleaming with lecherous light. Before sending her to the general, he had naturally enjoyed her himself. Even the general could only play with the woman he had already used. The thought of that. Bang! A dull thud echoed. The man's body faltered slightly. A fist, marked with scars and knife wounds, slammed into his abdomen. Under the immense impact, his body froze for a second. He could even hear the bone-chilling sound of his own bones snapping. He looked up. And there was no longer any hesitation on Yan Haojing's face. Aggression is not a game. Slaughter is not a game. His faith did not allow this to be a game. The watchtower that was the tragedy of all humanity. He could not stand from the perspective of an outsider and treat certain actions with what he considered to be pity. But this was different. Yan Haojing parted his lips. His hoarse voice carrying an irrepressible aura. Invaders must die. Passive talent. Special Forces soldier has been automatically activated. You will receive a 20% boost to your strength, constitution, and speed attributes. Your body's recovery rate is approximately 1.5 times that of an ordinary person. And you possess higher endurance, your faith is unshakable. And your mission is above all else. You will be immune to all mental control, mental illnesses, and mental projection type skills. The warship in the distance had drawn near. The expected admiral of the island nation did not arrive. In his place was a small boat he hadn't noticed before. The world government had actually contacted more than one pirate general. Clearly, the cunning higher-ups had not fully trusted a guy who had just joined the Navy. This guy's strength was quite impressive, but his style was obviously not in line with theirs. The starlight that night was exceptionally bright. The flames and cannon fire on the sea surface awakened the residents of Jiamo Island. They looked toward the sea with fearful eyes. Some went to find the city guards, but the soldiers had already vanished. In the center of Jiamo Island, the Duke of Jiamo's mansion was already empty. They didn't know what had happened, but they vaguely caught the scent of war. But it seemed that a rebellion had broken out within the side of the war itself. Chapter 414. Zonal Battle. The poison circle is refreshing splatter. The weather on the island was always fickle. Under the turmoil of the cannon fire, the gray clouds above swirled, and soon, damp rain carrying a faint, fishy stench began to fill the view. On an inconspicuous shore of Jiamo Island, the cold rain fell onto Yan Haojing's body, mixing with blood to form a river. The person lying on the ground didn't move, but the Navy soldiers gradually gathering nearby only looked at each other. Even though the man on the ground seemed to have completely lost consciousness, they still didn't dare to act. This man was simply too terrifying. On the warship, that towering figure had left an indelible shadow upon them. Even though he was unable to move now, the fear remained. A tall Navy soldier with a long knife scar on his face shoved the person next to him. Hey! The man next to him, shaped like a potato, was pushed and, in his fright, lost his balance and tumbled to the ground. Ah! The man let out a sound, curled his body, and wiped the rain from his face. What? Long Scar rolled his eyes. Go see if that guy is dead. Why me? The potato man instinctively said. Long Scar rolled his eyes again. The potato man cursed in his heart. Damn it. Calling me a coward, are you any better? Damn it. You only know how to bully me. Why didn't this guy punch you to death earlier? The potato man cursed internally, but he didn't dare show it on his face. Spitting in his heart, the potato man wiped the rain from his face again and walked toward Yan Haojing on the ground. 1 step, 2 steps. The person lying on the ground became clearer in his vision, a pale face, his chest seemingly no longer rising or falling. Is he really dead? The potato man's eyes widened. He didn't dare step on the hand that was still gripping the head of a pirate general. So he compromised and stepped on the calf area instead. The potato man first stepped on it, and after receiving no reaction, he ground his foot down hard. A crisp sound of bone cracking echoed. A look of joy appeared on the potato man's face as he turned around. He's dead. He's dead. Amidst the pouring rain, a thin red line silently swept across. Had. The potato man's lips were still dutifully finishing the last word, though there was a slight pause between the 2 syllables. After the potato man finished speaking, he only felt that the rain falling on his body seemed to grow colder. The potato man looked up. This simple act of tilting his head caused his body to split into left and right halves, sliding apart as he fell. Splash, squelch. A massive spray of blood erupted like spilled ink from the center. The person opposite him hadn't even realized what had happened and was just about to respond to the potato man's words when his vision was replaced by crimson. Splatter. The rain intensified. Above the sky, a bolt of snow-white lightning flashed, briefly illuminating the scene over there. Everyone's bodies jolted. Amidst the rain and shadows, a figure had appeared out of nowhere in the dark environment. That flash of white was blindingly conspicuous. Blood dripped slowly from a long blade. The weapon seemed to have just been unsheathed. It was a blade of a peculiar design, appearing as if it had just emerged from the side of a wooden staff. The blade was quite long, but only half of it had been drawn from the side, and blood was trickling down its length. A slender hand held the hilt loosely. Looking up, one could see a young man with an expressionless face. A mechanical broadcast sounded abruptly. You have killed ordinary Navy soldier Potato. Your passive talent Demon King is in effect. You have gained strength attribute. Jiang Yi's fingers flexed, and this simple movement alone caused the pirates opposite him to take a collective step back. A hoarse voice rang out, carrying a hint of inquiry. Who are you? The retreating Navy soldiers had the urge to turn and run. Yet the moment they took a step, that figure appeared before them like a ghost. Holy crap! The leader with the long scar had barely turned around when he collided head-on with Jiang Yi. The blood-red blade was held horizontally right in front of him, just a few centimeters away from slicing his throat open. The long-scarred man fell onto his backside. Who are you? The same question again. The long-scarred man felt his blood boil. We are the Navy. There's a traitor here. Who the hell are you? Under extreme terror. The long-scarred man had no idea what he was saying. Fortunately, the person opposite him didn't seem interested in further interrogation. After asking briefly to gain some understanding of the enemies he was facing, Jiang Yi didn't waste any more breath and flashed back to the location of the corpse on the ground. He wasn't an idiot. He knew exactly what needed to be done at this moment. Glancing at the tightly shut eyes of Thunderzy, Jiang Yi didn't hesitate to take out his last bottle of a strength life recovery potion and poured it into Thunderzy's mouth. Fortunately, Jiang Yi had taken one himself before and knew that the liquid would find its way down the throat on its own. So, he didn't have to worry about Thunderzy being unable to absorb it in his current state. As for the waste of an S-rank potion, firstly, he had already used one, so the effect on him was minimal. Secondly, Thunderzy had already done enough for him. Although he didn't know what had happened, Jiang Yi had no intention of hesitating. After pouring the strength life recovery potion in, Jiang Yi reached back and hoisted Thunderzy onto his shoulders. While Jiang Yi was handling the situation, the few guys opposite him merely exchanged a glance and, without a word, turned and ran. Staying here now would be nothing short of suicide. The main force was nearby anyway. They were just the unlucky scouts. As long as they could escape, he took a step, stepping into the darkness. Boundless darkness spread out with Jiang Yi at its center. It's dark. Please close your eyes. Having lost their vision, the men collapsed into a heap. Jiang Yi moved forward. The darkness moved forward, and he secured Thunderzy's body honestly. This was not a posture suitable for combat, but now, it was impossible to leave the man behind, given Thunderzy's luck. Jiang Yi suspected that even if he weren't discovered by the Navy, damn it, what if a gorilla showed up? Who would he even complain to then? While thinking this, the red moon extended from the staff. The long blade hummed, entering white and exiting red, in the darkness. The sound of flowing blood mixed with the rain. This was destined to be a long night. From the moment he had teleported here, Jiang Yi had already sensed the dense crowd of people closing in. Chapter 415. Black and White Penguin. The torrential rain poured down. After finishing off everyone in front of him, Jiang Yi paused for a moment while carrying Thunderzy. He didn't know what this guy had done to get so badly injured. Jiang Yi caught a glimpse of the head Thunderzy was clutching, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Combining this with the information mentioned by the guy window that won't close in the group chat, a guess flashed through Jiang Yi's mind. Could this be? Did Thunderzy just go head-to-head with a pirate general? Is this a pirate general's head? Jiang Yi pondered for a moment and realized that it wasn't impossible. After being beaten up by the moon leopard, Jiang Yi was now very humble. While he was improving, other players were certainly improving as well. This guy's strength had already been off the charts before. His current strength would only be even more terrifying. While thinking, Jiang Yi opened his main screen. He noticed that the people on the periphery seemed to be converging toward the center. What he needed to do now was to find a suitable location as quickly as possible. At the very least, he couldn't stay in a barren, open area like this without any cover. If he ended up getting surrounded, he figured he'd have to die alongside this brother. Thinking of this, Jiang Yi opened the main screen, and a white light shone. Before Jiang Yi could even locate himself, the system log began to update automatically. World line fluctuation detected. A large number of players are gathering in the Jiamosi area, and the number has already exceeded 50% of the players from both zones. Jiang Yi had originally been skimming and thinking, but he stopped abruptly after hearing one word, both zones. What did that mean? It wasn't just Jiang Yi. The group chat also began to refresh. Players shoot 1902. Both zones. As someone from a merged subzone, he was quite sensitive to this phrasing. What did both zones mean? The system paused for a moment, then let out an oops. Didn't I tell you that the 5C's dungeon is a shared dungeon for two zones? Player Ito Tensei Nani. Player Ito Tensei system. Why didn't you say such an important thing earlier? Player Rock Sugar confused. Damn it. Player Rock Sugar confused. I knew it. I said I clearly saw that big brother rummaging through his inventory, and I wanted to initiate a temporary chat, but I couldn't find his coordinates. I thought I was seeing ghosts in broad daylight. Player Your Wild King is infinitely arrogant. Players jumped out one after another. After the group chat refreshed for a while, the system continued its broadcast. Given that a large number of players have gathered in the Jiamosi area, and due to the sudden incident of the death of Poison Dragon Ball, a random poison circle will now refresh across the Jiamosi. Explanation. Poison Dragon Ball, one of the 7 pirate generals of the 5Cs, once consumed the devil fruit Poison Dragon, granting him the ability to turn his body into poison. He also mastered the hockey gang. The accidental death of Poison Dragon Ball has caused the poison gas within his body to spread once more. As the most mysterious of devil fruits, the poison dragon does not dissipate with the disappearance of its host. Its toxicity will refresh randomly and spread across the sea, thereby forming a mobile poison circle. The weakness of the poison dragon is the sun. Once the sun rises, the poison gas will recondense, forming the devil fruit poison dragon. Waiting for its next master. Poison circle introduction complete. The rules for this sub-district competition are as follows. Players may freely choose whether or not to participate. Sub-district competition. Poison Dragon explanation. Every player who signs up for the sub-district competition will appear on the leaderboard with their real ID. The leaderboard ranking rule is kill value. Whether it is killing pirates, navy, or the system's voice paused for a moment, carrying a hint of excitement, or other players, you can earn corresponding kill value. The higher the kill value, the higher the ranking. The more personal rewards and sub-district rewards you will unlock. The final result of the sub-district competition is determined by the cumulative kill value of the top 50 players on the leaderboard. If one sub-district's kill value is lower than the other, that sub-district will be designated as the merged district, and the bottom 30% of players in that sub-district will be eliminated. Conversely, if the kill value is higher than the opposing sub-district, that sub-district will be the active merging sub-district. All players in that sub-district will receive certain rewards, with no other penalties. Note, the sub-district competition does not mean that the two districts will merge in the future. The result of the competition only determines which district will be classified as the active merging sub-district and which as the passive merging sub-district. Therefore, please do not try to be clever and bribe each other. This is an ineffective and irrational behavior. The sub-district classified as the active merging sub-district will have the autonomy to decide whether to proceed with a sub-district merger in the next scenario. If the difference in cumulative kill value between the top 50 players is less than 10%, then both districts will be judged as defeated and both will be classified as passive merging sub-districts. The competition channel is now open. Players have 1 minute to decide whether to participate in the competition. Player society is simple. People are complex. What the hell? Player society is simple. People are complex. System. You're not human either. But at this hour, some players might still be sleeping on the road, right? You're just starting the sub-district competition like this. Player, we honest folks haven't provoked anyone. To the person above, the system isn't human to begin with. Player Anandasu. Is anyone currently in the Jiamosi area? The Jiamosi had gathered most of the players, but not all of them. Just like Anan, he was still conducting field research in the Frost Kingdom, and Jiamo Island was thousands of miles away. Even if he wanted to fly there now, he couldn't make it. Although he had no interest in being a savior, This involved the rewards of the sub-district competition, and he believed if they were merged into another sub-district, they might lose some initiative. He was already quite familiar with the profiles of the various players in his current sub-district. Entering a new environment would be a rather troublesome matter. Furthermore, he always felt that the system's words had some deeper meaning. This time, the sub-district merger was not mandatory. If they won this competition, the sub-district could actually decide for itself whether to merge. What did this mean? Winning to earn the right to make a decision itself indicated that this qualification was extremely important. Following this logic, it meant that in the next scenario, whether or not to merge sub-districts would be very significant. Why? Is it disadvantageous to have more players in the next scenario? And then frowned, his face expressionless as he pushed away a penguin-like creature that was leaning against his leg. This guy had the same black and white fur as the penguins on his home planet, only its beak was slightly longer. According to his recent research findings, this was a type of penguin that loved eating salted fish. The things these penguins liked to do most were a flying leap into the icy water, then entering a dormant state due to the low temperature, and repeating this behavior an hour later, a flying leap, crashing into the feet of villagers, attempting to steal the salted fish the villagers had laid out to dry, but usually getting caught by the villagers and knocked unconscious, only to repeat the behavior an hour later, because they liked to leap into the air and were quite quick. The villagers here called them black and white penguin. Seng-xun. Chapter 416. The circle run begins. The group chat barrage refreshed rapidly. Perhaps because this sub-district competition involved eliminating the bottom 30% of players. The players were exceptionally nervous. At first, the group chat was just asking which top 50 players were present. While it seemed like they were asking about the top 50 players, everyone actually knew who they really wanted to ask about. However, the number one on the leaderboard, Little French Fry, remained someone in this group who was not to be offended, or rather, someone who could not be morally coerced. This person seemed born not to fall for that. And the more things were like this, the less they dared to offend Jiang Yi. After all, they all knew that while they talked about the top 50, in reality, weren't the ones doing the work just those few players at the front? Wasn't it just that one player at the very front? The ending of the cicada slaying game was still fresh in their minds. The number of kills by the top player was about the same as the second and third place combined. But the problem was, Little French Fry was not to be trifled with. So they chose to settle for second best. Player Heart of the Dragon Kingdom thunders, "Big brother, are you there? I remember when you were sharing your experience earlier. Didn't you say you were gradually approaching the Jiamosi area? Player Ears of Peace. Is that true?" Thunders, Player Bold and Unconstrained thunders, "Damn it. Don't play dead at a time like this. See a good deed through to the end. Help us all the way. Besides, this isn't just your problem anymore. This concerns the fate of the entire subsector." Player Sword of Justice. Exactly. To put it bluntly, aren't the top players on the leaderboard just the result of everyone's collective efforts? That statement was indirect. But to put it another way, wasn't it secretly implying that those at the top of the leaderboard were all stepping on the human blood buns of everyone else to get there? Jiang Yi clicked his tongue. Player Little P by the window. "That's right, pitiful, pitiful. Thunder Big Brother. Say something." Also, are there others? Even at this point, no one dared to tag Jiang Yi directly. This was where the importance of one's usual demeanor became apparent. Jiang Yi sighed and thought silently to himself, "Thunders. The guy himself doesn't even know if he'll live or die. And yet you're all trying to morally kidnap him. And honestly, if one were to be selfish, no matter the outcome of this competition, it wouldn't really affect those at the top of the leaderboard. At most, they might need to readapt after the merger. But that wouldn't pose any real danger. As long as the environment didn't undergo a fundamental change, the strong would always remain strong." Jiang Yi shook his head silently. In any case, he wouldn't open this floodgate, and to be fair, he could understand these people. Jiang Yi glanced at the IDs of those speaking. They were essentially the ones hovering at the bottom 30%, commonly known as dogs jumping over a wall in desperation. It is fine to enjoy the glory of the subsector, but expecting the top players to risk their lives for you is a highly unrealistic expectation. Within the 5 Cs, the level of danger fluctuates wildly. From admirals and pirate generals at the top, down to ordinary Navy soldiers, pirates, and residents. Even the latter possess physical attributes far superior to the average person. Once surrounded, it would be a bit troublesome. In such a situation, if you want the protection of the strong, you should either proactively contribute some supplies to show your sincerity, or demonstrate your value. This isn't paying tribute, but a basic exchange of interests. And honestly, for those in the bottom 30% of the leaderboard, how many of them even have anything good on them? But these people wouldn't do that. Jiang Yi did not deny the kind side of human nature, but he also did not deny the side that seeks profit and avoids harm. Everyone likes to use the smallest amount of leverage to pry open the greatest benefit. If something can be accomplished through moral kidnapping, why pay a price? Thinking from another perspective, if something doesn't affect me, why should I risk my life for it? Thunders might do it. But Jiang Yi truly believed that unless you are in an environment where everyone acts that way, or you have complete control over your surroundings and have already secured enough authority, he felt he could never and would never want to become a person like Thunders. Furthermore, these people were just anxious for the moment. He wasn't some anti-human entity, and he was already in the Jiamosi area anyway. He would naturally do what he could. These people were just grasping at straws. Instead of wasting time on this, they would be better off trying to find ways to acquire supplies during the chaos, or earning kill points to influence the final ranking. As long as they left the bottom 30%, they wouldn't be in danger. But Jiang Yi knew with his toes that not many would actually do that. As these thoughts flashed by, Jiang Yi finished digesting the rules. Subsector competition. Poison Dragon. Was this essentially an alternative version of a battle royale with a shrinking poison circle? Moreover, Jiang Yi had a feeling about the death of the pirate general. Jiang Yi glanced at the head in Thunders' hand, and things seemed to be becoming clearer. It was impossible for him to move while carrying both Thunders and the head in Thunders' hand. Jiang Yi opened the screen and looked at the map that was refreshing. A mechanical broadcast sounded. Player, you have entered the Poison Dragon battlefield. The corner of Jiang Yi's mouth twitched. It really was a battle royale. The map unfolded, and it was still the Jiamosi area that Jiang Yi was familiar with. But the range of the sea area had expanded. Fortunately, he had been diligent. After entering the 5 seas, he hadn't completely dumped the driving duties onto Brother Anvil. He had memorized some of the terrain, so he still had an impression of certain areas that required caution. For instance, certain deep, pitch-black spots in the ocean where whirlpools were present and needed to be avoided. Additionally, he had to thank Window that won't close, as the sea map the latter had sent was fully coming into play here. The Jiamosi area did not just include Jiamo Island, it also included some neighboring countries and several scattered large islands. The area of this sea was vast. Jiang Yi looked at the top right corner of the real-time map. It had already updated players, 43,023.53. There were originally 50. 0 players near the Jiamosi area. No wonder it triggered a subsector competition directly. In addition to the number of surviving players, Jiang Yi also saw a leaderboard appear on the right side of the real-time map. Some IDs had already appeared on this list. These were players who had chosen to participate in the game and had already earned kill points. Jiang Yi looked at the top of the leaderboard, and to his surprise, it was a name he didn't recognize, Player Winter Soldier. Since he was already in the Jiamosi area, there was naturally no reason not to participate. Jiang Yi clicked Participate. A notification popped up above. Player Melancholy Little Fries has entered the Poison Dragon battlefield. The 99th subsector of the 189th major region of the Dragon Kingdom does not mean there are 189 major regions in the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom might have regions 2,345, etc., which are not consecutive. Similar examples include 25th major region, 3rd subsector of the Sakura Kingdom, and 34th major region, 12th subsector of the Winter Kingdom. It just happens that this major region belongs to this country. Considering readability, all player IDs, except for those in English, are represented in Chinese. Chapter 417, Winner Winner, Chicken Dinner. Player Melancholy Little French Fry has entered the Poison Dragon battlefield. Without any special effects or any particular emphasis, a light line of text drifted past. causing countless people at the same moment to shout out a profanity almost in unison. Holy shit, melancholy little French fry is actually here too. The big shot is in the same game as them. Holy shit, seeing this message, Shaun the Sheep almost tumbled right off the roof. Following behind Shaun the Sheep was Celadon. As for why the latter was following him, it was because his elusive captain had disappeared once again. Regarding the disappearance of Sangong Shui, Shaun the Sheep and Celadon had completely different thoughts. All he could think was, finally, damn it, I'm free. Although, in all fairness, Sangong Shui hadn't done anything excessive to him. The immense pressure brought about by every move he made still made Shaun feel extremely uncomfortable. Now that this guy had gone missing again, Shaun felt like setting off a rocket launcher to celebrate. But who would have thought the captain was gone? Yet this damn crew member actually felt it had something to do with him. He wouldn't let him leave just like that no matter what. Shaun tried to shake off this damn red-haired kid, but he never expected that the latter could actually turn invisible. His anti-tracking skills were actually even more powerful than his own. Although his own strength was decent, it hadn't reached the level of Sangong Shui, and he simply couldn't shake this kid off. Thus, he had no choice but to take the latter, along with 3 coconuts, and start fleeing. That's right, fleeing. Shaun really wondered if he had offended God, or if his devotion wasn't sincere enough. Since entering the 5 seas, one thing after another had been more unlucky than the last out originally. He was just properly completing his mission. But he never expected to see the Sun Art troop unexpectedly flooding into the pier. Then Sangong Shui, and then there was actually a war. Another innate attribute of a bounty hunter is their sensitivity to the flames of war. Only in chaotic times can talent emerge. The more chaotic the situation, the more prominent the existence of a bounty hunter becomes. Therefore, in order to avoid the flames of war spreading to him, damn it, he didn't want to run either. But the overall quality of the pirates and the navy within the 5 seas world was still too strong. If he didn't run, he would easily be surrounded and wiped out. Therefore, he began to flee. He began to drag his family and dependents, but he was dragging Sangong Shui's family and dependents and began to flee. This is just fucking ridiculous. Shaun had a feeling of being entrusted with an orphan in troubled times. Or perhaps being entrusted with someone else's wife. Fucking ridiculous. As Shaun thought this, he felt that a person couldn't possibly be this unlucky. Then, in the next second, he saw the ID melancholy little French fry enter the game. In the second before this ID entered, Shaun had even hesitated for a moment before choosing participate in game. After Shaun clicked the screen, Celadon, who was behind him carrying the 3 coconuts, bumped into Shaun and frowned. Why aren't we moving yet? Shaun wiped his face, feeling as if he had aged a degree in an instant, and muttered, It's nothing. It's nothing. Fucking ridiculous. Running into that damn melancholy little French fry at a time like this, damn it. In this game, killing pirates, navy personnel, and players can all accumulate kill points. That guy cuts through people like he's chopping melons and vegetables. Don't let him run into me and take me out in one wave. As Shaun thought this, cold sweat broke out on his back. Like Jiang Yi, he also began to check the main map. The ID only flashed for a moment when entering the game, but the name of this ID was simply too authoritative. Thus, in the group chat, some nosy players still posted this news. Players, step out and keep your mouth shut, everyone. Big shot little French fry is also in the game. Player Ito Tensei. Really? Then I have to participate in the game. He had urgently wanted to lay low, thinking that the sector's contribution wouldn't be missing one person like him. But now it was different. And like what other players thought, Ito Tensei was not at all worried about being killed by little French fry. Ito Tensei had traded many times within Eternal Prosperity, and unlike the impression others had of little French fry, Ito Tensei clearly felt that the other party was very easy to communicate with, and had even said to him more than once, buddy, you're really interesting. Ha 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 ha. Words like these were quite hearty and quite easy to talk to. Words are the most direct reflection of a person's character, and most importantly, the big shot actually agreed to let him buy on credit once. The price was just to complete a trivial commission 3 days after the transaction, to get the micro-carving art instruction manual at a strange service area he was about to visit. To be honest, This manual wasn't of much use. It seemed to allow players to learn how to make micro-carved portraits and things of that nature. In short, it was very useless. The big shot wanting this kind of thing was probably because he felt the difficulty of obtaining it was very low. And he was just doing him a favor by giving him the supplies. Little French Fry is a beneficial insectoid. He's a good person. Ito Tensei firmly believed this. Therefore, it was better to take a gamble. What if he ran into Little French Fry from then on? He could hold onto the big shot's leg tightly, even if he didn't run into him. Ito Tensei believed that with the big shot's presence, the pressure on the battlefield would be much less. How did that saying go? When the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. By the way, how tall is the big shot? Ito Tensei's thoughts wandered off again. Realizing his thoughts were drifting, Ito Tensei shook his head, forced himself to concentrate, and clicked participate in game in the group chat. Those guys who were originally tagging Thundersy swarmed over after seeing Big Shot Little French Fry appear, saying things like Big Shot Little French Fry was the only one they could rely on at critical moments, and saying things like time reveals a person's heart. Jiang Yi didn't care at all about these guys sucking up to him, and even wanted to block them. But now Jiang Yi didn't want to be distracted by these people. Finding IDs was also a taxing matter. In front of Jiang Yi, the map began to refresh. The designated time arrived. The registration channel began to close. The map went silent for a second, and then a white light flickered. After the light dissipated, dense clusters of tiny dots appeared on the map. Seeing such quantity and density, Jiang Yi hissed after a moment of thought. This time, it was actually displaying the players' locations. All player positions were marked with small green dots, and one could even see some of the green dots moving. Jiang Yi judged his own position and scanned the map. He quickly spotted a small, remote island in the bottom right corner, where a single dot was located. Thundersy was still in a state of suspended animation, so naturally, it couldn't participate in the game. Jiang Yi's gaze wandered, noticing about 5 or 6 other dots scattered relatively close to him. He didn't know which players these dots corresponded to. This thing was, in a way, quite thrilling. If one harbored malicious intentions and wanted to open a blind box on a certain player, they might end up with a player ranked lower or weaker. That player could be from his own sector or another one. Of course, there was also a possibility that he might open one on himself. Thoughts flashed through Jiang Yi's mind, but he didn't act rashly. Soon, he noticed something amiss. Besides the green dots on the map, there were other dots, blue and red ones. And in a relatively distant location, there was a deep crimson coordinate. That deep crimson dot was pulsing, emitting an unsettling aura. Green represented players, according to the game rules. Red or blue should be pirates or the navy, right? What about the deep crimson one, beyond these coordinate points? Jiang Yi also saw icons for treasure chests and scattered markers that seemed to be supplies. Jiang Yi's expression turned somewhat strange. Are we really doing winner winner, chicken dinner tonight? Winner winner, happy winter solstice. Chapter 418 Fried chicken, delicious fried chicken. Jiang Yi glanced at the dots on the map, especially the ones closest to him, including several green dots. These green dots were relatively dispersed, each seemingly circling the others, appearing very worried that others might harbor the same thoughts and pose a threat to them. Jiang Yi's green dot was, unfortunately, right in the center of several other green dots. Jiang Yi pondered for a moment and finally decided, before the poison circle refreshed, he had to get his ship as soon as possible. That meant returning to the dock and retrieving the wither immediately. The reason was simple. On one hand, Jiang Yi observed the map's scope. Most of the map was over the sea. Based on Jiang Yi's experience with chicken dinner games, if the final shrinking circle concentrated on the sea, players without ships would likely be at a disadvantage. Although it wasn't a certainty, having a ship was always more convenient. Of course, there was another way to play, which was to seize the ships of other players, pirates, or the navy drifting on the sea later on. But the difficulty of the latter might be higher. On the other hand, Jiang Yi remembered he had a cheap crew member, Solly Lunan. Come to think of it, he was quite an irresponsible captain, from the beginning until now. Other than having Solly Lunan help him move cargo, release hostages, and book hotels, He hadn't done a single thing related to being a pirate. Turning a perfectly good young man into a mere supporter. What a sin. What a sin. After reflecting internally, Jiang Yi opened the map and began to move in the direction of the wither. As soon as Jiang Yi moved, the dot representing his position also began to move. With this movement, the green dot of the player closest to him seemed to panic instantly. Damn it. Someone is coming toward me. That green dot hurriedly dodged. Jiang Yi didn't take it too hard, merely moving carefully along the long, jagged coastline. Only now did Jiang Yi understand what Sully Lunan had meant when he said the coastline of Jiamo Island was long and winding. Under the moonlight, the coastline vanished into the edge of the island, blending into the pitch-black ocean. Jiang Yi felt that his white gentleman's attire was a bit too conspicuous in this setting. Although the map showed dots representing characters, the scale of the map and the range visible to the naked eye meant it wasn't easy to pinpoint exactly where the opponent was. At most, one could barely infer their location based on their direction of movement and the changing terrain. This was where the difference between a gamer and a non-gamer became apparent. For a player like Jiang Yi, who frequently played 3A titles and various battle royale games from small indie studios, he could only say regarding this field of view, feeling dizzy. Take a deep breath. That's normal, but for some players, they might be extremely unaccustomed to it. Just like how some people are naturally unable to use a car's rearview mirror to reverse, even though the method and principle are right there. It is very difficult to put into practice. Jiang Yi moved for a while and quickly adapted to this mode of running while checking the map. Just as Jiang Yi took a step, about to cross from the edge of the beach into the coconut grove, whoosh, Jiang Yi's figure ducked low, and a bullet imprinted with a huge, dark lip print shot past 3 centimeters above his head. The deep crimson bullet tore through the air, the sound arriving belatedly. Jiang Yi's ears twitched. The sound of the ear being torn and pierced was particularly distinct. This was a sniper bullet from an ultra-long distance, compared to ordinary bullets. Sniper bullets were thinner and longer. The front part was sharpened to break through the air, while the rear was streamlined to reduce air resistance. Jiang Yi's dark, heavy eyes only had time to reflect the rear of the bullet, and on it, he saw a large lip print. Jiang Yi's waist bent, and the bullet passed right in front of his face. Relying entirely on instinct, Jiang Yi dropped Thunder's E directly. There was a sniper in the distance. Judging from the direction of the shot, it was in the coconut grove, with a sniper present. I absolutely cannot expose Thunder's E. If this guy takes another bullet in his current physical state, he likely won't survive. Life recovery potion is not life resurrection potion. The potion is most effective when a person is in a near-death state, but if they are truly dead, this great potion would only serve to increase the digestive waste in their stomach, commonly known as making them poop more. In any case, I set Thunder's E down and simultaneously lowered my body. When the sky turns dark, please close your eyes ability was activated once again. Jiang Yi's figure sank into the darkness and vanished. In the distant coconut grove, a man with a 7-colored mohawk dyed red, orange, yellow, green, cyan blue, and purple let out a yeah, and lowered the sunglasses on his face. The moonlight illuminated his face. He appeared to be of yellow skin, yet his features seemed different from the average Dragon Country citizen. The distance between his brows and eyes was narrower. His eye sockets were deeper, and his skin was slightly darker. Big brother, that kid seems to have dodged it. The Mohawk man lifted his head from his sniper rifle, finished speaking, and spat out the blade of grass he had been chewing. After a second of waiting, a voice came through the walkie-talkie. He's a tough nut to crack. Stay low and don't move. The Mohawk man replied with an "oh," not taking it too hard, and reached down to tug at his low-rise jeans. Whatever Big Brother says, however, a tough nut. The Mohawk man scratched his mohawk and clicked his tongue. He hadn't expected to run into such a slippery character on this small island who could dodge his shot. It had been a long time since he'd felt this sensation. Just as the thought flashed through his mind, the bushes to his left moved slightly. Without any hesitation, the heavy sniper rifle swung directly to the right. Sparks flew from the muzzle. The firing pin struck the bullet, and it spiraled out, passing through the exposed skin of the person in the bushes, piercing it, bringing out a spray of blood and white flesh. The moonlight shone through the blood hole and out the other side of the head. A middle-aged man wearing work clothes fell backward onto the ground. kicking up a cloud of sand and dust. You have killed player Mo Daoren Jiang Yi from Dragon Country, District 189, Subdistrict 99. You have gained 3 kill points. Your ranking is rising. Your current ranking is 12th place. Player Fried Chicken Delicious Fried Chicken, Kill Points Chapter 419. Seeing a ghost in the middle of the night, Fried Chicken Delicious Fried Chicken let out a yo. He was a Dragon Country person, moving his head away from the sniper rifle again. Fried Chicken tossed his bangs. The bangs swung from the left to the right, and finally returned to the left. Nice. Just as his voice fell, a shout came from the walkie-talkie, "Second brother." The sound from the walkie-talkie was so loud that Fried Chicken felt his head buzz. Immediately after, the coconut grove where he was located suddenly dropped downward. This feeling of falling was extremely eerie, just like the moment of weightlessness on a drop tower. Second brother felt as if something had descended upon his head. The immense pressure made him grit his teeth and grimace. He took a step out, propped his sniper rifle underneath, and barely managed to stabilize his figure. Not good, I've been discovered. Jiang Yi didn't know if this guy was stupid or just looked down on him. After firing one shot, he didn't change his position and fired another from the same spot. Even though it was less than 5 seconds. 5 seconds was enough for him to teleport over from the sand pile. Jiang Yi's figure had just revealed itself under the moonlight before turning back into darkness. As the darkness enveloped him, second brother Fried Chicken didn't get crushed and defeated quickly like other players. Instead, he threw a punch upward, but the moment he threw it, the expression on his face changed abruptly. A pale, sickly color spread from his neck upward. After trading that punch, his complexion changed completely. What the hell is this thing in front of me? How did this punch feel like it didn't hit a human fist? I have to say, second brother guessed right. That punch indeed wasn't a human fist. Eclair. Jiang Yi swung his arm in a full arc, the force so great that a depression appeared in the air. Although the long blade was very useful on a battlefield where the opponent's background was unknown, close-range combat was the best way to expose certain things, such as the enemy's speed, overall physical quality, and combat techniques. Scarlet Moon was fast, but it was too fast. It was easy to miss the details. As their fists collided, Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow slightly. The strength on the other side was actually quite decent. The two figures touched and separated. Second brother Fried Chicken shook his fist, gasping in pain with a ferocious expression. Just as he looked up, that purple fist was already hurtling toward his face again. Second brother let out an A and instinctively blocked in front of him with his hands. The expected pain didn't arrive. When he opened his eyes, a pair of fists had already launched out ahead of him. Second brother's eyes widened slightly, and a look of surprise subconsciously appeared on his face. It was Big Brother. Big Brother, Fried Chicken shouted. A resonant voice filled with domineering laughter rang out. A man who was only 1.6 meters tall, but possessed abnormally large fists, or rather, fists that were supernaturally swollen, appeared in Jiang Yi's line of sight. A pair of fists detached from his arms and flew toward Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi frowned, performed a swallow-style flip, and Scarlet Moon slid out from his staff. With a clang, Scarlet Moon sliced the pair of detached fists right down the middle. There was no sensation of cutting through blood or flesh. These fists seemed to be some kind of strange energy construct. But judging by the effect when the fists landed, even though they had been cut in half, the palms below that were clenched into fists still slammed into the ground. As the dust settled, 2 large, deep craters appeared in the ground. Looking at the effect of his own strike, Big Brother Curry laughed toward the sky. Ha ha ha. He seemed quite satisfied with himself. Fried Chicken flicked his bangs. As expected of Big Brother, Jiang Yi, no, he wondered. That punch didn't even land. So what exactly were they celebrating? Seeing the look of looking at a moron on Jiang Yi's face, the two brothers exchanged a glance. Then, under Jiang Yi's gaze, they performed an action that would be impossible for him to forget for the rest of his life. The 1.6-meter-tall Kari crouched down, reached out his hands, and hoisted the lanky rooster head onto his shoulders. His arms locked like a clasp, tightly gripping the rooster head's legs. At the same time, Kari, the elder brother, grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Tai-style brother fusion. Second form immobile turret. Jiang Yi, holy crap. In the middle of the night, I've seen a ghost. Jiang Yi's eyes widened as he stared at the two fused individuals, momentarily unsure of what kind of expression he should be wearing. What kind of fusion is this? Isn't this just the piggyback ride from the north? And, high-style brothers. Why not ultra brothers? What the hell is this? Jiang Yi was dumbfounded. Boss, this guy has been stunned by us. Let's do it. A sinister look appeared on Roosterhead's face. Yes, Curry agreed wholeheartedly. Originally, they had also felt this was a bit embarrassing. But in the world of pirates, they had gradually grown accustomed to it. The life of boringly robbing passersby on the highway was too meaningless. The life of a pirate was what they truly wanted. A smile appeared on Curry's face. After setting up the mobile turret, Curry punched his fists together, and blue energy appeared around him once again. Behind the blue energy, a spherical object faintly emerged. This is a devil fruit. Jiang Yi's heart stirred. Setting aside how bizarre these Tai-style brothers were, based on his current contact with them, their strength should be quite decent. When Jiang Yi had lunged over, he had already used his spirit appraisal to get a read on them, and fortunately, he hadn't managed to steal any skills. But at least he had managed to reduce the opponent's strength attribute by 10%, and the speed attribute of that colorful rooster head had also dropped by 10%. Jiang Yi looked at the turret below with a strange expression. To think there were actually players who would eat a devil fruit, one had to admit, they were certainly bold. In any case, Jiang Yi had no such intention. The upper limit of this stuff wasn't high, and anything that changed one's physical form after consumption required caution. Jiang Yi didn't want to encounter any unexpected complications after the 5 Cs ended. But these two brothers, Jiang Yi suspected that when they ate the devil fruit, they must have eaten their brains along with it. After all, anyone with a shred of humanity wouldn't be able to pull off a fusion or a mobile turret like this. The two brothers finished their fusion. Under the moonlight, the sight was absolutely eyesore-inducing. Curry, down below, charged directly at Jiang Yi. With every step he took, a pair of fists would appear and fly toward Jiang Yi. Fist fruit. It allows the user to turn any part of their body into one or more pairs of fists and launch them at the enemy. Any part, that's right, any part. Jiang Yi moved his legs, his movements swift and elegant, like a wisp of black smoke passing by, nimbly dodging the fists. Curry gathered his strength in his dantian. The moment Jiang Yi jumped, Curry stuck out his butt, and two massive, foul-smelling fists flew toward Jiang Yi's face. Jiang Yi's face darkened. He gave up the chance for close-quarters combat and pulled back some distance. Good chance. Roosterhead chuckled. He extended his right hand, his flesh squirming as blood vessels condensed, eventually extending a turret from his palm. Mobile turret. Mobile turret, so that's what it meant. These two brothers weren't stupid. Although their actions were a bit non-human, one had to admit, they were highly effective. From the moment Jiang Yi lunged, Curry had realized that this guy's close-quarters combat ability was likely terrifyingly strong. The only option was to widen the distance, let the younger brother exert his advantage, and provide support from the side. Turning his arm into a turret was also an ability from another devil fruit. Turret fruit. Turning his arm into a mobile turret, combined with the younger brother's pistol. Contrary to what everyone might imagine, the main attacker between the two brothers wasn't the seemingly steady elder brother, but the non-mainstream, colorful-haired younger brother. Chapter 420, 1,000 words. Tai-style brothers mobile turret to third form. Another loud shout. Jiang Yi was almost scared to death by these two idiots. Jiang Yi's face turned completely black. After holding it in for a while, he couldn't help but ask, "System, is this you playing tricks? Does that skill have to be shouted out loud to take effect?" Jiang Yi truly felt that this was not something a normal human could do. Unexpectedly, a bullet comment quietly popped up. The system seemed to be shocked by these two divine beings as well. Respected player Lord Little French Fry. This is not a skill at all. Jiang Yi, holy crap. They're just shouting for the sake of it. As the thought crossed his mind, the rooster head on top of the two brothers had already wrapped his legs around the elder brother's neck, leaned back, and transformed his hands into turrets, precisely aiming and firing at Jiang Yi in front. Bang 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 bang, a series of cannonballs, like fire meteors crashing into the earth, shot toward Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi had just dodged 2 of them when he felt his entire body shudder violently. Jiang Yi's pupils constricted. The 3rd cannonball had curved. The 3rd cannonball, carrying full force, pushed Jiang Yi upward into the sky. The delicious fried chicken on the brother turret licked his lips and chuckled. Didn't expect that, did you? Cannonballs can curve. I'll blow you to bits, you pretty boy. Fried chicken hummed in his heart. He and his Thai-style brother had traveled the world, and the thing they hated most in their lives were these pretty boys. These pretty boys had no abilities. Yet they relied on their faces to trick those rich ladies and young misses until they were head over heels. Their jealousy, oh no. Their sense of justice was piqued. According to the elder brother's plan, he was supposed to be the one clinging to the thighs of rich ladies. But who would have thought? He didn't grow up looking that good either. Therefore, the 2 brothers swore that in the game, they would kill every pretty boy they saw if they saw one. They'd kill one. If they saw 2, they'd kill the pair. They just wanted to make these kinds of people. Why is it getting hot in front? The guy with the rooster tail hairstyle looked up, and as he raised his face, he saw a flash of white shadow emerge like a ghost. Along with it, a hoarse voice rang out, returning this to you. As the words fell, a familiar cannonball shot directly at his face. This kid hadn't been crushed by the bomb just now. He had used some unknown method to conceal his presence and sent the cannonball right back to them. The rooster tail's eyes constricted. A massive cannonball detonated at close range between the 3 of them. Boom. Jiang Yi's silent step effect dissipated. Jiang Yi didn't waste a single second. As the dust and smoke began to rise, the red moon blade drew a streak of crimson as he slashed toward the brother artillery. 4th form. Another shout rang out. Below, Curry's double fists protruded, and the 2 fists shot out, slamming into his own stomach. The immense impact force sent the 2 brothers' bodies flying backward. Emerging from the smoke along with them was Jiang Yi. The red blood streaks of the red moon slashed densely through the air. Above, Fried Chicken could only shrink his body onto his big brother's head to minimize his exposed surface area, while Curry, below, could only endure it head-on due to his size. It had to be said, while these 2 brothers were a bit eccentric, their overall quality and combat prowess were genuinely impressive. Curry, below, gritted his teeth, letting out continuous screams. He felt a wind rise around him, but the wind was filled with blades, though calling them blades wasn't quite accurate. Ordinary blades couldn't even break his skin, let alone cause this level of damage on Curry's body. Layer after layer of flesh was torn open, mixed with the sand kicked up by the bomb's explosion. The coarse sand ground into his raw flesh, and the intense pain caused a layer of cold sweat to break out on Curry's head. The wind was full of blades, and the blades were coated in tom yum goong soup and bamboo shoots. That was the most visceral sensation Curry felt. A series of muffled sounds erupted. With the final slash, the 3 of them separated. Jiang Yi lowered his head, taking advantage of the chaos. The guy above fired a shot at Jiang Yi's head, but this trick was only effective because it was novel. Once Jiang Yi was on guard, given his speed and combat reflexes, it couldn't pose a threat to him at all. From this perspective, focusing fire was indeed a good choice, but it had to be done with sufficient intensity. Otherwise, against Jiang Yi or looking further ahead, against a player like Thunder, this level of focused fire was as full of holes as a sieve. It was all just vulnerabilities. Thoughts flashed through Jiang Yi's mind. His dark eyes were filled with a certain malice under the moonlight. At a certain moment, Jiang Yi suddenly stopped his slaughtering blade light. The 3 of them came to a halt. Curry was still clutching his fat, pathetic body, hurrying up and down, hissing and leaking air as he moved. Above, Fried Chicken was also clutching his head. Don't hit me, don't hit me. If you want to hit someone, hit my big brother. He's thick-skinned and can take a beating. Curry right, Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi felt he shouldn't listen to these 2 living ancestors anymore, or else his own IQ would surely be dragged down to their level. Jiang Yi's mouth twitched. The air fell silent. After a set of lightning 5 whip moves, Curry realized that the spicy little blades on him had actually vanished. Curry let out an "eh" and looked at Jiang Yi with confused eyes. Under the moonlight, the pale-faced youth was looking at the 2 brothers with a complex expression. Only a second of silence passed before the 2 brothers exchanged a glance. 2 cannonballs and a pair of flying fists shot toward Jiang Yi once again. Strike while he's weak. Old Man Anvil was startled. He had been watching the show, thinking the two brothers were quite amusing. But he hadn't expected them to be so quick to act. When it seemed like their brother had given up the attack, these two idiots hadn't hesitated at all to strike while he was weak. Jiang Yi chuckled in his heart, not surprised by this outcome. From the moment these two brothers had aimed and sniped at him, Jiang Yi hadn't held any extra thoughts about them. However, it had to be said, these two brothers were truly stupid. Just as the two of them watched with ecstatic joy as Jiang Yi stood motionless, about to be hit by their cannonballs, suddenly, within their field of vision, some gravel that was clearly larger than the rest seemed to have appeared on the light-colored sand at some point. These things were completely inconspicuous. It was only because the two sides had separated after the fight that they could notice them. Otherwise, during the heat of battle, one wouldn't see these little things on the ground at all. Fried Chicken felt a panic in his heart. Oh no, he smelled a familiar scent from these little things. It seemed to be gunpowder. Under the moonlight, the youth in the exquisite white suit across from them nodded slightly, as if offering a gentle greeting. But when his mouth opened, the words that came out were woof. The two of them had a blank moment in their minds, and then a massive explosion erupted from beneath them. Compared to the mobile artillery, the yield of these bombs was on an entirely different level. He had used the hyena skill from the Sun Art Troop, stuffed with materials from the eternally burning earth furnace in the No. 0 smelting room. Mixed inside were the dense iron shards meticulously crafted by Old Man Anvil, who had competed on the same stage as Aok. This thing was written as a time bomb hyena, but read as mobile delayed sniper cannonball. A cup of grape wine in the moonlight. You and your cover fly away together. When the two brothers finally ascended to heaven, snot and tears flowing, huddled together, the final second arrived. A mechanical broadcast sounded. You have been killed by player Melancholy Little French Fry. Please rest in peace. Melancholy Little French Fry. The two brothers' eyes widened simultaneously. 1,000 words converged into a single classic curse of the Dragon Kingdom. F*******. At the same time, the leaderboard boomed. Under the gaze of countless people, an ID that was originally at the bottom of the list instantly shoved aside others, soaring straight up until it reached the 5th position, rank 5. Player Melancholy Little French Fry, kill count, 36 points. Note: the original poem reads, "Fine wine in luminous cups, I wish to drink, but the people on horseback urges me to go. If I lie drunk on the battlefield, do not laugh, since ancient times." How many warriors have ever returned? Chapter 421, The Unscrupulous Reporter. Jiang Yi did not pay much attention to the changes in the rankings, nor did he care about the stir this had caused in the group chat initially. When everyone in the group saw the ID Melancholy French Fry enter the game zone, they began to get excited. Amidst this excitement, the IDs that had been fawning over him earlier went completely wild, one after another. They claimed that the big boss would surely crush the competition, that his entry meant victory was guaranteed, and that the big boss must have heard the cries of the masses and would definitely rack up enough kill points to win this zone competition for the 99th subdivision. On the surface, their statements seemed perfectly fine, but anyone with a bit of common sense could see, these guys seemed to have impure motives. One must know that the best way to destroy someone's prestige is through praise killing. The higher you lift them, the harder they fall. Although their rhetoric didn't use moral kidnapping against Jiang Yi in the same way it had against Thunderzy, in essence, there was no difference. Under such narratives, Jiang Yi's actions would be forced to tie into the zone competition, and furthermore, Jiang Yi would be expected to perform exceptionally well. Only then would it match the status they had pushed him into. Player firmly grasping the green mountains. Those little rabbits, just wait and see. Once the big boss goes in and slaughters them all, what zone competition? In front of the big boss, it's all just dog shit. Player speaking from the heart. Exactly. When it comes to the crunch, Big Boss French Fry is the only one we can rely on. Player, I'll say a fair word. In short, with the big boss taking the lead, everyone can rest easy. The big boss will definitely take the top 1 spot and leave them in the dust with his kill count. Player Little Bean by the window. That's right. The big boss's performance when he beheaded the cicada that day was so badass. There's no way he'll be weak during the zone competition, right? Player Little Bean by the window. It's all up to the big boss lotus holding prayer emoji. Player pair blossom tears, woo. It's so good to have the big boss here. The thread grew longer and longer. On the highway. In the dead of night, a man whose hair covered half his face stared at the keyboard in front of him. That's right, a keyboard. On the highway. Everyone's communication was completed through the system and link connections. The methods for inputting information included virtual keyboards and voice input, while image functions were only open in certain areas and restricted by instances and corresponding rules. But in front of this man, a keyboard was actually floating in midair, and it was an RGB mechanical keyboard. The main screen lit up. The man adjusted his glasses, revealing a pale face covered in dark stubble. His eye sockets were deeply sunken, and a mechanical voice sounded. Your profession, keyboard warrior, has leveled up. Current profession changed to here to profession, and scrupulous reporter description. Language is a tool for communication, but it can also become a man-eating poisonous flower and an executioner's blade. When you want to cover up the truth, you only need to guide, praise, stupefy, and exaggerate. When you want to commit murder, you only need to concentrate, focus, amplify, and distort. Words, images, recordings, and programs can all become lethal weapons. Description. After acquiring this profession, your initiatives are more easily trusted by others. This trust is based on mental mapping, unless the opponent's mental attribute is 5 times stronger than your own. They cannot eliminate the influence. After acquiring this profession, you can designate one or more public opinion targets and implement certain suggestions upon them. Once the public opinion target is successfully designated, you will activate the follow blue bar. Every time the blue bar exceeds a certain threshold, you will unlock mental attribute rewards and treasure chests. When your public opinion target is completely compromised, you will have an 80% chance to forcibly obtain the target's reputation, supplies, or skills, in varying quantities and degrees. Please note, your guidance must be subtle. You are a reporter, not a pyramid scheme recruiter. Pyramid schemes are illegal. Weiwu. Upon seeing the last sentence, Weiwu was almost angered to the point of laughter by this thing. What was this thing saying? Pyramid schemes are illegal. So are you saying human trafficking isn't? How ridiculous. It was even more devoid of logic and conscience than he was. As Weiwu thought this, he looked at the follow blue bar of the public opinion target he had set. As a reporter from his previous life, especially a paparazzo for gossip tabloids, what he was best at was capturing information on trending figures to profit from it. When he was dragged into the game, he had been squatting outside the door of a certain political figure. This guy had always claimed to the outside world that he was being monitored by the media and that there were people in his house. But the public suspected his mental state, calling it paranoid delusion. But in fact, only Weiwu and a few other paparazzi knew that this guy wasn't lying. This guy was indeed under heavy surveillance. No one believed his words. Isn't that pathetic? But he also had to eat. He was also quite pathetic, wasn't he? Weiwu sniffled. He hadn't signed up for this own competition. Reporters like them were best at hiding in the shadows. Fighting was something only fools were keen on. Unlocking his specialized profession in the game was indeed a pleasant surprise. Moreover, it had to be said that Weiwu was a very patient guy. After obtaining the profession, he didn't use it immediately. It wasn't until Melancholy French Fry emerged and his ranking stabilized that he directly pointed one of his public opinion targets at him. To plunder someone else's belongings, one must, of course, plunder the strongest one. Weiwu's glasses flashed with a glint of light. He looked at the follow value. It had already reached 115 points. He had successfully unlocked 3 key nodes. Because of this, he had directly unlocked 300 vehicle upgrade fragments and 200 car coins. The higher the evaluation of the public opinion target itself, the more rewards would be unlocked out from this. It could be seen that the foundation of this melancholy French fry had already reached a terrifying level. Originally, at the 3rd node, he had accidentally unlocked an item Lift Your Bridal Veil. This was a non-transferable, profession-bound item specifically designed for doxing public figures. At the time, Weiwu hadn't hesitated for a second and used the item directly on Jiang Yi. He believed that everyone was curious about Little French Fry's real name and appearance. As long as he used this special item to anonymously expose this stuff, his follow count would definitely rise again, but unexpectedly, after using the item, all he saw was a white, virtual silhouette. The function of your item lift your bridal veil has been blocked. Mental power judgment in progress. The other party actually had an item to conceal their identity, damn it. After the mental power judgment, as expected, this guy's mental attribute was more than 5 times higher than his own, and the item was directly nullified. He wouldn't give up until he got what he wanted from Little French Fry. It didn't matter, he had enough patience, as long as. Just as the thought flashed through Wei Wu's mind, the screen flickered. Player, your wild king is infinitely arrogant. Hey you guys upstairs, where are you? Player, your wild king is infinitely arrogant. Binoculars emoji. Player, your wild king is infinitely arrogant. Are you out there shedding blood and sacrificing yourselves for the glory of the district? Or are you just streaking on the moral high ground? As soon as the Wild King's ID appeared, the few players went quiet. This guy's combat power was truly terrifying. They really didn't want to cross paths with someone like him. Wei Wu rolled his eyes at the screen. None of your damn business. Anyway. He would just keep building up melancholy Little French Fry high. He didn't believe there wouldn't be a time when this guy would fall. Player Ito Tensei, holy crap. The big shot already went to kill the 5th place? Didn't the big shot just enter the game less than 5 minutes ago? Chapter 422. Grilled chicken wings are killing people. Wei Wu nearly tipped over from his elderly mobility scooter. The hell, within 5 minutes. He killed his way to 5th on the leaderboard. IUF** king hacking. Amidst the continuous rain, Jiang Yi shook the blood and mud off the Chiyu. He had to admit that curry duo had incredibly tenacious vitality, even after being hacked into mincemeat by the Chiyu. With hardly any intact flesh left on them, they were still able to be so full of vigor. These two brothers were truly talents. Jiang Yi covered his head with his hand, looked up at the sky with squinted eyes, and after confirming that the two of them should have been blown to ashes, 2 black smoke-emitting gauntlets dropped down, landing right in front of Jiang Yi. You have obtained the item dropped by player Curry Tai Curry Fist King Michelle's Gauntlets *2. Description. The current durability of the gloves has decreased by 10%, but they are still gloves of quite good quality. Description. Fist King Michelle's Gauntlets. A special item produced from the Suddenly Bang Bang to Punches dungeon, full of resilience, with maxed out striking and anti-striking attributes. Description. After wearing these gloves, you will receive a 5% bonus to both strength and speed attributes. Upon wearing these gloves for the first time, you will gain the beginner skill of Muay Thai. Note, skills cannot be stacked or upgraded. After wearing these gloves, although your movements become faster, your brain might slow down to a certain extent. It is said that the faster you punch, the slower you think. You tell me, is this bang bang or not? Stereotypical surprise emoji. Note, those with stronger mental power or certain special existences are not affected. Jiang Yi picked up the pair of gloves and muttered to himself. No wonder he felt the older brother seemed a bit duller than the younger one. It really was a case of the cerebellum attacking the cerebrum. However, they were good items. Take them. Although a weapon like gauntlets didn't suit his own combat style, Jiang Yi believed there must be other players who followed this path. Lighting. The image of that guy punching a giant sea monster to death flashed through Jiang Yi's mind, and he inexplicably felt that this stuff should be quite suitable for lighting. He put the gauntlets into his inventory. The kill notifications sounded simultaneously, and after plundering a bit of strength and speed attributes again, Jiang Yi waited for a moment. No player treasure chest exploded, but something Jiang Yi was more interested in did. The smoke cleared completely, and in the gradually easing rain, 2 fruits slowly condensed into existence. This world was different from the world of pirates after all. In this world, devil fruits seemed unable to be absorbed. The death of the pirate general caused the poison fruit inside his body to precipitate, leading to the spread of the poison circle. And after these 2 were wiped out by Jiang Yi, the devil fruits inside their bodies also precipitated. One was a macho pink fist fruit that was half the size of Jiang Yi's head. For the first time, Jiang Yi saw something on a fruit: muscles, biceps, triceps, and an 8-pack. The corner of Jiang Yi's mouth twitched. He had to admit, as expected of a devil fruit, It was very spiritual. Sensing Jiang Yi's gaze, this devil fruit even performed a classic bodybuilding pose for him, son of Zeus. If there is any infringement, contact to delete. A fruit was performing son of Zeus for him. And the movements were damnably standard and powerful. Hey ha, woohoo tilde hey. After 3 movements, Jiang Yi was almost exhausted just from watching. 2 seconds later, the young man's voice sounded without any emotion. How much? I don't want it. The macho pink fist fruit slumped down in front of Jiang Yi, as if it had understood Jiang Yi's words. Just as Jiang Yi's voice fell, the system flatteringly and quickly gave a quote, as expected of Lord Little French Fry. He didn't even need to go through the process. It knew this thing could be recycled. 100 car coins. Jiang Yi narrowed his eyes. Give me a proper price. I don't have to sell this thing to the system. I can sell it to other players. This item is not a vehicle or some other unique, bound item that other players cannot use. Although some cautious players might not be interested in devil fruits, for the vast majority of players, they are still extremely attractive. Furthermore, the fist fruit can tangibly increase attack power. There is absolutely no worry about this thing failing to sell. Moreover, Jiang Yi was even thinking that he had walked away too quickly back then. If he had known, he should have kept the contact information for Silver 5 to ask if the Silver Ring auction house could accept items on consignment. A mental image of White Tiger and Black Panther's fists flying through the air suddenly appeared in Jiang Yi's mind. That seemed a bit strange. In any case, this was also a path. He certainly could not accept the price of 100 vehicle coins. After Jiang Yi said he would sell it among the players, the system immediately grew anxious. It was certain that this guy, who only cared about vehicle coins, would not care about any shred of transactional friendship with it. After thinking for a moment, the system gave its final offer, 200 vehicle coins. The growth attributes of devil fruits are limited. It is only because they are relatively special items that they can sell for this price. It is already very high. Lord Little Potato, please, you must believe me. 200 system. Do you know that your current credit score with me isn't even enough to unlock a shared bike? Jiang Yi pondered for a moment and reached out to take the other fruit as well. This fruit was the turret fruit. This must be the devil fruit that allowed that person to turn their hands into turrets. It had greater power and could be used in more scenarios. After a moment of thought, he said, 500 vehicle coins. I'll take both. 500. If you think that's too little, then 600. A tearful expression appeared on the main screen. But Jiang Yi had already begun to clear the battlefield. Because he had suffered losses from the ghost ship before, he always kept a wary eye on these things. After confirming once more that there were no rings, treasure vases, or strange remnants left behind at the scene, Jiang Yi finally felt at ease. 5 seconds later, respected player Melancholy Little Potato, after a comprehensive evaluation, this system provides the following offer for the devil fruit, fist fruit, and devil fruit. Turret fruit within the 5 Seas dungeon, 500 vehicle coins. Do you agree to the transaction? Yes, no. If the player does not make a choice within the specified time, this system will automatically make a choice for the player after 10 seconds. 10. Jiang Yi chose to agree. 500 vehicle coins received. The hot pink devil fruit and the turret fruit were both absorbed by white light. Jiang Yi took the thunders he buried in the ground, turned around, and ran. After running for a while, the soft ground of the beach squirmed. A figure with yellow-black skin holding a pitch-black dagger sat up from the sand. His chest began to heave again, and his eyes were filled with fear. Just a second ago, he had almost been the first to strike at that guy. If his rhythm hadn't been disrupted by those 2 brothers, perhaps he would have been the first to die. The man gasped for air, cold sweat pouring down. Are the players from the Dragon Kingdom this terrifying? The brothers' fried chicken and curry were quite famous in their own sector. Yet they couldn't even last 5 minutes in this guy's hands. Must leave quickly. It's not safe here. Sand Snake scanned his surroundings and stood up completely from the beach. The next second, chirp chirp, a bird's cry rang out. Sand Snake's body jolted violently. The bird's claws stepped lightly onto his hair, and its sharp beak pecked down fiercely. Puff, a shrill scream echoed. Your pet, Roasted Chicken Wing, has activated the skill, Rush. Your pet, Roasted Chicken Wing, has dealt 30 points of true damage to the enemy. You have killed player Sand Snake. You have gained 5 kill points. Your current kill points are 41. Chapter 423 Chirp Chirp. Having quickly finished off one guy, Jiang Yi's figure emerged once again under the moonlight. If the dead Sand Snake could see this scene, he would definitely break his composure and shout, "A camper!" A smile rose on Jiang Yi's face. Trying to ambush him. This guy thought he had hidden himself very successfully, but in reality, Jiang Yi had discovered him the very first second he walked this way. Roasted chicken wings' spiritual perception was even stronger than his own. Never mind a living person hiding in the sand. If someone dropped a piece of pork in the sand, this kid could sense it in a second. Therefore, Jiang Yi had urgently walked in this direction, intending to respond flexibly. If this guy was just hiding here out of fear, he would pretend not to see him and walk away. On the road to survival, it wasn't easy for anyone, and that level of behavior was completely understandable. But if the latter harbored malicious intent, then he shouldn't blame him for taking action to eliminate the threat. But he hadn't expected that just as the latter was about to strike and poked his head out of the sand, a sniper bullet had broken the silence first. The red moon behind Jiang Yi had also paused for a second. Otherwise, this guy Sand Snake would have been a corpse just now, ending the battle. Jiang Yi didn't leave any trouble behind. This person had intended to strike just now. Since the intent to kill had already been formed, Jiang Yi would not let the latter leave. The various immortal seniors had already left him with sufficient lessons. If you don't pull out the weeds by the roots, even if they don't grow back with the spring breeze, you can never predict if they might reach out and trip you at some unknown moment. Besides, Jiang Yi suspected the other party might have heard his dog barking. Killing Sand Snake triggered Jiang Yi's passive talent Demon King. This time, he rarely received a reward for his spirit attribute. After his spirit attribute increased by 0.1, Jiang Yi reached into the white light. The feel of the box made Jiang Yi pause slightly. Congratulations. You have obtained a player treasure chest. Do you wish to open the treasure chest? Jiang Yi chose to open it. The treasure chest has been opened. You have obtained some of player Sand Snake's items. You have obtained Pitch Black Dagger *1 description. This is a cursed dagger. Aside from being a bit airy, it doesn't seem to have any special attributes. Additionally, its durability is quite good. Upon inspection, the Pitch Black Dagger has a certain recycling value. If sold to the system, you will receive a reward of 150 Chech coins. Do you wish to sell? Yes, no. If the player does not make a choice within 10 seconds, the system will automatically complete the transaction. Countdown. 10. Jiang Yi chose no. The text on the main screen turned pale, but it didn't break down as much as it did the first time. In fact, the system even popped up a message, curiously asking, "This thing doesn't seem to have anything special about it, does it?" Back when he opened that large iron block, it was still able to sense something wrong with it. But with this thing, even though it provided a quote, it couldn't understand why. Does the system not know the recycling value of this item? Is that for real? Or is it just throwing up a smoke screen? While thinking this, Jiang Yi spun the dagger in his hand. He immersed his mental energy into it. But aside from a chilling aura, nothing special happened. Forget it. I'll just put it away for now. Jiang Yi casually tucked the dagger into his waistband and continued to look at the other items in the treasure chest. You have obtained B-grade life recovery potion *1. You have obtained special item card. I want to bet my life with you *1 description. Item card I want to bet my life with you. Originating from the special dungeon Echoes of Fate. This item card is a one-time use consumable. Once used, it cannot be retracted. Description. The I want to bet my life with you item card can only be used by designating one player, monster, or dungeon entity. After use, the player automatically becomes the other party participating in the game. The specific form and content of the game are undetermined. Note, I repeat, once used, it cannot be retracted. Jiang Yi, this looks so familiar. Jiang Yi hissed. He had to admit that this item card could be considered half a minor divine artifact, being able to designate any player, monster, or dungeon entity to force a game in certain situations where there is no way out. This thing could completely transform into another type of tool. Jiang Yi was willing to call it to turn the tide, although it's useful. The problem is that the randomness is too high. Since the form and content of the game are undetermined, This thing is prone to being a trap. For example, what if it forces him to compete in swimming against a former Olympic gold medalist, running against both, singing Big Northeast against Northeast Yuji, or forging items with old Tai? In that case, it wouldn't be turning the tide, it would be accelerating his own demise. Jiang Yi's mouth twitched. This thing is suitable for people with good luck. He didn't know about others, but if he were to use it himself, he worried about a repeat of the situation where he had to compete with a clown in juggling. Better forget it. Having opened to items that were neither good nor bad, Jiang Yi's mood became somewhat complicated. Rubbing his chin, Jiang Yi continued to dig into the treasure chest. There's more. The third item. You have obtained precious Hubing chili sauce. Description. The spice of Southeast Asia is not just spice. The sauce of Southeast Asia is oni-chan. In short, this is a magical chili sauce from the service area. Blazing Oil Food Processing Factory. The Blazing Food Processing Factory specializes in spicy and numbing food processing. The factory's processed products include chili sauce, chili powder, chili oil, chili essential oil, chili lubricant *. Jiang Yi. Did he read that wrong? What were the last three words? How can this thing be chili-based? The system completely ignored Jiang Yi's expression, and the text continued to emerge. Authentic hotpot base. Tom Yum Goong soup base. Dried chili, in short. This should be a factory specializing in chili products and their byproducts. Although the things they sell are a bit strange, it should still be a decent service area, thought Jiang Yi, the quality inspector, truthfully. Note: players from the Guangdong region, please consume in small amounts. We are not responsible for any health issues. Note: food produced by this food factory has a certain probability of triggering certain effects after consumption, including but not limited to, in a short period, your figure may become a bit hot. Your personality may become a bit hot. And it is possible that your wallet may become a bit hot due to medical expenses and other expenditures. Chapter 424. Are you also a clickbait account? Hot your grandmother's leg. Is this hot? This is poisoning. How did this thing even pass quality inspection? 3 black lines appeared on Jiang Yi's forehead. Is this a Heisenberg of a factory? Jiang Yi's hand holding the chili sauce was trembling. Although the packaging hadn't been opened, the scent of oily, spicy chili was already faintly appearing in the air. Even Jiang Yi, who was somewhat picky about food, had to admit that the aroma of this thing was very attractive. If this were Thunder or Piggy, oh wait, Thunder is right here, even if he has lost consciousness. If those two guys were here, they would probably have eaten this thing the very first second they found it. By then, it would truly be thunder rumbling in the baby's tummy. After putting away the Hubing chili sauce, Jiang Yi opened the map and saw his name had risen to 4th place on the side of the map. But it was only there for a moment before being overtaken. And now he was ranked 7th. Jiang Yi didn't pay too much attention to it, not to mention whether the rewards were attractive to him. Just through the event that just happened, he at least understood one rule, which was, killing a player allows you to inherit the kill points that player had previously obtained. This meant that the players currently appearing on the leaderboard might look glorious, but they were at risk of being toppled at any time. Because in the eyes of some, these people were all living targets for gaining kill points. So far, there were only 2 people on the leaderboard that Jiang Yi recognized. One of them is Wild King, currently ranked 5th. Jiang Yi did not believe that Wild King was a person who enjoyed slaughter. He had personally experienced this during the previous Watchtower dungeon. And like the image of him engaging in online flame wars, this guy was actually a young man who knew how to handle situations, possessing both emotional and intellectual intelligence. For him, killing was not a mandatory option. It seemed this guy had also encountered enemies. Or perhaps he had been dragged into a battle. As for the other one, Jiang Yi was slightly surprised. It was Human Brick-Moving Emperor. Jiang Yi didn't have any particular impression of Brick-Moving Emperor, but the latter's strength seemed steady and solid. Although his ranking on the leaderboard wasn't particularly high, he had consistently remained on it. To be able to make it this far with just a hospital bed, this guy was also quite a character. Human Brick-Moving Emperor followed right behind Wild King, sitting at 6th place. From this perspective, the top 5 of this leaderboard were actually all from another subzone. Just as this thought flashed through Jiang Yi's mind, the system broadcast sounded, "Attention players. The poison circle will begin to refresh its range in 30 seconds. The poison circle's range will be marked in dark green dot inside the circle. The system estimates that the toxins will cause 2 to 20 points of damage per second to players, with the specific degree of damage depending on the player's own status and their position within the circle. Supply drop points have been refreshed. Players can discover supplies by exploring the map. Additionally, to facilitate friendly and cordial communication, Subzone chat has been enabled. Players may now begin exchanging greetings." A new button appeared in the bottom left corner of the screen, but it was semi-transparent. This thing was likely only enabled during Subzone competitions and would be closed once they ended. It was easy to guess that the system certainly wouldn't allow all players to chat across zones and servers. Communication was a bridge. Once this was opened, players from various subzones could exchange experiences. At that point, strategies and the like would be minor matters. Once the information gap was leveled, many truths that the system didn't want them to discover might gradually surface. This was also why, in all wars, the importance of one concept was heavily emphasized, and that was blockade. This kind of blockade was not entirely about material supplies. More importantly, it was a blockade of information and public sentiment. Surviving in a completely closed-off place was like washing clothes in a dark room. Because of the darkness, you wouldn't know if you were scrubbing the right spot, if your clothes were clean, or even whether what you were washing was actually clothes at all. These were all uncertain things. Through this method, the participants were gradually made to feel anxious, numb, and lose the ability to think, which served the purpose of control. This was just like the current game. No one knew why they had to keep moving forward, or if the highway even had an end. But because of the existence of the pursuing black fog, everyone had to keep moving in the beginning. There were still people in the group chat discussing what was at the end of the highway and who was manipulating this game. But later on, no one asked anymore, because everyone had to wash their own clothes and had to complete the tasks right in front of them. No one cared about truth or reality, which was a terrifying thing. And this, perhaps, was the means by which this damn game controlled the players. The Subzone chat channel opened. Jiang Yi had originally wanted to ask about some scenarios or dungeons, or see if anyone mentioned similar things, but very quickly, the messages went completely off the rails. Player Mekong Sunset, Subzone competition, Player Mekong Sunset. Which subzone are you guys from on the other side? Don't tell me it's another weakling subzone. Picking nose. The tone from the other side sounded extremely arrogant. Seeing this, Wei Wu, who had been waiting for an opportunity while in the old man's joy electric tricycle, immediately jumped in. Player I speak for justice. Are you lot on the other side blind? Middle finger. Player I speak for justice. Can't you see the idea of our big boss melancholy little fries? Now that the boss's name has appeared, you still don't know the name of our subzone. Player I speak for justice. Are you joking? What poor backwater did you come from? The set of name-calling, combined with linking to a popular figure and regional discrimination, instantly ignited the anger of both sides. Player Pear Blossom Tears. Yeah, you're doing this on purpose, right? Player Pear Blossom Tears. The server-wide announcement popped up so many times, you don't know. Who are you pretending for? You mother of asterisk. Player the wise one. Player the wise one. What do you mean by people from a poor backwater? Player the wise one. Is this the level of quality you dragon country people have? Player I speak for justice. Getting triggered. Player the wise one. After reading through the stream of messages, there wasn't a single useful one. Jiang Yi pressed his brow. Why did this ID I speak for justice look so familiar? After pondering for a moment, the IDs of the few guys who had been stepping on thunder earlier appeared in his mind. And one of them seemed to be this speak for justice. I have to say, this person was truly impressive. With just a few sentences, he had stirred up the rhythm. No, wait, were there marketing accounts in the game too? Besides that window that won't close. Because of the subzone competition, the two sides were already at odds. And after a few sentences, they completely fell out. And even Jiang Yi hadn't said a single word. Yet he was still dragged out and mocked with backhanded compliments. Player Duma though, where? How come I don't see it? When saying this, Yuma's ranking was 3rd. He was a guy with quite decent strength. Although this person wasn't stupid enough to explicitly say who he was talking about, everyone knew what he was referring to. Especially since the guys in front, driven by Speak for Justice, had also spontaneously used little fries to suppress others, where, shifting his gaze, that familiar ID had already dropped to 8th place and was still being continuously overtaken. Chapter 425. You also have the bearing of an emperor. 9:30 p.m. Yan Haojing discovered that he was moving. Furthermore, as Yan Haojing blinked his eyes, the entire world flipped upside down. The black horizon appeared on the ground, and in the distance, a moon could be seen. The distance between this moon and the ground seemed remarkably close, and its size and scale appeared far more exaggerated than anything in the real world. What did this mean? He hadn't returned to the real world. Yan Haojing blinked his eyes again. This time, his perception of his body became increasingly clear. The first sensation was an itch. His internal organs felt as if they were crawling with tiny insects, constantly moving in and out. However, this sensation wasn't cold. On the contrary, it was warm and quite comfortable. Yan Haojing squinted, the expression on his face relaxing slightly. He rarely had such a feeling of letting go of everything. After a few more seconds, Yan Haojing finally opened his eyes completely. This time, he was certain that he was indeed moving. Moreover, it was a passive movement. Asterisk thump. Asterisk. Yan Haojing's head slammed heavily against a protruding wooden plank. Yan Haojing. A large bump instantly rose on his bare forehead, which proved that his current body was very weak, and his recovery abilities were not functioning at all. Of course, it was also possible that the guy carrying him was running too fast. With a loud bang, Jiang Yi's movement from the wall to the rooftop faltered slightly. He had been running for so long that he'd forgotten there was someone on his back. No wonder he felt the gravity while leaping upward was off. That sounded so loud. Was Thunder Z's head all right? Jiang Yi rubbed his nose, feeling a bit guilty. It wasn't his fault for carrying the guy upside down. Thunder Z was nearly 2 meters tall, standing there. He looked like the ultimate humanoid weapon. Following the principles of mechanics, if you carry a hoe, you certainly wouldn't carry it head up and handle down. That wouldn't be labor-saving. Thus, after running for about 5 minutes, Jiang Yi had simply switched to carrying him head down and feet up. This way, he only needed to clamp onto the ladder's knees, and by skillfully using the principle of leverage, he even saved some effort. However, there was just one small problem. That was the current situation. Jiang Yi paused his steps and set Thunder Z down. The latter's eyes seemed to be closed still, except for a large bump that had appeared on his forehead. Jiang Yi, Anvil Brother, covered his eyes in his mind, clicked his tongue twice, and finally said, "It seems this guy has the bearing of a great emperor even after getting out." The corner of Jiang Yi's mouth twitched. "Head horned and extraordinary. Is that it?" Jiang Yi rubbed his nose again, feeling guilty. If he wasn't mistaken, that sound just now was the result of a collision with a protruding roof beam. If it were an ordinary person, suffering such a heavy blow to the head might have caused them to roll their eyes back and die right there. But as for Thunder Z, this guy shouldn't be that weak. After muttering to himself, Jiang Yi noticed that while he was watching the ladder's eyelashes seemed to tremble. Jiang Yi's eyebrows arched as well. Thunder Z had already sensed the other person's gaze, but he wasn't sure if the other party held any goodwill. Although, judging by the fact that the person had been carrying him, they should be a good person. But Thunder Z generally didn't gamble with his luck. Jiang Yi, on the other hand, found it incredibly strange. He had actually encountered a second person playing dead in front of him. The last one had been Sean the sheep. Jiang Yi gave a light cough, acting as if nothing had happened, and said, "You're awake." Hearing the familiar sound of the Dragon Kingdom language, Thunder Z instantly opened his eyes. It was a person from the Dragon Kingdom. His vision cleared, and everything around him became distinct. The moonlight, the beach at night, the layers of rooftops, and the young man in a white suit and eye patch crouching on the roof, looking down at him. This guy looked quite familiar. Thunder Z searched his mind and finally found the memory in a dusty corner. It was the person he had seen at the delicious private kitchen. At the time, he had taken note of this person. Not only because of the latter's unique temperament but also because this type of attire wasn't actually common in the Dragon Kingdom. Well, it also looked a bit like some kind of mafia or a common crime lord from Southeast Asia. Out of a soldier's instinct, Thunderzy had memorized this person's appearance. But that sentence just now, was this his voice before? This voice sounded even more familiar. A look of confusion appeared on Thunderzy's face. At this moment, Jiang Yi naturally didn't feel like maintaining his persona anymore. He had already come to save the person. If he kept up that, wouldn't he be an idiot? Therefore, seeing Thunderzy's confusion, Jiang Yi smiled. He placed his fingers over the eye patch and lifted a corner slightly. The cold, unfamiliar temperament vanished, and a gentle, young face appeared before Thunderzy once again. Thunderzy blurted out almost instinctively, "Jiang Shui, Jiang Shui. Who was that?" "Oh, his alias." Jiang Yi nodded. "Why are you here?" Jiang Yi put the patch back on and said nonchalantly, "I figured that noodles aren't something you can pack to go. They're better when freshly made." Thunderzy blinked. He seemed to understand the meaning, but then again, he didn't quite understand it. Jiang Yi smiled and didn't dwell on the question. These things were usually mushy and troublesome to explain, and he had only done it on a whim anyway. "Can you walk now?" Jiang Yi asked. Thunderzy first reached out to touch the large bump on his head, then tried to move his hands and feet, although they were a bit numb. "He should be able to move." Thunderzy nodded. Jiang Yi didn't force him. The guy looked severely injured, but judging by his personality, he would absolutely refuse to trouble anyone after waking up. He would probably say something about not being a burden to the people and insist on walking by himself. It would be better to just let this guy follow along with him. After thinking it through, Jiang Yi nodded and casually took out a small jar of portioned honey, handing it to Litingzi. "This can eliminate fatigue and restore stamina. You just took an S-rank life recovery potion, so you probably can't consume any other potions right now." The effects of an S-rank life recovery potion were too potent if he took anything else on top of it. Litingzi's current body likely wouldn't be able to handle it. Litingzi fell silent for a moment. The person opposite him immediately read his thoughts. "If you die now, my life recovery potion will have gone to waste." "Fine, thank you." After saying this, Litingzi directly opened the main screen in front of him, found Jiang Yi's ID, and transferred all the vehicle coins and vehicle upgrade fragments he had on him to Jiang Yi. While transferring the supplies, Litingzi said earnestly, "I owe you my life, from now on, as long as it doesn't infringe upon national interests or violate my principles. I will do whatever you ask. If you want to take this life back, you can, of course, if possible. I hope to die on the battlefield." Chapter 426. No one will die of laughter. As soon as the words fell, the person opposite him burst into laughter. PFFT. At first, it was just a muffled sound, but it quickly escalated into a roar of laughter. PFFT. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Yi laughed so hard he started pounding his own thighs, tears streaming down his face. Litingzi, with a dead serious expression, mimicked Jiang Yi's movements and crouched down. His squad leader had once told him that the eyes are the windows to the soul, and he needed to let the other person see his sincerity. The 1.9-meter-tall Litingzi crouched down, locking eyes with Jiang Yi. Under the moonlight, two grown men were both kneeling on one knee, one with a look of devout sincerity, and the other laughing so hard he was about to pass out. The scene looked bizarre no matter how you viewed it. Ha 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 ha. This time, Jiang Yi finally couldn't hold it back anymore and rolled to the side. Litingzi's expression grew even more puzzled. Was he really that funny? Jiang Yi was laughing until he felt like he was dying. If this had happened under normal circumstances, Litingzi's words would have only made Jiang Yi hold him in high regard. Jiang Yi had, at the very least, received a standard socialist education and naturally held a certain level of respect for soldiers. Litingzi was indeed a real man, although they hadn't reached any formal contract. This guy was a man of his word, and Jiang Yi wasn't worried about him being untrustworthy while expressing his gratitude. This guy hadn't lost his principles, nor was he blindly repaying a debt, which was much better than the rigid, old-fashioned person Jiang Yi had imagined. But the key point was, this guy was saying all of this while sporting a massive, purplish-blue bump on his head. Jiang Yi's speed had been fast, and during his sprint, he had slammed into a rigid wooden board. That bump had swelled up instantly in the wind, becoming incredibly prominent on his forehead. More importantly, the sheer size of the thing was now pressing down on his brow and eyes. To put it bluntly, the current lighting Z was no different from a pig prince. Above his eyes, a horn-like protrusion loomed. The massive purplish-blue bump sagging down and crushing those sword-like brows and starry eyes that would have fit the aesthetic of the older generation perfectly. The look was already funny enough on its own, but paired with Lighting Z's stiff, serious tone and posture, the hilarity was doubled. And even, who knows what this guy was thinking? Why did he have to copy his movements and kneel down too? And then lean that pig-head face even closer? Jiang Yi was truly laughing until he felt like he was dying. Is there a problem? Lighting Z asked honestly. He leaned in even closer. He had to let the people know his sincerity. He was definitely not someone who went back on his word. Jiang Yi was laughing so hard he felt like he was having a myocardial infarction, muttering, You stay back. Ha ha ha, damn it. My brain hurts from laughing. The anvil was already laughing like a maniac in his head. Oh my god, brother. That bump. It looks like it's staring at me. Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi had laughed until he completely lost his voice. He turned his head and placed his hand on his thigh, preparing to pinch himself. But it had to be said that Lighting Z's social skills were likely stuck at a very primitive stage. He had no idea that Jiang Yi was laughing until he felt like dying. Since the latter wouldn't accept his sincerity, he would just try harder to make the other person see it. And so, Lighting Z, with a dead serious face and that massive bump, slowly poked his head out from the side where Jiang Yi was hiding. Jiang Yi was out of options, completely out of options. Finally, a tear rolled down the corner of Jiang Yi's eye, and he collapsed onto the roof beam, clutching his stomach. Damn it! Who could handle this? After laughing in his heart for a full 3 minutes, Jiang Yi's convulsing body finally returned to normal, and a mechanical notification sounded. Congratulations. You have laughed continuously and with great dedication for a full 5 minutes. You have unlocked an achievement. Possibly the first player in the game to die of laughter. Jiang Yi. Possibly the first player in the game to die of laughter. Description. Surely no one could actually die from laughing too hard, right? Ha 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 ha. Congratulations. You have received vehicle coins *25. You have received wooden treasure chest *1. What is the meaning of this 25? Jiang Yi rested on the ground for a while, sat up, and clicked his tongue. Although he really wanted to beat this damn system up, getting vehicle coins and a treasure chest was acceptable. Forget it. He would let the system off the hook this time. A big potato doesn't hold a grudge against a small system. Jiang Yi calmed his emotions. Seeing that Lighting Z still had a tendency to crawl over toward him, he felt the corners of his mouth twitching upward and desperately suppressed it. He couldn't laugh anymore, or he really might become the first player in the game to die of laughter. Jiang Yi hurriedly avoided Lighting Z's gaze, scrambled up from the roof, and quickly said, I know. Good. Lighting Z nodded solemnly. He felt his face growing heavy for some reason, as if something were pulling at him. But aside from his vision being slightly blurred, there didn't seem to be any other obstacles. Jiang Yi pursed his lips, not daring to look at Lighting Z at all. He opened the map and spoke at a rapid pace to explain the current situation. After having Lighting Z describe how he had arrived and what enemies were in the vicinity, another 2 minutes passed. The smile on Jiang Yi's face finally faded. You mean to say that the world government intends to destroy Jiamo Island? And perhaps even the entire Allied nation including Jiamo Island? Lighting Z nodded heavily. No wonder there were so many more Navy ships and pirates on the sea. It was the calm before the storm, and all parties were falling into complete chaos. Jiang Yi pondered for a moment. Seeing the hesitant look on Lighting Z's face, he roughly understood what this brother wanted to do. It's often said that those with great skill are bold. For this guy to single-handedly take on to pirate generals was a choice not many would make. Jiang Yi understood Lighting Z's approach, but he would absolutely never do the same. On one hand, the disparity in strength was too great. On the other hand, Lighting Z was acting out of desperation. Those two pirate generals were not the deciding factors on the battlefield, of course. Well, taking one out directly like Lighting Z did would indeed change the situation to some extent. But it was treating the symptoms, not the root cause. The initiator of this war was not the pirates, it was the world government, and the forces capable of resisting were not limited to just Lighting Z jumping out. At this moment, what should actually be done was to make the living forces on Jiamo Island play their part. It was like trying desperately to save a drowning person. But if the drowning person didn't know they were drowning and refused to reach out, it would be useless. One had to first unite the people on Jiamo Island. If nothing else, once united, they could at least run faster. Secondly, besides Jiamo Island, there was something else that could be utilized. Let the pirates near Jiamo Island get involved too. Stir the situation up completely. The enemy of an enemy is a friend. These pirates were usually like leeches circling blood. But once their food was taken away, even leeches would get anxious. And like the residents gathered on Jiamo Island, these pirates didn't fear the world government nearly as much. With a gust of wind and a ship, they drifted across the world. Changing their names and identities was a simple matter. With his train of thought cleared, Jiang Yi instantly found the person who could make a difference. Red-haired pirate Shanks on Jiamo Island. This great pirate had been on the island for many years, and his influence was no weaker than Duke Jialmo's. To find this great pirate, Jiang Yi even thought of another existence, that old man. Furthermore, getting the pirates to come over was too easy. He happened to have an item that might have a huge attraction within the Five Seas world. Merry Christmas, Duke Gudankihon. If you have any more images you'd like to post, you can post them in the discussion section for this chapter. Chapter 427. The Poison Circle has refreshed. The Poison Circle has refreshed. Above the ocean, in a sparsely populated area, a purple, curled-up fruit began to expand. Purple mist began to disperse along the ocean currents. A cruise ship nearby had just spotted the fruit that had suddenly appeared on the sea and was about to report it when a sea breeze blew over. Ugh! The lead pirate let out a groan, grabbed his own throat with one hand, and fell forward, with a thud. His body slammed onto the deck below. The pirates on the ship were startled. When they looked up at the sky, they saw something resembling purple mist drifting toward them. What is this? The pirates' faces showed astonishment. Although they didn't know what it was, they had to report it to the captain first. Captain. The first mate by the deck rail was just about to dash into the cabin when the crisp sound of high heels clicking on the deck rang out. On the sea, high heels were not something that should appear. High heels, on the sea, served no real purpose for survival other than adding a bit of flair. Pirates who had drifted at sea for years usually felt their hearts flutter when hearing such a sound. But this first mate merely swallowed hard and lowered his head even further. I know. A lazy yawn drifted over, accompanied by the woman's slightly undulating voice, making it sound even more charming and moving. Click, click, click under the moonlight. The woman's figure fully emerged. To be honest, this was indeed a lady whose physique and style were just as fiery. The woman, dressed in a brown-gray vest and shorts, hooked her finger at a strong sailor. The strong sailor was covered in various ambiguous marks and was currently looking down at the woman. The woman's finger brushed across the sailor's chin. The poison gas in the air gradually spread. She narrowed her eyes, not showing the slightest panic. Instead, she took a light breath. A feeling of suffocation arrived instantly. The woman's pupils lost focus, and her chest heaved. But soon, just as she was about to lose consciousness, the woman had a thought, and a layer of green shockwave spread out from her body with a hum. Amidst the terrified expressions of all the sailors, that green energy overflowed, gradually wrapping the entire ship. As the green energy was blown by the sea breeze, the energy body above solidified. Strange vine patterns spread out, and mucus slowly dripped along the edges of the vines and down the woman's body. To some extent, this should have been a rather alluring scene, but after seeing this, the sailors first breathed a sigh of relief that they hadn't been eroded by the poison mist. And then they looked at the sky and the ground, refusing to look at their boss. Nonsense. If you don't want to die, don't show such emotions in front of the boss. Cecilia, the most dangerous pirate on the sea, bar none. The feeling of suffocation faded from her body, and Cecilia clicked her tongue, looking somewhat dissatisfied. It had been a long time since she had experienced this suffocating sensation. What a pity. Dulong Ba was a good man, just a bit old. However, he was still a good man, at the very least. He was strong enough and not all that dull. Cecilia licked her lips. Cecilia, the name originally meant the beauty of music and art, but she wasn't very satisfied with that. To her, death and torment were the most beautiful things, whether it was a man or a woman, drowning in desire, revealing a vulnerable expression to her. And finally, a flush appeared on Cecilia's face. Just as Cecilia was lost in her own thoughts, the dull-witted man spoke up. "We should go. The hunt is about to begin." Cecilia clicked her tongue in dissatisfaction, her sharp nails once again carving a bloody mark into the man's chest. But he didn't care in the slightest. In fact, he seemed to enjoy it. Got it? What a nuisance. The poison circle began to shrink. She didn't know how that group of people had managed it, but they had actually let Yulongba perish here. However, this wasn't hard to understand. Yulongba wasn't considered particularly strong among the pirate generals. Of course, he was still stronger than small fries like her in any case. Yulongba's death at least confirmed one thing for her. Do not get too close to those old men from the world government. If you get too close, something unlucky is bound to happen. Like her, just picking up odd jobs occasionally was fine. A smile appeared on Cecilia's face once more. Wrapped in these green viscous fluids, the ship's hull hadn't been affected too much, but staying in the poison circle for a long time definitely wouldn't do. However, the mission she had accepted was to clear out those troublesome fellows on the edge of the poison circle. And this task wasn't difficult for her at all. Sail south. Cecilia stretched her body, which had just gone through a fierce battle, and said lazily, "Sail south, and sweep away those guys on the edge of the poison circle." Thinking of the pirates on Jiamo Island, Cecilia licked her lips. Interesting fellows. That Duke and the red-haired one. As soon as the Duke's image entered Cecilia's mind, she let out an "ew," hugging her own arms and shivering. She suspected that such an old man probably didn't bathe and likely smelled. That wouldn't do. As for the red-haired one, he looked decent, but missing an arm meant missing a bit of the fun. That wouldn't do either. An interesting boring forget it. Just treat it as making some extra pocket money. The red and black ship, imprinted with a rotating vine-like pattern, sailed toward the south. And in the south, crouching by the beach, Jiang Yi, who had just survived a round of laughter-to-death crisis, looked up and saw the poison circle. It swept right over his head. What the hell? Jiang Yi cursed internally. As the poison circle passed over his head, with an asterisk pop asterisk, the large bump on Lighting Z's forehead instantly burst open. Lighting Z touched his head belatedly, feeling a tingling sensation. After the two of them stood in silence for a second, Jiang Yi grabbed Lighting Z by the collar and began to sprint desperately into the poison circle. No, according to his calculations, the poison circle shouldn't have moved toward the direction with more land. That would be the logical outcome. Besides, he was on Jiamo Island. There was no reason for it to pass over him so quickly. Could it be that he was really this unlucky? Or Jiang Yi suddenly glanced at Lighting, who was following behind. Could it be that this guy's luck had stacked with his own? Thinking of the frequency with which Lighting usually attracted monsters, Jiang Yi felt a faint sense of impending doom. Chapter 428. You're smart, tell me. As the saying goes, 1 come 1 equals to. Then, smart one, tell me. What does minus 100 come 100 equal? 104, 477. The system answered in his mind. Jiang Yi. No, how did it know those were the answers? One meant certain death. The other meant being dead as a doornail. Just as Jiang Yi's thought finished, the system said proudly, "That guy called Wild King scolded me like that. I remembered it, Jiang Yi." After Jiang Yi complained internally, he didn't slow down his hands or feet, continuing to drag Lighting along as they sprinted. Fortunately, he had marked the direction on one hand. It was the mark he had made on the map. On the other hand, it was the great Captain Anvil's control over the Wither. The former provided the specific route, while the latter provided the exact orientation. Without Anvil's soul infused into it, that ship would have lost its mystical properties and been no different from a real, dilapidated old wreck. And so under the moonlight, Sean, who was drenched in sweat and had dragged his whole family fleeing to the pier, finally found the so-called pirate ship of Sengonshui. He was dumbfounded, looking at the pitch-black Wither on the pier, which even had several large holes in the deck. "Are you kidding me?" expression appeared on Sean's face. Sean felt like kneeling down and kowtowing to the ship in front of him. "You're telling me this is the ship of the great pirate Sengon Shui? If you hadn't said so, I would have thought it was the honorably retired, century-old kayak belonging to my grandfather's neighbor's uncle who had been unemployed for years. This ship, let alone carrying them away, would probably have to take a deep breath just to get into the water, right?" The look in Sean's eyes as he watched Salon gradually became strange. No, had he stumbled into some kind of scam? First, use an imposing aura to intimidate him, and then, unknowingly, drain all his money. You have to know, after Sengon Shui went missing, the room charges for him and his subordinates at the inn were all paid out of his own pocket. This guy disappeared just like that, without leaving a single cent for his own subordinates. Sean the sheep felt like he was going to be driven mad with rage. Damn it. Is this why they say people from the Dragon Kingdom are born businessmen? What's with that look in your eyes? Can I interpret this as your disdain for our captain? Salon said coldly. I don't care for your Sengon Shui nonsense. Sean rolled his eyes. He shouldn't have felt any sympathy for these guys. He didn't know what had come over him, but when he was about to run, he suddenly recalled the image of Sengon Shui letting that pirate rest in peace and bowing to him. Gritting his teeth, he had actually brought the person along with him. The shadows of the nocturnal war were closing in, with the guard army and Duke Jiamo nowhere to be found. Everyone on the island had fallen into chaos, each searching for a way to set sail and escape. Naturally, he was doing the same. But he hadn't expected he had thought Sengon Shui's boat would at least be usable, that the state of this vessel would be worse than just swimming himself. Sean glanced at the poison circle. Its range had refreshed out fortunately. His current direction wasn't too far from the edge. Once he left the island, he could just hijack another pirate's ship and abandon this one. With his mind made up, Sean didn't waste any more time. He took a nimble leap, but the moment his soles touched the deck after a squish, Sean's expression shifted. He kicked out at the deck. But it was too late. A ship rope had hoisted him straight into the air. Sean, the thick, black ship rope was moving on its own, without anyone controlling it, suspending Sean in midair. Boss Coconut's eyes widened slightly. Is that the ship rope? The ship rope is moving. If the rope was moving, it meant the soul within Sengon Shui's ship was still there. Sean pulled a dagger from his high-top boot. But just as he was about to cut it, the rope began to whip left and right. Being hung upside down made it nearly impossible to aim. Make it stop, Sean shouted. Salon was both excited and agitated. He shouted, I know, but in reality, he had no idea how to make the thing stop. After a brief attempt, Salon simply jumped onto the ship as well. The moment he landed, he felt a numbness in his heart. An invisible energy rippled outward, and the restlessly thrashing ship rope instantly went quiet. The thick rope slowly lowered Sean, but Salon hadn't gained control over it. The rope had merely lost its aggression for the moment. True control still belonged only to that person. Salon thought to himself. The rope went still, tossing Sean onto the deck like a dead dog. You have suffered 1 point of true damage. Your mood is currently very volatile. Would you like me to play a soothing song for you, Sean? Lying on the dilapidated deck, Sean replayed every bad deed he had ever committed in his life. What exactly had he done wrong? What kind of karma had he accrued to deserve so many punishments? Why did he have to enter this damn game? Why was it such a coincidence that he was merged into the same subserver as that guy? Why did such a difficult dungeon have to refresh in the second month? Why did he have to run into a shameless guy like Sengon Shui? Why? As Sean thought, he cursed viciously in his heart. Damn it. Why is he the one dragging this guy's baggage around? Where the hell did this guy die off to? If he ever found out where he was, he would risk his own life to blast this guy into, within his narrow, tilted field of vision. The world turned upside down. The worn-out deck swayed constantly with the water, letting Sean see the sky turning purple above, then the white beach below. It wasn't just the beach that was white. There was a small white object that seemed to be moving. An ant, Sean thought subconsciously. But things look smaller from a distance. And there shouldn't be ants that big. What was it? A cow that had gained sentience, a cow. Sean suddenly remembered his grandfather's farm, the golden wheat fields, the warm fireplace, and his childhood when his family would give him a cup of sweet milk before bed. He remembered the white train that crossed the entire lighthouse country. It traveled through the northern regions. And when it passed through, there would be a faint breathing sound from the forest *whoosh, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just like that, a little hurried, a little swaying, thump. Sea spray splashed onto Sean's head. The icy seawater instantly brought Sean back to his senses. Did a train just crash into me? A familiar boot appeared before Sean, the same boot that had once been pressed against his door. Sean lifted his head bit by bit. A familiar, cold, and gaunt face appeared before his eyes. That unique eye patch style. That insufferable air of arrogance. Who else could it be but Sengon Shui? There's another chapter tonight, to be posted around midnight. Readers who can't wait can go to sleep early. Good night, everyone. Chapter 429. Let that Navy man say a few words. Sean felt that Sengon Shui was like those crazy Thursdays. He never showed up during normal times. And Sean never thought of him. But the moment he thought of the guy, the moment he muttered about him, the other party would inevitably appear before his eyes. Though the latter usually appeared on his dinner table. As Sean thought this, he felt the temperature of the deck with his face. The deck was cold and damp, and because it had been soaked in seawater, it seemed to smell a bit foul. After 2 seconds of contemplation, Sean concluded that he wasn't dreaming. Sean swallowed hard and looked up at Sengon Shui again. After another second, he gave a stiff, awkward laugh. You're back? I suppose so. Constrained by his persona, Jiang Yi didn't answer, but said flatly, how much longer do you intend to lie on the ground? I assume there are no other enemies on the deck, Sean. Damn it. Stop acting so cool. Sean rolled his eyes in his heart, confirming that this guy was indeed Sengon Shui. Having spent a long time here, Sean naturally knew about the existence of devil fruits. They possessed magical abilities. So, it was normal to be able to change one's appearance. But this annoying tone, it couldn't be anyone else but Sengon Shui. Sean rolled his eyes fiercely in his heart, but on the surface, he still wore an awkward smile before scrambling up from the deck. Captain. Just as Salilin was about to report on the recent events, Jiang Yi interrupted him first, saying, I already know. The captain really did know. The captain's soul had never left. Salilin thought to himself that it was just as he had expected. His offer Jiang Yi deepened even further. How are the residents on the island doing now? Jiang Yi asked. Salilin seemed a bit surprised by Jiang Yi's question, but he still answered truthfully. They have mostly been evacuated. Who evacuated them? Jiang Yi believed that the residents on the island were certainly not fools. When danger approached, they would surely run. But there were only so many ships at the pier. It was impossible for everyone to have evacuated. 2 large merchant ships, and the others took their own fishing boats. But they didn't go far. The seat. Salilin paused. Doesn't seem safe. Understood. Although he didn't know who had prepared the merchant ships, the residents should have temporarily retreated from the island. Better than he had imagined. Jiang Yi let out a soft sigh of relief. Is there any news about the pirate red hair? Salilin shook his head honestly. At this moment, Jiang Yi really wanted to grit his teeth and hiss. But because of his persona, he decided against it. The poison circle had already closed in. There was no time for idle chatter now. The poison circle was not only effective against players, it was also effective against the navy, pirates, and residents. This was something that Thunder Z had already confirmed. After all, the source of the poison circle was not the system, but the devil fruit, poison dragon, that had precipitated out. Now, there was only one thing left to do: run from the circle, and then catch up with the residents who had already retreated. Although Jiang Yi was interested in the leaderboard, he did not intend to chase after the points on it like those guys. On one hand, there was no need. On the other hand, with him following Thunder Z, the super mob spawner, Jiang Yi was truly afraid that he might accidentally spawn the pirate general. By then, there wouldn't be a second melancholy little fries to save them. Having made up his mind, Jiang Yi didn't waste any more time. The edge of the poison circle had already begun to shrink over the ocean from the previous section. He had to admit that Jiang Yi's judgment was basically correct. The position of the shrinking poison circle was hard to control, but a portion of it would always be over the ocean. To facilitate movement, it was best to board the withered one. With his mind made up, Jiang Yi waved his hand. In a place no one could see, The great anvil was already familiar with the routine, squeezing its butt into the cabin that looked like it could only accommodate one person. Before the soul was integrated, the exterior of this ship was just an ordinary existence, not even as good as a fishing boat, and not to mention, after Jiang Yi brought Thunder's Shan, Salalin, and the 3 coconuts onto the ship, the space on board instantly became cramped. Shan scratched his head and gave an awkward laugh. It's a bit crowded. After saying that, he realized this was the wrong thing to say. To tell a pirate captain that his ship was crowded wasn't that like saying to a godfather, "Hey bro, is your church not as big as my bathroom?" Was that reasonable? That definitely wouldn't do. Shan let out and just as he wanted to retract his words, he didn't expect the Sengon Shui opposite him to nod. It is a little, oh. Shan pushed his cheek with his tongue, feeling more and more that Sengon Shui had a strange temperament. This guy was both easy and difficult to talk to. Your legacy quest. The king's mission has made new progress. Your reputation come 10. His reputation had increased by another 10 points. Jiang Yi recalled that it seemed to have increased when he entered the dungeon to save Thundersy earlier, but he hadn't understood why it increased at that time. He didn't dwell on it too much. After saying it was a little crowded, the air became quiet again. Everyone on this ship, except for himself, seemed to be the type of person who didn't talk much. Shan was not afraid of anything, except for awkwardness. After curling his toes for 2 seconds, he rubbed his hands together and laughed awkwardly. So, should I go get 2 oars from the pier? He was afraid that if he brought a blower or a generator, he would shake this old thing to pieces, and then Sengon Shui would make him kick through the sea with his 2 feet. For some reason, Shan felt that Sengon Shui was capable of such inhumane things. No, not capable. He definitely would. Your reputation come 5, Jiang Yi. No, what kind of strange things was this guy thinking about again? 2 wooden oars. That really wasn't necessary. Jiang Yi's mouth twitched. After pondering for a moment, and upholding the principle of taking care of the wounded, Jiang Yi looked at the senior with the prominent head horns in the back and said, "Take it easy." Thundersy agreed. Take it easy. What did that mean? Shan was a bit confused. Was he asking the Navy guy in the back to pedal the boat? At this moment, Thundersy was still wearing his Navy uniform, though his rank insignia had been removed by the latter. Damn it. This Navy guy looked like he was about to die, and his head was injured. Yet he was still being asked to pedal. That wasn't right, was it? Just as Shan's thoughts drifted, he saw Sengon Shui suddenly extend a hand. This hand was wearing a glove, and with a snap of his fingers, black flames flared up from the ship's gunwale with a swoosh. Shan waved his hands in the air, already prepared to jump out, but nothing happened. The 3 of them looked at Shan. Shan's 2 sheep hooves were held up in the air. Shan swore that he saw the corner of Sengon Shui's mouth curl up. "Shan, set sail." A slightly gentle voice sounded. The black flames radiated from Jiang Yi as the center. In the middle of the dilapidated sailing ship, 2 masts grew out from the broken body, struggling as if a severed limb had been reborn. The cracks in the old deck were mended by black flames, with layer upon layer of darkness coating the surface, giving it a strange, heavy texture akin to accumulated snow. On the bow, a massive skeleton stood erect amidst the flames, its eye sockets burning as if it were surveying the entire ocean. The originally low-slung deck sank inward and expanded, the cabin becoming deep and vast. At the bow, the rigging danced, automatically hoisting the anchor up. Within the flames, a black flag devoid of any patterns emitted a faint blue glow. A nameless pirate ship needs markings and emblems for the world to remember it. A true legend only needs to exist to strike fear into the hearts of men. The Wither, setting sail. Chapter 430. Buddy, which sea are you in? Shan's raised goat hooves lowered bit by bit, his mouth hanging open little by little, his not-so-small eyes filled with immense confusion. This piece of junk ship can transform. Are you an old-timer transformer too? A transformer. The massive skeleton ship moved without the wind. A ghostly blue light rose from the masts, streaming backward in a streamlined fashion as the vessel set sail steadily. Shan couldn't help himself. He bypassed the expressionless Jiang Yi and the horn-crowned Navy officer in the center, circling the deck rails. He had to admit, this ship was truly flashy. He had originally thought that Sengon Shui's ship would, at most, just be large. He never expected that what he was driving was a ghost ship. No wonder he was a great pirate. No wonder Salvan said his captain was a mysterious ghost resurrected from history. It was true, by now. Sean had long forgotten his earlier judgment that Sengon Shi was running a pig butchering scam. If it weren't for the fact that Sengon Shi was right there and Sean was genuinely terrified of the guy, he would have started taking selfies and posting photos to show off. This was the kind of pirate ship a legendary bounty hunter like him deserved. Poof-shoe. As Sean moved about, he stepped on a piece of rigging. This time, without even needing a reminder from the rope, Sean consciously said, "My apologies, old brother." The rigging looked even older than his grandfather's bones. Calling it old brother was not an exaggeration. Old brother. Inside the cabin, the fellow named Anvil, who heard this, was beaming with joy. He hurriedly manipulated the thick rigging to form a heart shape for Sean. A bit strange. Sean raised his goat hoof and made a heart shape back at the ladder. The expression on Sean's face was extremely excited. With this ship, let alone leaving Gamo Island, traversing the 5 seas would be no challenge at all. Now, they just had to be careful and avoid the waters where the Navy and the great pirates were gathered. Yes, that should be simple. Ding! The system notification sound rang out. Sean looked up. The whither you are currently aboard has been automatically marked as a Red Boss warship. Be warned, this special ghost ship is quite attractive to certain entities. Please be aware. Before Sean could finish reading his individual notification, a louder and more resonant server-wide announcement echoed, "Attention all players. The map has been updated. Just as I warned, there are pirates, Navy forces, and players within the Poison Circle. Do you want to obtain more rewards and a higher ranking? Then you might want to keep a close eye on those little red dots. Don't worry. These entities are only a little bit strong. I believe my dear players can certainly defeat them and unlock all sorts of magical items. By the way, if your eyes aren't blind yet, there are deep red markings on the map. There will be some danger there. Map markers have been enabled. Once again, map markers have been enabled. What did that mean? What did gathered mean?" Sean scratched his head. What he didn't notice was that as he looked at the main screen, the other two were also looking at it. Thunder wasn't participating in the competition, but he could see the system notifications. And Jiang Yi, as the boss who had been marked himself, he saw the green dots around him scattering like birds and beasts after his red mark appeared. And further away, some dots were charging straight toward him. "It's over. I've become a boss." Jiang Yi kept a wooden face, gazing into the distance. The poison circle was constantly shrinking from behind, and at the edge of the circle, there were some smaller ships. Among these ships were the other players: Dragon Kingdom, District 189, Sub-District 99. Player, could I really be this unlucky? Holy crap, brothers. I just saw the Flying Dutchman. Player, could I really be this unlucky? Slowly lies down. Player, brave my friend. Player Ito Tensei. Player Ito Tensei, buddy. Which sea did you enter? Is it the one with the pineapple house and the pink starfish? The Flying Dutchman actually showed up. Player Ito Tensei. Let this old monk take a look. Ito Tensei. He used two fingers to zoom in. It had to be said, this guy was also a master of capturing photos. He had snapped it from a side angle, so as soon as the photo was enlarged, one could see the massive skeleton protruding from the front side of the ship. And, as luck would have it, the skeleton's eyes seemed to be staring right at him. No matter which angle he looked from. Ito Tensei shivered. This was definitely a major boss. This kind of pirate wasn't something small fry like them could handle. Player Ito Tensei, buddy. You're really something. You're the best. Emoji. You're still not running. Player, could I really be this unlucky? The poison circle is right on my face. Weary emoji. How am I supposed to run? Was it that he didn't want to run? Behind him was the poison circle, and in front of him was the Flying Dutchman. How could he run? Ships couldn't grow legs. If they could, he would even want that pink starfish from the bottom of the sea to come up and squash him. Player Ito Tensei. Ito Tensei lit a candle in his heart for this brother, then clicked his tongue. How to put it? May your soul rest in peace. But don't drag me down with you. Lost in these thoughts, he inadvertently looked up and saw a red and black ship, which didn't seem very large, approaching him from the front. The smile on Ito Junsheng's face vanished instantly. replaced by a solemn expression. Ito Juansheng vigilantly glanced at the emblem on the ship. It was one he had never seen before, twisting vines. Ito Juansheng felt a sense of familiarity, but he truly couldn't recall where he had heard of it in any case. It was best to steer clear of such places. Any ship with a flag was not to be trifled with. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, the guy next to him scratched his head and gave a silly laugh. What a huge weapon, her. Ito Juansheng was filled with question marks. The guy was holding binoculars, peering at the other ship's deck. The beauty on that deck seemed to have noticed their gaze and waved at them. Waving at him, the guy swallowed hard, his mind instantly wandering into fantasies. There were some rather unique parade ships on the sea. Who would have thought they'd run into one at a time like this? The guy began to wave his own hand back. This wasn't right. Ito Juansheng looked at the map. He couldn't be blamed for not noticing immediately. After all, this wasn't a first-person game perspective where everything revolved around him. Although the map was marked with dots, those were tens of thousands of densely packed points. It was difficult enough to quickly determine his own position, let alone judge which ship corresponded to which dot. But at this moment, Ito Juansheng still spotted the blind spot. That thing was a red dot. Buddy, stop messing around. Just as the thought crossed his mind, Ito Juansheng turned toward the cabin to tell the people inside to change direction, when a strange, crisp sound echoed in the air, like something being snapped in two. Ito Juansheng turned his head blankly, only to see a massive glob of green slime drop from afar, splat onto his own ship. The front part of the green slime materialized into energy, and a vine sprouted deep red teeth, swallowing the player's outstretched armhole. The man still had a smile on his face, and it took a few seconds for him to realize what had happened. A scream rang out. The smile on Cecilia's face across the way became even more pronounced. She raised a hand as white as jade, with green slime dripping from it, looking exceptionally suggestive. Her fingers twitched one by one. The entire ship opposite was pulled, tilting toward Cecilia's surely as if it were a spider web being tugged by its silk. Chapter 431. After sending the message, shouldn't be this unlucky pondered for a moment, paused for a second, and then, under the gaze of the few people nearby, calmly lay down on the deck. As he lay down, he even covered his belly button with a white flag. He didn't know where one went after dying in the dungeon, but he figured he should cover his belly button first. What if he got diarrhea in the underworld? After muttering this to himself, shouldn't be this unlucky, calmly closed his eyes. There was no helping it. Who told him to respawn right next to the Flying Dutchman ? Tell me, brother, isn't that ridiculous? If it were some other pirate or navy ship, he might have been able to put up a fight. But now that he saw the skull on the bow, his legs turned to jelly. He had no strength left to resist. So, he might as well just lie flat. He remembered in SpongeBob SquarePants that they would stuff you into a box that had no light, where the Dutchman kept his smelly socks. Sigh. People from the old Dragon Kingdom weren't superstitious about such things anyway. Either way, you end up in a box. The massive pirate ship slowly sailed past the small boat. It wasn't that Jiang Yi wanted to deliberately intimidate this little thing. It was entirely because the man's boat was too small and had spawned right on the edge of the poison circle. Jiang Yi was afraid that a single tremor from his ship would knock the guy directly into the poison zone. Jiang Yi had just wanted to have Iron Anvil sound the horn to warn the ship, but he hadn't expected the guy on board to just lie down so recklessly. And he covered his stomach with a white flag. This looked like a Dragon Kingdom person for sure. Was this surrendering to him? Had the become that intimidating already? If shouldn't be this unlucky could hear Jiang Yi's inner thoughts, he would definitely tell this great pirate earnestly it wasn't intimidating, it was terrifying. It was eerie, okay. It was like when you finally gathered the courage to use your sharpest blade and toughest armor to fight the enemy to the death, only to discover you weren't in a battle royale. You were in the room from the Shining . Tell me, isn't that ridiculous? After shouldn't be this unlucky lay down, a massive shadow loomed over him. Although he had prepared himself, at this moment, he was still a bit nervous. Damn it. Was it going to crash into him? Was he going to be assimilated? Was he going to? The massive shadow moved past shouldn't be this unlucky's face. The scent of cold, Eerie flames permeated the air, but it soon drifted away. As it drifted away, Brother Iron Anvil very carefully covered the white cloth that had fluttered off the guy back onto him. Consequently, just as this brother was about to get up, bewildered, to check what was going on, a white cloth flew directly onto his face. MMPH. The guy struggled for a long time, threw the white cloth onto the deck, and jumped up. But the Flying Dutchman had already left. The ship's rope at the stern even gave a little wave, as if it were saying goodbye to him. You have passed by the returning ghost ship. The *wither*. A mechanical broadcast sounded. Shouldn't be this unlucky's pupils constricted sharply. It really was a ghost ship. That ship rope was moving on its own. Holy crap! He had actually brushed right past a ghost ship, and he wasn't dead. Why? Could it be that the other side didn't think he was worth the effort? The system broadcast continued. Withered number, the great captain seems to be in a good mood today. Congratulations. Player, could I really be that unlucky? You survived. The broadcast ended. And could I really be that unlucky's legs suddenly went limp? The captain is in a good mood. Who you? Could I really be that unlucky? Wiped his reddened eyes. Oh heavens. You really are my own flesh and blood. Fate favored him. A shadow covered him once again. A light voice drifted over. Did you encounter any navy on this route? Could I really be that unlucky? Looked up abruptly. To the side. The massive ship had returned, though he didn't know when. How could such a huge ship move through the sea without making a sound? The giant skull hovered above. Could I really be that unlucky's head? And a red-eyed bird with an aura of death stared at him. The light in Could I really be that unlucky's eyes vanished instantly, and his voice trembled. Yes, both teams are in the east. One is a merchant ship, one is the navy, and it seems there are also pirates. Could I really be that unlucky? Swallowed hard. All right, thank you. Jiang Yi thanked him politely. The ghost ship drifted away again, still silent. Your reputation come 20. As his reputation increased again, Jiang Yi saw the group chat flicker. It seemed like a guy in the group chat was about to go crazy. Player, could I really be that unlucky? Edo Tensei. The Flying Dutchman spoke to me. Holy crap, I survived. That ship, oh no. That ship rope, oh no. That great captain, and damn it, I survived. Player, could I really be that unlucky? Players in the Southeast Sea area. Coordinates ********. Don't blame me for not warning you. This is the sea area where the Flying Dutchman is. This guy asked about pirates and the navy. Damn it. The boss is clearing the lane. Don't come here. Ha 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 ha. This guy is so scared he's incoherent. Lao Tai laughed in his heart. What Flying Dutchman and ship rope? Where are this guy's coordinates? Did he run into a boss? Lao Tai glanced at the coordinates in front of Jiang Yi, and his eyes widened. Isn't this where he and Jiang Yi are? Jiang Yi is the Flying Dutchman. Jiang Yi felt his head starting to ache again. Beside him, Sean secretly glanced at the big boss and let out a soft breath. It seemed this guy had no intention of attacking randomly. Well, although he saw that whenever Sengon Shui was around, the other party was killing people. Sengon Shui shouldn't be someone who likes to slaughter the innocent. Otherwise, if he wanted to, he could have completely detonated the bombs after killing those guys from the Sun Art Troupe, letting everyone in the entire hotel go to the afterlife with them. Sengon Shui doesn't like killing. Sean clicked his tongue. Although it was absurd, it seemed to be a fact, making a sign of the cross for that guy in the group chat. Sean continued to look at the messages. That guy was also a good person. After reporting the news in the group, he seemed to still be shaken and started looking for people to talk to again. Among them, he was looking for that guy Edo Tensei. But no matter how much he tagged him, Edo Tensei didn't seem to reply. Chapter 432. If you do not abandon me. Did he encounter an accident? But his avatar didn't seem to have turned gray. While stealing glances at Sengon Shui, Sean looked at the map and quickly discovered something wrong. The green dots on his map seemed to be retreating, but the direction of the retreat was not uniform. Some were retreating away from the ship he was on, and others seemed to be fleeing in another direction. Sean immediately zoomed in on this part of the map and quickly discovered the anomaly in this line. There was a red dot on this line rushing down, and after hitting the green dots along the way, the green dots simply disappeared. The red one is a pirate. Oh no, he had run into pirates. Sean immediately turned his head. Oh no. There are pirates on this route, Pirate Sengon Shui, Pirate Salalan, 3 pirate coconuts. Outstanding Navy Senior, Sean paused. There are other pirates coming. Jiang Yi was expressionless. But he had actually discovered the anomaly as well. He silently recited in his heart, true sight. The light on the sea gradually dispersed, and the color blocks began to separate. The most conspicuous one was, of course, the ship Jiang Yi was on. But about 5 nautical miles away, there was a dense energy fluctuation on another ship. Did he run into a mini-boss? Moreover, if he wasn't mistaken about this boss's route, it was intercepting fleeing residents and players. The routes overlapped. This battle was unavoidable. I know. Sengon Shui's voice was very calm. Even though this guy wasn't tall and his physique wasn't as strong as that Navy officer, the aura he exuded was much more terrifying. What does I know mean? It means they are going to collide with them. Damn it. He shouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. I remember. Aren't you good at using guns? Jiang Yi suddenly spoke. Sean's expression shifted, reacting a beat slow. So, he let out in a. Jiang Yi pondered for a moment, feeling that although he needed to act cool, he should definitely utilize any power he could. He had just happened to obtain an item that might be suitable for Sean. Jiang Yi casually took a black-blue object from his inventory. The black-blue gun body was full of violence and mechanical aesthetics. On the scope, there was a strange, protruding thing that looked like a blood vessel. After Sengon Shui activated the scope, a layer of something like human eyelids squirmed out from the top of the scope. The eyelids opened, and a feeling of being precisely locked onto by something emerged. The sniper rifle was tossed over casually by Sengon Shui. Sean scrambled to catch it. Once the gun was in his hands, the unique, cool touch made Sean unable to help but lick the corner of his mouth. It's yours. The 3 words sounded like music to his ears. You have received a gift from the captain of the returning wither ship, Sengon Shui. Special weapon. High magnification sniper rifle. Undead Gaze description. This is a sniper rifle that once belonged to a powerful pirate who consumed the turret fruit. His blood vessels and flesh could transform into guns and cannons. Because of this, after his death, his aura remained attached to this sniper rifle. Description. When using this sniper rifle, if you possess the firearms talent, your talent bonus will be doubled. Undead Gaze comes with a soul tracking function. Once you designate a target, you will be able to see them through the scope until they perish. Shooting accuracy is increased by 30%. Charges once every 3 seconds. After charging is complete, the next shot is guaranteed to deal true damage and will include an additional berserk impact. The damage caused by berserk impact is equal to your strength attribute *2, meaning if your strength attribute is 100, after charging is complete, you will trigger 1 instance of true damage, plus 200 points of berserk impact damage. When using this sniper rifle, you gain the skill 3rd form. When in the prone sniping position, you will receive a random damage bonus. Note, this is a gun that belongs to the dead, although it can self-charge. Its durability is not high, but I believe that for your enemies, this is already enough. Sean's mouth hung open bit by bit, his eyes burning with intensity. This gun was the most powerful weapon he had ever obtained so far. Not to mention that firearm-type weapons were already rare. The fact that this was a sniper rifle completely exceeded Sean's expectations. One had to know that up until now, Sean had only been using 2 Brownings, 1 revolver, and 1 shotgun. The attack power of the Brownings was decent, but their sustainability was average. The revolver went without saying. The ammunition supply was limited, and its endurance was not even worth mentioning. As for the shotgun, although its power was great, it was only suitable for close-range bursts. And there was even a certain probability of the barrel exploding during a burst, causing damage to himself. He had wanted to get his hands on an ecchi, but what average player would sell such a thing? Most of his resources had to be used to upgrade his tank. Tank vehicles were extremely powerful, but they were definitely money pits. The costs of maintenance and upgrades were staggering. Because of this, even with his firearms talent, Sean hadn't even held a gun that truly suited him until now. A sniper rifle. All the profanities in his mind had been washed away. The image of Sengon Shui began to glow in Sean's heart. Is this what it feels like when a boss drops legendary loot? a sniper rifle, automatic charging, accuracy calibration, charging, true damage, berserk damage. Although this third form was a bit strange, its functionality was equally useful. As for the durability, just as the system said, if you're using a sniper rifle and the target isn't dead within a few shots, you might as well just swallow the barrel and end it yourself. Sean was completely exhilarated. What else was there to say, Papa? Jiang Yi tui. Sean shook his head, which had been dizzied by excitement. It was all because he'd been scrolling through the group chat for the past few days. Those guys who kept saying, if the Lord does not abandon me, I shall call him foster father, had corrupted him, having blurted out Papa. Sean rubbed his slightly flushed face and slung the undead gaze onto his back. This thing was practically tailor-made for him. The length, the weight, and even the feel of pulling the bolt were absolutely magnificent. Sean grinned. Is there an observation tower here? Having taken someone else's item, Sean no longer had any complaints and started getting to work. Jiang Yi still felt a bit of heartache over this sniper rifle. However, for some reason, Jiang Yi always felt that this item didn't quite match his own style. Furthermore, a sniper rifle conflicted with his current combat system. Adding it in wouldn't increase his combat effectiveness and would instead make him clumsy. The 3-second charge time looked good, but in a real battle, 3 seconds was enough for him or his enemies to die several times over. Besides, he couldn't even aim a normal gun, let alone a complex heavy sniper rifle like this. And so, although he felt a pang of regret, for the sake of maximizing combat power, it was better to let Sean use it. Taking one last reluctant look at the undead gaze, Jiang Yi nodded slightly. Lao Tai instantly understood Jiang Yi's intention. Soul power surged, and pitch black flames parted the deck in the middle. An observation tower rose from the center of the ship's cabin. Unlike a standard observation tower, the one crafted by Lao Tai inherited the consistent non-gravity principle of Minecraft, focusing on the ability to be placed anywhere. This was even more to Sean's liking. Sean scrambled up the internal ladder, and the undead gaze, positioned above the wither ship, aimed toward the sea. Chapter 433. This chapter is not part of the main story QA section. This chapter is not part of the main story. Readers who mind can skip to the next chapter. 1. The reason for changing the synopsis is that a physical book is being published through Modi. It is not a prelude to me backstabbing the readers. The screenshots were sent to some readers a long time ago. It was supposed to be confidential because the book hadn't been released yet. 2. Did I delete the team arc? Am I backstabbing readers who want to see team development? The previous synopsis was mostly a lone wolf, with a team in the later stages, but you have already read many chapters now, and my focus is definitely still on the protagonist. It is certainly different from a group ensemble story where everyone develops equally. I cannot mislead readers who want to see an ensemble cast from the very beginning. So I changed the synopsis and revised the first chapter to say there is a team in the later stages, but the proportion is small based on the current parts. It was my failure to express myself clearly. My fault. But I haven't changed anything else. Why would you think I would delete characters? Why? The plot is already written. Why would I delete them? Why would you think I would favor one character over another? Why, if I can serve the plot and pacing well? Why would I favor a character I created? If I were going to favor them, wouldn't I just write them that way from the start? Why would you doubt what you yourselves have felt? As for those who say that their favorite characters don't appear often enough, I really don't know what to say. If everyone appeared the same amount of time, how would I even write this? They will naturally appear when their plot arrives. Of course, some people say, then why do you keep writing about Jiang Yi? I truly consider myself a person with a good temper, but when I see this question, I really can only curse and call it idiotic. 3. I have never asked for tips or gifts from the readers I've added, and I have even sent out red envelopes to them. Those who received them can testify. Cash red envelopes. My secondary account was for my first book. Whenever readers added me, I would always explain that there was no need to tip. In my first book, I added everyone who wanted to add me, but this time, before I could even reply, my messages were already flooded. I consider myself someone who doesn't ignore readers. I have looked at the comment sections, the fan circles, the fan art, and the fan fiction. and many of you should have interacted with me. But I also have a normal life. I am not someone who guards my phone 24 hours a day, waiting to log into this secondary account. From your perspective, you sent 7 or 8 messages in heartbreak. From my perspective, many accounts sent me 200 messages all at once. I think it's possible that you aren't the only ones feeling sad. 4. You don't like your own book. Why do some readers always think they like the characters in the book more than the author does? If I don't like them, they don't exist. Existence determines consciousness. Understand, of course. To put up a shield, I certainly know that many readers especially love certain characters. But I want you to know that I love my work. I love my book more than anything. 5. Why the sudden changes without an announcement? Because I didn't change any plot points. And I didn't change any settings. I am writing according to the outline. I didn't know it would suddenly cause a misunderstanding. I was genuinely bewildered. It's just like if I said I was going to take a shower today. I wouldn't give you an advance notice. That's normal, right? 6. Why didn't you reply to the messages? Because I received over 200 messages. I understand everyone's actions. And I saw your affection. The reason I didn't reply was that I needed to explain things clearly so as not to hurt you. 7. Why are you editing the text while it's still being serialized? Because I can only edit the text while it's being serialized. Once it's finished, I no longer have the administrative permissions for the book. Why do you need to edit the text? Because it's going to be published in physical form. Are you trying to backstab us? If you're worried, you can check the synopsis and the first chapter. I could even change it back right now if I wanted to. 8. Damn. Did I curse too early? It's fine. This is just a misunderstanding caused by the different perspectives of the reader and author. After the work is finished, I won't be able to edit it even if I want to. I won't have the permissions. So I can only edit while it's being serialized. It's not that I didn't notify you. Once it's finished, I lose the permissions. Why didn't you notify us? I didn't think this would blow up. Why didn't you think it would blow up? I didn't think there would be a misunderstanding. Why didn't you think there would be a misunderstanding? Because I felt that from everyone's comments, fan circles, and creative works. It seemed like everyone found their own comfort in this book. I believe in my readers. Just as I believe in my book, it's all a natural thing. You're just trying to save face. I'm not. I'm just sad. 9. You update twice a day. I already wanted to complain about that. I'm sorry. I'm still a student. I'm still writing my graduation thesis. I'm not a full-time author. Besides, my health doesn't allow it. I still want to stay alive. Updating twice a day is already the best I can do. 10. Well, damn, I already said what I had to say. I'm sorry. It was the text in my first chapter that caused the misunderstanding. It's okay. I can understand. 11. You idiot. You're the one who's an idiot. I respect everyone. But that doesn't mean I don't have a temper. I am not writing this book on my knees. Chapter 434. The Lighthouse Nation does not believe in tears. The air is filled with the scent of Gotham. Sean felt as if his blood was about to boil. The undead gaze was mounted on the watchtower, the background was activated, and his finger hesitated between the 4x and 8x scopes before Sean chose the 8x. The main point is to take a head from 1,000 miles away. The withered one sailed against the wind. The hull was relatively stable, and soon, the nearest ship appeared in Sean's line of sight. It was a Navy ship. The hull painted entirely white. Is this the White Ghost? Oh ho, Sean whistled. The White Ghost ran into a real ghost ship. Sean knew a thing or two about this ship. It was a notorious oil-skimming ship. When pirate ships came, they were Navy ships. And when the pirates left, they were pirate ships. Pirates would at most rob the cargo. These Navy men would practically peel the deck off along with it. The scope automatically aimed. But Sean didn't care about that gadget. He had received his first hunting rifle from his father at 14, and at 15. He was already defending his parents on the battlefield of CF. Only a fool would rely on this kind of automatic target acquisition. Sean narrowed his eyes, and soon, seeing that the White Ghost was about to catch up to a fishing boat, Sean pulled the trigger, bang, the shell casing ejected. And the crisp sound almost made Sean lose his composure on the spot. That was the sound. With one shot, the bullet struck the White Ghost from the rear. The sound of the gunshot was not obvious under the cover of the crashing waves. And before the people on the ship could react, Sean fired several more shots, rapidly gunning down the other crew members on the deck. You have killed Navy Soldier *1. You have killed Navy Soldier *2. You have gained 2 kill points. You have gained 1 kill point. The kill points were rising, and Jiang Yi wasn't idle either. Lei Ting saw that Jiang Yi seemed to be carelessly rubbing something in his hands and in the air. The smell of sulfur and gunpowder grew increasingly thick. Is this gunpowder? This was an incredibly terrifying amount of gunpowder. Black, seed-like objects appeared in Jiang Yi's hands, and finally, as the withered one drew close to the white ghost, Jiang Yi's figure vanished from the ship. The blood-red blade ore was practically invisible in the dark of night. It swept over the top of the white ghost *, and the people on the ship didn't even realize Jiang Yi had passed by. High above, Sean's movements paused for a split second, a hint of shock flashing in his eyes. What incredible speed! Seeing that Jiang Yi's target wasn't the white ghost *, Sean wasn't surprised. A boss this powerful must have sensed the other ship out. With that thought, Sean began clearing out some of the eyesores for Jiang Yi. Although Sean hadn't held the #1 spot on the leaderboard for a long time, his strength was still beyond question. After cleanly and efficiently disposing of 3 guys, Sean had intended to change his position to handle the aftermath on the white ghost *. But then, that Navy soldier with the prominent, horn-like features, he moved, *. Sean let out a mental huh. He had assumed this guy was just someone Sengon Shui had picked up from somewhere. His aura had been so faint. Could it be that his strength was actually decent? The thought had barely crossed his mind when Sean, who was currently extending a hoof from the watchtower to climb down, saw it. The Navy soldier moved. With a slight shift of his center of gravity and a forward leap, his entire body, like a cannonball, landed heavily onto the white ghost *. The Navy soldiers on the white ghost * were truly looking as if they had seen a ghost. Not to mention that while the ship was sailing along perfectly fine, for some unknown reason, stray bullets had begun appearing in the air, as if they had eyes of their own, aiming specifically for the backs of their heads. Just as they were scrambling in a panic to find cover on the deck, the next second, a figure descended like a god onto the deck. The man in the lead rubbed his eyes, then gasped sharply, "Teach this. Isn't this the newly appointed admiral who was secretly executed after defecting?" The man had just finished rubbing his eyes when, the next second, Thunderzy had already looked over. With just that one glance, the man collapsed to the deck, and in the next second, the fist of the man with the sandbag-like head landed squarely in his abdomen. "I can explain." Before he could even finish the last syllable, the man felt his body go limp and fly into the sky. Flying along with him were other Navy soldiers, as well as that flag symbolizing the world government. Within 5 seconds, the battle was over. Thunderzy retracted his fist and, quite unusually, took a deep breath. My body is still too weak right now, Thunderzy thought to himself. Thunderzy turned around expressionless. Sean gulped. Just as Sean thought this guy was about to return, he suddenly seemed to hear something and headed toward the ship's cabin. His hands, which clearly looked like human palms, grabbed the steel doors on both sides. The steel twisted, emitting a screeching sound as it deformed under his bare hands. Light shone through from the direction of the door, and the people inside let out cries of alarm. There are other soldiers locked in there. The soldiers were also stunned by this scene. Tearing open a steel door with bare hands. "Who are you people?" Thunderzy frowned. The people inside looked at each other, but under the gaze of this terrifying man, they didn't dare to lie. "We are the Duke's personal guards." Bang! Thunderzy returned to the * as if nothing had happened. He reached up to touch the bump on his head, paused for a moment, then took out a bandage and tied it into a sturdy knot. Sean, who had witnessed everything, had his jaw drop once again. What kind of people are on this ship? What kind of soldiers are these? Super Saiyans. He had thought this guy looked dim-witted and taciturn, assuming he was just someone picked up randomly like Solly Lunan. He never expected this Navy soldier to be ridiculously strong. 4 kills in 5 seconds. Tearing through steel *. Are you the Hulk or something? Even the Hulk has to undergo a mutation to reach that level. And you, *, wait a second. Could it be that this guy with the horn-like features is the switch for a mutation? Holy crap. I really am on a boss tier team. Your reputation come 50. As his reputation points increased, Jiang Yi's figure reappeared on the merchant ship where ordinary residents evacuated from Jiamo Island gathered on the other side of the vessel. Jiang Yi judged the wind direction. The red markers on his map were getting closer. Jiang Yi narrowed his eyes, his vision enhanced by his true sight. Soon, a deep crimson ship appeared in his line of sight. It wasn't just this deep crimson ship all around Jiang Yi. Green dots were moving. The group chat was refreshing rapidly. Player might as well be unlucky, damn it. Didn't I tell you guys not to come here? Why are you all gathering instead? Player might as well be unlucky also. Huta brother. Why aren't you saying anything, Ito Tensei? No one paid any attention to might as well be unlucky. Not all players would avoid a boss, to put it bluntly. This thing was a mix of risk and opportunity. Quite a few people were confident in themselves, and besides they weren't fighting alone. Chapter 435 Professional Sin. 2 dots, 3 dots, 5 dots, 10 dots. Countless dots appeared around Jiang Yi. The changes on Jiang Yi's side also caught this group of players slightly off guard. Player KK Group Babasu, what's going on? Why are two bosses gathered together? Player KK Group Babasu, Unreturnable Worker, hey you dog. Didn't you scout information saying these two parties weren't in the same faction? Player Unreturnable Worker Boss, I really don't know. The item Who is Friend, Who is Dog detected that both sides were in a hostile state. Player Unreturnable Worker. Crying emoji. Player KK Group Brother Dong. The kid doesn't have the guts to lie to us. These two bosses might be hostile to each other. We might still be able to take advantage of it. Player KK Group Babasu, makes sense. Player KK Group Babasu, are the torpedoes ready? Player KK Group Go ready boss. The night on the Jiamo Sea was pitch black. Perhaps due to its unique geographical location. The sea was shrouded in thick fog. In fact, unless they were large displacement vessels, ships could only spot each other when passing at an extremely close range. This provided the perfect opportunity for certain small vessels to make a fortune. On the Jiamo Sea, a pack of high-powered pirate speedboats, moving like a wolf pack, were blockading the route of the Crimson warship. It had to be said, these were some incredibly daring fellows. As a speedboat zipped past, a sharp-eyed sailor spotted the traces and sprinted toward the cabin. The moment he entered, the pirate saw a guy kneeling at the entrance, looking ghastly pale. This guy was hugging his knees, silently squatting in the corner, looking as if he had suffered a devastating blow. That was right. On the captain's ship, this was normal. However, he wondered if this brother wasn't into that sort of thing. Otherwise, given the captain's technique, he shouldn't have that expression on his face. The pirate thought to himself. Just about to knock on the door, he saw his own captain emerge, also looking equally ghastly. Captain, speak. The captain's voice was icy, even sounding a bit indignant, as if she hadn't been satisfied. Cecilia was far from satisfied. She currently felt that it would have been better to go find that old man Giamo. These cowards of the sea, not only did they not commit, but they also. Cecilia cast a look of disdain at the guy squatting on the ground questioning his life. Her fair fingers gestured a middle finger toward Hutu's wanching. Green slime sliding off her fingertips, before she said coldly, I already know. Cecilia turned around, her high heels clicking on the deck, and quickly left the cabin area. She would make these people who disturbed her mood pay the price. As her heels clicked away, Cecilia didn't even glance at Hutu's wanching. Hutu's wanching had completely lost the will to resist. He now had only one thought. He wondered if there were any temples or similar service areas along the highway. He wanted to become a monk. Brother, what's up with this guy? Tizen's voice sounded cautiously. Jiang Yi glanced at the guy's so lost appearance and pondered for a moment, deciding it was better not to let old Tai know about this heartbreaking, chicken-flying egg-breaking world. Jiang Yi silently lit a candle in his heart for this brother. His expression returned to normal. A layer of I'm fighting the elites passed over him. The mission had been judged a direct failure. Not being able to weaken the enemy in advance was a bit troublesome. But this woman didn't give Jiang Yi the feeling of being on the level of thunder. She should still be manageable. After refining the Crimson Moon, he also needed a battle to consolidate his strength. After Jiang Yi finished his assessment, he didn't rush to make a move. In the shadows, Hu Tuzhuanqing curled himself into the corner, acting as if he couldn't hear or see anything. Player KK Group Babasu torpedoes fire below the sea surface. The torpedoes shifted from a static state to a vertical position. After everyone's heartbeat skipped a beat, Basu of the KK Group pressed the button. Bang bang bang, the torpedoes detonated. Seawater surged upward. The deck in front of the Crimson ship suffered heavy damage. The expressions of the second and third mates didn't look panicked. In fact, when they saw the people arriving on speedboats, a cruel smile appeared on their faces. Aside from the pirate general, their captain had never feared anyone. Waves churned. Just as the torpedoes were about to explode from the center, green slime splashed down from the ship. These green slimes, like writhing tentacles, wrapped around the unexploded torpedoes and headed toward the deep sea. Just as the pirates revealed their cruel smiles, the players on the opposite side did the same. The sound of bullets being chambered rang out continuously. It had to be said, the development trends of different subzones were completely different. This was actually a force that had already been armed. KK Group Babasu, or perhaps by another name, Player Winter Soldier. A force that had emerged abruptly in the Five Seas world. Follow me. Where the waves surged, the KK Group landed. It had to be said, they were worthy of being professionals. Torpedoes to destroy the propulsion system, blockades at the front and rear, and from the flanks. These guys, who had dominated the Southeast for years, were even more professional at throwing grappling hooks than the pirates. The hooks were pulled up. When they saw what these guys were holding, the expressions of the second and third mates changed. If they weren't mistaken, were those firearms? With 20 or 30 people armed with guns, how was this possible? Seeing the pirates' surprised expressions, a smile rose on Basu's face. The system log on his status window displayed. Your outstanding performance has received the attention of a special existence. Blood, war, disorder, these are the things it sees. You have unlocked a new reward sponsorship chest *1. Do you wish to open it now? Basu chose to open it immediately. No matter what was inside, he would use what was useful and throw the rest to those bastards. Either way, he wouldn't lose out. You have obtained electric prison *1. You have obtained car coins *200. You have obtained waterboarding rack *1. You have obtained mysterious ancestral park electric baton *1 chapter 436. Keeping the bastards in captivity. The electric prison and the waterboarding rack couldn't be used for the time being. Or rather, they weren't needed here. Basu sneered and opened the group chat channel to find his outside contact. Internal group chat. Player KK Group Basu, Xiaohu. The electric prison has been sent over. Player KK Group Xiaohu. Not all players within the group had participated in the dungeon. As for the others, Basu had arranged for them to stay outside. They were responsible for collecting weapons here. Shortly after entering the dungeon, he had attracted the gaze of the so-called mysterious existence. This mysterious existence seemed very interested in him and was delighted by war injury and bloodshed. Regarding this, of course he was cooperating, although he didn't know what this mysterious entity was. Ever since he entered the game, he had obtained a level of happiness he had never experienced before. Ever since the Dragon Kingdom tightened its border controls and gradually took over matters related to the border, their lives had become far worse than before. They even had to keep their tails tucked and hide in more secluded places just to give face to certain people. They had grown sick of living like rats in a gutter, and never had they expected that this damn game would descend upon them. Compared to other players, they had established connections the earliest. Also, due to the presence of the KK Group and several other conglomerates, Sector 30 of District 123 in the Heshu Kingdom had been plagued by severe internal strife. Not only that, the wealth gap had reached a terrifying level. If it could be said that in Sector 99 of District 189 of the Dragon Kingdom, the top players on the leaderboard were far ahead while the resources of the players behind them decreased layer by layer in a uniform distribution. Then, the resources in Sector 30 of District 123 of the Heshu Kingdom were concentrated solely within a few conglomerates. They used the entire sector's strength to feed all the conglomerates, and the conglomerates fought each other to the death. After 1 month, a situation had formed where the KK group held a monopoly. The remaining organizations were barely hanging on, and all other players had become so-called pups. The other players weren't dead only because they were needed to help them acquire those damned strange vehicle coins. In fact, if it weren't for the system warnings and the rules, they would have successfully carried out a robbery the very first time they encountered a so-called service area. However, this was actually, goddammit, not allowed. In short, the balance on the highway had limited their development. But once they reached the dungeon, these guys were absolutely ecstatic. The dungeon had endless resources and firearms, although exploring the dungeon at the beginning was very dangerous. As long as they sent out a few more pups to help them scout out the rules ahead and clear away the dangers, the rest would be much simpler. As for whether the players scouting the path ahead would die, the fact that they didn't die at their hands was already the greatest misfortune for these guys. Basu sneered and waved his hand. A yacht behind him quickly pushed one of the men forward. That man was the pup who had used an item to detect the opponent's strength. The item, who is a friend, who is a dog, as a detection-type item, was quite powerful in its function. However, the trouble was that this thing would actually deduct from the user's maximum mental value. If it was deducted to a certain level, the user would directly become demented. Unsurprisingly, this item was also used on the pups. It was truly a bargain for these guys otherwise. Given their strength, how could they ever have the chance to use such an item? Basu narrowed his eyes. The originally resistant pup had a look of despair on his face. Behind him, it could be a water dungeon or clubs. It would be better to die at the hands of the pirates. Thinking of this, the yacht, being pushed by the guys behind it, crashed directly into the pirate ship. One must know, even when pirates fought among themselves, such a situation of two ships colliding rarely occurred. After all, sea battles were not like land battles. Two ships colliding would inevitably result in some damage, and materials and supplies could not be obtained anywhere and at any time on the ocean. Once a problem arose, being buried at sea was an inescapable fate. This guy had his own crew steer the ship to crash into the other. Even Cecilia had never seen such a scene. Before anyone could react, the speedboat crashed directly into the pirate ship. Cecilia's fingers flickered, raising a layer of slime protection. But she was still a step too late. The yacht slammed heavily into the deck, the wooden planks shattered, and the sound of the yacht's impact rang out. In the chaos, the guy who had rushed over on the yacht was caught by a fishhook. His body was torn apart, and he quickly lost his breath. One yacht had already boarded. Like sharks that had smelled blood, these guys swarmed up one after another, and as before, the ones walking in front were the pups. After more than a month of hospitality, these players had completely lost their instincts and could only numbly obey. Even if they had no combat power, just firing their guns wildly could cause significant damage. As bullets flew, the weaker sailors died instantly. Of course, these pirates were not easy to deal with either. Seeing that the situation was dire, the second and third mates did not act arrogantly. They also pulled out their shotguns, and the big guy who had been following Cecilia also leaped out. A hammer smashed out, landing on an enemy's forehead, causing the entire skull to collapse inward. The scene was incredibly chaotic. In front of this group, Cecilia's pirate crew was like a bunch of raw recruits. Cecilia had been looking for the leader on the other side, but unlike the suicidal style of the team, the person in charge kept shrinking inside the crowd and never showed his face. And even Cecilia had not yet reached the point where she could ignore bullets. Where on earth did this pirate group pop out from? And why were they equipped with so many sophisticated weapons? Basu, hiding among several players, pushed up his glasses. Compared to the fierce appearance of Tiger and the others, Basu's temperament even appeared quite peaceful. It was just that one of his eyes was constantly twitching, which made him look somewhat strange. After pushing up his glasses, he calculated the kill points in his heart. His talent, park manager, could automatically plunder things like points and kill points obtained by certified employees within his group. Regardless of what the employees obtained, he could take a cut according to the amount stipulated in the signed contract. For group employees, this amount was 30%, and for the pups, or rather, the pigs, This amount was 90%, not 100%. It was truly quite a pity. The kill points had already accumulated to 230. This was already the undisputed first place for now. A smile appeared on Basu's face. He relaxed and glanced at the leaderboard. Originally, he had been a little worried about that so-called server-wide number 1. What was it? Little Fries. But now, this guy was just hiding his head and showing his tail here. 230 points as a reward. If I perform exceptionally well this time, I will surely be able to receive a reward from that mysterious existence again and gain even more means of control. If I could merge District 189 and Subdistrict 99, then there would be even more of these little bastards. A flash of greed crossed Basu's eyes. The number of people on the deck, whether it was the enemy side or his own, was decreasing. But more little bastards were gathering. There was no need to worry. It's just that, for some reason, he always felt that the pirates on the ship were dying faster than he had anticipated. Since when did these little bastards become so resilient? Note: please do not comment on anything related to the real world in these 2 chapters. I haven't written anything. And you haven't seen anything. Chapter 437. I don't give a damn about you. It's a bit too smooth. Basu thought to himself. The number of these little bastards is around 12. Although more are still gathering here. Not many people have actually boarded the ship. The current progress is a bit suspiciously smooth. It's as if someone is helping them from the shadows. Basu felt a bit strange, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what exactly was off. He picked up his binoculars and looked toward the pirate ship where the chaotic battle was taking place. He just happened to see his own employee heading toward the second mate while fending off 2 little bastards. After the 3 of them clashed for a moment, the second mate suddenly stumbled as he turned, as if he had been struck by something, and clutched his neck. The 2 little bastards had several ribs broken and had assumed their lives were going to end there today. But they hadn't expected the pirate to be wounded. Did a stray bullet hit him just now? After exchanging a glance, the 2 little bastards' eyes turned bloodshot. Without a second thought, they charged directly toward the second mate. If this guy doesn't die, the ones behind him will kill them. The 2 of them lunged forward. The second mate clutched his neck, his eyes fixed intently on a certain spot in the void. The 3 figures collided. Bang, 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 bullets flew, and all 3 fell into the seawater together. Splash, blood dispersed. Anyone who killed often knew. The amount of bleeding wasn't right. If a bullet hit flesh, it would at most create a blood hole. Even if it hit an artery, the blood would spread from a point outward, not like this, spreading out from one side. However, Basu could no longer see the scene in the water. He only felt that everything tonight was unbelievably smooth. 3 aches were suppressing the terrifying woman in the center. Basu guessed that this woman had consumed some kind of devil fruit, which was why she possessed supernatural powers, but as mentioned before, the upper limit of devil fruits was very low. 3 aches were locking down the front. When the bullets ran out, swap people and swap guns. With this kind of firepower, even that rubber boy would be shredded into rubber dust. But there was still that same problem. It's too smooth. Amidst the heavy smoke, one figure after another fell. There was almost no violent struggle, as if the few little bastards just thrashed about for a bit, and the people on the other side couldn't hold on and died. Are this boss's subordinates that weak? The more Basu observed, the more uneasy he felt. He opened the map. The dot for the other boss the red dot for the other boss hadn't moved at all. I have to say, to some extent, this was a misunderstanding, because the captain of the Wither was not Jiang Yi, the Great Anvil. The Great Anvil scratched his butt and waited quietly in place for Jiang Yi's orders. The Great Anvil was the true captain of the Wither. The boss's ship certainly hadn't moved, but the boss himself had. On Jiang Yi's screen, system logs kept popping up. You have killed second mate of Peregrine. You have gained 5 kill points. You have killed Sailor Dead Ghost. You have gained 2 kill points. It wasn't just the kill points. The progress of Jiang Yi's other quest was also increasing. Pirate King Legacy 02. The journey description. A king is born from blood and conquest. Complete your first conquest to activate the journey that belongs to the Pirate King. Remember, killing is not our goal is conquest, progress. To 100ths, you are currently in battle with the Cecilia Lily and the KK group. So far, Jiang Yi had wiped out two pirate crews, the Wolf Fang pirate crew and the Sun Art troop, and now he was engaging two new pirate crews. One, if he wasn't mistaken, was this Black Kindred ship, Cecilia's ship, and the other, the KK group. That should be a pirate crew formed by players from another sub-district. The KK group, that wasn't a very good name for a person from the Dragon Kingdom. Furthermore, Jiang Yi's figure emerged from the rooftop. Thick blood dripped from the blood groove of the Crimson Moon. Jiang Yi was becoming increasingly calm about killing. This might not be a good sign in real life, but on the highway, it was the foundation for survival. The effect of Silent Step combined with Crimson Moon was far stronger than Jiang Yi had imagined. The battle with those two idiot brothers hadn't fully utilized the advantages of the Crimson Moon. But in a group battle, the advantages of the Crimson Moon were clear at a glance. Passive skill. After each attack, a judgment will be triggered. There is a 10% chance to convert the damage dealt by this attack into 10% of its value as true damage. Every strike deals true damage, and the enemy's state of death will exceed your imagination at 10% chance. Jiang Yi estimated that if it were a window that won't close, it would probably trigger once every 2 or 3 attacks. As for himself, out of the many times he had struck, he had triggered it twice, once to kill the second mate, and once to kill the third mate. This wasn't a coincidence. Jiang Yi guessed that the probability of this item might not be evenly distributed. Converting to true damage might also be related to his own state and the state of his opponent at the time. And so, the scene just now unfolded. Basu felt that everything had been going smoothly. The kills were fast, but the growth of his kill points didn't quite add up. As if an invisible ghost had siphoned off the lion's share. That invisible ghost was, naturally, Jiang Yi, who was prowling the battlefield. This was the reason for the smile on Jiang Yi's face. Another passive skill of the Crimson Moon. He had also stolen 1 point of strength from the first mate. This is the passive skill handed over. About 10 minutes later, the smoke cleared, and the entire battlefield became surprisingly distinct. Above, Cecilia had fallen into a rage. If this were a game, the health bar above the boss would likely have turned red. Damn you. How long do you intend to keep hiding? The woman's furious voice rang out. Basu thought she was calling out to him, but to his surprise, Cecilia didn't even spare him a glance. Instead, she looked toward another direction on the ship. Chapter 438. You should face your opponent another direction. Basu was stunned. Another direction. That direction was clearly empty. His eyes blinked. The next second, his breath hitched. Above the cabin that had already collapsed halfway, a white figure suddenly appeared in everyone's line of sight. No one knew when that figure had appeared, or rather, no one knew how long he had already been there. The 50+ people here, including the players and the pirates, hadn't even noticed this person's existence because of their different positions. When these people looked up, they could only see the man's lean face and a single, indifferent green eye exposed to view. Warning, warning, warning. Except for Jiang Yi's main screen. Every player's main screen instantly turned red. The mechanical broadcast voice rang out almost simultaneously. Warning, warning. You have encountered the gaze of the returning ghost ship captain, Sangon Shui. Your spirit has suffered a violent fluctuation. Your mental power has decreased by 1 point. Your strength attribute has decreased by 2 points. As the sounds rose and fell, Basu didn't know why he suddenly felt a sense of suffocation. He hurriedly tapped his screen. The original red boss marker had turned deep crimson. Holy crap! This damn system was setting them up. Just a moment ago, this boss's color was only red. Zhu Sheng wasn't some idiot. He wouldn't have dared to approach two bosses without preparation. The premise for taking action was that they had already taken down one boss, and with the pups constantly throwing their lives away as cannon fodder, their strength was more than enough to handle a boss of this level. But that was for a red boss. Not for this deep crimson guy. And certainly not for a guy who, the moment he appeared, caused everyone's systems to crash. Damn it. He had been played like one of the pups. In fact, Jiang Yi's strength hadn't reached that level either. He didn't know what was happening. In other words, he had no understanding of the status of his own identity. Under the moonlight, Jiang Yi's figure stepped out from the cabin. He walked very slowly, even carrying a sense of nonchalant, absurd gentlemanliness. The crimson moon had already returned from the side into his cane. Though it was called a cane, in terms of length, it looked more like the scepter of some duke. The gentleman's grace refracted the pure white moonlight. At this moment, the radiance on the white fabric even surpassed the moonlight, making it hard to breathe amidst the overlapping heartbeats. Very pretentious. That was Laudi's evaluation of it. But Jiang Yi ignored Laudi's daily bouts of madness. As for the reason he struck this pose, "Did you memorize all the positions?" Jiang Yi whispered in his heart. Laudi's tone was also quite excited. While hiding in the crowd, besides assassinating, Jiang Yi had been mapping out the distribution of the enemies to factions, or rather, a subtle 3 factions. One group was the pirates, and another group seemed to be guys carrying axe and other heavy weaponry. As for why it was subtle, it was because Jiang Yi felt that this group of attackers didn't seem all that united. He felt that the people charging at the front all had quite desperate looks in their eyes. In any case, all the target trajectories had been recorded. After handing the information to Lao Tai, on the other ship, the ship rope that had been nonchalantly playing with water suddenly began to twist. The thick rope wound from the back to the watchtower where Shan was located. Shan was left bewildered, not knowing what Lao Tai was doing. Another ship rope used its water-dipped end to continuously carve dots onto the deck. Shan had a flash of inspiration and understood what Lao Tai meant. "You mean, hit the outside first?" The ship rope formed a checkmark-shaped square root. It acknowledged Shan's guess. Understood. The undead gaze was mounted on top. Before Shan had even moved, Lao Tai had already coiled around the sniper rifle and automatically turned it toward the direction of Cecilia's pirate ship. Through the 8x scope, everyone's figures were in full view. How should one put this after all? Combat isn't a game. There won't be red and blue markers to show who is an enemy and who is a friend, unless it involves things with vastly different shapes like monsters and soldiers, or creatures with distinct styles like elf kings and goblins. It is actually very difficult to distinguish target groups in battle when both sides are human. However, the previous scouting was enough. In the 8x scope, every head stood out just like a cabbage, of course. Sangong Shui's head did too. Damn, that guy is being so pretentious even at a time like this. Shan rolled his eyes internally. Through the sniper scope, Sangong Shui was standing at the highest point, perhaps the most vulnerable position for a fatal shot. If it were anyone else, knowing that a sniper rifle was in play, they wouldn't dare to be so reckless as to let Shan take the shot. But Sangong Shui dared. Not only did he dare, but he also gave Shan a very polite smile. Shan subconsciously offered a cowardly, ingratiating smile in return. A few seconds later, he realized, wait, that's not right. Sangong Shui can't even see me. The distance was just too great. The fear he felt for this guy had truly seeped into his very soul. Shan despised himself for a second. Then, in the sniper scope, Sangong Shui moved. As his figure was revealed, Jiang Yi looked at the furious Cecilia with a calm gaze. Cecilia looked as if she had just swallowed something foul. Usually, she was the one playing these pathetic men like puppets. She never expected that today she would be outmaneuvered by someone else. She had noticed this guy a long time ago. Her subordinates were dying far too quickly. But in the midst of the chaotic battle, it was difficult for her to spare the focus to root him out. By the time she looked back, only she and the first mate were left on the battlefield. This guy was reaping the benefits of their struggle. After Jiang Yi appeared, Zhu Sheng made a split-second decision. With a ruthless look, his nearby underling instantly understood his intent and aimed an AK directly at Jiang Yi. Just as the bullets were about to fire, the guy on the roof looked at him with a calm gaze. Seemingly dissatisfied with his attitude, Jiang Yi nodded slightly. Bang! In a spot no one noticed, a blue bullet with flames flickering at its tip pierced through the head of the player who was about to fire. The man remained in the posture of pulling the trigger, only to find that his finger wouldn't budge. He turned his head blindly and shouted, "Boss!" Before he could finish his sentence, his body collapsed. A breeze blew by, and a chill rose in everyone's hearts. Just as Zhu Sheng looked toward his right-hand man, another bullet passed right in front of his face. The sharp projectile left a white streak across his dark brown pupil, cut through the air, and struck directly into the open mouth of his subordinate. Teeth shattered, eyeballs popped out, and yellow-white brain matter sprayed out. Zhusheng took a step back, a bang. Another shot hit the deck barely 20 centimeters from Zhusheng's calf. He could even feel the heat wave generated by the bullet grazing the deck and passing through the air. Wherever he looked, that soul-chasing bullet followed, silently claiming a life. This was high magnification sniper rifle on dad gaze. With the premise of absolute safety, the existence of a sniper was simply insolvable. Cold sweat soaked Zhusheng's back. On the roof, the deep red boss spoke. I think you should, first of all, face your opponent properly. Chapter 439, Block him. The appearance of Jiang Yi was undoubtedly like a pebble, like a ton of boulders crashing into a pond, shattering the tranquility of this world. Jiang Yi moved as if he were in his own home, jumping down from the roof with natural grace. Only at the moment of landing was there a slight unnaturalness to his movement, though under the influence of his grand boss aura and the high-level intimidation skill, it wasn't very obvious. Of course, this wasn't because he had sprained his ankle. That was something the melancholic little French fry Jiang Yi might do, but Sangon Shui would never. This unnatural movement occurred because, the moment Jiang Yi jumped down, his eyes inadvertently met a strange creature huddled in the corner of the wall. It was a shadow. It was a shadow that seemed to have condensed the greatest humiliation, self-doubt, self-loathing, and even self-exile in human history. The man's fingers were resting on the wall, and he wasn't even picking at it. From this action, Jiang Yi couldn't even conclude if this was still a human. What kind of human wouldn't pick at a wall in an unconscious state? Jiang Yi's gaze locked directly with this guy. Logically speaking, with Jiang Yi's Demon King talent and intimidation aura fully unleashed, it would be impossible for any normal human on the other side not to react. But the guy just gave Jiang Yi a dull look before lowering his eyes again in gloom. There was absolutely no other reaction. Isn't this the guy from outside Cecilia's room who had already been castrated? I only looked away for a moment, and his heart meridian is already damaged to this extent. He felt like this guy looked like he was about to turn into a special grade vengeful spirit. Thus, Jiang Yi's expression was slightly unnatural, but he returned to normal after landing. It's just a bit of castration, right? This guy isn't even afraid of being shot to death. It seems this blow was truly too heavy. Jiang Yi mused to himself, ignoring the brother with the damaged heart meridian. Jiang Yi stepped onto the deck. Jiang Yi had only appeared alone, but after he landed, everyone unconsciously retreated. They were terrified that the big boss would suddenly lash out and slit their throats. It was now a three-way standoff. Oh no, a two-way standoff. With the mysterious boss's intentions unknown, Cecilia's face was gloomy. There was no information about Jiang Yi in her mind. Who are you, Sangon Shui? Jiang Yi said without changing his expression. She had never heard of him. Could he be someone from the world government? She had agreed to work for those people, but she also knew their character. It wasn't as if they hadn't backstabbed people before. With this level of strength, Cecilia even suspected he was someone sent by the world government to double-cross them. World government? Hearing this answer, Cecilia's expression softened slightly. He wasn't from the world government. Cecilia's posture relaxed a bit. She furrowed her charming yet heroic brows, trying to make her voice sound as seductive as possible. She paused for a moment. In that case, I don't think you and I have any conflict of interest. If you are interested in these people, I can leave. It must be said that Cecilia is quite a clever individual. The group opposite her is not to be trifled with, and the background of this person is unknown. It would be better to voluntarily withdraw from the battlefield, let one side suffer heavy losses, and then see if there is an opportunity to strike. After Cecilia finished speaking, she looked at Jiang Yi's handsome appearance. Suddenly, a smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. I think there is a misunderstanding between us. I have no conflict of interest with you, and I think you, Cecilia drew out her voice, are not bad. I can even help you deal with these annoying guys. How about it? A pure and innocent smile bloomed on Cecilia's face, completely unconcerned about the sailors who had died at Jiang Yi's hands. As her voice fell, Jiang Yi looked at Cecilia with a complex gaze, his voice calm. Your ship is about to be gone. What leverage do you have to say such things? Sean, up in the watchtower, let out a snort of laughter. Holy crap. This guy is licking her lips. She'll probably poison herself to death. He knew it. His lip-reading practice hadn't been in vain. He was usually annoyed to death by this guy, but today, seeing someone else get frustrated by the three work sailors was just as satisfying. As the voice fell, Cecilia's expression turned iron-blue. Zusheng was stunned. Could it be? Your Excellency. The other party was just killing those pirates earlier. Could it be that, to some extent, he was his teammate? Were the two people who died just now killed simply because he had ignored the other party's warning to move? Just as Zusheng finished speaking, Jiang Yi turned his head and gave him a faint glance. That look said everything. And yet, it seemed to say nothing at all. Zusheng's face flushed red. He had never been looked at with such a looking at dog shit expression before. Jiang Yi withdrew his gaze. He had no desire to cooperate with any party here. The only reason he didn't use his sniper rifle to shoot that guy dead was that Jiang Yi sensed something was wrong. After his two probing shots earlier, the opponent hadn't run away, which meant the opponent had something to rely on. Otherwise, how could a guy who cherished his life stay in place after knowing there was a sniper rifle? Regardless, today, both sides were going to die here. 5, 4, 3. Without any warning, Jiang Yi moved, lunging directly at Cecilia. Chiyu drew a breathtaking red line through the air. In the instant the two sides clashed, Cecilia heard this guy move once. Boom, 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 boom. One after another, flesh and blood exploded. These bombs had all avoided those strange-looking beings who seemed to be under control, and were all planted on the employees of the KK group. After the bombs detonated, Jiang Yi ignored these guys, drew Chiyu, and slashed toward Cecilia's neck. Jiang Yi admitted that Cecilia was a very charming person. This charm wasn't because Jiang Yi was acting like a lecher, but because he suspected that the devil fruit this woman had eaten, besides producing that slime, also carried a charm-based ability. Jiang Yi's spirit attribute was decent, but he was still affected. He had to end this quickly. After Jiang Yi ignited the hyena, Cecilia's warship was completely totaled. Zusheng stretched out his arm, stunned. The opponent had the ability to manipulate bombs, and the opponent had actually bypassed those puppies and only bombed the employees under his group's command. Zusheng vaguely felt something was wrong, but things were changing too fast. After weighing his options, Zusheng actually turned around and wanted to run. However, inside the main screen, player Melancholy Little Fries blocked him. This message was naturally sent to Thunderzy. If this guy ran away, he would be another your sweetie. Perhaps even more dangerous than your sweetie. At least your sweetie couldn't manipulate so many people so blatantly. Chapter 440. Who bid it? Just as Jiang Yi finished sending the message, the other side sent one back. Seemingly having just opened the chat box, Thunderzy Zhang Shui. That ship rope. The message was abruptly interrupted, as if he had also seen the block him message Jiang Yi had sent. Melancholy Little Fries ship rope was old-time messing something up again. Jiang Yi felt his head start to throb with pain again. Thunderzy. The ship rope was bitten. Melancholy Little Fries. Melancholy Little Fries. Did Sean bite it? Just as Jiang Yi finished sending the message, he felt a chill in front of him. Jiang Yi's expression changed, and he took a step back. Cecilia's figure appeared, performing a high kick. This lady seemed to have no concept of wardrobe malfunctions, and the expanse of white skin almost blinded Jiang Yi's eyes. In the air, that faint, strange fragrance wafted over again. Clearly, Cecilia was doing it on purpose. After consuming the beauty vine devil fruit, she had gained two main abilities. One was the manifested green slime. This slime was very powerful, being soft while also possessing some hard properties. As for the other part, just as the more brightly colored things in nature are more attractive, the beauty vine also came with a charm attribute, and like other pirates drifting on the sea, her body was slender and soft. Possessing a unique charm like a vine, charm, to a certain extent, was just as dangerous as gunpowder and artillery. Cecilia's eyes flickered as she looked at Jiang Yi. However, Jiang Yi's gaze was now terrifyingly firm. At the thought of the reanimation jutsu face that looked even more miserable than Squidward, Jiang Yi's expression turned grave, and he pinched his thigh hard. Such a terrifying thing, no way. After becoming slightly more sober, Jiang Yi aimed and slashed Chiyu diagonally. The charm didn't work. Cecilia brought her hands together, and a green slime javelin materialized in her hands, shooting toward Jiang Yi. The two sides clashed, and the blade light of Chiyu split the javelin in two. But there was still residue splashing toward Jiang Yi. It must be said, this thing was quite troublesome. The slime was both tangible and intangible, which was very effective at countering Jiang Yi's straightforward, direct attack style. Fortunately, Jiang Yi had more than just that one method of attack. Jiang Yi narrowed his eyes. Slime, was it? He had some too. Jiang Yi raised his left hand and opened his mouth. Seeing this, Cecilia recalled the bizarre dog barking sound this guy made. Cecilia didn't think this man, who seemed to have no interest in women, had any peculiar fetishes. She assumed it was another strange ability. Cecilia held her breath, the image of that exploding black object flashing through her mind, and she instinctively stepped back, just as Cecilia retreated. Jiang Yi flicked his left hand violently. There was nothing there. Cecilia's eyes widened slightly. What? Was he bluffing? There was nothing in that guy's hand. A faint, subtle smile appeared on Jiang Yi's face. Cecilia's high heel stepped back. A strange, sticky sensation traveled up, but unlike the viscosity of the green slime, this stickiness gave Cecilia a feeling of being unable to break free. Cecilia looked down sharply. Her high heel was stuck fast in a lump of yellow, melted substance. She even rubbed her eyes in disbelief. From the melted yellow block, two arm-like appendages had extended, grabbing hold of her high heel and her calf. She couldn't move. She absolutely couldn't move. The smile on Jiang Yi's face widened. Butter. This stuff, even if Dr. Zombas himself showed up, he'd be stuck for seconds. This was an entirely different set of rules. Jiang Yi flipped his left hand upward. This time, it was a real bomb. However, it wasn't the time-delayed hyena, but the red, instantly exploding marble. Jiang Yi closed the distance, without the slightest intention of showing mercy to a lady. Nonsense. Jiang Yi could guarantee that if he showed any mercy to this woman, the next second, he would be the one crouching in the corner just like that other guy. All the marbles flew toward Cecilia. Cecilia instinctively wanted to summon her slime. Her hands couldn't move either. The strange butter beneath her seemed to hum. For seconds is for seconds. Whoever comes, they're getting stuck for seconds. This round, the butter was the MVP. In the blink of an eye, that guy was already right in front of her. In her desperation, Cecilia could only use the slime she had already summoned to condense into a sphere, shielding herself. Good chance, Brother Anvil shouted excitedly in his heart. Previously, because of the protection of this woman's slime, the wither's flames couldn't reach her, but now, with her hands tied, it was time for him, the great Anvil, to strike. Just as Brother Anvil thought this, he felt something bite his ship rope. Without thinking, the thick rope lashed out with a snap against the butt of Shan, who was busy clearing out the small fry in front. Swoosh. Shan's butt twitched violently, and he looked up with a completely bewildered expression. After a second of confusion, Shan's mind was filled with expletives ready to burst out. In the final second before opening his mouth, Shan held it in and held it in, finally managing to squeeze out an ugly, confused expression as if he had just eaten dumb. What did he do? Why did he get whipped for no reason? Didn't he just make a heart gesture at him when they set off? Damn it. This ship really lives up to its reputation as the three-gone water ship, just like its owner. It's completely capricious. Old Iron swung the whip, but the feeling of being bitten by something remained. The ship rope paused. Ha! Not this side. Old Iron turned around, and as the scene shifted, he saw that on the other side of the helm, the cheap crew member Solly Lunan had started fighting with a dog at some point. Old Iron swore. He absolutely wasn't using any hyperbole. They were truly fighting. The man and the dog were playing a game of cat and mouse around the cabin, chasing each other. And what was even more incredible was that both the man and the dog could turn invisible. One would turn invisible, and the other would appear. Just as one was about to touch the other would vanish. It was just like a breathing light, flickering on and off, forming a perfect loop between them. As the dog ran, it would occasionally dart toward the ship ropes. In a way, it was even more agile than Solly Lunan, even running into the captain's quarters, which was why Old Iron felt like his ship rope had been bitten by something. So, had he misunderstood? It wasn't Shan. If Shan knew what Old Iron was thinking, he would probably have the urge to drag this whole group to the bottom of the sea. In the eyes of these people, was he some kind of lunatic? Shan was also stunned by this scene. One man one dog, and one ship rope. Like a perpetual motion machine, what was going on? Off to the side, Thunderzy, with a huge bandage wrapped around his head, had his fingers frozen in the middle of typing a message. The message box contained a pale sentence, Jiang Yi, there's a dog biting your crew member and the ship rope. But after thinking about it, that wasn't right. That crew member and that ship rope seemed to be biting the dog. Thunderzy wanted to intervene, but the man and the dog didn't care about him at all. The devil fruit user was half dog, and they clearly didn't like each other. There was no way they would listen to Thunderzy now. In his line of sight, Thunderzy also saw an old man cowering in the corner of the cabin, looking utterly disappointed and frustrated. When he met Thunderzy's gaze, the old man trembled like a mouse seeing a cat, pretended nothing had happened, and blended into the panicked crowd. Chapter 441, Water Breathing. Jiang Yi couldn't care less about what was happening on his ship right now. He believed that with Sean and Thunderzy there, even if the latter was injured, they wouldn't let that guy escape just like that. With a melee fighter and a sniper present, if the opponents still managed to escape, Jiang Yi would have nothing to say. As these thoughts flashed through Jiang Yi's mind, the marbles exploded in the wind. A crackling sound echoed as the slime shield was shattered. Along with the broken shield came Jiang Yi's fist. The radiance of Ackle bloomed to its limit, slamming toward Cecilia's proud and beautiful head. This was the first time Cecilia had encountered such a situation. In this man's eyes, there was only pure killing intent. Devoid of any primitive impulse toward beautiful things, a punch roared out, but Jiang Yi felt it wasn't enough. With a shift of his intent, he stacked Silent Step with Explosive Kill. You have activated the skill of Silent Step. This attack has taken effect. This attack is guaranteed to be converted into true damage. Still not enough. Jiang Yi's gaze was terrifyingly resolute. His left hand flashed, and from the Wilderness Witch's glove, a card emerged. This was a card Jiang Yi had traded from the Red Fox, or Dao. It could be considered another form of a strength pill. Item card, One Punch's One Punch description. What? Do you think this name is strange? Then think about it. Who could be called One Punch? White light flickered as the reward pool stacked. White radiance covered Jiang Yi's fist. Eclair's steel body emitted creaking sounds, and Jiang Yi felt as if his own fists were on fire. You are using the item card One Punch's One Punch. You have gained Kung 20 Strength attribute. Kung 20 Strength. If it weren't for Jiang Yi's already impressive strength and constitution, especially the latter, which was exceptionally high, this punch would have been enough to shatter his own arm first. As the punch landed, the corners of Jiang Yi's mouth curled up uncontrollably. He had always preferred using blades. The rapid strikes and bizarre attack patterns of a sword had always suited his tastes. But as for this fist business, although only a small number of people chose this pure path, if it meant this kind of power, the smile on Jiang Yi's face began to turn twisted. With the punch landed, Cecilia's complexion changed completely. The look she gave Jiang Yi now held only shock and terror. The purple-hued fist, moving in a manner that was simultaneously slow and fast, reached Cecilia's chin with unwavering determination. The slime above resisted for only a second. Just as the viscous substance tried to entwine around his fist, it was swept away by the fierce wind of the punch, and the blow slammed home. The sound of bones being crushed rang out. Next was the skull. Following that, both of their bodies rose in unison, one active, one passive. Jiang Yi held nothing back, letting the violent power within him vent outward. As their bodies ascended, ripples of energy erupted, causing all four ships, the White Ghost, Cecilia's ship, the Wither, and the merchant ship that had been rescued initially, to shake simultaneously. Around the four vessels, the Black Sea waves seemed unable to withstand the power of this punch and exploded outward. Sea urchins, fish, and even a dolphin were blasted to the surface. The four ships rocked in unison. The people on board stopped what they were doing and looked up, only to see the blindingly white figure and that dangerous woman rising into the air together. Her beautiful face was twisted and deformed, her twitching palms flailing in the air. Long pillars of green slime erupted from below like ground spikes, each tip growing a spiral pattern. But Jiang Yi didn't even look down. His left hand, encased in the Wilderness Witch's glove, clenched into a fist boom. Sean's eyelid twitched. The dog that had been circling Salentin like a carousel also froze. The dog's leg, which had been preparing for a sweep kick, stopped mid-motion. Its pure black eyes, which were filled with intelligence, began to glow, and the tongue inside its muzzle slowly lolled out, for some reason. Upon seeing the figure in the air now, even before he could see the figure clearly, Aurelius felt his saliva beginning to secrete, drip, with both dog eyes glowing. It felt as if he had seen the image of his fated master. Another punch roared out. A red frame popped up from the system. You have dealt 50 points of true damage to Pirate Captain Cecilia. The target has entered a near-death state. Death judgment in progress. In progress. Jiang Yi's figure in the air trembled slightly. He didn't give the latter any chance for a judgment. This woman, Cecilia, always gave him a sense of danger. He couldn't give her any chance to turn the tables. Under the 2 punches, Cecilia had already closed her eyes, her skull completely deformed. Jiang Yi twisted his body, and the red moon appeared. However, this time, it wasn't that long, narrow blade, but another short blade no longer than 70 centimeters. Jiang Yi calculated the angle and adjusted his breathing. Just as the green spikes below were about to touch his ankles, he held the short blade horizontally. Moonlight traced from the hilt to the tip, forming a perfect arc. In Jiang Yi's mind, the shape of the silver ring auction house suddenly appeared, almost entirely following his own will. He slightly relaxed his tensed hand for a second. His breathing stalled for a moment. In this instant, he seemed to have found that 1 second where the blade's vibration paused. This second was very quiet, under everyone's gaze. The short blade slashed horizontally, just like countless such blades had done through flowing water over the long passage of time. A slender, cold gleam appeared in the air in the shape of a full moon. The cold light condensed at the center, finally focusing on a single point in the middle, right on Cecilia's skull. A fine cut appeared. Jiang Yi shifted his body to the right, and the green spikes froze less than 2 centimeters from his ankle. Judgment aborted. You have killed Pirate Captain Cecilia. The head fell along the path of the blade's gleam, rotating as it dropped from the center of the arc. Congratulations. You have obtained 50 vehicle coins. Congratulations. You have obtained 1 NPC treasure chest. Congratulations. You have obtained 1 precious point of luck. Congratulations. Your legacy quest journey progress has increased. Congratulations. You have obtained 80 killing points. Congratulations. You have comprehended a new skill, water breathing. The broadcast sounds continued to ring out. The shock on Sean's face had not yet dissipated when he saw the ID Melancholy Little French Fry appear on the leaderboard, rapidly surging toward the front, 3rd place. Player Melancholy Little French Fry. Killing points Chapter 442. Good bird, good bird. Melancholy Little French Fry. Why is it him again? What a coincidence. The kill count suddenly surged from the bottom of the rankings all the way into the top 5. Sean subconsciously looked toward Sanggong Shui. Above, Sanggong Shui had already sheathed the short blade. As the blade slid into its scabbard, blood sprayed out from behind him. But Sanggong Shui didn't even glance at it. He admitted that the scene did possess a certain aesthetic of violence. But considering this guy was Sanggong Shui, and remembering the whip he'd just received from the ship's rope, Sean simply rolled his eyes in silence. Rubbing his own backside, Sean muttered to himself, wondering if it would swell up. While rubbing his rear, Sean used his sniper rifle to take out the last 2 crew members. His gaze drifted. The battle below had already ended. Well, there was no need for his help at all. That Saiyan Marine had already caught the middle-aged man who was trying to escape. Just as Zhu Sheng lifted his head from the deck, a palm slammed down from behind his head, smashing his face hard against the planks. The force had been slightly restrained, but when he lifted his head again, Zhu Sheng's face was completely sunken in. The bones in his face had been shattered by the impact. Zhu Sheng's expression was dark and gloomy. He swept his gaze across the surroundings. In the night, the pirate ship, the other residents, and the undulating waves all became hazy in his vision. Unlike the other park owners, Zhu Sheng had no interest in begging these people for mercy. A dark glint flashed through his eyes, and a white light emerged from his body. Before anyone could react, Zhu Sheng's lips moved to detonate. Look out! Through the sniper scope, Sean saw this scene. A bullet shattered Zhu Sheng's skull. His head exploded like a watermelon. But whether that shot had been fired or not, the outcome would have been the same, and that was. Jiang Yi stood up from the deck. and the next second, a massive wave of fire erupted and spread across Cecilia's pirate ship. Asterisk pop pop, pop pop pop, pop, in that moment. Whether it was the people from the KK group or those marked pops, they were all detonated instantly. Explosions rang out continuously. After a full 20 blasts, smoke and seawater engulfed the entire warship. Sean's eyes were wide with horror as he whipped his head around, frantically searching for Sangong Shui's figure through his 8x scope. The waves drifted, and the withered soul retreated a few steps. Within the smoke, the white figure did not appear. Sean was just about to run down from the watchtower when he saw the marine below jump into the smoke one step ahead of him. By the time Sean realized what was happening, he discovered that, at some point, half of his body was already leaping over the edge of the watchtower. What was he doing? Was he planning to jump over there to save Sangong Shui? At a time like this, shouldn't he be taking the opportunity to get off this ship? Why was this his reaction? Sean was thrown into a state of confusion by his own actions. Captain. Below, Saolin's invisible form revealed itself, without hesitation. He also moved to see what the situation was. However, he had only run a short distance when a strange energy fluctuation hummed out. This energy fluctuation was at the withered soul. Saolin paused in surprise. Amidst the explosions, the withered soul's helm slowly turned, steering the ship slightly away from the area. The withered soul was moving, which meant the captain was fine. Joy appeared in Saolin's eyes. Over there, within the smoke, Jiang Yi's figure emerged. His white suit didn't even have a speck of dust on it. Clearly, this guy had been prepared. Recalling how this guy had singled this person out, Sean realized it in hindsight. He had been wondering why he wasn't allowed to finish this guy off immediately back then. Sean's guess was correct. Jiang Yi had indeed sensed something wrong at the time. Zhu Sheng was too confident, acting as if he had a backup plan. Moreover, judging by the battle at the time, Zhu Sheng had actually gained a partial advantage. But the green dots on the map kept gathering. Jiang Yi had felt something was off. This kind of battle wasn't necessarily better with more people. Judging by the fact that several people were sharing one AK, this guy shouldn't have been able to provide everyone with an AK. In a situation like this, to keep piling on numbers, Jiang Yi subconsciously thought of the tactics commonly used by terrorists. Human bombs. Therefore, Jiang Yi chose to split into 3 paths. He would handle the people on the ship and Cecilia himself. Sean would provide support from the side, and while he and Cecilia were engaged in the main fight, he would have Thunder's control Zhu Sheng, while Sean continued to clear out the small fry who might cause trouble. Jiang Yi had predicted that Zhu Sheng had a way to control these people, but he hadn't predicted that Zhu Sheng could actually control their very lives. If this were a profession, wouldn't it be too overpowered? Unless the prerequisite for controlling life and death was that Zhu Sheng had to pay with his own life. If it were the latter, it would be relatively more reasonable. Regardless, Jiang Yi had been prepared for Zhu Sheng's backup plan. The power of the explosion was a bit larger than expected, but Jiang Yi wasn't just standing there. Upon sensing that the state of the people nearby was wrong, Jiang Yi had leaped up, and the black tortoise armor had already appeared on his body. However, what Jiang Yi didn't expect was that the black tortoise armor hadn't been needed. In the second before the explosion, roasted chicken wing, who had been huddled in Jiang Yi's embrace, finally couldn't resist. It secretly poked its head out from Jiang Yi's chest and took a bite of the devil fruit Jiang Yi had just obtained. Jiang Yi stood up and looked down. A section of the vine in his hand had been bitten off, revealing the nectar inside. Your pet, roasted chicken wing, has consumed a portion of the devil fruit, beauty vine. Jiang Yi's brows furrowed. Description: it must be said, this is a pet as intelligent as its master. It identified another fruit hidden within the beauty vine. Nectar. Description: nectar, the core part of the beauty vine, belongs to the essence of life-type devil fruits. Consuming it can accelerate a creature's growth and further enhance the purity of its genes. Congratulations! Your pet roasted chicken wing has evolved. Your pet roasted chicken wing has gained Kung 5 strength, Kung 5 agility, and Kung 10 constitution. Truly, the pet is just like its owner. Its constitution attribute remains off the charts. Seeing the system log, Jiang Yi, who had been reaching out to give roasted chicken wing a habit just like the one he gave old Tai, froze in mid-motion. What a good bird! What a good bird! Truly a good bird! Jiang Yi beamed with joy. Roasted chicken wing chirped, its already round figure becoming even more plump. More importantly, its wings spread out slightly, faintly, as the wind passed through its feathers. There were traces of it being able to fly. Chapter 443, A Young Man's Worries. Withdrawing the hand he had intended for a loving pat, Jiang Yi straightened up and exchanged a glance with Thunderzy, who had already jumped onto the ship. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly noticed the impure world reincarnation lying quietly on the ground below. This guy was lying flat on his back. In a way, he was quite lucky, with so many people, so many bombs, and so many duels going back and forth. How did he manage not to die in the chaos? Of course, perhaps it was because the shadow hanging over this guy was simply too heavy. From a normal perspective, most people wouldn't want to get close to a creature exuding such a thick, ominous aura. Jiang Yi pondered on the spot for a few seconds. After eating the core of the devil fruit, roasted chicken wing was full of energy. The little guy watched for a while, tilted its head, and tried flapping its wings. A buoyant force emerged from beneath its wings, carrying roasted chicken wing's body as it landed lightly on top of the impure world reincarnation's head. With a bird on his head, the guy didn't even dodge. He just lay there, staring blankly with his hands placed on either side of his chest, looking like he was ready to ascend to the afterlife. Don't bother me, anyone. Let me die. Jiang Yi suspected he had briefly acquired the ability to read minds. Roasted chicken wing chirped twice. Jiang Yi shook his head helplessly. He didn't have the hobby of using living people as sacrifices for his ship. Thus, Jiang Yi walked up to the guy. Not being one for eloquent speech, he simply reached out and hoisted the man up by his midsection. However, what Jiang Yi didn't expect was that he had underestimated the guy's determination to seek death. Jiang Yi lifted the impure world reincarnation up, but the man's entire body seemed to have lost all strength, his head and legs dangling limply. As Jiang Yi held him, it felt just like lifting a wet scarf. Jiang Yi turned to the left, and the guy's head swung along with the motion. Jiang Yi beside him. Thunderzy looked at this member of the masses with concern, squatted down, and poked the man's pale, bluish face. At this poke, Jiang Yi even heard the man's bones creak. Even so, the impure world reincarnation only opened his eyes to glance at Thunderzy before slowly closing them again. Let me die. The guy's expression said exactly that. Thunderzy looked troubled. After a moment of thought, he suggested earnestly, should we just knock him out and take him with us? As he spoke, Thunderzy was already preparing to deliver a knockout blow. Jiang Yi's heart skipped a beat. Perhaps it was because he had never had the experience of fighting alongside others before, even in the watchtower. His relationship with Wild King was more like that of a superior and subordinate. Now, seeing Thunderzy's serious expression, Jiang Yi found it both amusing and a little helpless. Big brother, if you land that punch, it won't be knocking him out, it'll be killing him. Jiang Yi pondered for a moment and half squatted down. The impure world reincarnation's gaze was hollow. Jiang Yi cleared his throat and began, look, a man shouldn't shed tears easily. So what's the big deal now? Look, the fact that the other party was willing to do that to you is, first of all, a form of recognition, right? Recognition. Old T's eyes widened in his consciousness. This thing was actually a form of recognition. Can you really spout such nonsense? Just as Jiang Yi finished speaking, he saw the impure world reincarnation's eyeballs move. Although he still wore a gray, defeated expression, he seemed slightly moved. It's working. Jiang Yi pressed his advantage. Look, Cecilia, is that her name? That was the name on the kill notification. You guys ran into Cecilia's ship, judging by the ropes on the deck. This guy hadn't appeared alone. Other ropes were scattered around him. As for the fate of those people, well, it was better not to guess. May they rest in peace. Look, among your group, didn't Cecilia choose only you? What does that mean? It means she recognized your masculine charm. Jiang Yi coaxed him patiently. It was rare for Jiang Yi to be this patient. Old Tai would definitely be coming to annex this pirate ship soon, and he was afraid that if this brother just stayed here motionless, he might end up becoming a land-bound spirit. Masculine charm. At the mention of this, the impure world reincarnation's eyes welled up with tears. I was just scared. I know. Jiang Yi waved his hands. If that woman hadn't brought out so many things from the start, I wouldn't have been scared like that. The impure world reincarnation finally came back to life, sitting up from the ground, snot and tears streaming down his face. I understand, I understand. Jiang Yi nodded repeatedly. I'd woo. She said I was no good, and she even said she'd rather find an old man. The impure world reincarnation completely broke down, thinking of the genuine disgust on that woman's face at the time. He felt his very character had been insulted. Ha 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 ha. Old Tai was already laughing out loud in Jiang Yi's mind. Jiang Yi's lips curled up slightly, but seeing the impure world reincarnation's grief-stricken expression, he added, "That is way too much." As the impure world reincarnation spoke, he looked at Jiang Yi with a pitiful and heartbroken gaze. If Jiang Yi didn't agree or say something like "you deserved it," the guy would surely have jumped off the ship right then and there. No matter how he was treated, reanimation jutsu would not be so desperate as to seek death. Compared to those companions who lost their lives the moment they met, he was already considered lucky. But a scholar can be killed, not humiliated. No one in his Wang family had ever been subjected to such insulting words. Reanimation jutsu looked secretly at Jiang Yi, although he said nothing. The boy's hand was already clutching Jiang Yi's pant leg, as if a dying camel were grasping at the final straw. Jiang Yi once again struggled to suppress the twitching of his mouth and chimed in. "That really is too much, why?" Reanimation jutsu began to wail while clinging to Jiang Yi's trousers. Jiang Yi's figure stiffened. A short, sharp laugh came from nearby. When Jiang Yi turned his head to look, he saw Shan turning his face away, acting as if nothing had happened, and began teasing the dog with a ship rope. Jiang Yi turned his head away and pulled at his pants nonchalantly. A small combo move. Affirm the other party's charm, rebuild their confidence, listen to their complaints, provide a channel for their sorrow to flow, offer agreement to establish deep empathy, and finally, Jiang Yi took a deep breath and said with a solemn expression, "Heaven is about to place a great burden on a man. It must first frustrate his mind and labor his muscles and bones. What hero hasn't had a dark history or, no, hasn't suffered through hardships? Look, if a normal man were subjected to this kind of treatment, he certainly wouldn't be able to accept it." Jiang Yi reached out and patted reanimation jutsu's shoulder solemnly. "But, you can," 3 words, ringing with power, "in the future, if something like this happens again, your experience will be the courage for others to keep living. This is great." Reanimation jutsu looked up, snot and tears streaming down his face. Jiang Yi swore that at this moment, he seemed to hear the flames about to ignite within the wild witch's gloves. After soothing the gloves with his fingers, Jiang Yi nodded. "Then tell me, am I not that bad? Did I perform okay, Jiang Yi?" Jiang Yi lowered his head. "Brother, are you serious? Why are you asking me to verify something like this? Damn it. Is this some kind of adolescent angst?" "Yeah, sure." Jiang Yi closed his eyes and spoke at a rapid pace. Reanimation jutsu's eyes lit up. A New Year's Blessing interlude. China number 1. This is a New Year's red envelope sent to you by Potato and Grilled Chicken Wings. Countdown to the 2nd volume. Everyone, feel free to post your expectations for the 3rd volume in the comments section. But the same principle applies. I will listen to reasonable suggestions, but no manipulating the plot. Chapter 444, Looting the Package. Reanimation jutsu's eyes lit up. Seeing this, Jiang Yi breathed a slight sigh of relief, thinking that was that. And the kid shouldn't be clinging to the ship and refusing to leave anymore. Jiang Yi pulled reanimation jutsu up from the ground. This time, reanimation jutsu didn't hang limply like a scarf. And Jiang Yi nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to take a step forward, he discovered that his gentleman's demeanor had been grabbed by a hand. Jiang Yi turned back, trying his best to maintain the poise of a ship captain. "Is something the matter?" Reanimation jutsu shook his head and pursed his lips. Jiang Yi turned around, and just as he took a step, that pulling force appeared again. Out of the corner of his eye, reanimation jutsu looked calm, but his hand was gripping tightly, like a child lacking a sense of security. "Adolescent angst, adolescent angst, adolescent angst." Jiang Yi roared a few times in his heart to convince himself that this person was likely in a state of mental collapse, which was why he was acting this way. "Don't get angry, don't lose your temper." Reanimation jutsu grabbed Jiang Yi's suit jacket and slowly gathered himself up like a mushroom. "Jiang Yi, Crimson Moon emerged from its scabbard the next second. You are receiving healing from player reanimation jutsu. Jiang Yi stopped the motion of giving the latter a slap. Healing. The palms of reanimation jutsu emitted a fluorescent green glow. Seeing Jiang Yi's gaze, reanimation jutsu's expression was a bit natural, but he still said earnestly, "Thank you for saving me. I know a little bit of healing, just like your dog and your crew member," reanimation jutsu said, pointing to the person and dog flickering on and off while leaning against the railing. Reanimation jutsu naturally assumed Jiang Yi was just another pirate captain and didn't realize Jiang Yi was a player. So, he offered an explanation. "Your health is slowly increasing. Your mental power is slowly recovering." It wasn't just Jiang Yi, Thunder Z, within a 5-meter radius, was the same. The large bump on Thunder Z's head began to show signs of fading, and some of the wounds on his body began to heal. A healing skill even without using one's brain. One knew how precious this thing was. No wonder Cecilia only kept him out of that whole group. It seems she wasn't just looking at his face, but also at something else. Also, with Cecilia's way of playing, the fact that this person didn't have a single wound on him already spoke volumes. Since it was healing, Jiang Yi's initial feeling of annoyance quickly faded. He could be a bit tolerant of adolescent angst, but only a little. Jiang Yi smiled and didn't make reanimation jutsu let go of his sleeve. "What's your name, reanimation?" Reanimation jutsu chose to use his online handle. He didn't think much of it, but upon hearing the name reanimation, Sean's expression clearly paused. Reanimation. This name was very M5Cs, but it was very road-like. Mainly because this kid had just spoken in the group chat not long ago. Now, that guy in the group chat had hit him several times without a reply. Combining it with the timeline just now, it was hard not to be suspicious. Could it be that on this ship, besides pirates and navy, there had finally appeared a player like himself, and from the same subserver? A smile appeared on Sean's face. Being a naturally gregarious person, he quickly vaulted over from the ship and draped an arm over the shoulder of the reanimated corpse, saying affectionately, "Buddy, come with me. Our captain is a cold and aloof person. You'll only make him unhappy acting like this." Sean gave the reanimated corpse a tug, but it didn't budge. Sean flashed another smile, attempting to win the latter over with his attitude. To his surprise, the moment the reanimated corpse saw Sean's deep-set, foreign-looking features which bore a resemblance to Cecilia's, its mouth flew open, its face turned green, and it actually vomited directly onto Sean's face. "You!" The reanimated corpse retched all over the floor. Jiang Yi moved forward without a change in expression. Sean's lips twitched, and he felt a subconscious sense of grievance. Captain. No, seriously. What is this guy's problem? Vomiting right in my face. Am I really that unbearable to look at? Sean looked at Jiang Yi, who only lowered his gaze and said, "Let him follow me. It's fine." Having gone through a major battle, Jiang Yi wasn't without his own losses. With a human-shaped power bank by his side, no ordinary person would pass up such an opportunity. Sean, let's go. Jiang Yi was concise and to the point. The reanimated corpse remained ghastly pale, gripping Jiang Yi's sleeve even tighter, following behind him as if it wished to be wherever Jiang Yi went. "Your reputation has increased by 50. A series of notifications rang out. Jiang Yi's reputation had increased by a full 50 points. It seemed this was the reputation gained from killing the pirate ship earlier. Jiang Yi walked with a light step and soon arrived at the corpse of Zhu Sheng, who had been shot in the head. Zhu Sheng's kill count naturally passed to Sean, and this kid had already surged to the one spot on the leaderboard, in a sense surpassing melancholy little fries once again. But how to put it? That's just how things were. Although the players from the original 99th District were a bit annoyed by this scene, it was, after all, a time to stand united against outsiders. Furthermore, with the experience from the previous Slaying the Cicada event, the players from the 99th District and the merged Lighthouse Country District were getting along much more peacefully this time. Player alright, what I feel, not bad, brother shoot. Player China #1, as expected of a big shot. Love you heart. Player survive. Big shot Little Fries is in third place too. It has to be our big shot Little Fries. The reassuring pill of the 99th District. Is that right, Dragon Country family? Is reassuring pill used like this? Shy. Player Heavenly Killer can't be killed. Fist salute, fist salute, fist salute, that's right. Player Heavenly Killer can't be killed. Thank you for liking Dragon Country Culture. We are all one family. After the top spots on the leaderboard were occupied by players from the 99th District. The 99th District's group chat reached its most harmonious state in history a few days ago. They had been wishing the most intimate greetings upon each other's families, parents, wealth, and fate. But now, the people of the two districts had reached a friendly cooperation regarding the phased results of the district battle. Watching the affected behavior of both sides, Thunderzy felt greatly satisfied. That's it. Very good, keep up the diplomacy, unite. Unity is strength. Thunderzy clenched his fist in secret, his gait becoming even more energetic. The corner of Jiang Yi's mouth twitched slightly. The act of looting would be rationalized by the system, so Jiang Yi wasn't worried about it being exposed. As expected, a player treasure chest appeared on Zusheng's corpse, though the chest had already been opened, and the contents had been looted by Sean. This wasn't surprising, after all, in Sean's eyes. Everyone on this ship was likely an NPC. Jiang Yi didn't take it too hard, and he had also obtained an NPC treasure chest from Cecilia. Just as he was thinking this, Sean walked over, looking hesitant. He felt a bit reluctant, but upon remembering that the latter had generously gifted him a sniper rifle, and considering that Senggong Shui was, after all, a person from the instance, he decided to hand over what he had. A black waterproof backpack appeared in Sean's hands. This is gold pounds, Sean said. A massive amount of gold pounds. This guy Zusheng was like a fish in water in this instance. On the very first day he entered, he led the people from the KK group to take up the business of piracy, robbing every ship he saw. He was even more excessive than the pirates themselves. Some pirates would at least let merchant ships leave after looting. It wasn't a one-time deal. After all, if they killed everyone on the merchant ships and no one went out to sea anymore, what would the pirates live on? Even pirates understood the principle of not draining the pond to catch the fish. But Zusheng didn't care. For them, the instance was just a temporary place. Why would he care if these people in the game lived or died? Therefore, if a merchant fleet came, he would kill and rob. He would take their weapons, money, and even their identity credentials to constantly go ashore and continue plundering more wealth. He had actually wanted to return to his old trade, human trafficking, but these people couldn't use the talent park manager, and Zusheng didn't trust them. So, he simply killed them to end the trouble once and for all. In chaotic times, these are often the people who rise the fastest. The 5 C's instance had given these people a chance to show their faces, but unfortunately, in their first battle, they ran into the one on the leaderboard. Gold pounds. Jiang Yi opened the black backpack. The stacks of neatly arranged gold pounds inside were enough to dazzle his eyes. How much money was this? These gold pounds could all be converted into vehicle coins. Chapter 445. Dragon Clan Meme: The King Descends from Heaven Part 1. Sean looked at these gold pounds with a bit of heartache. One had to know that his inheritance was the bounty hunter. Gold pounds could also be converted into vehicle coins for him, but the problem was, he had also taken a sniper rifle from Senggong Shui, and he had already opened 300 vehicle coins from the player treasure chest. As the district manager of the KK group, Zusheng naturally possessed a massive amount of car coins. The wealth he had accumulated through exploitation was so vast that even Jiang Yi would likely pale in comparison. However, the player treasure chest only yielded 300 car coins. As for the rest, it was naturally reclaimed by the system. From this perspective, it was clear at a glance who the true exploiter was. In the eyes of the game and the system, kindness, evil, and faction loyalty were irrelevant. What mattered was whether these players could provide them with sufficient resources. Having obtained 300 car coins, a sniper rifle, and several item cards, the harvest this time was already bountiful. Moreover, beyond the material goods, he had gained something even more important: kill points. He had inherited the kill points of the player Winter Soldier. This was a completely unexpected windfall. Sean had never imagined that this guy was the player Winter Soldier on the leaderboard. It was fortunate that Sean had landed a headshot, otherwise, at close range. The ancestral electric baton from the district in Zusheng's hand, combined with his overall combat power exceeding 80, would have been enough to make Sean and the injured Thundersy feel quite troubled. Having already gained quite a bit, Sean had a change of heart and decided to leave the gold pounds to this guy. It had to be said, following a boss really paid off. Although one might suffer a bit in the early stages, the drop rate of gold in the later stages was truly high. Seeing the one ranking on the leaderboard, Sean felt pleased. It seemed that melancholy little fries didn't have the same luck as him. Following Sengon Shu might be a bit stifling, but the rewards were solid. Thinking of this, a genuine smile appeared on Sean's face. Jiang Yi was the same. With so many gold pounds, he was bound to make a killing this time. Storing the gold pounds into his inventory, Sean asked, "Where to now?" He was already impatient to eliminate more pirate ships. Jiang Yi's eyes curved slightly. "No rush, HMM." Jiang Yi snapped his fingers, and black flames appeared on the ship once again. The black flames startled Erhao, who quickly retreated to the old man's side, burying his head in the old man's knees. The flames began to spread toward the two warships ahead. The White Ghost bore the brunt of it. On its deck, black light covered everything, and the deck planks flew up, one by one, toward the Wither ship Then came the ship cannons. As soon as these cannons touched the Wither ship their surfaces turned a deep, mysterious black. You have obtained a new weapon, standard ship cannon. Ship cannons emerged from the left and right sides of the Wither ship followed by the masts. The white flag atop the White Ghost drifted down and was placed by Old Tai at the mast position. This was actually a highly provocative gesture. A ship's flag was its symbol, and doing this was undoubtedly a declaration to the sea that these had once been his defeated foes. A pirate ship flying the flags of other defeated ships was quite the provocation. Everything on the White Ghost was absorbed. Jiang Yi reached out, and the ship's hull below disassembled and fused back together, looking quite marvelous. In less than a minute, the assimilation of the White Ghost was complete. Next was Cecilia's pirate ship. The ship's cabin disassembled, and rooms with very peculiar appearances drifted past everyone's line of sight. The things inside were also, quite peculiar. In any case, Jiang Yi collected everything. Of course, he wouldn't use them. These could all be melted down by Old Tai and the energy furnace brother to serve as materials. On some level, the craftsmanship and quality of these items were likely quite good. Jiang Yi waved his hand, and under the astonished gazes of everyone, the two warships were devoured. The progress of the Pirate King inheritance increased once again. Brother Anvil, while organizing the ship's cabin, excitedly tossed over a deep purple, trembling, snail-like object using a ship rope. "Brother, look at this. What is it?" Jiang Yi looked in the direction of the rope. "Wasn't this a Den Den Mushi? Boru Boru Boru." The Den Den Mushi was vibrating, signaling that a message was coming in. Jiang Yi pondered for a moment and answered. The Den Den Mushi shuddered, and then its entire chest heaved high, its voice becoming deep and resonant. "Head north. Coordinate attack. Head north. Coordinate attack. Received. Respond. Received. Respond. Adding. Stay. Adding." 2 seconds later, the corners of Jiang Yi's mouth curled up slightly. Just as the Den Den Mushi was about to stop vibrating, he spoke. "I understand." Requesting specific coordinates. The King Descending from the Sky is a reference to Dragon Raja Chapter 446. King Descending from the Sky Part 2. Adding. Among the 5 seas, the only one who would call himself Adding should be that person. Jiang Yi had originally not held much hope for this mission, but now, his eyes flickered, and he felt his heart begin to beat violently. According to the original plan, Jiang Yi glanced at the private chat channel, then looked up at the sky, murmuring to himself, "It should be soon." What should be soon? Old Tai had just finished scavenging the 2 pirate ships and was very happy to see his warship growing larger and larger. Jiang Yi smiled. "Nothing." Jiang Yi turned his head, marked the coordinates mentioned by the Den Den Mushi on the map, and then turned to easily find the old man cowering behind the crowd. Armies. Oh no, the Grim Reaper was calling him out. The old man rubbed his balding head and slowly walked out from the crowd. Seeing the old man emerge, Arha merely glanced at him, and the old man glared back at Arha. This guy. If it weren't for this stupid dog suddenly going crazy and darting out, he would have stayed hidden there. and Sangong wouldn't have noticed him after rubbing his hair. The old man looked at Jiang Yi. I'm here, my lord. Jiang Yi was concise. Where is Red Hair? Jiang Yi had not forgotten the main objective of the war. If he wanted to resolve this conflict once and for all, he still needed to find the original forces on Jiamo Island. Red Hair? The old man let out glanced at Jiang Yi, and did not answer immediately. It was clear that the old man was very wary of Red Hair. Jiang Yi kept his patience. He waved his hand. A 1.5-meter sniper rifle was pointed directly at the old man's head from Sean's shoulder. The old man Sean grinned, having received benefits. Sean the sheep was now quite well disposed toward Sangong. Moreover, perhaps due to the rapport built over the past few days, Sean understood exactly what Sangong meant in an instant. The old man took a step to the side, stepping on her huspaw. Our huspaw clawed at the air for a long time, but the old man dodged everything nimbly. The old man muttered a few curses under his breath, and then he opened his mouth. About 40 nautical miles to the west. But the information I received isn't entirely accurate. This is the message Red Hair left for me. He said that if any residents asked, I could tell them. Does this mean he wants other residents to defect to him? Is Red Hair a good person? Jiang Yi nodded. 40 nautical miles to the west. Jiang Yi's gaze slightly froze. 40 nautical miles to the west. Wasn't that the location of the deep red boss marker? Jiang Yi's pupils contracted. Beside him, the Thundersea also changed its expression. If he wasn't mistaken, the deep red boss should be the location of another pirate general. These guys were even more unlucky than he was. What was worse was, the deep red boss was moving, and the ships nearby were also moving dynamically. The direction of their movement actually vaguely overlapped with the direction of Jiamo, with the poison circle refreshing. The range of movement was becoming smaller and smaller. Running into them was almost inevitable. Calm down, Jiang Yi, calm down. He warned himself in his heart, pondered for a few seconds, and said, sail west. Jiang Yi issued the final order. There was no way to bypass them, and he had prepared himself before taking action. Now, it was just a matter of whose ship was faster. War always makes people feel numb, crazy, and bored, beyond the bloodshed and sacrifice. What makes people feel even more numb is the lack of direction. Once a war ferments, the boundary between the enemy and us, between survival and death, becomes incredibly blurred. You only know that someone is firing, someone is setting fires, someone is ordering warships to bombard each other, someone is falling into the water, someone is fighting in the water. Above is the pitch-black night, and beneath are the unsettling waters of the sea. In such a scene, an individual's strength is hard to exert effectively, unless on the sea surface. Dyed red with blood, people were struggling like drowning dogs. Although the opposing navy could not be considered well-trained, they were undoubtedly much stronger than the unorganized players and residents. The group chats of the two subzones had originally been full of provocations, but later on, they basically vanished. The difficulty of this dungeon completely exceeded the level they were at. Only a small portion of lucky players could handle it with ease. Tears, fear, and the dread of the deep sea left unimaginable trauma in the hearts of these players. God, save me, God. In the night, a woman kept making the sign of the cross on her chest, begging God to hear her call. The players around her were dying one by one. The flames on the warship had scorched her fingers, and beneath her was the icy sea water. Looking up, through her blurred vision, a grappling hook whistled through the air and latched onto the gunwale. The navy was about to board. The woman's breathing became rapid, just as the man's fingers were about to touch her arm, pulling her up with a lecherous glint in his eyes. A fierce light flashed in the woman's eyes. Using all her strength, she stabbed the guy in front of her with a knife. Click. The Navy soldier grabbed her arm with ease. The tip of the knife drew blood, and the man's expression became even more brutal. Damn it, I'm going to bang. The woman's body jolted violently. She felt something fall onto her shoulder. She opened her eyes. She came face to face with the Navy soldier's head, which had been blown open with a massive hole. The woman slowly raised her head. She thought she would remember this scene forever. The head hit by the sniper bullet slumped onto her shoulder. Looking up, the moonlight above was blocked by the extended gunwale. A massive black warship crushed past above her like a ghost. The giant protruding skeleton looked down at her from above, And then, in the center of the skeleton, a black cannon engraved with strange patterns lit up a boom. The massive sound made the woman's ears ring simultaneously. The cannon fire hit the warship, and soon, the same fire lit up on the Navy's warship, and then on the high watchtower. A sniper rifle appeared. Bang, 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 each bullet accurately hit one. No, even 2 or 3 enemies' bodies, reaping their lives. Further toward the bow of the ship stood a man with a tall, straight figure, also wearing Navy clothes. His figure flashed and vanished, and when he appeared again, he was already holding the head of the enemy leader. The black warship sailed past, ignoring the Navy soldiers who were screaming or surrendering. In the night, a hoarse, young voice echoed through the ship. "We don't have time to take you prisoner. Retreating is your only choice." As the words fell, massive black flames spread from the warship, swallowing the warship before them. A mechanical broadcast sounded. "You have encountered the returning ghost ship, Captain Sangonshui. Your mental state has suffered a strong shock. Your health points are dropping rapidly." In less than 2 minutes, the warship that had been arrogant just moments ago had turned into ruins before her eyes. "Returning ghost ship Captain Sangonshui." The woman swallowed hard. A ray of light shone down upon her head, and a young man with red hair appeared, a gentle smile on his face. "Can you still move? Congratulations, you've been saved." Woof! A husky appeared beside him, barking once and poking its dog head into view. Chapter 447. The King Descends from the Heavens Part 3. Around 3 in the morning, messages were refreshing rapidly within the group chat. The mysterious captain of the ghost ship, a massive warship with black flames burning above it. The mysterious black skeleton at the bow of the warship, eerie flames capable of devouring other ships. The 5 Seas version of the Flying Dutchman. The mysterious returning ghost ship captain, Sangonshui. A series of messages began to flood the screen, whether it was in the 99th sub-channel or another. These messages were all conveying one piece of information. Inside the poison circle, heading west, a highly active major boss had appeared. The name of this major boss was Sangonshui. His current stance was not entirely clear actually. It was more than just unclear, judging from the reports coming in from players at the front lines. This pirate ship attacked the Navy, attacked pirates, and even attacked players. Some people identified the flag hanging from the warship as that of the KK group, which was a major faction in another sub-channel. However, NPCs were unaware of player faction distributions. Perhaps the KK group was just unlucky enough to run into this major boss, because, based on current reports, this major boss was, to a certain extent, quite kind. Quite a few players who had fallen into the water during the chaotic battles had received help from the major boss. The messages refreshed rapidly. Soon, many players uploaded pictures of the asterisk with their asterisk. The asterisk with their asterisk's terrifying appearance sparked heated discussions once again, beyond the asterisk with their asterisk itself. The crew on board drew even more attention from the players. It was known that there was a sniper on the asterisk with their asterisk. The sniper's movement was incredibly agile. You could basically never see where they were. Yet those blue bullets felt like vengeful spirits from hell, silently claiming one life after another. Aside from the sniper, a tall man in a naval uniform stood at the bow of the ship. That man did not strike easily, but once he did, he would basically return with an enemy's head within a minute to end the battle. And the one responsible for rescue operations on the asterisk with her asterisk was a red-haired young man and a husky of astonishing size. Some players even said that when you heard a woof, congratulations, your life had been redeemed. This was, in a different sense, a woof-woof rescue team. Of course, the one most talked about was still that mysterious captain, Sangonshui, and fortunately, as the massive ship sailed on, Sangonshui did not show his face. All that remained were his nonchalant and cold words. "We don't have time to take you prisoner. Retreat. It is your only choice." Asterisk, we don't have time to take you prisoner. What arrogant words. Sitting on the ship, Guanbu Shang Di Chang clicked his tongue. Sitting on the massive warship, Guanbu Shang Di Chang looked completely relaxed. His fingers skillfully slid to the private chat channel, tapping on that familiar little French fry avatar. Asterisk her, let me take another look. A blissful smile appeared on Guanbu Shang Di Chuan's face as he scrolled up to review his previous chat history with the big shot. The chat background was still that beautiful hand of the goddess. As he looked, Guanbu Shangdi Chuang's fingers lightly swiped. Aside from those unanswered pleasantries, the messages settled on yesterday at 11 o'clock. At 11 o'clock, the big shot had taken the initiative to message him, "Melancholy little French fry. Are you there? Guanbu Shangdi Chang, I'm here, sheepish grin. The big shot actually contacted him first. When he saw the game, Guanbu Shangdi Chang had thought that the big shot seemed to be in these waters. And just as he was agonizing over whether he should head over, the big shot had proactively sent him a message. Guanbu Shangdi Chang certainly didn't think the big shot was just making small talk for no reason. Usually, when he sent messages, the big shot rarely replied. It seemed there was a part he could play. The opportunity had arrived. Guanbu Shangdi Chuang's eyes lit up. Is there anything I can do? Melancholy little French fry. Any interest in a collaboration? Collaboration. Guanbu Shangdi Chuang's heart pounded wildly. Collaboration. The big shot said she wanted to collaborate with him. Didn't that mean he could talk to the big shot? Didn't that mean he could work on something together with the big shot? Didn't that mean the big shot saw his value? And didn't that mean the big shot considered him a trustworthy and valuable person? Didn't that mean his importance was far greater than the likes of Yuan? Ever since he ran into Yuan at the delicious private kitchen last time, although the two had a huge argument, due to their shared interests, they had added each other as friends and had to grit their teeth and accept it. Since then, Guanbu Shangdi Chang had frequently probed Yuan for military intelligence. He was practically asking once a day if the big shot had replied to his messages. Yuan had been driven to the point of a nervous breakdown. He didn't understand why this kid cared so much about this stuff. Who sends messages to a big shot every single day for no reason? In any case, after receiving Yuan's middle finger time and time again, Guanbu Shangdi Chang finally felt relieved. Great. Even if this guy has met the goddess in person, he hasn't made any further breakthroughs. Come to think of it, how could a guy like Yuan, who openly admitted in the group chat that he didn't wear underwear, ever win the heart of the goddess? The more Guanbu Shangdi Chang thought about it, the better he felt. Seeing the message, he snapped back to reality and silently repeated to himself once more, "I am the one the goddess truly trusts." After that, he hurriedly sent back, feeling completely satisfied. Yes, puppy wagging tail emoji. What should I do? While thinking, Guanbu Shangdi took out a dozen luck cards, 5 or 6 positioning cards, and prepared a storage card. He was very clear about his own strength. The big shot probably wouldn't ask him for help with killing anyone, lest an accident occur and he end up dragging the big shot down. If it wasn't that, then perhaps it was for items, or maybe for vehicle coins. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, a message notification flickered. Melancholy little fry. If there is a chance, could you have your captain head in the direction of Jiamo Island? Melancholy little fry. Don't worry, I will provide the necessary attraction and coordinates. Guanbu Shangdi giggled to himself while reminiscing, taking the opportunity to look at the group chat again, murmuring those two pretentious lines. I do not have time to take you prisoner. Retreating is your only choice. Perhaps due to the distance, the recorded voice sounded somewhat ethereal, and the tone seemed incredibly deep. In short, it was pretentious as hell. And I don't have time to take you prisoner. Are you also a Third Reich fan? Guanbu Shangdi sneered in his heart. The main screen pinged, and he instinctively looked at the private chat channel. The familiar little red dot, the familiar avatar. It's here, melancholy little fry. For the coordinate location, look at the deep red boss icon below. Jiang Yi's original plan was to share his real-time location, but now, since the coordinates had already turned red, that step was saved. Guanbu Shangdi received. Puppy salute. Melancholy little fry. I have already released the attraction on this end. Melancholy little fry. I believe your captain will definitely come. After pondering for a few seconds, Jiang Yi typed the final 2 words. Melancholy little fry. See you. Chapter 448. The king descends from the heavens. Part for see you. See you. What does see you mean? Guanbu Shangdi stared at these 2 words, feeling as if he no longer recognized the characters of the Dragon Kingdom. See, was it the sea he was thinking of? Was it what he was thinking? Thump. Guanbushang decking fell directly off the wine barrel. The burly man next to him, who was watching the stars and the moon with the third mate, didn't find it as strange as the first time. He just scoffed, gestured with his chin toward the man, and said, "This kid is acting crazy again. He's been in this state since last night. No idea what's wrong with him." The third mate nearby shook his head with a gentle expression. He was getting on in years. He didn't understand these things young people went through. He ha. Under the moonlight, Guanbushang decking laughed out loud inside the wine barrel. He didn't even care that his whole body was soaked in rum. His fingers had already taken countless screenshots, and the image share button was already pressed. He thought for a moment he couldn't share this with that guy Ewing yet. What if that guy's obsession didn't die and he came over to stir up trouble by targeting him? Guanbushang decking still held a grudge about the time Ewing claimed in the group chat that he had already met the big shot in person. He really wanted to forward the screenshots to Ewing right now. "Look, the big shot took the initiative to find me. Look, the big shot took the initiative to ask for a meeting. It's me. It's me, Guanbushang decking, not you." The directly inclad Ewing. The corners of Guanbushang decking's mouth stretched wider and wider. It took a Herculean effort for him to suppress the urge to forward them. "Ewing, you should just shout out to me in your heart. It is my strong self-control that saved you from a mental breakdown in the middle of the night." Guanbushang decking thought and laughed. After laughing for a full 5 minutes, he finally realized belatedly, "Wait, what is this attraction the big shot mentioned?" He had successfully gotten the captain to head in this direction. But what was this so-called attraction? And this deep red mark? Guanbushang decking thought for a second, using his remaining sliver of sanity to roughly deduce. Wasn't this Coordinate the Flying Dutchman? That pretentious Third Reich boss from the group chat? Could it be? Did the big shot also run into this Flying Dutchman? Guanbushang decking frowned slightly. If it were just a dispute at sea, their captain, Jiang, might not be interested in the captain, colonies, resources. And wars were far less attractive than knowledge and treasure maps. Guanbushang decking was just about to send another message when he heard a buzz. An explosion came from the captain's cabin. The massive explosion startled everyone. The second mate and third mate by the ship's rail both drew their weapons. But after seeing the direction the thick smoke was coming from, they exchanged glances and silently put them away. It was the captain. Guanbushang decking also secretly shrank back into his wine barrel. This was the time when the captain was at his most terrifying. He absolutely must not show his face. Outside the cabin of the Sunset, the sound of heavy leather boots hitting the deck rang out, very ponderous, carrying the resentment of someone who had pulled several all-nighters. The sea breeze blew, and the door to the captain's cabin creaked open. One boot stepped out first, followed by well-tailored black trousers tucked into the boots, then a shirt with intricate white patterns, and finally a gray-brown vest. Above all this was a face full of heroic spirit, completely different from Cecilia's. Perched on a high bridge of the nose was a pair of thin, long glasses. Beneath the glasses, those eyes which should have been more cunning than the moonlight were framed by 2 dark circles that looked like they hadn't slept in 8 lifetimes. Jiang didn't know right now if what he wanted was a rum-fueled carnival, asleep without worrying about experimental results, or just to find a ship to crash into and end it all. The people on the ship looked at the sky and the ground, but never at their own captain. Guanbushang decking took a sneaky peek, saw those 2 prominent dark circles, and silently grumbled in his heart. In a few more days, those bags will probably be bigger than the captain's eyes. Right, speaking of eyes, and speaking of see-you, I wonder what the goddess's eyes look like, a light brown, or a mysterious black. The image of Rei Ainami surfaced in Guanbushang decking's mind once again. Just as he let out a laugh, a sharp gaze suddenly landed on the side of the wine barrel. In the next second, Guanbushang decking leaped out of the wine barrel entirely. A long whip, as if it had eyes of its own, lashed down onto the top of the barrel. The barrel shattered into pieces. But because the force was so precise, the object didn't pulverize into dust. Instead, it collapsed right where it stood. Guanbushang decking hopped about on his feet while saying, "Captain, I was wrong." Jiang let out a long, weary breath. Conducting experiments was already annoying enough as it was. Jiang's face was filled with displeasure. Guanbushang decking tried to appease her with a smile while saying, "Captain, why don't you take a break? It had been 2 days since Shinjinsi entered the laboratory. Over these 2 days, the sounds of explosions, both large and small, had been constant. Everyone had grown accustomed to it. But who would have thought that even after 2 days, the experiment still didn't seem to be going smoothly? To come and stroke the tiger's whiskers at a time like this. This kid was truly unlucky. A break? Am I not already taking a break? Shinjinsi retorted. The experiment has made no progress. What difference is there between me and resting? Either way, the output is 0, Captain. That's not what I meant. Guan Bushang Decking hurriedly waved his hands. Shinjinsi let out a scoff and scratched her messy hair. Only the crew of the Sunset could ever witness this scene. Shinjinsi, who was always known for her elegance and strength, was a completely different person when conducting experiments. Then what did you mean? I just feel like you're too exhausted, Captain. I believe that with your wisdom, the purification technique is already quite successful. I think it's a problem with the materials. Yes, it's a material issue. It's definitely not a problem with you, our brilliant captain, Guan Bushang Decking rambled on, saying whatever came to mind. Unexpectedly, after he finished speaking, the world-destroying expression on Shinjinsi's face actually softened. Naturally, it wasn't because of Guan Bushang Decking's sycophantic words, but because he was right. It was indeed a problem with the materials. She lacked a medium that was sufficiently pure and effective. If she could extract that substance from the reefs, she had a feeling that the current structure of the world would undergo a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering change. Shinjinsi had no interest in power or territory. In her view, those were completely meaningless things. What was the point of gathering 10 paupers together, plundering their wealth, and then synthesizing 1 rich man and 9 even poorer paupers? In other words, under the structure of absolute poverty, what meaning did things like kingdoms, the navy, or the world government even have? People had been galloping across the sea for 1,000 years, yet they still had to rely on the sea for their livelihood, inventing a non-existent sea god to protect themselves. The existence of devil fruits could briefly grant people supernatural powers, but humanity had never truly conquered nature itself. Giant ships sailed across the ocean, but Shinjinsi's gaze was fixed on the land. She always felt that the true vitality of humanity shouldn't be the vast, uncontrollable sea, but rather the very ground beneath their feet. However, to cultivate barren land, the limited coal they had was not enough. They needed something more convenient, more refined, and containing more energy. She looked toward the seabed. She saw a type of black substance. This black substance was something no player from modern civilization would be unfamiliar with. Its scientific name was crude oil, a liquid hydrocarbon mixture, also known as the blood of the industrial and civilized era. If she could refine this, if she could release the energy within it, if she could pair it with more precise instruments, if she could put it into various imaginations, made Shinjinsi feel dizzy. She felt she had grasped the direction of the future, but she was currently stuck fast. The material for purification. She needed a material capable of separating other attached non-natural impurities and components. She needed. How much? Shinjinsi's gaze shifted back. A Den Mushi, its body covered in dark gold patterns, stood up. This was not a communication Den Mushi. It was one Shinjinsi had cultivated to be extremely sensitive to high-frequency energy. The 2 antennae of the Den Mushi collided with each other. BLU-BLU-BLU. Shinjinsi hurriedly looked at the shell of the Den Mushi. The patterns on the shell were constantly converging toward the west. This place was the Jiamosi area. Chapter 449. The King descends from the heavens in masking part 5 minutes later. Private chat channel. Guan Bushang Decking boss. The captain has changed course and is heading toward the coordinates. Jiang Yi sent a single then closed the chat box. Very good. A blue crystal appeared in Jiang Yi's hand. It was none other than the sigh of the Bay purification. When Jiang Yi woke up in the 5 seas again, he had discovered a newspaper that mentioned Shinjinsi's Sunset. Besides letting Jiang Yi know about the powers of the 5 seas, this newspaper provided an even more important piece of information. Ms. Shinjinsi had made her latest research findings public. The pitch-black substance from the seabed. It was a miraculous substance with immense potential that, once purified, could be used to process many things. Jiang Yi recognized at a glance that this substance was nothing supernatural, but rather something they were quite familiar with: petroleum. It had to be said. The great pirate Jiang Yi was truly worthy of being the famous scientist of the 5 seas. Although it was a bit strange to call a pirate a scientist, the moment he saw the petroleum, Jiang Yi's heart still skipped a beat. He thought there wasn't a human being who wouldn't tremble at the appearance of such an epoch-making item. Jiang Yi didn't treat this discovery as a secret. Instead, she chose to make it public. For one, most people didn't realize the importance of this stuff at all, so even if it were public, only a small number of people would take notice. On the other hand, Jiang Yi had issued a bounty across the 5 seas. But the bounty wasn't for pirates, it was for various rare and powerful purification materials. Although Jenkins could isolate some usable components through his own laboratory, the harsh conditions required would make the processing cost of crude oil prohibitively high. If he wanted to use it on a large scale, he would have to find a much more powerful purification material. The world of the 5 seas was different from the real world. According to Jenkins' investigation, the crude oil here, in addition to its familiar properties, also carried certain supernatural factors. This also determined that the technology tree within the 5 seas instance dungeon could not develop like that of modern human civilization. As a liberal arts student, Jiang Yi didn't understand anything about experiments or materials. But as for something for purification, he truly had it. Sigh of the Bay purification. The very thing that had supported the entire watchtower in filtering out the pollution from the fish carcasses. After seeing the report, Jiang Yi was in no rush to expose anything or take the initiative to contact this great pirate. Always keep an ace up your sleeve. This was the most valuable lesson Jiang Yi had learned from his brief time in the highway survival game. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Yi had originally intended to place the Sigh of the Bay purification on the ship's helm or on himself to continuously attract the great pirate. But when he thought about the upcoming battle, Jiang Yi pondered for a few seconds. Whew! Jiang Yi whistled out under the night sky. The gray feathered roasted chicken wing flew down from the mast and landed on Jiang Yi's palm. Roasted chicken wing tilted its head and chirped, chirp chirp. Jiang Yi's eyes curved into crescents. He decided to learn from the methods of an old friend. He casually tied 2 knots in a stringer on the Sigh of the Bay, and this magnificent blue gemstone was worn around Roasted Chicken Wing's neck. Roasted Chicken Wing lowered its head, but could only see its own fluffy belly. It didn't seem to like the extra weight on its body, so it stretched out a claw and tugged at the pendant. Jiang Yi smoothed down Roasted Chicken Wing's stray feathers and whispered, "Good boy. I'll let you eat something good after we get out of here, chirp chirp." Roasted Chicken Wing chirped excitedly. Jiang Yi flicked his palm, and Roasted Chicken Wing flew back into the sky. After evolving once, this little guy didn't need Jiang Yi to teach it at all. It had learned to fly on its own, and it was currently addicted to it. No one would ever guess that a gemstone capable of tempting even Jenkins had been placed on a bird. Attention all players. There are only 2 hours left until the game ends. Attention all players. There are only 2 hours left until the game ends. After the triple broadcast, the group chat immediately boiled over. Player, could I really be that unlucky? Brothers and sisters, hang in there. Only 2 hours left. Persistence is victory. Player Thundersy, good luck, everyone. Player, could I really be that unlucky? Big boss, you're alive. Player, could I really be that unlucky? Message retracted. That was reckless. Could I really be that unlucky? Hurriedly retracted the message. He wasn't a fool like Born to be King or Desert Island Banana. Although Big Boss Thunder was easy to talk to, everyone had a temper. It wouldn't be good if his unintentional actions annoyed the Big Boss. Player, could I really be that unlucky? Big Boss Thunder. You don't seem to be participating in the game, right? Could I really be that unlucky? Tried hard to make his wording sound more polite. Standing at the bow of the ship, with the fleet undergoing a brief rest under Zhang Shui's orders, Thundersy was just about to reply, when a new ID popped up. Player, I'm just speaking fairly. Anyone with eyes can see that Big Boss Thunder isn't on the game leaderboard. Awkward laugh, facepalm laugh. Logically speaking, this guy's statement didn't contain any excessive rhetoric. But upon seeing the content, Thundersy's expression dimmed slightly. However, he quickly sent a message. Player Thundersy, yes, sorry everyone. I am not participating in this sector competition. 5th salute, 5th salute, 5th salute. On the other side, Sean, who was silently appreciating the praise for the sniper appearing in the group chat, subconsciously clicked his tongue in his heart upon seeing ThunderZ's message. Although he didn't know this, ThunderZ, wasn't this guy a bit too easy to talk to? Whether or not one participates in a competition is a personal choice, right? Why is he apologizing? Sean shook his head slightly. The Lighthouse of Freedom never really cared about this kind of collective honor. The period when they cared most about such honor was back in the Civil War 60 years ago. Sean curled his lips silently. Just as he was about to see if anyone had taken a cool photo of him, he saw the messages refresh, and that ThunderZ had spoken again. Player ThunderZ, fist salute, although I am not participating in the sector battle, I am also in the Jiamosi area. I will work hard for our sector. This person is also in the Jiamosi area. Player, I was once a youth big boss. Please let me join you. Player, no one supports my ambition. I climb the high tower myself, woo big boss. Please let me join you. Player, I'm just speaking fairly really. That's great, big boss. Do you have coordinates? Let's form a group. On the highway. Weiwu, who wasn't participating in the game at all, curled his lips in disdain. After nonchalantly locking ThunderZ as his primary target for public opinion manipulation, he continued to send messages. Player, I'm just speaking fairly, don't worry, big boss. We definitely don't have any other intentions. There are only 2 hours left until the game ends. We players of Sector 99 must unite, at least so we don't give the other sector a chance to take advantage. I have to say, compared to the basically silent little fries, ThunderZ is simply an idiot. A normal person would choose not to reply at this time and wait for the public opinion to subside. But this blockhead answers every question people ask him. If he doesn't hit this guy, then he, Weiwu, is a total fool. After Weiwu initiated the attack, the other players were stunned for only a second before immediately following suit. Player listening to both sides, that's right. We must unite. Big boss, we'll follow your lead. Big boss, give us your coordinates. Let's give it one last push in the final 2 hours. Player cultivating diligently. Yeah. This is also for the fate of our sub-server. Player, I was once a youth. Count me in. Everyone began chiming in, paying absolutely no mind to whether ThunderZ agreed or not. Some people hadn't originally intended to join, but driven by Weiwu's professional function, they quickly clicked to join the group with one tap. After a flood of scrolling messages, Sean curled his lip, his expression one of slight disdain. However, he didn't intend to intervene. Just because he couldn't stand the sight of it didn't mean he would take action. Not everyone was like the Wild King, who would fight at the slightest provocation. As a player from a merged sub-server, to put it bluntly, Sean's position was still a bit awkward. While thinking this, Sean jumped down from the watchtower and scanned the ship. He first skipped over the Woof Woof rescue team. That team looked incredibly busy, and Sean didn't want to get caught up in the disputes between a person and a dog. Next, Sanggongshui. This guy was like he had died inside the cabin, aside from issuing a few orders. He hadn't really shown his face. No one knew what he was tinkering with. Sean rubbed his nose. For some reason, a pungent, spicy scent wafted through the air, but when he sniffed carefully, it seemed to vanish. Perhaps it was just his imagination. With no one on the ship to talk to, Sean had a change of heart and decided to bite the bullet and approach that imposing figure. The man was a bit terrifying, but he seemed quite reasonable. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Sean's face. Eight on the deck, ThunderZ, who was still holding a head in his hand, seemed to tap something with his finger, and then, in a stiff, mechanical tone, sorry, I already have a team. As for the coordinates, you can see them on the map. Apologies. After sending the 3 messages, ThunderZ lowered his finger and turned his head, only to see Sean, whose expression was freezing bit by bit. Inside Sean's group chat box, the exact same voice rang out. Hold on. Wait a second. The Navy can send messages to players now. This guy is ThunderZ himself. Chapter 450. The King Descends from the Heavens, Broadcast Part 6. The voice in the group chat overlapped perfectly with the Navy's voice. Even as thick-skinned as Sean was, he realized something was wrong. How could an NPC send messages to players? Linking this to the guy's actions, not speaking much, yet appearing unexpectedly kind, combined with his combat prowess. Even though Sean didn't know ThunderZ well, The two identities merged in his mind at that moment. Sean grabbed his own hair with one hand, feeling as though his nerves were fraying. Are you saying that the navy he had been fighting all night, the cyan NPC in his eyes, was actually Thundersea? Are you saying that a ship that looked ordinary no. Wait, that looked extraordinary, had gathered the rank 2 and rank 3 players from 2 different sub-servers? One had to remember that the final result of the Zon-Chan game was that Thundersea was rank 2, and he was rank 3. And this ship even included the mysterious pirate Sangonshui, plus the person and dog who had seemingly eaten a devil fruit, and an old man. No wonder he felt the battle had gone so smoothly. It turned out that almost all the top combat power on the player's side was gathered on this ship. Sean's mouth hung open, and just as he was about to speak, the cabin door suddenly opened. Sean and Thundersea both looked at Sangonshui. Some substance seemed to be stuck to the latter's white suit, but after his gaze flickered, the clothes automatically became clean and neat again. Sean looked at Jiang Yi, then couldn't help but lock eyes with Thundersea back and forth. That look seemed to say, "Stop looking at that dead pirate. We're on the same side." Unexpectedly, Thundersea didn't seem to get his meaning at all. He nodded at him, which was likely a greeting, and then drifted automatically toward Jiang Yi's direction. At Jiang Yi's doorway stood a ghost-like figure. As soon as Jiang Yi appeared, that person placed their hand on Jiang Yi's suit again, looking expectant and pitiful. All right. There was also a mushroom on the ship. Sean thought to himself, and then mused. Could that be a player too? It's all Thundersea's fault. Because of this guy. He now looked at everyone on the ship as if they were players. Why did you come out? Thundersea asked. Everything is ready. Jiang Yi replied calmly. Good. Thundersea didn't know what was ready, but that didn't stop him from saying it was good. Jiang Yi smiled. His overall expression was somewhat weary, but those eyes were filled with excitement. Finally, it was ready. Now, there was only one thing he had to do. Jiang Yi took a deep breath. Sean. Sean let out a sound and hurried over. Jiang Yi tossed something wrapped in black cloth from behind him. The object looked a bit heavy, covered in a thick layer of black fabric. The material of the cloth seemed quite unique. Sean caught it subconsciously. It felt slippery to the touch, and it seemed waterproof. Take this with you. Oh, Sean replied, dutifully slinging the thing over his back. Jiang Yi nodded in satisfaction, then handed over a grappling hook, the very same one Jiang Yi had used back at the watchtower. Take this too. Okay. Sean didn't know what Jiang Yi was planning, but he took it with his right hand. Later, when you see the right moment, fire this thing out. Got it. Wait, what moment? Jiang Yi didn't answer, merely stretching his back slightly. If it had been Jiang Yi's own face, this movement certainly wouldn't have fit Sangonshui's persona. But because of the existence of the lone dragon, even such a gesture was performed quite elegantly by Sangonshui. He had holed up in the cabin for an hour and a half just to prepare this. From here on out, there was only one thing left to do. Jiang Yi exhaled a breath of turbid air and reminded them in a soft voice. Hold on tight. As the words fell, Sean felt his heart tighten. Having gained experience from the very beginning, the boy had already mastered the art of riding the wither and said nothing, simply lying flat on his back while clutching the ship's railing for dear life. He really wanted to ask if they could, just maybe, install a seatbelt on the ship and consider the requirements of their passengers. Thundersea remained unmoved, while reanimation clutched Jiang Yi's thigh with a death grip. The corner of Jiang Yi's mouth twitched, but he ignored the child, taking a deep breath. Jiang Yi had downed some vodka before coming out, firstly, to increase his attribute points, and secondly, to get himself hyped up. A flush gradually appeared on Jiang Yi's face. In the past, this would have been the sign of a young man who couldn't hold his liquor. Now, it was the sign that the boss was gradually becoming unhinged. Jiang Yi focused his energy, channeling the majority of his mental power into Old Tai. There wasn't much need for mental power for what was coming next. The massive, surging mental energy poured into the wither like a flowing river. The ship's mast swelled high. Sangonshui didn't have the habit of counting down 3, 2, 1. Once a certain critical threshold was reached, the ship's hull transitioned instantly from static to motion, much like a roller coaster reaching its peak, pausing for a moment, and then whoosh. The shadow of the wither appeared under the moonlight. This was the afterimage left behind after reaching a certain speed. Ah! Sean felt as if his internal organs were beginning to shift out of place. At this moment, he felt as if he had returned to their partition game. Viewing the perspective of melancholy little fries catching the golden ball, the sky, the deck, and everyone else had turned into elongated lines, his vision shifted constantly, and the colors began to detach from reality. The Wither. This was simply a ship that defied all logic. With this volume and this load capacity, it was actually capable of running at such a speed. The distance seemed to shrink right on the map. In the group chat, other players also noticed this rapidly moving boss icon. Player hope I'm not that unlucky. Holy crap, what is going on? Player hope I'm not that unlucky. Did the map glitch out? The boss icon wasn't just moving, it had started to fly. Player give me a kiss. Player give me a kiss. It didn't glitch. Player give me a kiss image. Clicking on the image, one could see the afterimage of the massive black ship's stern from the perspective of the bow. To be honest, it was barely recognizable as a ship. The thing was so fast that it was reduced to a few blurry lines. If many players hadn't managed to snap photos of the ship just now, no one would have been able to identify what it was. Moreover, unless everyone's eyes were collectively failing them, this thing, it seemed to have flown up. Although the height above the water wasn't great, it was truly, physically floating in the air. The boss had used its ultimate. Who was this aimed at? Holy crap. Player watching the fun is never enough. Player give me a kiss. Brother, are you nearby? Can you give everyone a live broadcast? Player give me a kiss. Are you blind? It's obvious that I've already been left in the dust. Picking nose. Player watching the fun is never enough. Damn. What a shame to miss the boss fight. Player watching the fun is never enough. Is there really no brother on the front lines? There were, brother. There were two such brothers. Sean dug his toes into his shoes. His body pressed firmly against the deck, as he replied in his heart, but he couldn't broadcast. He couldn't broadcast at all. Chapter 451. The King descends from the heavens. It's okay, brother. Part 7. It's okay, brother, it's okay. The broadcast is okay. Window that won't close huddled behind the third mate's backside, wiping away a trail of snot. It was too cold, way too cold. The twilight was also moving at high speed, although, compared to the Wither's completely unreasonable method of moving via mental power, the twilight's method of movement was much more scientific. In front of the twilight, the sea surface was undulating rhythmically. If one's eyesight was good enough, they would see that beneath the surface of the sea, there were many gargantuan creatures. These guys had iron rings strapped to their bodies, leading the twilight forward at breakneck speed. Whaler. This was the ability of the twilight's second mate, Hoasnatuk. If one were to look for a representative of the 5 Cs who truly embodied the pirate life and career, the great pirate Nautic might be the best candidate. Nadak's deep blue hair swayed on the ship, holding a bottle of strong rum in his right hand. He took a casual swig before pouring the rest of the rum into the seawater. The little guys underneath smelled the strong liquor and began to grow excited. Little ones, don't let the captain down. Nautic smiled, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. More and more deep blue beams of light emerged from his body. These beams were what resonated with the monsters in the deep. His limit was to drive 50 humpback whales simultaneously. The humpback whales here were larger and more aggressive than those on the home planet. Whaling was the means of survival for the residents of the North Sea, and whaler was the profession born from it. A qualified whaler had to first be an expert in whale husbandry. Whalers would never do something as stupid as harming the whales. They were their source of wealth, and the foundation upon which they relied for survival. Pouring the rum onto the sea surface, Nadak's body slowly rose. With a wave of his arm, 3 or 4 more humpback whales arrived at the rear warships. The Twilight was no small fry like the Wither. It was the flagship of the Jenkins fleet. The other warships were distributed across various parts of the 5 seas, surrounding the Twilight in a formation like satellites guarding a central star. If Tu Sheng's KK group represented an organized operation, then Jenkins' fleet perfectly blended the discipline of a navy with the agility of pirates. A massive, terrifyingly powerful army. A pirate general with the capability to single-handedly annihilate a nation. This statement was no joke. The excited voices of the pirates echoed through the night sky. The massive movements of the humpback whales turning over caused unease among those in the surrounding waters. The poison circle was beginning to refresh. Jenkins sensed the presence of the toxic gas and frowned slightly. She was aware of the world government's actions, but a mocking smile curled the corners of Jenkins' lips. Using pirates to do their dirty work, that was truly the style of those people. In the fierce sea breeze, Jenkins' gaze remained calm. Falcon, present. The excited voice of the *Falcon's captain came through the communicator. The *Falcon's bounty was 3,200 pounds, even stronger than McKinsell, whom Jiang Yi had encountered back then. Although the current Jiang Yi was no longer the same person who had first entered the Five Seas. This was enough to demonstrate the foundation of the Twilight *. Clear the left flank. The Twilight * is moving forward. Those who block our path. Jenkins' voice was incredibly calm. She was a pirate general known on the seas for her gentleness and elegance. But that was only on the condition that she was, first and foremost, a pirate general. Yes, Captain, Whitebird, right flank. Orders were issued in an orderly fashion. Above the massive warship, the flag of the Twilight * appeared exceptionally dazzling. Although most people would scatter upon seeing the Twilight's * flag. Every year there were always some idiots who had just set sail who would crash right into them. Heading west, 10 nautical miles. The Den Mushi gave another prompt. Jenkins, and hurried. Ordered the fleet to head west, on the map, following Jiang Yi's deep red boss marker. A second deep red marker had appeared in the opposite diagonal direction. Moreover, the two fleets were converging at an astonishing speed. For the players caught between the two fleets, the sky was falling. Player honest man. Mouse man eating pesticide while sitting on the ground. JPG brothers. I feel like I might be a bit seasick. Otherwise, how am I seeing 3 boss markers on the map? And it looks like 2 of the bosses are coming straight toward my direction together. Player honest man. Do you think it's possible they are coming for me? Shy player righteousness. Player honest man. Is the ear stud pierced from the temple? Meme. Player can't be that unlucky, brother. You wouldn't happen to be the player at coordinate point *, would you? There weren't many players on the line where the 2 deep red bosses were converging, and most were scattered around the periphery. That area was filled with Navy ships, and only one small green dot looked somewhat out of place. Can't be that unlucky pulled up the coordinate point and copied and pasted it into the chat box. Player honest man. Yeah. Player little pear sauce. Today, we gather here to offer our blessings to our fellow comrade, honest man. Player little pear sauce, lighting a candle. Player what a beautiful jasmine, lighting a candle. Player I speak the truth, lighting a candle. Player your wild king is infinitely arrogant, lighting a candle. After a string of candle lighting, the wild king couldn't help but ask, brother, what are you doing there? That place is full of Navy ships, right? Why is this guy mixed in there? Player honest man, I'm working. Player your wild king is infinitely arrogant. Player little pear sauce. What a born wage slave. You chose the Navy. Don't tell me it's because the Navy offers a stable government position. Xiao Wei frowned and shook her head. Just then, a new message was pushed to the top. Scallion Report Post is broadcasting live for you. The Scallion Report Post was back, dear comrades. Scallion is back again and again and again. Scallion has activated the drone live broadcast and is recording the footage of the boss battle. You can watch it after unlocking the channel. Unlock fee 3 car coins. It's at cost price. Everyone, please support a brother's business. That mysterious Scallion had appeared again. It was like someone delivering a pillow just as you were getting sleepy. They were actually doing a live broadcast. How did this guy get the system's permissions? And, doing a live broadcast at sea, could it be that this guy had already developed drones? Although they had their doubts, more people were simply curious. The fee of 3 car coins wasn't particularly high at this stage, and many were itching to see a battle of this level, so they chose to. You have paid to unlock Scallion Live. Thank you for your support. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. The sound of car coins arriving kept ringing out. Guanbu Shangdi Chuang's face blossomed into a smile. It really pays to follow the big shots. If it weren't for the big shots idea, how could a piece of trash like him have the ability to make money flow like water? The sound of 3 car coins arriving kept ringing out. Within 5 minutes, he had actually generated a profit of about 200 car coins. Guanbu Shang Di Chang blew a breath, and a layer of white, dandelion-like fluff appeared in the air. This was a device he had purchased from the Red Fox Huerta for a staggering 500 car coins. The prototype seemed to have been modified from a plant. It wasn't very fast, but its advantage was that it was hard to detect, and because of the sheer volume of the fluff, even if there was some loss, it didn't hinder the transmission of the footage. The fluff drifting from all directions could even provide multi-angle perspectives, allowing for a better broadcast of the visuals and sound. This was originally intended for vehicle monitoring, but Guanbu Shang decking window that won't close had a flash of business inspiration. He realized this gadget might be even more useful than some drone, although its speed was concerning. Most people were only interested in those 1 or 2 key battles anyway. Focusing on this footage was exactly what the viewers wanted. You are currently using the fluff audio-visual Magna current amount of fluff. Please note, when the amount of fluff drops below 40, the feed will no longer transmit sound. When the amount of fluff drops below 20, the broadcast resolution will drop to the lowest setting. When the amount of fluff drops below 10, broadcasting will be impossible. The fluff danced in the air, completely under the control of Guanbu Shang Dequing's mental power. With a single thought, he sent it flying toward the location of the deep red boss. Fortunately, the distance between the two was closing rapidly, and soon, a perspective from the sky was transmitted. Player, could I really be this unlucky? We have a feed in the channel. The image came through. It was a high-altitude view, so one could roughly make out the sea surface below. The first things to come into view were several blue warships, each bearing the emblem of Jiamo Island. This must be the local navy of Jiamo Island. Player, world peace. Has the fighting started? Excited. There will be another update late tonight. I refuse to believe I can't get to the battle by then. Battle scenes are just so satisfying. Players who can't wait can go to sleep early. Chapter 452. The King Descends from the Heavens Part 8. Player, little pear sauce. To the guy above. With a name like that, do you have no shame? Player, little pear sauce. Head tilt and wide-eyed emoji. Player, world peace. Ecchi. After that, her. The person didn't even reply. Just then, player, could I really be this unlucky? It's here. It's here. The image is getting clear. The fluff drifted above the fleet. Guanbu Shang decking was naturally not foolish enough to let the fluff get too close, at least not yet. The approach had to be natural and subtle. Each piece of fluff acted like a miniature camera. Clearly, Guanbu Shang decking had the instincts of a professional clickbait marketer. He first gave the viewers a panoramic view of the navy here. 1, 2, 3. The players watching the channel subconsciously started counting along. There were actually 8 warships in total, and the one in the middle was like a damn leviathan. The ship was terrifyingly tall. It was radiating the aura of a tyrant. Guanbu Shang Dequing's mind stirred, but he didn't let the fluff get closer. He had learned from the captain that this world possessed the legendary observation haki. If the fluff got too close, there was a chance it would be discovered immediately. Guanbu Shang decking carefully adjusted the angle. Finally, bit by bit, the figure of the naval officer on the massive leviathan-like ship came into view. Everyone gasped. He was just too strong. The players knew that certain monstrously powerful individuals existed on this map, but the problem was that not all powerful beings could be sensed. Some were so strong that if the opponent was too weak, the weakling wouldn't even be able to perceive the extent of the powerhouse's strength. At this moment, physique, muscle mass, and aura became the most intuitive indicators. The guy on this ship was a full 3 meters tall. He wore his hair in a short, military-style buzz cut, and his gaze was as sharp as lightning. In his hand, this guy held a giant sword. Calling it a giant sword was being polite. If you didn't know any better, you'd think it was the coffin lid of Sir Isaac Newton himself. The giant sword looked to be nearly 1.7 meters long. Although the players couldn't jump into the screen to measure it, the relative distance, height, and the direct visual impact couldn't lie. The giant sword, merely leaning there, was filled with an oppressive, brutal aura. The man was also wearing a traditional garment similar to a kimono, but not exactly like the kimonos of the Sakura country. On the upper part of the garment, 2 large characters were written in ink Jiamo. Of course, the font certainly wasn't the square characters of the Dragon Kingdom, but as the image was transmitted to the player's screens, it automatically translated into square characters. After seeing the appearance of this naval officer clearly, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Just by looking at him, one could tell that this guy was definitely a boss. He was terrifyingly strong. There was no telling how to win yet. Player, could I really be this unlucky? Wait, isn't this another boss? Onion Brother, Quan Bushang Dekking, who had been addressed as Onion Brother, immediately replied, it's not. The other boss was his own captain. Although that Dak was using the sperm whales to rush over at high speed, there was still some distance to cover. It would take at least 10 minutes or so. And that was only because he had already followed the big shot's instructions and had the captain adjust his course in advance. Player, could I really be this unlucky? Hiss. So that means this is a third boss. In addition to the other two. Player, world peace, damn. Now we're in for a good show. Player, hate that the drama isn't big enough. Come on, let's place bets. Are these bosses going to turn on each other? Player, hate that the drama isn't big enough. Bet on who will win. Currently, we have this Giamo Navy, the Flying Dutchman Sengong Shui, and there's also right, who was the other one? The anonymous account that posted the Green Onion report immediately replied, the Nikobatsu. As soon as the three characters Nikobatsu appeared, the screen was filled with ellipses and question marks. The Nikobatsu. Wasn't that the legendary pirate general? Is he coming too? This is the Giamo Sea area, not Ulan, right? Player, hate that the drama isn't big enough. All in on the Nikobatsu. Player, never follow the crowd. All in on the Nikobatsu. Player, number one fan of Little Fries, sigh. Every time something like this happens, I really want to bet on the big shot, but it's a pity the big shot isn't on the scene. The sunset's odds were the highest, but some players raised a point. Player, Little Pear Sauce. Could it be that Dutchman? The heat in the channel was rising rapidly. The addition of the sunset undoubtedly ignited the players' enthusiasm for watching. Originally, due to the divisional qualifiers, these guys were just talking big. Their focus was supposed to be on clearing the circle, eliminating other players, and dealing with the Navy. But now, with the pirate general involved, it was different. This was a scene many might not see in their entire lives. The channel's popularity quickly broke 10,000 on the screen. Giamo kept his eyes closed, wondering what he was thinking. The air grew increasingly quiet, and the crackling sound of electricity began to hum. Everyone held their breath, terrified of missing the start of this great battle. Looking at the map, the deep red boss below was approaching faster. Now only a few nautical miles away from the fleet. Logically speaking, a distance of a few nautical miles should be visible from the watchtower, and fortunately, the ship on the opposite side was no ordinary vessel. It was a ghost ship that made virtually no sound, stirred up no waves, and floated in the air. This ship even came with its own mental interference. The players could see the ship approaching, yet the big boss couldn't. Just thinking about this was thrilling. What was this like? It was like a comet about to collide with a star. As the eyes of God, you had already seen the flames about to ignite and felt as if you could hear the explosion. But as long as they hadn't closed the distance, everything remained silent. The calm before the storm. 1 second later. Player, could I really be that unlucky? It stopped. The deep red boss's dot had stopped, and everyone felt their faces flush with tension. It stopped. It wasn't planning to move forward anymore. The chat flooded. A second later, in the consciousness of window that won't close, 2 or 3 tufts of fluff suddenly flew up on their own. As if moved by something, window that won't close felt a jolt of energy and hurriedly manipulated the fluff to follow. The camera swiveled sharply. The viewers' gazes shifted along with it. Above the screen, a thin line seemed to have been launched by something. This line looked almost integrated into the night. If the camera hadn't been zoomed in so tightly, it would have been nearly invisible. Only by focusing intently under the high-definition camera did the players manage to spot it. The sailors below couldn't possibly have noticed. The thin line passed through. The players' hearts pounded. It's coming. It's coming. The thin line passed through the small boat below. A bit of the line in the lead, and then, whoosh! The rope began to retract like a spinning top's cord, and behind it, a bundle came flying through the air along the line. An airstrike. The boss in the back made a move, and that was it. Before the crowd could type out their snarky comments, Giamo below suddenly opened his eyes, Everyone saw the entire screen shake, as if an invisible force had blasted all the camera angles away. Hockey. Giacomo's figure vanished from where he stood. What the hell? What the hell? He's gone. When the camera found Giacomo again, the latter had already appeared in the sky. Invisible air currents condensed into a massive machete, connected to the giant sword in Giacomo's hand. Giacomo's lips moved to slash. With one strike, the clouds in the sky were split apart. 2 layers of shockwaves surged outward. The exaggerated sonic boom blasted the player's ears. The black bundle was hit instantly. Was the sneak attack discovered? Holy crap. Although the players weren't the ones launching the sneak attack, they couldn't help but exclaim. It had to be said. This panoramic camera angle was incredibly immersive. As the players thought this, they were so nervous they didn't dare to breathe. The black bundle was split in two, and the contents spilled out everywhere. It fell onto the people below like rain. GMO landed, frowning. Before the word who could even be shouted, a hoarse, slurred sound echoed through the air. Woof. Instant detonation. The air stood still for a second, and then, a scorching light, like a nuclear explosion, bloomed from the screen. Crimson flooded everyone's vision. A red torrent, like magma, showered evenly onto the ships below. That wasn't all. In the air, someone's hand. It wasn't clear whose took a lighter out of a backpack. The tiny metallic click was captured perfectly by an inconspicuous tuft of fluff. Click. Tiny goosebumps rose on everyone's arms. This was a human instinct when facing extreme danger, just like how, even if you aren't hit by a blade, the moment the tip points at you, you can still feel its sharpness, and your heart subconsciously begins to race. Click. The flame rose inside the split bundle. Besides the black dye, there was terrifying gas, with a sharp hiss. Gorgeous fireworks lit up from above. Beneath every firework was lethal burning sulfur. The crowd was shaken. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. The guys below looked up, and the brilliant, magnificent flames occupied their terrified vision. The group chat was silent for a second, then began to refresh frantically. What is this? A missile attack? No. Compared to a real missile attack, the power wasn't enough. But this was already terrifying enough. The sea of red made people feel the horrific high temperature even through the screen. Could I really be that unlucky? Took a deep breath and realized belatedly. This was the attack launched by the guy in the back, that Flying Dutchman. Holy crap. He had originally thought the opponent was just a big boss of some mysterious realm. He never imagined the opponent could launch an attack like this. The black bundle exploded completely, overturning the ship below. It wasn't that Giacomo hadn't considered there might be something inside, but he never expected the opponent to use a delayed action bomb. Furthermore, he hadn't anticipated that the power contained within would be so astonishing. Ordinary bombs could destroy a ship's propulsion system, but to trigger a chain reaction of this magnitude, other substances must have been mixed in. More importantly, just as Giacomo's face was filled with fury, the Navy soldiers and his subordinates fleeing frantically below suddenly began to show expressions of agony. Cough, cough. Ugh, it's so spicy. My eyes, my eyes. Sounds of struggle erupted wildly. Spicy, my eyes. Giacomo was stunned for a moment, and then his heart sank abruptly. His body, which had landed on the charred deck, moved in a flash. Someone is here. As Giacomo turned, something red was blown toward him. His observation hockey gave no warning. This substance contained no poison, or perhaps only a trace amount, but even so, the terrifying level of spiciness caused Giacomo's eyes to turn blood red. After blowing out a cloud of spicy powder, a slash followed immediately. Messages in the group chat were refreshing rapidly, and Sean's fingers were trembling. Sean's face was filled with horror. Madman. This madman. That black bundle was filled entirely with gunpowder. Sean's legs went weak, and he nearly fell from the lookout tower of the withered soul. He was still holding the tail end of the grappling hook. Just 30 seconds ago, he had personally loaded this thing into the launcher. The black bundle had been less than 30 centimeters away from him, to be precise. Before it was launched, he had been carrying this thing on his back. Sean looked at the broadcast feed in horror. This scene was happening not far from him, and this scene was caused by him. The screen was filled with a deep crimson. Burning sulfur rained down like white fireworks, but anyone who touched even a single spark would either die or be maimed. He had just been in intimate contact with this thing, just a moment ago. Sang Gongshui had even considered whether to split this thing up and see if he could aim it with a sniper rifle for greater precision. After sitting slumped on the ground for a few seconds, Sean finally found his voice. Madman, an absolute, unadulterated madman. He had misunderstood Sang Gongshui. It was because this guy usually acted so gentle that he had forgotten this fellow had once wiped out the entire Sun Art Troop single-handedly. Right. The Sun Art Troop. Did he get the idea for this explosion from that incident? Could it be that he had started planning this so long ago? With this single strike, at least 100 Navy soldiers must have been wiped out. Sean sniffled. Below the eyes of Lightingzu revealed a sudden realization. So, this was the preparation. No wonder Jiang Shui didn't want them to intervene. Jiang Yi indeed had no intention of letting these to take action. The convenience of team battles was nice, it saved effort and was efficient, but Dupjiamo. He had to handle this guy himself. On one hand, it was for the quest. On the other, perhaps only he knew just how powerful this guy truly was. Jiang Yi, having blown out the chili powder, saw a flash in his eyes. He only had one goal: to stall for this quarter of an hour until Kinjinzi's fleet arrived as planned. To achieve this, he would unleash the greatest combat power he could muster, one after another. The fur-covered projection machines burned out. An closable window gritted his teeth, feeling the pain of the loss while tossing in more fur. The image became increasingly clear. Finally, the moment the blade's light flared, everyone saw the other person in the darkness. It was a gaunt face, caught between youth and maturity. He wore a black eye patch over one eye and held a slender long blade that radiated a blood-red glow. Behind the blade were black-gloved hands and a crisp white suit. He didn't look like a pirate. Rather, he looked like a manor lord, slightly displeased as he drove away unexpected guests. Warning: you are staring directly at the captain of the returning ghost ship Sang Gongshui. Your spirit has been severely shaken. Chapter 453. The King Descends from the Heavens Part 9. The wind had picked up. This was the most intuitive feeling for the spectating players. The screen seemed to ripple. Amidst the clusters of flames below lay charred corpses, and the screams could be heard even through the screen, regardless of the angle, and regardless of whether the people on the other side were NPCs of the dungeon. People from both the Dragon Kingdom and the Curry Kingdom felt a genuine sense of dread. What was the difference between this and witnessing a missile strike firsthand? The difference was that what they usually saw were wars between two nations, but now, what they were seeing was merely two factions. No, not even two factions. Just a battle between two groups of people. Because the main force of the Navy was definitely more than just these few. This wasn't even a large-scale war. And the other side was even more terrifying. That mysterious ghost ship was just a single pirate vessel. Yet, in the mere time it took to appear, the gap between the two sides had been drastically narrowed. Could he really be this unlucky? He swallowed hard. He now knew that his worries had been completely unnecessary. When this ship had passed by him earlier, he had worried about whether the other party would attack him. Now it seemed he had overthought it. Under this level of firepower, no matter which sector a player was from, they would die if they ran into it. This was simply not something they could participate in at their current stage. What was going on with this damn system? The last battle during the collapse of the Watchtower had also far exceeded their strength. And this battle was the same. The dungeon's strength requirements had far surpassed the average level of the players. It even felt like it wasn't aimed at player survival, but rather, screening process. In such dangerous scenarios, it was filtering out those who were truly powerful. Those who had the ability to stir up the winds and clouds even in such circumstances. Thinking of this, could I really be this unlucky? Quickly tagged Honest Man in the group chat. Player, could I really be this unlucky? Honest Man, Brother Honest Man, are you still alive? He remembered that Brother Honest Man's coordinates at the time seemed to be right on this ship. Could I really be this unlucky? Open the map, and sure enough, the little green dot on the map was gone. Just as could I really be this unlucky was silently lighting a candle for Brother Honest Man. Suddenly, the little green dot on the map flickered. Player, could I really be this unlucky? Brother, you're still alive. Honest Man did not reply. It wasn't clear what his current situation was. The battle continued. After a terrifying air raid, half of the people on the scene were wiped out in an instant. The kill count began to rise rapidly. But most players were currently focused on the battle itself and didn't pay too much attention to how the rankings were climbing. Only one person, Anise, holding a black and white penguin plushie, let out an A on the leaderboard. The kill counts behind two players' IDs had increased simultaneously. One was Shoot 1902. The other was John 2. Anise pushed up his black-rimmed glasses. This wasn't normal. Although in the eyes of ordinary people, the kill counts on the leaderboard were all increasing, which didn't look particularly obvious in Anise's eyes. All player IDs were deliberately ignored, leaving only the speed and magnitude of the data growth. The growth rate and absolute value of the kill counts for these two IDs were identical this time. In fact, if he wasn't mistaken, they had started increasing at the exact same time. This was very strange. If starting at the same time was a coincidence, then why was the trend also completely consistent? Even if the two were together, this shouldn't be possible. Even if they attacked at the same time, each person's attack method and hit probability shouldn't be exactly the same. The system's trends were completely objective. Attacking together would still result in significant differences, unless this was a single attack. Furthermore, it wasn't an attack launched jointly. It was as if the system had evenly distributed a single attack between two people, which resulted in the slope of the increase being the same. This speed. Anise entered a command, quickly analyzing the number of enemies that had disappeared from the scene via the optical computer connected to the main screen. Sure enough, it matched. The attack broadcasted on the screen, if nothing went wrong, was launched by these two. The person in the footage was very likely Jiang Yi. Anise's eyes lit up. He hurriedly froze and locked the screen. To some extent, Jiang Yi had always been unwilling to show his true face because he was afraid of people like Anise. At this moment, Jiang Yi had no idea that someone had already discovered his identity, to be honest. The kill counts of the top IDs on the screen were all increasing rapidly. If one wasn't intentionally calculating it, they wouldn't react immediately. But there was no helping it. There was a human-shaped cheat here. Anise stared fixedly at the screen. It was this man again. As he had said before, how could a person be this bold? He was almost starting to suspect that this guy was deliberately inciting battles between instances. Anise took a deep breath, desperately suppressing the excitement in his heart, and looked at the screen. In the footage, that person's figure was revealed. Anise paused. Was that person trembling? The current John 2 was different from the one in Anise's impression, and his temperament was completely different. But Anise trusted his own calculations and the data determined by the optical computer. John 2's image and the so-called Sengong Shui overlapped. Why was he trembling? Jiang Yi looked at his own fingers. This was because he was extremely excited right now. The only thing he needed to do now was to use every method and means to stall for a quarter of an hour. Honestly, this was something he wouldn't have dared to imagine 10 years ago. The data on the tyrant flashed through Jiang Yi's mind, but it was only a fleeting thought. Starting from now, he would mobilize his greatest combat power, the hyena bomb, filled with burning materials from the No.0 smelting room and mixed with the same gas as the cooling spray, was the first step. Clear the others from the scene, and then Jiang Yi's figure moved and vanished from where he stood. It was still a silent step start, but the difference was that this time, Jiang Yi had no intention of testing the waters. The red moon transformed into a full moon ring, slashing toward Jiaomo's head. Player, could I really be this unlucky? So fast, player dream. The barrage had only refreshed 2 lines when the sound of blades colliding rang out. Jiang Yi was fast, but the tyrant's speed was actually faster than Jiang Yi's. When Jiang Yi got close, that great blade moved just like that, blocking Jiang Yi's throat-slitting strike with ease. Before the other players could even gasp, they saw a cold glint flash from behind the blocked red moon, slicing in from the side. It had to be said, Big Brother Scallion's 360-degree real-time broadcast effect was truly astonishingly good, because of the filming from various spaces and the system's excellent visuals. The screen actually produced a naked-eye 3D effect. This newly appeared cold glint almost seemed to slice right over the players' heads. Many players subconsciously ducked. After the night wind blew, the players realized what a stupid action they had just performed. Wait, weren't they just watching a broadcast? Many players looked sheepish when they looked back at the screen. They saw that the blade had already separated. There was no showing off or posing, nothing like that. After that strike, there was a light and swift rise, followed by another throat-slitting strike. The players hissed. In that gap, they saw the blood stain on Jiamo's face. That last strike had landed player at Sarah, not Salad. Awesome. Some players cheered, but only Jiang Yi felt his heart hanging by a thread. A charged strike following a silent step is guaranteed to deal true damage. He had already anticipated that his opponent would successfully defend against his attack. So the first strike was never the true killing blow. The second one was, however. What Jiang Yi did not expect was that Jiamo would defend so effortlessly. With a casual block, he parried the attack, although his subsequent killing blow was too fast for the opponent to block completely. Even then, he had only managed to leave a thin line of blood on Jiamo's face. Jiang Yi's Adam's apple bobbed. Though he showed no outward reaction, he was shaken internally, following up with a slash toward the head. Jiamo did not force a block this time, choosing instead to retreat. The giant-like figure stepped back several meters, and the gaze he leveled at Jiang Yi finally held a hint of seriousness, as if only at this moment Jiang Yi had earned the qualification to be looked at twice by the former. Jiamo looked at Jiang Yi, or more accurately, at the long blade in Jiang Yi's hand. After a few seconds, he said in a deep voice, "A fine blade." The blade was indeed fine, but the person wielding it was lacking. Jiang Yi pressed his lips into a thin line. He was not provoked by Jiamo. Instead, he began to search for the opponent's weaknesses once more. Jiang Yi glanced at the time. Only 1 minute had passed since the start. It doesn't matter, Jiang Yi thought to himself. With a flick of his will, the wooden mask fell into place. "It's dark. Please close your eyes." Player: I was once a youth. Admin: the screen went black. The screen turned black. Some players shouted immediately, but they soon discovered that only a fixed area had turned black. The perspectives broadcast by other fluffballs remained normal. Is it a skill? Under the effect of "it's dark, please close your eyes," a black circle was generated with Jiang Yi at the center. In the absolute darkness, everyone could see nothing, only hear certain sounds. In the darkness, Jiang Yi didn't hesitate to swallow a lion pill. After obtaining this item, Jiang Yi had originally not intended to use it, as the side effects were too terrifying. Special item, lion pill description. From the dungeon City of Desire, asterisk 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 pleasure asterisk 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 carefree asterisk 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 equals asterisk 7. Description. After consuming the lion pill, you will gain a stat bonus of Kung 10 strength, Kung 15 speed, and Kung 10 constitution. At the same time, your maximum health will decrease by 10 points. Description. After consuming the lion pill, your spirit will be highly stimulated. For the next 6 hours, your various desires including lust, slaughter, conquest, and masochism will rise significantly. Your orientation will also shift to a desire-only orientation. The target will no longer be distinguished by gender, or even by species. Players with low mental resistance should consume with caution. The maximum health would decrease, and it would cause abnormal mental stimulation, compared to the benefits brought by the latter. The price was too high. However, after opening these 2 items and as Jiang Yi pushed forward, destroying the majority of the pirate ships, his legacy quest progress had increased, unlocking new rewards. Congratulations. Your current quest, the journey progress, is 3100s. Because the poison circle had refreshed, Jiang Yi's warship had wiped out 30 pirate fleets. After the progress updated, Jiang Yi also received a new reward. You have unlocked an active talent. I am the man who will become the Pirate King. Description. I don't know. They just rushed up shouting things like friendship, bonds, and determination. Description. You can burn spirit attribute points to reignite strength, speed, constitution, health, or fatigue attribute points. The burning exchange ratio is determined by your current physical and mental state. Note, you cannot burn more than 30 spirit points at once. Bursting is good, but don't be greedy. Note, burning spirit points to exchange for other stats has an 80% chance of triggering mental confusion, a 50% chance of causing schizophrenia, and a 20% chance of causing direct mental death. You can burn spirit attribute points to reawaken your determination, which can, to a certain extent, break negative mental status effects. Simply put, this was a burst and lock health talent. Compared to other buff talents, it didn't look strong, but in reality, it was incredibly useful. After Jiang Yi swallowed the lion pill, his body felt as if it were burning with fire, with Kung 10 strength, Kung 15 speed, and Kung 10 constitution. Red veins appeared all over Jiang Yi's skin, as if he were about to explode at any second. With a volcano about to erupt inside his body, Jiang Yi didn't think twice and burned 20 spirit attribute points. He wasn't entirely sure of the exchange ratio, but this wasn't the time to fret over spirit points. The 20 spirit points began to distribute automatically. 10 points were allocated to restore the maximum health that had been deducted by the drug side effects, and the other 10 were actually used entirely to offset the drug side effect of height and desire. Veins bulged on Jiang Yi's forehead. Damn it. The desire side effect actually required a full 10 points to offset. If he had taken this drug normally without any countermeasures, he would probably have completely lost his mind by now. As expected of a product from the City of Desire, a dungeon that sounded terrifying just by its name, Jiang Yi gritted his teeth. After the rapid consumption of the drug, in the darkness, he held his two blades upright. Without a word of nonsense, he slashed directly at Jiamo. Jiamo raised an eyebrow and swung his own blade to meet the attack. The guy on the opposite side seemed to have suddenly increased in strength. Only one simple thought remained in Jiang Yi's mind, that was to hack the opponent to death. The desire from the lion pill had been suppressed, but it seemed to have been completely transformed into something else, slaughter and conquest. Jiang Yi's dual blades moved faster and faster. The long blade tapped against Jiamo's greatsword, and before the opponent could flick his weapon away, the short blade would stab diagonally from every possible angle. In Jiang Yi's dual-wielding style, there was the shadow of Zoro, but in the Z-shaped jitters and direction changes, there was the shadow of a leopard. In the darkness, no one could clearly see how the two were fighting, but their ears could hear the constant clashing of blades. 20 seconds, 30 seconds. Jiang Yi and Jiamo's figures reappeared. Darkness. Please close your eyes had to be deactivated so he could take his medicine according to plan. He couldn't keep it active indefinitely, as the drain on his mental energy was too great. They're out, they're out. The chat feed refreshed rapidly. As the darkness receded, the figures of Sangong Shui and Jiamo appeared once more. However, in that very instant, the moment they separated, they collided again. Haikayu was raised high, a crescent arc of moonlight flashing across the crimson blade before it swung down with immense force the next second. The greatsword was deflected. Jiang Yi's frame dipped, his waist bending as the giant blade swept over him. The spectators felt as if their hearts were about to leap out of their throats. And right at that moment, Jiang Yi moved his foot, delivering a standard Muay Thai knee strike. Xiaowei couldn't help but shout in approval. The knee strike slammed into the back of Jiamo's knee. For an ordinary person, this blow would have been enough to shatter the kneecap. Yet Jiamo didn't even let out a muffled groan. Instead, the giant-like figure stomped down. Had he been stepped on, he would have been dead or crippled. Jiang Yi's pupils constricted, twisting his body. He braced his palms against the ground and wrapped his legs around Jiamo's neck in a spiral lock. A rear-naked choke, Jiang Yi rose, hanging upside down, and used the momentum of his body to hoist Jiamo off the ground. A normal person's rear-naked choke certainly wouldn't achieve this effect. But after consuming the lion pill, Jiang Yi's strength attribute was nearing 100 points. Under such terrifying power, lifting him into the air was inevitable. Enemy off balance, completely following his combat instincts. You are using the advanced skill of Muay Thai. That's right, advanced skill Muay Thai. Jiang Yi never fought a battle unprepared. Although he hadn't forced himself to complete the quest to kill Jiamo, the moment he saw the quest, Jiang Yi had begun his preparations. Swordsmanship was one aspect, the other was close quarters combat. The opponent's strength, speed, and constitution attributes were simply too terrifying. If he got too close, he would likely face certain death. But it was extremely difficult to avoid close quarters combat entirely during a fight, even with explosives, frankly speaking. Area of effect bombs were already struggling to pose a threat to an existence of this level, unless he launched a nuclear missile. But if he had something like that, why would Jiang Yi even be playing this dungeon? Furthermore, even if Jiang Yi could control himself to stay at a distance, the opponent would seize the opportunity to close in. The opponent wasn't some idiot standing still waiting to be hit. Therefore, Jiang Yi had sought out Yu Bao and purchased a set of Muay Thai combat insights. The price of this item was staggering 300 Czech coins. Fortunately, Jiang Yi had a foundation in Muay Thai, so he picked it up quite quickly. Moreover, compared to the skill he had previously copied from Xiaowei, these Muay Thai insights were undoubtedly more detailed, correcting many of the misunderstandings Jiang Yi had held before. While hunkered down on the ship crafting bombs, Jiang Yi had also spent an hour entering the summit battlefield, using the red-haired shark as a live target to practice for a long time. Just like that, his Muay Thai skill had leveled up to advanced. After Jiamo's body tilted, Jiang Yi's hands, arms, thighs, and shins all became lethal weapons, raining down on Jiamo like a violent storm. Jiang Yi didn't look at the time, nor did he check his stamina consumption. You have activated the mastery domain. Jiang Yi's speed grew faster and faster, and the players' mouths hung wider and wider. Xiaowei even felt the urge to rush in and have a go with Sangon Shui herself. Although, judging by the level the opponent was displaying now, she would likely be crushed. Xiaowei still couldn't help but feel her hands itching. The opponent's combat awareness and skill level looked completely masterclass. It was hard to imagine just how solid his basic training in this area must be. If Xiaowei knew that 2 months ago this guy was still a rookie, she would probably have dropped her jaw in shock. As the saying goes, the Sea of Questions tactic is simply a proposition that people from the Dragon Kingdom can never escape in their entire lives. Jiang Yi no longer thought as he unleashed his moves. In a certain moment, he caught that fleeting opportunity, a high knee strike. Jiang Yi's right leg was bent, his left leg slightly crouched, and he slammed his knee into Jiamo's chin, sending Jiamo's body flying upward. With a flip and a spin against the wall, his right foot whipped around 270 degrees. The air was torn, creating an exaggerated black depression, and then bang! Can't close the window subconsciously grimaced and covered his eyes with his hands. In this moment, he felt as if he were sharing the sensation of Jiamo's head. A kick landed squarely on Jiamo's head, and that wasn't even the end of it landing on the ground. He flipped his palm, and a silver pistol appeared in the hand of the pirate dressed in a white suit. The firing pin struck the chamber. Sparks emerged, a bang, 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 firing at point-blank range into the head. At this moment, even Sean couldn't help but wince and pull back. That's got to be bruised black and blue, a patch here, a patch there. There will be another chapter at dawn. I won't split the combat chapters so that everyone can enjoy them without interruption. Chapter 454. The King Descends from the Heavens, Part 10. His heartbeat gradually returned to normal. After completing the shooting entirely on instinct, Jiang Yi subconsciously looked at the main screen time. How much time had passed? Jiang Yi's chest heaved. A glaring 9 appeared in Jiang Yi's line of sight. From just now until this moment, only 9 minutes had passed. In those short 9 minutes, the channel's popularity had refreshed again, reaching 30,000, and many players who weren't even in the game had started actively subscribing. The players watched, almost forgetting to breathe. The society is simple. It's the people who are complex stared at the screen, unable to recover for several seconds. Is this what a battle between bosses looks like? Not to mention the speed at which the two swung their blades. Just looking at that final pistol, no individual could withstand that kind of close-range burst. Asterisk gulp. Asterisk the sound of swallowing echoed across the highway. Jiang Yi's reputation points were steadily climbing, though the prolonged, non-stop burst of activity was rapidly depleting his stamina. The system log displayed the updates that had just occurred during the recent offensive. Red Moon's Blade's true damage and handed over had both succeeded multiple times. The former triggered 3 times, dealing a total of 20 points of true damage. The latter triggered twice, successfully stealing 2 points of strength attribute for Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi's chest heaved, the violent power in his limbs dissipating. Below him, Jiamo seemed to show no movement. Did it work? The players couldn't help but think to themselves. At such close range, if he still wasn't dead, wouldn't that be a bit too heaven-defying? Window that won't close. Enemies. Sean and Thunder Z were all watching the screen intently. At that very second, the smoke cleared, and the blood-stained head appeared in the sight of all the players. The system would not censor anything for them. He's dead. Just as the players' shocked voices rang out, Everyone saw the body of the boss in the white suit suddenly shudder. Just as Jiang Yi was about to pull away, a large hand suddenly clamped onto his ankle. The next second, bang, Jiang Yi's face was smashed directly into the deck. Jiang Yi's pupils dilated sharply, the shockwaves rippling outward like a pond disturbed by a stone. Everyone clearly saw a palm slam onto the back of the white-suited boss's head with unimaginable speed. Thunder's Shan, window that won't close, Xiaowei. Jiang Yi's head buzzed. It felt as if his skull was being clamped by something. Splinters pierced his eye socket, leaving a deep, gouging wound that tore away flesh along with them. Jiang Yi's pupils contracted violently, his field of vision shrinking to the size of a needle tip. In his peripheral vision, Jiamo's face looked equally terrifying, with a puncture wound even appearing on his right cheek. Jiamo's face was covered in blood, and layers of orange energy waves were surging from his body. Jiang Yi's heart skipped a beat. Within his true vision, layers of energy were continuously erupting from Jiamo's body. This was haki. It wasn't that Jiang Yi didn't know of its existence. Just as devil fruits could provide various miraculous abilities, the fist fruit could turn parts of the body into fists. The turret fruit could transform parts into cannons. Cecilia's fruit could materialize slime. Haki was something else entirely. From their very first exchange, Jiang Yi had realized that this duke had likely mastered observation haki, which allowed him to perceive an enemy's position and movements. This explained why Jiamo could spot the faint black threads in the air to discover the bombs ahead of time, and why he could use his heavy sword to deflect Jiang Yi's seemingly airtight attacks with such minimal arcs. Jiang Yi wasn't surprised by this. His true vision could achieve similar effects. But now, it seemed his judgment had suffered a terrifying error. Jiang Yi gritted his teeth, trying to lift his head, but the next second bang, this time, Jiang Yi's head was pressed deep into the deck. He could even smell the scent of salt and sulfur emanating from within the wood. The sound of ribs snapping echoed repeatedly. Window that won't close, gasped. Even though he wasn't the one fighting, the sound alone was horrifying. Layers of orange energy covered Jiamo's body. At this moment, it seemed the tyrant was finally using a fraction of his true strength, armament haki, which comprehensively improved offensive and defensive capabilities. It significantly boosted physical endurance and constitution, and, crucially, allowed the user to make direct contact with the physical bodies of certain devil fruit users. Jiamo possessed two types of haki. After pinning Jiang Yi's face to the deck, Jiamo stood up abruptly, his palm gripping Jiang Yi's throat and hoisting his body into the air. Jiang Yi's bloodied face appeared in everyone's view. Jiang Yi's complexion began to turn blue on the main screen. Jiang Yi's various stats were plummeting crazily. Sean's eyes turned blood-red. At this moment, he didn't even have time to think. He instinctively raised his sniper rifle. His undead gaze was about to lock onto Jiamo's head, but just then, Sean's main screen suddenly flickered. Sean's heart jolted, his blood-red eyes darting to the screen. A private message. It was a private message. People were about to die. So who had time to look at this? Sean's gaze flickered instinctively. Just as he was about to look away, he paused abruptly. The sender was none other than the avatar known to everyone in Sector 99. The one almost etched into their minds. Player Melancholy Little Fry. Sean's eyes shifted, the content of the message reflecting in his pupils. Player Melancholy Little Fry, don't shoot. The simple four words hit like a shockwave, leaving Sean's mind completely blank. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. The other party knew he was using a gun, knew his current state, knew his thoughts. Sean's oxygen-deprived brain could understand the first two, but the last one was inexplicable. The other party knew his instinctive reaction would be to shoot. In other words, they knew he was lying in ambush somewhere specifically. They knew he was very close to the battlefield, or even more specifically, they knew he was on the Wither. The battlefield had been cleared, only the Wither trailing behind remained. The speculation didn't matter. What mattered was the tone as natural as a conversation. Sean's fingers trembled. In his scope, the face of Sangon Shui was fully visible. Sangon Shui was Melancholy Little Fry. Chapter 455. Anyone who hurts Papa must die. Sangon Shui. That is, Melancholy Little Fries. Sean felt that his already limited brain capacity seemed to be functioning even worse than before. Just a short while ago, he had learned that he wasn't the only player on the Wither. That Navy officer with the prominent, sharp features was also a player. And not just any ordinary player, but the former top 2 player, Thunderzy. Now, you're telling him that there aren't just 2 players on this ship, but 3. And this third one is none other than the number 1 on the Jiangyi leaderboard. The number 1 in the entire district, or perhaps, in a sense, the number 1 in the entire game. Are you saying that the number 1, number 2, and number 3 are all gathered on one ship? Is that dog a player too? A chaotic thought suddenly emerged in Sean's muddled mind. As this thought took hold, he recalled even more things. For instance, his own fawning and flattery towards Sangong Shui. He had boasted about how he reached top 1 by relying on the boss to drop gold, while claiming that melancholy little fries didn't have his good luck. But looking at it now, was the boss actually melancholy little fries himself? So, were they the number 1, 2, and 3 actually acting together? So, the reason he thought this game was going damnably smoothly was because they were teaming up to bully the other players. Sean's sheep brain felt like it was about to explode. After letting out an incoherent sound, Sean's finger, which was on the trigger, ultimately did not pull it. Although his head was still spinning, Sangong Shui no. Melancholy little fries had said not to open fire, so he naturally had to obey the captain's orders, right? Sean's expression was tense and ugly, a mix of excitement and fear. With all these emotions swirling together, Sean felt like his senses were about to overload. If this guy doesn't want him to intervene, then what should he do now? Just watch him go to his death? The legendary number 1 dying miserably on the high seas. If this were just an ordinary player, Sean might not care too much. After all, people died in this game every day. Even the priests had to chant amen every few seconds. Having seen it so often, he naturally wouldn't have much of an emotional reaction. But melancholy little fries, Sangong Shui was different. Since participating in the dungeon, although they hadn't reached the level of friends, he could at least be considered a special person. Sean's face stiffened. Could this guy still have a backup plan? In front of Thunderzy, the same message popped up. It was still the same simple 4 words, melancholy little fries, don't move. Thunderzy, who had already leaped halfway out, stopped dead in his tracks. Jiang Shui told him not to move. Thunderzy's expression shifted. A soldier's duty was to obey orders. This wasn't about being pedantic, it was about the fact that those in command of the battlefield often had deeper, more far-reaching plans. As soldiers, they followed orders to achieve the objective. If he trusted Jiang Shui, then he should obey the order. And there was no doubt about the former. For a moment, both of them froze in place. Though Thunderzy was prepared to act immediately the moment Jiang Shui lost consciousness. On the screens, the players didn't even dare to breathe. Within just 10 minutes, the speed at which the battle situation had changed had completely exceeded their expectations. Sangong Shui was strong, but Yahello seemed even stronger. Jiang Yi's brow bone was still stained with wood splinters, and a chunk of flesh in the center had been gouged out. His body had sustained varying degrees of damage. It could only be said that having been beheaded so many times on the summit battlefield, this level of pain was still within his tolerance. Under his lone dragon eye patch, Jiang Yi's pale green pupils contracted for half a second before returning to normal. His unfocused gaze met Jiamo's. Jiamo didn't speak. Instead, it was the half-dead Jiang Yi who spoke up. Under the 360-degree broadcast of dozens of Rongzi, a hoarse, youthful voice suddenly rang out, perhaps due to his injuries. The raspy voice carried a dark, heavy tone. It fit his image perfectly, Xiaowei thought. For some reason, Jiamo, why are you running away? The battlefield fell silent in that instant. Jiang Yi's tone held no mockery. It sounded like pure confusion. Why run away? He had originally thought Jiamo was running away in a sorry state because his own strength wasn't sufficient, and he didn't want to make an enemy of the world government. But now, at this moment, Jiang Yi suddenly realized something was wrong. It wasn't right. Jiamo's strength was absolutely infinitely close to, or perhaps already at, the level of a pirate general. With such strength, there was no need to run away in such a pathetic manner. If he wanted to leave, the other side wouldn't be able to stop him without paying a bloody price. Moreover, to avoid losses, the world government would definitely not take any measures that would cause further casualties. Simply put, Jiamo shouldn't be running away right now. The world government's attitude towards such a powerhouse should be to win him over, even if they didn't. After the latter expressed his intention to abandon the island, they should have avoided offending him. But why, then, was Jiamo still on the sea? He could have completely waited until the matter was over before showing himself. There were so many islands near the Jiamo Sea area, he could have found any one of them. So why, at this very moment, was he on the Jiamo Sea? As his voice faded, the answer to Jiang Yi was a heavy punch bang. The two brushed past each other. Jiang Yi lowered his head. He could even hear the sound of his chest cavity collapsing. A tyrant does not need to explain his actions to anyone. At this moment, Jiang Yi seemed to understand Jiamo's intentions. You have received 30 points of true damage. Your health has dropped below 10 points, entering near-death judgment. Black lines began to flash before Jiang Yi's eyes. However, the corners of Jiang Yi's mouth suddenly curled up. On the countless screens popping up, a line of familiar small gray text successfully appeared. You have successfully triggered a mutation in the item card. Gaze of the Ominous Deep. You have successfully burned 10 points of mental attribute. Congratulations. You have additionally triggered the lucky favor of the Mascot, Pink Pearl. These 10 points of mental attribute will now be converted into a locked health value. Your health value is currently locked at 10 points. After half an hour, this lock will be invalidated, at which point you will fall into a comatose state. Jiang Yi's eyes flickered. A locked value. It seems that 1 point of luck is finally starting to play its part. Coma. That's a problem for 30 minutes from now. As for the next 3 minutes, the one facing trouble is no longer him. Jiang Yi's body was sent flying, under the gaze of all the players. Just as he was about to fall into the sea, suddenly sizzle, the sound of electricity crackled. Guanbu Shang Dichuang's eyes narrowed. A layer of deep black, mud-like substance appeared on the controller in his hand. What the hell? The sludge surged out from the palm of Guanbu Shang Dichuang's hand. He reached out with his other hand and slapped a glowing golden purification card onto it. Only after the card was applied did the sludge dissipate, but the contaminated footage had already been broadcasted. Almost at the same time, faint, mud-like substances appeared on the foredges of the main screens of all players watching in the channel. Calling it mud wasn't quite accurate. It was more like a state of crude oil mixed with sludge. This wasn't because the system had been hacked, but because the players' minds were currently being invaded. It caused them to hallucinate when looking at this thing. What is this? What happened? The players subconsciously looked at the screen, however, without any warning. Their eyes suddenly locked onto an eyeball, a fish-like eyeball covered in a thick layer of oily filth and thin eyelids. Above the pitch-black seawater, this yellowish eyeball seemed to have been there all along, staring deeply at everyone. Uggebu Hojmi Daomeba, completely unable to control himself, opened his mouth and dry-heaved at the screen. When Xiao Wei was exploring dungeons before, she had even touched similar things. However, upon seeing this behemoth, even with Xiao Wei's resistance, goosebumps broke out all over her arms. This thing was purely the mental attack. Sounds of vomiting erupted one after another on the surface of the eyeball. Two tentacles connected to fish heads and fins caught Jiang Yi's falling body and placed it on top of its head. After placing Jiang Yi down, the eyeball spun in place, appearing somewhat excited. Then, two small, catfish whisker-like appendages extended from the top, securing Jiang Yi's body, fastening his seatbelt. And then, the yellowish fisheye emerged completely from the water. This was the part Jiang Yi hadn't seen before. The massive eye surfaced 2 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters. Against the backdrop of the giant eyeball, Jiamo, who looked like a giant himself, now appeared as tiny as an ant. Without any warning, the eyeball suddenly split open from the middle. A dozen tentacles surged out, scrambling to get a head roar. The dozen tentacles lashed out at Jiamo's body with terrifying speed. Jiamo's body manifested its dominance. Yet in the next second, it was being gnawed upon by countless fish heads and fish corpses. The dozen tentacles swatted away debris and ships, kicking up massive waves, and violently dragged Jiamo's body over. Anyone who hurts Papa must die. Chapter 456. Second Face Player Dream. What the hell is this thing? This hellish thing was a ghost in the physical sense. Compared to this, The monsters that came out on the highway could almost be considered pure and kind in appearance. Player killer. What is the situation now? Player Gabu Huj Mi Dao Mei Ba to the person above. You clearly haven't played many games. It's obvious. The boss has entered its second phase. Second phase, my foot, Sean muttered to himself. If it were just a moment ago, and he didn't know that Seng Gong Shu was Yu Yu Xiao Shu Tao, he might have indeed thought it was a boss skill. But now, Sean knew that the person opposite wasn't a boss at all. Nor was it the mysterious captain resurrected from ancient history that Salalin spoke of. Yu Yu Xiao Shu Tao, just like them, hadn't even been in this game for 2 months. Sean closed his eyes. He finally understood why Jiang Yi didn't let him intervene. He had been impulsive just now to be responsible, given Jiaomo's ability to track enemies and his perverted melee capabilities. If he had opened fire and been caught by the opponent, and the opponent had charged at him, he probably wouldn't have lasted 5 rounds before losing his life. Moreover, it was clear that Yu Yu Xiao Shu Tao had a backup plan. This mysterious giant eyeball dot in the system log, after the item card showed a successful activation. Jiang Yi felt his mental energy being drained by half again. Fortunately, he had already locked his health value by burning permanent attribute points. Otherwise, Jiang Yi felt that just this alone would have knocked him unconscious. Although, even if he had passed out, he had a backup plan. But regardless, it was best to keep his life in his own hands. Jiang Yi took a deep breath and reached out a hand. Jiang Yi also didn't dare to look too closely at this little guy. The child was truly a bit unsightly. Jiang Yi had only discovered the child's existence after leaving the dungeon and returning to the highway. Jiang Yi had a habit of reviewing every battle. Therefore, after briefly exiting the dungeon, Jiang Yi began to review his battle with Makinsal and noticed the catalyst for the giant eyeball's appearance. Come to think of it, this was truly influenced by Straw Hat Luffy. He had completely rationalized the existence of giant marine creatures. After all, in the world of One Piece, the character known as a plot bug, red-haired Shanks, had his arm bitten off by a sea monster. This point had even caused quite a bit of mockery from many people. But now it seems that's not right. When purchasing intelligence from Hermes, the other party had explicitly stated that while there were massive creatures in the sea, nothing as strange as a giant eyeball had ever appeared. Fish carcasses, eyeballs, yellowish-green liquid. These elements clearly didn't fit the style of the 5 Seas. Instead, they felt more like elements from the previous dungeon. Jiang Yi retrieved the system logs from that time and finally found a line that hadn't seemed particularly conspicuous. Prop card. Gaze of the Ominous Deep is currently in use. He had originally assumed that once the opponent's mental state was weakened, the effect of the prop card would have been fully exhausted. He hadn't expected that it would trigger the card's mutation effect more than 10 minutes later. This was also the reason why the giant eyeball had suddenly emerged while he was halfway through the battle. 10 minutes, that was enough to create a significant time gap. Thus, Jiang Yi made a split-second decision, while preparing the bombs, chili powder, and cooling spray. The moment Sean launched the device and collided with Jiaomo, Jiang Yi activated this prop card. Originally, Jiang Yi had intended to use this card sparingly or not at all in future battles unless absolutely necessary. But now that he thought about it, using it here was just right. During the battle, although Jiang Yi had certain expectations regarding the tyrant's strength, the latter's power still far exceeded his imagination. Fortunately, he had kept a backup plan, successfully triggering the mutation at the final moment. Jiang Yi didn't want to involve Shan and Thunderzy. His plan had always been to use the giant eyeball for the final cleanup, and there was no need for these two to take risks with him. Jiang Yi reached out and patted the little guy's massive head. The little guy finally felt the goodwill from its papa. It lifted its eyelid, and Jiang Yi's temple twitched. He suppressed a what the f* deep in his heart and pressed his hand onto the little guy's thin eyelid. Well done, Jiang Yi said. The little guy let out an excited cry. Its dozen or so tentacles retracted instantly, carrying Jiaomo's body toward the warship. A bang, 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 bang. Jiaomo's body acted like a ball, shattering the already battered ship into pieces. Nice. Sean couldn't help but shout in his heart. The tide of the battle had turned. The expression on Jiang Yi's face didn't change in the slightest. Instead, he looked at the map. While everyone else was focused on the battle, Jiang Yi was looking at the edge of the map. There, the red dot he had been longing for finally appeared. The tentacles flew up with Jiamo's body, tightening continuously at the same time. Fresh flesh flipped out from inside the fish head above the tentacles. This flesh formed small, wrapping pieces that connected to one another. Above the deep black ocean, Jiamo's body was enveloped, forming a giant ball of meat. Great opportunity, Sean's mind stirred, and the undead gaze appeared before him. That eyeball aimed at the head Jiamo had exposed outside the meatball. Sean opened his mouth, and a deep red bullet appeared inside coincidentally. This bullet was a reward Sean had received when his vehicle upgraded to level 4. At that time, Sean had been just 1 second slower than Jiang Yi and missed the server-wide announcement, but he had still unexpectedly unlocked a reward, Flame Burst. That was the name of this bullet. The bullet was spat out from his mouth, chambered, and the trigger was pulled. With a bang, the deep red bullet flew toward Jiamo's head in a spiral. During the previous battle, there hadn't been an opportunity to aim straight at the head like this, but now, it was a perfect moment. Although Melancholy Potato Chip had just sent a message saying not to fire, Sean wasn't the type to only follow rigid orders. When the timing was right, he would strike. The meatball tightened, the venom from the tentacles seeped in, and the high-speed spinning bullet were all frozen in a single moment. On the highway, Wei Wu, who had been watching the spectacle, couldn't help but breathe heavily. There have been some issues with the review process lately. My chapter yesterday took nearly 4 hours to be approved. If you see any strange avatars in the comments section, feel free to report them. Some readers have seen them before. Chapter 457. The fourth crimson, did it hit? Countless players subconsciously asked this question in their hearts. Did it hit? Sean stared fixedly ahead. If even this didn't hit above the sea, the deep red, elongated bullet rotated through the air, the wake of air pressure causing the fluff to scatter to both sides. The slender bullet grew larger in his vision, piercing through the air, and then, Jiamo's head tilted slightly, and the bullet passed right by the side. What the *ck? Wei Wu stood up from his vehicle. The high-speed projectile had been dodged just like that. The flame burst missed, and the tail of the bullet split into a mass of intensely burning flames, disappearing above the black ocean like fireworks. Observation hockey. And it was top-tier observation hockey. Sean's expression turned exceptionally ugly. Only then did he realize that he seemed to have misunderstood the battle that had just taken place. During the fight, because of its dark, please close your eyes effect, and the back-and-forth battle between Melancholy Potato Chip and Jiamo, he had felt that even if the opponent's reaction speed was fast, it shouldn't be this exaggerated stronger than Flame Burst. After all, and like ordinary bullets, Flame Burst came with a 100% speed bonus. What kind of concept was a sniper bullet's muzzle velocity multiplied by 2? Not to mention that the weapon firing it wasn't an ordinary sniper rifle, but the bonus granting undead gaze, plus his own bounty hunter legacy class and talent bonuses under this triple boost. The opponent had actually dodged it just like that. Then, how had Melancholy Potato Chip been fighting this guy for over 10 minutes? Originally, seeing that Melancholy Potato Chip had been at a disadvantage in the latter part of the battle, he had assumed it was because his strength wasn't quite high enough. But now, Sean realized he had been completely wrong. Had the two of them been fighting at this terrifying speed the whole time? Or rather, how was Melancholy Potato Chip actually able to trade blows with a guy like this? The bullet missed, but Jiang Yi's expression remained entirely unsurprised. He hadn't let Sean intervene, both to avoid dragging the ladder down and to let the big eyeball serve as a rear guard. Of course, it was also because he knew that attacking was useless. He himself had already popped pills, maxed out all his stats, and activated his specialized domain just to barely hold his own against the opponent. Relying solely on a sniper rifle was absolutely insufficient. The bullet missed, but Jiang Yi's expression didn't change much. His goal had already been achieved anyway. Below, Jiamo, who had easily dodged the bullet, looked up at Jiang Yi and finally spoke again, a summoning-type devil fruit. Jiang Yi did not answer. He glanced at the screen and then gave a mental command. A second later, a crisp bird call rang out from the sky. Chirp chirp. The crowd was overwhelmed. Another monster, it had to be said. This monster looked much more pleasing to the eye than the one below. A bird with gray feathers and red eyes landed on Jiang Yi's shoulder. Roasted chicken wing looked at the wounds on Jiang Yi's body with a pained expression and rubbed against his palm. Jiang Yi's expression finally relaxed completely. He knew this battle was about to end. At the edge of the map, deep red light dots emerged. Though only a few people noticed this, most of the audience's attention was fixed on the battle footage. Jiang Yi did not answer, and Jiamo spoke again. Is this the extent of your strength? If so, then the game can end now. As he spoke, orange hockey completely covered Jiamo's body. The hockey formed layers of spirals on his surface armament hockey, which could alter or reinforce the body. On the surface of Jiamo's body, the spiraling, cutting energy caused the meatball to swell up high like a balloon. The membrane was stretched until it was only a thin layer, and the big eyeball let out a painful roar. This was the true boss entering its second phase. Oh no! Sean shouted in his heart. Just as he was about to send a message to Jiang Yi, he realized that the latter not only didn't retreat but instead patted the giant creature's head. Then, after receiving some sort of command, this giant head actually took the initiative to release its tentacles. What was going on? Did the skill fail? Was it time-limited, or something else? Thunderzy's figure had already vanished, passing through the wreckage. Everything in the frame began to move at high speed. In the sight of all the players, Jiamo's figure disappeared, and then, a giant blade smashed toward Jiang Yi's head like lightning. Wei Wu held his breath, and at this very second a giant blade, a long whip, and a long, narrow bayonet appeared in the frame simultaneously. The sea breeze ruffled Jiang Yi's hair. In an instant, everyone, those sitting and those who were already standing, suddenly looked toward the live channel on the main screen. In the frame, at this very second, 4 figures appeared at once. 2 of them were naturally the ones fighting just now, Jiamo and the mysterious pirate, Sangong Shui. As for the other 2, one was a tall woman wearing a brown vest and a white shirt, her long hair dancing in the wind. The other was a man with red hair, 3 scars over his right eye, and a black suit worn like a cape. The 4 figures overlapped. The one blocking the giant blade was the long whip, the other end of which was firmly gripped in the woman's hand. Between the 3 of them was the bayonet. The bayonet was very long and narrow, looking far less domineering than the tyrant's giant blade. But just by being held horizontally there, the other 3 could not advance a single step. The owner of the bayonet was the red-haired man among the 4. Jiang Yi suddenly opened his eyes, the corners of his mouth curling up. Finally, you've arrived. At the same time, in the group chat, player selling organic fertilizer. Look, on the map. Player watching the fun regardless of the stakes. What happened? The players hurriedly opened the side map of the main screen, and then they saw this shocking scene. On the dynamic map of the Jiamo Sea area, 4 deep red dots appeared at the same time for the first time. Player 10,000-year elementary student. Since when? They hadn't noticed at all when the other 2 dots had appeared. What was even more terrifying was that, at this very moment, the coordinates of these 4 dots were completely overlapping. In other words, the crowd stared fixedly at the screen, at the 2 newly appeared figures. This meant that these 2 newcomers were just as terrifying as the guy from before. The boss had completed his second evolution. After all, the dot for Jiamo they had seen earlier was still deep blue, symbolizing the Navy. 4 deep red boss-level entities appeared simultaneously and had collided. The sound of people swallowing saliva echoed repeatedly. The only thought in everyone's mind now was, thank goodness I'm not there. Holy crap! Looking at the 4 people on the screen, Sean let out a curse. What kind of situation was this? The second volume. Just a few chapters left. Chapter 458, Red Hara. Jiang Yi, having opened his eyes, also wanted to ask, who is this red-haired guy? Jiang Yi could understand the appearance of the powerful and beautiful lady with the little whip. She must be the legendary captain of the Sunset *. After all, the latter had been lured here by him. Fearing that she wouldn't be able to find his location, Jiang Yi had very considerately released roasted chicken wing while he was being beaten half to death, guiding the Sunset here. It was essentially roasted chicken wing brand GPS navigation. But this red-haired one, who are you? Jiang Yi looked at the uninvited red-haired man in a daze. The latter's attire made him feel somewhat familiar, but his precarious mental energy did not allow Jiang Yi to think too deeply. Jiang Yi looked at the red-haired man. And King Jinsi also frowned as she looked at him. Only Jiamo's expression, which had been relaxed just a moment ago, changed completely, clearly. He recognized who the two people opposite him were. One was the famous captain of the Sunset from the Five Seas. The other, ha 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 ha, under the gaze of everyone, including the players. The red-haired man threw his head back and laughed. Jiang Yi could almost see the back of his throat through his wide-open mouth. Jiamo. So you have a day like this too. After saying this, the guy let out another hearty laugh. While he was laughing, Jiang Yi saw the bayonet in the guy's hand flit casually. That giant blade, which was capable of slicing through sea waves and had forced Jiang Yi to draw both of his swords, was simply brushed aside by this guy's bayonet in this person's hands. The giant blade was like a toy. Jiang Yi's internal alarm bells rang wildly. Could it be that the sigh of the bay had attracted an even more terrifying existence? Just as Jiang Yi was looking at the red-haired man with caution, the red-haired man let out another hearty laugh. It wasn't clear what exactly the guy was being so hearty about. While laughing, the red-haired man said, "A reconnaissance-type devil fruit, is it?" Having said that, the red-haired man moved. The seemingly unremarkable long sword was drawn from the center of the giant blade in a single draw slash. Jiang Yi's pupils shrank violently. A black crack emerged from the space, and then, 1, 2, 3 black holes of varying sizes appeared from within. Draw slash, all the fluff balls exploded, and the broadcast channel instantly turned into a void of darkness. The group chat was filled with question marks, and many were tagging Brother Kong. However, after Brother Kong simply posted a crying emoji, he sent a message saying the channel had been destroyed and live streaming was impossible. Damn it! The players cursed in their hearts. It was like paying for an advanced screening, only for the protagonist to fight back and forth. And just as your adrenaline hit 180 miles per hour, the screen suddenly went black and a 400 for not found popped up. However, regardless, the players could no longer see the latest information, because at this moment, Window That Cannot Be Closed looked at his scrapped equipment with a sickly expression. That was a full 500 car coins. If it weren't for the fact that the channel's subscription revenue this time was quite good, the cost alone would have been staggering. Window That Cannot Be Closed touched his frizzy fluff balls with a pained heart, then jumped out of the wine barrel. The sunset had arrived at the battlefield. The whaler Nautic let out a long whistle, seemingly cheering for his captain. Enter the night sky. In the eyes of Sean, Thunder Z, and the others, an epic scene worthy of the Age of Five Seas appeared before them. It was a massive warship painted white. The ship appeared to be made entirely of white oak, with very distinct grain. Above the mast was a pattern composed of a white sun, a moon, and stars. After devouring numerous ships, the withered size was already quite immense. But compared to the sunset, it could only be considered medium-sized. It wasn't just the size. Sean also saw the rows of ship cannons on the sunset, the fire prevention lanes, and strange devices whose functions were unknown. Surrounding the sunset were 48 warships in total, 2 of which acted as scouts at the front, while the other 2 were at the rear, like to sturdy and indestructible shields. The 48 warships almost covered the entire sea surface behind them. Just as many players were feeling anxious and frustrated, the player Honest Man actually released a photo of the sunset. Player Could It Be This Unlucky? Meme of a lobster sitting in a chair, leaning forward. Player Could It Be This Unlucky? No way. Buddy, you're still there. So you're the legendary king of survival. Player Honest Man. Yellow hand sign giving an okay. Oh my. An expert hidden among the commoners. Numerous players lined up below. There was no time to mourn for Brother Kong now. It was time to welcome our war correspondent. Honest Man. Player Could It Be This Unlucky? Is that the legendary sunset in the picture? The player's messages began to refresh rapidly again. Window That Cannot Be Closed did not dare to show his head, fearing that he would die if he exposed himself in such a situation. Honestly, his strength was certainly not at the level it was when he first entered the battle, but in this kind of situation, unless he was a top-tier expert, he wouldn't dare show his head even if it killed him. Judging from the footage he had been broadcasting, exposed means instant death was not just a figure of speech. While thinking this, Window That Cannot Be Closed sniffed. He took a telescope from beside the wine barrel, his daily respawn point on the sunset, and adjusted the focus. Window that cannot be closed first looked at his own captain. Very good. The captain was still the captain, still upholding the principle of walking sideways across the sea, charging straight into the middle of the group. Looking at him up close, that Jiamo guy looked even more terrifying. After a round of fighting, his only thought about this person was, how is he still not dead? The camera shifted to the red-haired man. Window that cannot be closed frowned slightly. Who was this person? Why didn't he have any impression of him? He wasn't someone from the sunset. Could it be someone from the big shots? After a quick scan, window that cannot be closed telescope finally aimed at the last person. One of the protagonists of this battle, the mysterious pirate, Sangon Shui. This person's clothes gave window that cannot be closed an extremely familiar feeling. He always felt like he had seen this kind of clothing somewhere before, but as soon as he tried to think about it, the relevant images in his mind turned blank. After pondering for 2 seconds, window that cannot be closed stopped dwelling on it and continued to look at the person himself. It was a very gaunt face. Although there were bloodstains on this face, one could still see the latter's handsomeness. It was only slightly inferior to his own noble visage after a bath. Window that cannot be closed clicked his tongue. Over here, after the draw slash. The feeling of being spied upon vanished. The red-haired hardy guy was quite satisfied with the secret shock in Jiang Yi's eyes. After laughing ha 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 a few more times, the red-haired hardy guy actually stood there with one hand on his hip, looking around at the people between them. With one hand propping up his chin, he looked at Jiang Yi, the one he was least familiar with among the three with mismatched eyes. Who are you? As the red-haired man spoke, he leaned closer to Jiang Yi. Seeing this ridiculous display, Kinjinsi rolled her eyes directly. Kinjinsi retracted her long whip and also looked at Jiang Yi. That thing is on you. Jiang Yi stepped back slightly, his gaze toward the red-haired man turning rather peculiar. This guy didn't even know who he was, yet he had just inserted himself right into the middle of things. Furthermore, judging by the way he asked his questions, he didn't seem to be here for the sigh of the bay either. Jiang Yi took a deep breath, first placing a hand over his chest to offer the lady a polite bow, before saying in a low voice, yes. What do you want? Kinjinsi didn't waste a single word. Jiang Yi was equally direct, looking toward Jiamo. His head. It was fortunate that Jiamo was a Navy man and didn't have a bounty, otherwise, true to his persona of acting cool, Jiang Yi would have certainly said, his bounty. Kinjinsi nodded. After thinking for a few seconds, she said, that is acceptable. Hey. I'm still right here. Is anyone even looking? Hey. The red-haired man darted between them, waving his hands frantically. Kinjinsi reached out and shoved the red-haired man's face away, her disdain evident in every expression. Jiamo didn't waste any time either, readying himself for battle. Red-haired man. After saying it was acceptable, Kinjinsi's long whip began to move without the wind, coiling around her once more. Although Jiamo's strength was a bit troublesome, if it meant obtaining that item, paying a small price was of no concern. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. Jiang Yi patted the big eyeball on the head, signaling it to retreat a bit further. These people looked incredibly dangerous when they fought. It would be better for him to remain mobile and strike when necessary. Although Jiamo was still powerful, Jiang Yi estimated that after a round of fighting, he would have less than half his strength remaining. Kinjinsi had only just arrived, and while Jiang Yi hadn't personally experienced the strength of a pirate general, he felt that this wouldn't be much of a problem. The only issue was the red-haired man jumping up and down in the middle. That drawblade slash from earlier. Jiang Yi hissed. If his mental exhaustion weren't so severe right now, he would have really wanted to use I beat the elites on the guy. If he could replicate that skill, it would probably feel better than any reward. Jiang Yi briefly stepped out of the combat zone, leaving Jiamo, Kinjinsi, and the red-haired man in the center. Haki was already fully coating Jiamo and Kinjinsi. Just then, Jiang Yi watched as the red-haired man once again blocked the space between the two. A bright, cheerful smile on his face. The three of you. The three of them, one of whom naturally included Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi tilted his head to listen. How about you give me some face? Are you also a user of the face fruit? Jiang Yi was stunned. This battle is unnecessary, the red-haired man continued. I came here with this little brother. He has already taken care of quite a few Navy men along the way. How about you leave the rest to me to wrap up? The red-haired man grinned, showing his teeth. Came here with him. Jiang Yi was completely bewildered. Seeming to notice Jiang Yi's surprise, the red-haired man laughed. I was on the white ghost that was just here. Your crew saved me. As he spoke, the red-haired man pointed toward the corner where the Wither was docked, or more accurately, toward the Thunder Z at the very front. He had originally intended to walk out openly and have a conversation with the captain he was so interested in, but he hadn't expected that the moment he stepped out, he would be cornered by a guy in a Navy uniform with sharp, protruding horns. The guy had asked, "Are you all right?" And before he could even answer, the Navy man had hoisted him up and transported him back to the Wither along with the other hostages. While carrying him away, the guy had even said something like, "Comrade, you're saved." The pirate Shankula, with a bounty of 2,000, scratched his head. In any case, he had just followed the Wither along the journey, and naturally, he had seen what Jiang Yi had done. The red-haired man rubbed his head and gave Jiang Yi another bright smile. You're a good guy, I Shankula. Hope to be friends with you. Ha ha ha, Shankula. Now Jiang Yi knew where that familiar feeling came from. This was actually that great pirate from Jiamo Island, Shankula. And this guy had actually followed his ship the entire way. This guy's strength, judging by the speed at which Shankula appeared, and that drawblade slash. A bounty of 2,000 pounds was simply a joke. Jiang Yi's expression was strange. A tiny place like Jiamo Island had actually gathered Jiamo, Shankula, and even his own representative, the three-work water. With this kind of power, it was no wonder the world government had to send two pirate generals together to wipe it out. Looking at the balance of power, it made perfect sense. Friend, give me some face. How about we end this battle in a different way? Shankula's figure vanished again. Jiang Yi's eyes narrowed as his red moon appeared in front of him. A cold glint flashed, and Shankula's long blade clashed against Jiang Yi's red moon with a screech. Don't worry, I won't do anything to hurt a friend. Shankula laughed heartily. Give me some face. How about we end the battle as quickly as possible? With his attack blocked so easily, Jiang Yi couldn't help but ask, how does your excellency intend to end the battle? Hearing that Jiang Yi was willing to communicate, Shankula's eyes lit up. He held up 3 fingers and said, 3 moves. We each make 3 moves, giving it our all. If this guy is still alive after 3 moves, you let him leave. How about that? Why should I agree to something like that, Shankula pondered for a few seconds. Jiamo and Kinjinsi exchanged glances for a moment. The 3 of them seemed to know each other. Jiamo remained silent, while Kinjinsi scoffed, not at all surprised by this guy's interference. You will agree, if it were only little Kin, you wouldn't be able to end this battle today. As soon as Shankula finished speaking, the long whip lashed toward his head. Shankula jumped, and the whip passed beneath his feet. Kinjinsi's expression was icy. Are you questioning me? Ha ha ha. How could I? The redhead moved with clean, decisive precision, leaping once more to land beside Jiang Yi. The 2 were of similar height. The redhead lowered his head and placed a hand on Jiang Yi's shoulder, seemingly unconcerned about whether Jiang Yi might attack him. Shanks looked to be in his 30s or 40s, yet his eyes were incredibly clear, even filled with a childlike sincerity. Friend, trust me. Rest assured, I won't leave everyone hanging. Ha ha ha. Chapter 459, /. Why on earth did I agree to such a request? Forget it. Jiang Yi took a deep breath. Seeing the firm look in Shank's eyes, it seemed that if he didn't agree, the latter might even stand on the opposite side for the sake of something. Jiang Yi didn't want to pry into the story between them. 3 moves fine. 3 moves it is. Jiang Yi's gaze cleared, and he gave a slight nod. Immediately, he looked at Kinkins. The terms of the trade have changed. Out of the 3 moves, you will only make 1. So we need to change the additional conditions of our deal. No problem. Kinkins nodded. I only need that item. Jiang Yi pondered for a few seconds, his eyelids twitching. He gave a condition as if it were of no consequence. 100,000 gold pounds. Jiang Yi didn't specify what the gold pounds were for, but Kinkins agreed quite readily. To exchange that item for only 100,000 gold pounds, there couldn't be a more affordable deal than this. Fine, from start to finish. Gamo hadn't thought about running. To be honest, this tyrant was different from what he had imagined. But the current Jiang Yi had no desire to explore that. All he wanted to do right now was take this man's head and then get a good, sound sleep. The difficulty level of the 5 Seas dungeon far exceeded his current capabilities. Even with all his planning, he could at most hold his own for 10 minutes against a minor character within the dungeon. It would be a lie to say he wasn't discouraged. Strength, strength, strength. If he wanted to go further in this game and see what kind of existence lay behind it, he had to possess greater power. A team was also crucial. The poison circle this time had shown him the charm of cooperative combat. But it also made him realize that in top-tier battles, relying solely on a team was far from enough. Jiang Yi's chest heaved, and he nodded toward Shanks, signaling his agreement to the 3-move pact. Damn it, I have to say, whether in the world of pirates or the world of the 5 Seas, the face fruit was incredibly effective. Those 2 strikes had made Jiang Yi's eyes turn green with envy. He even suspected that if Zoro from the Summit War were to appear, he might not necessarily be able to surpass that technique. Seeing that Jiang Yi had agreed to the trade, Shanks' mouth curled into a grin. For some reason, however, Shanks felt that the way Jiang Yi was looking at him was cold, as if he were coveting something. Shanks laughed heartily and nonchalantly ducked behind Shouken. Kinkins curled his lip. The 3 of them pulled apart. Gamo knew his fate clearly and faced it with great composure. In reality, unlike what Jiang Yi thought, Gamo knew that Shanks hadn't come to save him. The 4 of them spread out. The outcome would be decided within 3 moves. After 3 moves, regardless of the result, Jiang Yi would no longer intervene. Kinkins flexed his wrists and asked coldly, "Who goes first?" "Doesn't matter." Gamo's voice was quite resonant, except for Jiang Yi. All 3 of them began to coat themselves in haki. Jiang Yi stubbornly used his mental appraisal once more, but still, no data could be determined, especially with Shanks. He could barely perceive the aura of the other 2 through his true sight. But Shanks was different. The redhead's aura was completely restrained. If not for the faint red haki covering his body, the redhead would have seemed like the type of person who was cheerful, gentle-faced, and harmless. "I'll go." The redhead laughed. As soon as he finished speaking, Kinkins turned his head and said quickly to Jiang Yi, "If you don't want your partner to get hurt, step back, partner." Jiang Yi instantly understood that he was talking about the big eyeball. The big eyeball's size was too large. It would easily be caught in the crossfire. "Thanks." After saying thanks, Jiang Yi patted the big eyeball's head. The little guy was quite obedient upon receiving the order. Its soft tentacles retracted. Its massive head shrank back to a size of only 3 or 4 meters. And with its tentacles wrapped around its papa, the little guy immediately turned and scurried away from the scene. The big eyeball's speed wasn't slow otherwise. It wouldn't have nearly caught up to Jiang Yi's ship that day. As they put distance between them, the redhead remained relaxed, but Gamo's expression became unprecedentedly serious. Layer upon layer of haki covered him, and he held his giant blade horizontally in front of him. The 2 stood in a standoff, their haki eroding each other. Below, the deep black waves churned and surged. Under the gaze of Jiang Yi and the others, the giant blade was raised. Behind Gamo, an orange aura continuously condensed. Unlike his battle with Sangong Shui, Gamo was putting all his strength into this moment. If he didn't, he would die. Now Gamo, Xing the long, narrow blade was gradually drawn from its scabbard. The sound, while not piercing, caused Xiaoyu to begin trembling. Jiang Yi was stunned. He held Xiaoyu with his right hand. It was already a quasi-legendary weapon. Yet in the face of this man's long blade, it was actually trembling. At this moment, Jiang Yi felt as if he had returned to the feeling of standing on the Summit War, facing that strike head dash on. Sharp, unstoppable. Shanks' suit fluttered behind him, and his red hair was as dazzling as fresh blood. "Can we ever go back to how things were? Make your move." The giant blade descended. The reddish-orange haki swept across the sea surface like a storm. The wind was fierce. Jiang Yi reached out to shield his face. Squinting as he looked ahead, dozens of meters of giant waves were kicked up. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and with a crash, a torrential downpour began. From start to finish, Galmo had never truly intended to kill Jiang Yi. Jiamo possessed not just two types of haki, but a third, Conqueror's haki. Tyrant was not merely a title, it was a form of power. It was not just Jiang Yi. Perhaps everyone present, save for Kinjinsi, was unaware that Jiamo had once been one of Shankula's crew members. And this Shankula had once held an even more resounding name, Boom. A massive wave cascaded down, the sky-darkening surge, accompanied by a giant blade, flew toward Shankula. Shankula did not dodge, he too swung his blade. Once again, it was a draw. The blade and sheath, cling. A dark boundary line originated from that slender bayonet, extending upward and downward, surging forward. This black line sliced silently through the giant wave. Splitting it in two, it passed silently through the ocean, neatly severing the floating wreckage of ships. It even pierced through the clouds above. Nothing could withstand its cut. Nothing could stop its path. Splash! Dozens of meters of water columns crashed back onto the sea surface, seeing the deck split into and the poor fish that had been caught in the crossfire. Big Eyeball widened its eyes and rubbed against Jiang Yi's leg again. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. It had run fast, otherwise it would have been sliced into two pieces by now. Amidst Jiang Yi's shocked expression, in an instant, the black slash broke through the constraints of space and time, arriving right before Jiamo. The giant blade held it off for only a few seconds before a notch appeared. Then, Jiamo dodged to the side. But the black slash tore through his arm, splat. Blood gushed like a fountain, and an arm fell from above. Chapter 460, thanks to mass media. With a single strike, Jiamo's arm had been severed. Sean gasped. But the look in Jiang Yi's eyes as he watched Shankula grew even more fervent. Shankula, skill, 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 skill. Jiang Yi repeated the word unconsciously in his heart, until Brother Anvil couldn't help but speak up. Brother, stop shouting. Jiang Yi withdrew his sinister expression. Shankula had finished his strike and originally wanted to say something, but under Jiang Yi's malevolent gaze, he found himself unable to utter a word. He feared this kind of gloomy, sinister expression the most. Shankula shivered. The strike was over. And he didn't waste time with the kind of long-winded flashback monologues that Jiang Yi expected from anime characters. After lopping off Jiamo's arm, Shankula simply took a serious look at Jiamo and then stepped aside. Littlekin, it's your turn. Jiamo's complexion turned pale, and haki enveloped him once more. It had to be said. This guy Shankula really hadn't held back. Well, that fit perfectly with Jiang Yi's assessment of such people. Next was Kinjinsi. The pirate general's strength was beyond doubt, and since she had made a deal with Jiang Yi, she naturally gave it her all. After another move, Jiamo's entire body was covered in wounds. He could no longer support himself in the air and crashed heavily onto the deck. His oar withered, and as he looked up at the sky, the air grew quiet. The third move was next. Shankula looked at Jiamo with complex eyes. He had harbored a bit of selfishness, in his view. Although this new friend wasn't weak, he was already severely injured. Perhaps, with the final move, Jiamo might still survive. As long as he could survive, that would be enough. Find a deserted island where no one knew them, and they would still have a future. Is it my turn now? Just as Shankula was silently praying, Jiang Yi spoke up. Your Excellency is certain you won't interfere anymore, right? Jiang Yi's expression remained unreadable. When Shankula had intervened the first time, he had already given the latter a chance. He could not let the other party walk away time and time again. After all the planning he had done, the fact that this person had so easily barged in had stirred up quite a bit of anger in Jiang Yi. Of course, Shankula gave a sheepish smile. Fine. Jiang Yi stepped forward. Big Eyeball was already prepared for battle, its dozen tentacles flexing, ready to give this guy a sound beating. However, Jiang Yi stepped aside, creating distance. After calculating the time, he suddenly spoke to Kinjinsi, who was standing to the side. Madam, I would appreciate it if you could have your crew step back as well. Now, Kinjinsi was intrigued. She extended a palm and waved it lightly. That had the sperm whales pull the ship back a distance. Kinjinsi looked at Jiang Yi with anticipation, but unexpectedly, Jiang Yi turned his head and waved his hand toward another direction as well. So, you think you're the only ones who can call for backup at a critical moment? Thunder. Who said he was going to make the move himself? The moment Jiang Yi's voice fell, The space beside him flickered, and a tall, slender figure instantly appeared at his side. Yeah, with that single word. The corners of Jiang Yi's mouth curled up slightly, Shangkula's pupils visibly constricted. This Navy officer, Shangkula's gaze froze, and Jiamo's expression below froze as well. Jiang Yi's mouth hooked into a smirk. The third move. Can I leave it to you? Jiang Yi looked at Thunder. His own combat power might have dropped, but Thunder Z's combat power had recovered. He had experienced the effects of the strength life recovery potion firsthand. Moreover, just like his own situation, Thunder Z had been pulled back from the brink of death. The effect of the strength life recovery potion on Thunder Z would only be even more pronounced. He had said it. He had already paid a huge price. If some guy who popped out of nowhere thought he could just let Jiamo run away like this, then he could only say he was sorry. He couldn't allow it. Finish him. Without further ado, Jiang Yi issued the order. Understood. Thunder Z's body vanished from where he stood, without hockey, without a devil fruit. Thunder Z's body struck the ground like a missile. 1 step. 2 steps with every step he took. The surrounding water surged and exploded. By the final step, the muscles on Thunder Z's body were coiled and taut. That fist, which usually looked unremarkable, gathered the greatest strength of his entire life and smashed forward. The giant blade had already been shattered during the initial exchange with Shanks, and immediately after, he had been rendered immobile by Jenkins' whip. All Yamo could mobilize was his hockey, but in Thunder Z's hands, the orange hockey was like paper. Yamo could only watch helplessly as that fist pierced through the blockade of hockey, striking firmly toward his heart. Thunder Z usually avoided striking the heart. For one, this position made him vulnerable to counterattacks. And if the enemy had a hidden trump card, it was easy to trap himself. Secondly, this move was slightly too cruel, leaving almost no room for mercy. But right now, Thunder Z had only one thought: to help John Shui take this man's head. Boom! The punch landed squarely on the heart. An invisible ripple sent a wave of water surging, and the humpback whale beneath them retreated uneasily to the underside of the warship. Yamo's face turned deathly pale instantly. After his figure remained frozen on the ground for a second, a blood-stained fist punched through the center of his chest. Most of the blood on the fist was Yamo's, but a small portion belonged to Thunder Z himself. Drip, drop. Yamo's body went limp. His giant-like frame leaned against Thunder Z's body and collapsed onto his knees. The air fell silent. Thunder Z pulled his fist out, his expression blank. In front of Jiang Yi, the main screen suddenly lit up. Congratulations, player Melancholy Little French Fry. You have completed the main quest, Assassinate Duke Yamo, Lord of Yamo Island. The judgment for this mission is an excellent conspiracy description. Your brilliant plan was the prerequisite for the success of this operation, and the opponent's cooperation was the key to its success. Of course, overwhelming strength remains the fundamental basis for miracles to occur. Congratulations once again on completing a miraculous mission. You have received 1,000 vehicle coins. 1 vehicle upgrade magic cube advanced rewards. Congratulations. You have received an invitation to the 2nd floor of the service area Daydream Pavilion. Congratulations. You have completed the legacy quest, The King's Mission Description. When does a person die? When they are shot in the heart? No. It is when they are forgotten by the world. It is not about becoming famous in the 5 C's, but about the 5 C's becoming famous because of you. Current progress, 65% qualified. Note, thanks to technology, thanks to clickbait media, thanks to mass communication. Chapter 461. You play Honshin 2. Current progress, 65% qualified. Note, thanks to technology, thanks to clickbait media, thanks to mass communication. The reputation quest had actually been completed. It seemed the Green Onion report post had done the trick. This was an unexpected surprise. As for the excellent conspiracy, Jiang Yi looked at the explanation in the system log. The opponent's cooperation was the key to this operation. The opponent, naturally, referred to Yamo. Did the opponent's cooperation refer to the fact that Yamo had stayed on the battlefield? To be honest, Jiang Yi didn't know why Yamo hadn't completely left the Yamo Sea area. But since the quest was finished, Jiang Yi didn't want to dwell on it too much. The red-haired man in front of him was completely dumbfounded. He never expected that the one who dealt the final blow wouldn't be Jiang Yi, but someone else. As the two brushed past each other, Jiang Yi paused for a moment and said in a low voice, "Sorry, you have your plans, but I have a mission that must be completed." After saying that, Jiang Yi drove the big eyeball away without looking back. In the group chat, the players were still anxiously asking the honest man to broadcast the current situation. However, before the honest man could answer, everyone saw the poison circle refresh again. Not only that, but the Dragon Kingdom players also noticed something wrong. The kill count of the players in the opposing sector was rising rapidly. Player, could it really be that unlucky? What's going on? Player, could it really be that unlucky? Where is such a large-scale battle coming from right now? Player, legendary Golden Iron Beast, damn. The top 5 leaderboard has changed. Player, Old Ox silently plowing the fields. What's the situation? The Dragon Kingdom players here didn't know what was happening on the other side, but the players in the Kari country sector had already fallen into complete despair. A massacre had begun on the other side. Kill points weren't just obtained by killing Navy and pirates, they could also be obtained by killing players. Furthermore, killing players allowed one to inherit their accumulated kill points. This was completely different from Shan, Jiang Yi, and the others. After killing a Navy soldier, one would get at most 3 to 20 kill points. But killing a player was a different story. If they wanted to, they could completely use this cumulative method to stack up a few stat monsters. The people in Sector 99 were simply stunned by this tactic. It wasn't that they lacked the intelligence to understand this approach. It was that they would never have thought in this direction to begin with. It must be said that the tone of a sector in the game is often largely determined by its strongest players. If the strength of these top players was originally gained by enslaving other players, then that sector would form a fixed ecological model. That is, whether they wanted to or not, everyone had to rely on this survival mode to become strong. Thus, killing would be inherited, expanded, and eventually solidified. In this model, the strong stay strong, and the weak get weaker, making it impossible to form an effective scale of resistance. And so, at the very end, seeing that their points couldn't surpass Sector 99, the Kari country sector immediately chose another plan. What was even more terrifying was that, apart from those with real power, the others in the Kari country were actually quite in favor of this model. After all, the first to die are always the weak players who cannot resist. Their lives and deaths were never any concern to them. Furthermore, if they fail to win the game, who knows what kind of exploitation they might face once they are merged. Isn't that exactly what they have been doing themselves? The players from the previously merged sectors were basically all turned into pups by them. Player Little Pear Sauce. Are the players in the opposite sector crazy? Xiao Wei was dumbfounded, completely unable to comprehend such methods. In Sector 99, although a wealth gap exists, at least the players don't slaughter each other like this. In fact, at critical moments, the top players, not just the big shot melancholy little fries, but other top players as well, would open their warehouses to provide relief. This has made the players of Sector 99 accustomed to this model. Seeing the methods of the neighboring sector now, they were simply too shocked to speak. The kill count on the leaderboard refreshed rapidly. Compared to Sector 99, the playstyle of the Kari country sector was clearly different. Above the sea, a thick, bloody stench continued to condense. Holy crap! Everyone stop watching the show and think of a way. Can anyone contact the big shots on the leaderboard? Damn, if the neighboring sector merges with us. The rest of the sentence remained unsaid, but everyone understood what this player meant. If they were merged, then the first day of the merger would likely be a bloodbath. On the highway, Wei Wu almost subconsciously wanted to bring up melancholy little Fry's name, but he hesitated and ultimately decided against it. Damn it. He might be a keyboard warrior, but he isn't a complete idiot. Under the rule of Little Fries, he could still operate from behind the screen and silently build his fortune. But if he went over there, he would be facing real-life physical violence. With that kind of atmosphere over there, if he arrived, he would truly end up with tears soaking his data cables, typing while being electrocuted. After some thought, Wei Wu's expression shifted, and he hurriedly sent a message in the group chat. Player, I speak the truth. Holy crap. Since there is half an hour left before the game ends, everyone hurry up and report the resource points near you that can grant kill counts. Player, I speak the truth. Let's get the top-ranked players who are nearby to level up as quickly as possible. It must be said that being a keyboard warrior also requires some brains. A feasible plan immediately formed in Wei Wu's mind. After sending the message profession activation. Activate. After Wei Wu started the first wave of momentum. Players with relatively low mental attributes soon began to respond. Player Bikini Bottom Genius. That makes sense. Player Bikini Bottom Genius, I have one here. Navy Headquarters Coordinate Point *. Player Shy Rose. I have one here too. Just as the coordinates were posted, a scorching white light suddenly appeared on the main screen in front of everyone. And all the players felt a buzzing in their heads. Congratulations. Player Melancholy Little Fries of Dragon Country District 189, Sector 99. For unlocking the hidden resource point of this sector, Poison Dragon Overlord. Congratulations to player Melancholy Little Fries of Dragon Country District 189, Sector 99. For breaking the highest kill count record in this sector, you have received 2,000 kill points. After the double broadcast, Wei Wu was stunned. On the leaderboard, the rapidly refreshing kill count froze for a second, and then a plain, pitiful-looking red Little Fries avatar climbed all the way up from the 8th position at the bottom, arriving directly at the top 1 position. Top 1, player Melancholy Little Fries, kill count. Holy crap! Did the big shot get possessed by Menglai? Note, some readers have responded that they don't understand some of the memes and settings. First, I apologize. Perhaps I developed this part too quickly, and the plot didn't connect well, causing readers to feel dissatisfied. A good story should be readable even if one doesn't understand some of the settings. Secondly, let me briefly introduce them here. The devil fruits appearing here are similar to superpowers. Each devil fruit corresponds to a similar ability. You can think of them as Spider-Man, Hulk, Drive.Lizard, and the Scarlet Witch, or think of them as the Echoes in Endless, the potions in Lord of the Mysteries, or the external spirit bones in Soul Land. The hockey appearing here is a type of energy that is more powerful and refined than devil fruits. It is divided into 3 types. One is observation hockey, which can predict an opponent's actions. You can think of it as activating a dodge. The second is armament hockey, which can strengthen the body or skills, similar to chakra in Naruto or Duchi in Battle Through the Heavens high level, like Duchi armor. The third is conqueror's hockey, which is innate and cannot be cultivated, similar to the golden pupils in Dragon Raj.S for the characters, except for Zoro from the virtual Marineford battlefield, who is a character from One Piece. Everyone else should be treated as independent. Their backgrounds and storylines are completely different and do not affect reading. There is no intention to smear the original work. The characters appearing currently have very strong combat power, and there is no such thing as them being fodder for the protagonist. And as I said, the backgrounds and storylines are different, so they can be viewed as independent characters. By the way, the memes about Menglai and Hanshin come from Honor of Kings. Menglai of Hanshin stealing the tower. Dreams Tearful Wound a handsome face. Dreams Tearful Wound King of the Canyon. Doing everything I can to guard the crystal and the city. Just one opportunity, and the enemy is crippled. Chapter 462. Things have come to this part 1. The chat was filled with question marks. Even Wei Wu couldn't help but stand up, staring at the leaderboard in complete confusion. Even a keyboard warrior like him had given up on harassing the top players at this moment, intending to protect Sector 99 at all costs first. He had even planned to use his other skills to publicly display these coordinate points on the main screens of the top players in a different way after guiding everyone to report them. That's right, this was a skill he had unlocked. The keyboard warrior is one of the few professions that can directly exert influence within the system so far. He was just thinking about it first. Gather the coordinates, then display these coordinates in the main system using the urgent reminder function. And he could even attach some item cards to them. In short, there is strength in numbers. As long as those people on the leaderboard didn't give up on Sector 99, he would still have a chance. As for this confidence, what a joke. He, Wei Wu, had been stirring up trouble for so long, he understood the big shots at the top of the leaderboard quite well. Melancholy Little Fry was too mysterious, and he couldn't figure out what that guy was thinking. But a hot-headed brute like Thundersy would definitely shed blood and sacrifice himself for the sector and everyone else. When the time came, He would just have to help out a little, and the top players wouldn't suffer too badly. Unexpectedly. It wasn't needed at all. While everyone's attention was focused on the boss battle right in front of them, melancholy little Fry had already quietly and successfully stolen the tower. What was this like? It was like he, Weiwu, had intended to let go of those grudges and be righteous for once, the kind of moment where a decaying social parasite finally gives back to society. Or when a mask is ripped off a corrupt journalist to reveal that the passionate youth of yesterday is still visible. And then, the big shot just silently walks by, looking at everyone with a strange expression. As if saying, "No, what the hell are you guys getting so worked up about?" That kind of feeling. The players in the sector, who had just been reporting coordinates one after another and were filled with revolutionary hero sentiment, swearing to defend their homeland, were now all feeling a sense of speechlessness. Player Legendary Golden Iron Beast. Player Fistful of Dragon Kingdom Heart. Player I Speak the Truth. Player Your Wild King is infinitely arrogant. Ha 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 ha, I knew it. I can rest easy now that you are in the Dragon Kingdom. Hey, you can shout your ID out loud now. Wild King laughed heartily. And like everyone else, even though he wasn't in the Jiamo region, he firmly believed that the big shot would definitely take the top one in the sector competition. Ever since he had gone on a mission with the big shot, he no longer doubted this. This feeling was quite subtle, perhaps, judging by intuition. The big shot's strength wasn't necessarily stronger than Enbu or Thunder, but if he had to choose a teammate in battle, it would definitely be melancholy little Fry, because the mere existence of this person was enough to make one feel at ease. Wild King grinned. After sending the message, Rest Easy Brother quickly popped up as well. He practically roared at the chat box. Player I can rest easy now that you are in the Dragon Kingdom. Big shot is awesome. The players from the opposing Kuri sector were completely stunned. 2,000 kill points. Did this guy kill every single player in his own sector? Damn, this guy is even more ruthless than us. No. Didn't the system say he found hidden resources? How is that possible? Are hidden resources that easy to find, without bait, without probing? How could anyone find hidden resources with the power of just one person? The system broadcasted the core of the Poison Circle, the Poison Dragon Overlord. This was like an airdrop within the Poison Circle. How could one possibly obtain this without massive amounts of manpower and resources? The Kari sector briefly fell into a panic. Whether it was the original park forces or those lackeys, their faces were now filled with despair. With 2,000 kill points, plus the players already on the leaderboard, even if they killed all the Kari Nation lackeys participating in the game right now, it would be too late. Failure was a foregone conclusion. Jiang Yi ignored the boiling group chat. His gaze was also somewhat surprised as he looked at the devil fruit in his hand. It was nearing dawn, and the light of day was faintly visible. The Poison Dragon Overlord had actually been extracted from Jiamo's corpse. Jiang Yi blinked, his thoughts racing. The world government had dispatched 2 pirate generals in total. One was killed by Thunderzy, and its head was taken. The other was wounded by him and managed to escape with the extracted devil fruit. And now, this fruit appeared in Jiamo's hands, so powerful. Yet he didn't leave before the world government fully arrived, but instead lingered in these waters, seeing him arrive, yet showing no surprise at all. The strange tone of the Jiamo Island pirate red-haired Shankra, and the act of 3 moves which was actually helping him escape, and that sentence in the mission completion description. The opponent's cooperation was the key to the success of this operation. Could it be that Jiamo wasn't fleeing, but covering the retreat? Or even more directly, did Jiamo kill one of the pirate generals? Amidst the howling sea breeze, seeing Jiamo's fallen body through the binoculars, Maiko took a deep breath. Jinbao grabbed Maiko's palm from the side, looking somewhat cowering. "Mom, I'm sleepy." This was a huge merchant ship sailing at the very front. On board were the city guards led by Maiko, as well as sailors from the docks, the shop owners, the coconut farmers, and the children from the school. The mass turned, and 2 guards, one tall and one short, looked at Maiko. "Madam, where to now, where to?" Maiko's eyes were briefly dazed. In her memory, the man who was called a brutal tyrant and a useless leader spoke. Maiko's crimson lips moved. Head north. Set sail for the new capital of the Far Ocean. There will be an update in the early morning. Readers who can't wait can get some rest early. Good night. Chapter 463. Things have come to this part too. I have already seen Yujiyama was dead. After taking the poison dragon overlord, Thunderzy stood next to Jiang Yi. Before Jiang Yi could speak, Thunderzy had already sent a message. Thunderzy, you take this devil fruit. Thunderzy, thanks for that potion earlier. Was this guy still thanking him for the S-rank life recovery potion? Jiang Yi was momentarily left speechless, unable to laugh or cry. This guy was truly sincere. Although an S-rank life recovery potion was precious, it could only be consumed once. Its subsequent effects would be greatly diminished, at most comparable to a standard healing agent. Hoarding it wouldn't be of much use to him, and the unique properties of the life recovery potion made it impossible for him to list it for sale at this stage. After all, it was difficult to price, and more importantly, if it ended up in the hands of a future enemy, that would be a real headache. Giving it to Thunderzy made him feel a bit better about the situation. Good people, after all, were currently a very scarce commodity. Jiang Yi shook his head with a wry smile, but he didn't insist on keeping it. He tucked the venomous dragon tyrant fruit into his inventory. System, I'm here. The system's voice sounded incredibly excited. To the system, Jiang Yi's voice now sounded no different from heavenly music. Every time it rang out, it meant there was good loot to be had, of course. It also meant a great battle. The system rubbed its metaphorical hands together, determined to negotiate a better price this time. The system had 100 different arguments prepared in its mind, but the next second, Jiang Yi 300 car coins, anything less. And I'm feeding this thing to the big eyeball. System. The big eyeball didn't know what was happening, but it was very happy to have Papa perched on its head. Its tentacles drifted blissfully across the sea surface, completely unaware that its old father was about to give it an extra meal. After Jiang Yi spoke, the system fell silent for a second. Seeing the lack of hesitation or compromise in Jiang Yi's expression, a pale OK finally appeared on the main screen. The mission had failed before it even began. The other party has refused to communicate with you. The system was weeping internally, while Jiang Yi nodded in satisfaction and reached out to pat the big eyeball's head. Sunlight began to brighten the horizon. In these final moments, Jiang Yi didn't bother to farm any more kill points. His lead in kill points was already insurmountable. After selling the venomous dragon tyrant devil fruit to the system, the poison circle gradually began to close in. Under the despairing gazes of the players in the Kari sector, the game countdown hit. 0 o'clock, game over. The top 10 players of this game are as follows. Top 1 player, Melancholy Little Fry. Top 2 player, Heavenly Bamboo. Above. Top 3 player, Shoot 1902. Among the top 10 players, 4 were from the Dragon Kingdom, while the other 6 were all from the Kari sector. After all, no matter how much the Dragon Kingdom players competed among themselves, they couldn't bring themselves to indiscriminately wipe out their own kind on such a massive scale. At the final moment, if it hadn't been for the Little Fry big shot successfully stealing the tower, Sector 99 might have truly been merged this time. The players of Sector 99 wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads, just as they were about to retort with a few sarcastic remarks. The sector merger chat turned gray. It seemed that, just like last time, the actual sector merging would only take place after the scenario had completely concluded. To be honest, the players of Sector 99 had complicated feelings about merging with these people. How should one put it? It would have been better to merge with the Little D sector. Although both were piles of trash, it was clear that the Kari country had produced a much larger one. Regardless of the current mood of the Sector 99 players, now that the sector competition was over, the many players finally breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone felt like lying down immediately and just drifting with the waves. This had been the longest night they had ever spent. The group chat was still filled with people thanking the big shot Little Fry. Compared to a month ago, the gratitude now was undoubtedly much more sincere. Having witnessed the terrifying tactics of other sectors, everyone finally understood how fortunate they were to have such a cold and casual big shot in Sector 99. At the very least, the big shot didn't wave a little whip to force them into hard labor. Seeing the final results, Jiang Yi's face also relaxed significantly. Finally, a deep sense of exhaustion washed over him. If it weren't for the fact that so many people were around, Jiang Yi would have considered slapping his own face to stay awake. Regardless of his persona. Jiang Yi's eyes blinked, and roasted chicken wing stood on his finger, rubbing its head against him as if trying to help him shake off the fatigue. Jiang Yi's lips curled slightly. Jenkins appeared by his side. Jenkins didn't presume to stand on the head of the strange creature, but instead, purple hockey wrapped around his body as he spoke indifferently. The 100,000 gold pounds are on the sunset. Follow me. 100,000 gold pounds was not a small sum, and since Jenkins didn't carry an inventory like the players, he naturally couldn't keep it on his person. Jiang Yi nodded and patted the big eyeball's head once more, signaling it to follow in the direction of Jenkins. As such a massive creature approached the Sunset's fleet, the crew members on board aside from the humpback whale didn't seem overly terrified. As mentioned before, the physical and mental fortitude of the natives in the Five Seas world was quite high. The big eyeball was a bit of a sanity drainer, but for Jenkins' crew, it wasn't anything particularly difficult to accept. At most, they would just heighten their defenses. With a light tap of his toes, Jiang Yi landed gracefully. His body was covered in scars, but to pirates, scars were nothing but badges of honor. Therefore, when they saw Jiang Yi walking down with Thundersea, the pirates even gave the latter a grin. That's a real man. To think there's a guy like this among the military's hyenas. I'm impressed. Laughter erupted, and surrounded by the crowd, Jiang Yi and Thundersea boarded the deck of the Sunset. Enclosable window was still in the group chat, following the trend with one click and praising the big shot's great achievements. Just like Wild King, he was naturally not surprised that the big shot had taken first place on the leaderboard. However, unlike Wild King's blind following, he had known about the big shot's plan from the very beginning. In a way, he was even a key part of it. Enclosable window felt incredibly smug, although he didn't know why that kill count was attributed to the big boss. He had clearly seen that the ones who dealt the final blow were the pirate Sangon Shui and a Navy soldier. He hadn't even seen the Navy soldier's face clearly, because as the battle was drawing to a close, he had only been thinking about one thing, that was, see you later. Thinking of those 3 words, Guanbashang Dekwing's face flushed slightly, and he was practically bubbling over with pink, romantic energy. He didn't even notice that the cheers around him were growing louder and more distinct. Is the captain back? Guanbashang Dekwing's eyes lit up. If the captain was back, did that mean things had calmed down over there? And if so, could he now? Guanbashang Dekwing's heart hammered against his ribs. He stood up by the wine barrel. He hadn't drunk a single drop of alcohol, yet the lad looked as if he were about to float away, his footsteps light and airy. As he lifted his gaze, Guanbashang Deking subconsciously opened his private chat channel. Guanbashang Deking, big boss, is the battle over? Before he could even send his Guanbashang Dekwing's puppy circling emote, the other party had already replied, Yuyuk Shishushia yes. Guanbashang Dekwing's heart skipped a beat. Just as his finger touched the chat box, another message popped up, Ting Yuyuk Shishushia. I've already seen you. Guanbashang Deking suddenly looked up. Amidst the cheers of all the sailors, a young man covered in blood, with scratches on his face and pale skin, was looking at him. The man's expression looked somewhat weary, but his eyes were very gentle. Jiang Yi smiled and nodded at Guanbashang Deking. Chapter 464. Things have come to this part 3. Still raising a donkey, brother. You look incredibly badass. But why are you smiling at me? Guanbashang Deking let out in a looking at Jiang Yi with a strange expression. I'm so weird. Forget it. Guanbashang Deking knew this was a transaction between bosses, so he just feigned a silly smile and prepared to lower his head to quickly ask, Goddess, where are you? After all, he had missed her last time at the delicious private kitchen, and this time, he couldn't let it happen again. Just as their eyes met, Jiang Yi's lips moved. It is said that a person's name holds unimaginable significance to them. Most of the time, people from the Dragon Kingdom, who are not accustomed to casual social interactions, are quite sensitive and particular about being addressed by their given names. And so, as Jiang Yi's lips moved, Guanbashang Deking froze completely. Qijia. Although the name wasn't spoken aloud, Guanbashang Deking was rooted to the spot. Qijia. That was his name. The Jia from the celestial stems. The Jia of being the best in the world, and the Qijia of a family reunited. Guanbashang Dekwing's mind went blank for a second. He hadn't told many people the name Chi. Even the pirates on the Twilight only called him Chi. Most importantly, the person in front of him had looked directly at him while calling out that name. There was no probing, no hesitation. As if he were absolutely certain. There were all sorts of strange items on the highway, and being doxxed wasn't entirely unimaginable. But the person in front of him was different. He was incredibly calm, as if he were absolutely certain that this face, this appearance, this form, corresponded exactly to the name Chi. How could this be? The main screen in front of Guanbusheng began to scroll. The chat box, which used a photo of the goddess's hands as wallpaper, also scrolled. There were the photos he had inadvertently sent and couldn't recall. The later ones where he didn't even bother pretending and checked in morning, noon, and night, the voice messages. And even the most recent one, a photo he had spent 10 minutes posing for, wearing his pirate gear in the most unique spot on the Twilight asterisk. Underneath it was even a caption, Guanbusheng, Big Boss. Today's scenery on the sea, voice message. The only person who could directly match his voice and appearance, who could call out his name at this moment, and who could speak to him so calmly was one person, Yuyukshishushia. Guanbusheng mouth hung open. After Jiang Yi greeted him kindly, he led Lighting Zi and Kinjinsi into the cabin. Kinjinsi, entering the cabin, glanced back at his crew member in surprise. Why are you standing there like a statue? Oh yeah. Guanbusheng, also known as Chi, moved to the side in a daze. Even after moving, he subconsciously looked up. As they brushed past each other, all that remained for Guanbusheng was a tall, straight silhouette. Yuyukshishushia was a man. His goddess didn't just have style, she really had style. Guanbusheng stood where he was. In that moment, he thought of many things. Yet it felt as if he hadn't thought of anything at all. Nautic whistled, and the humpback whale beneath them sank into the ocean to begin repairs. Turning around, he saw Guanbusheng standing alone in front of the cabin, looking like he had lost his soul, not knowing what he was thinking about. The first mate raised an eyebrow. Could this guy be stunned by the captain's appearance? Being intoxicated by the captain's beauty and strength was the norm on the Twilight asterisk. She, like the new crew members, often stared blankly in the direction the captain had left. Thinking about it. After this battle, this guy must be even more infatuated, right? That wouldn't do. Thinking this, the first mate clicked his tongue, deciding to fulfill his duty as a qualified deputy and comfort this lost little lamb who had gone astray. He shook his head and walked over. Just as his hand touched Guanbusheng's shoulder, the latter's body shuddered. Before Nautic could react, Guanbusheng turned around, giving him a huge fright. The lad's face was covered in snot and tears, his mouth wide open, and a wail that sounded almost like he was mourning. The heavens erupted. Nautic was startled, his body trembling. He looked left and right, only to see the crew members turning their heads toward this direction one after another. Veins bulged on Nadak's forehead. Instinctively, he reached out and clamped his hand over the mouth of Guanbusheng, who wouldn't stop. Woo-ah! Even with his mouth covered, the kid was acting like a madman. Tears and snot streamed down his face as he wailed. The sound was so heart-wrenching that anyone who heard it would weep, and anyone who saw it would feel sorrow. Nautic truly wanted to beat himself up for suddenly turning his head and walking this way just now. The looks from the crew members were clearly changing. It was as if he, the second mate of the Dusk, was mistreating his subordinates. But he hadn't done anything. This kid was acting as if he had lost his wife, bawling his eyes out, looking at the expressions of his subordinates. Nautic felt like strangling this guy. Keep it down, keep it down. The captain is busy with important business. Nautic tried to use the captain to make the kid be quiet for a moment. But he didn't expect the kid to act like he was possessed. Sobbing and saying something, woo, he is inside, woo, I know now, woo. Snot and tears flowed even more profusely. Nautic felt a bizarre sensation under his palm, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Ancestor, please stop crying, Ancestor. What on earth is wrong with you? What was wrong with him? One should ask what this world had done to him. His goddess was a god. Chi-Ji's inner world had completely collapsed since entering the game. His luck had been decent, but after all, being alone in such a hellish place, It would be a lie to say he wasn't depressed. Compared to other players, he seemed to lack fighting spirit by nature. Life was already hard enough. He was a salted fish in the real world. So he should maintain that salted fish persona after entering the game world. That was what it meant to have unity of knowledge and action. He had originally planned to just lie flat, but unexpectedly, he met his goddess. The goddess not only gave him supplies but also provided him with strategies and plan for him. Even at the very beginning, he had only started working hard because he wanted to repay the favor and keep up with the goddess's pace. All the way to now, having finally waited until the goddess gradually recognized his value, even cooperating with him and saying "see you later." Reality had dealt him a heavy blow. Inside the cabin, Jiang Yi, who was sitting steadily on a hard wooden chair, paused and said politely, "Your ship's ecosystem is truly quite scientific and rich. You even keep a donkey. Chapter 465, Not telling. The strange braying of a donkey echoed outside the ship for a moment. Kinjinsi could no longer bear it. Nadak, outside the door, Nadak's body shrank. Ignoring how Guanbashan was struggling, he clamped his hands over him and dragged him away from the cabin while the kid continued to whimper. It was finally quiet outside the door. Only then did Kinjinsi feel her pounding heart settle down a bit. The donkey at the door was of no use to the Dusk's influence on the sea, but if left unchecked, it would be enough to ruin the Dusk's reputation. After all, Kinjinsi did not want the newspapers of the Five Seas to report that the famous and elegant pirate captain, Kinjinsi, had the strange hobby of keeping a donkey at sea. After a few seconds of silence, Kinjinsi casually opened a treasure chest. 100,000 gold pounds appeared before Jiang Yi. Kinjinsi's tone was relatively distant. 100,000 gold pounds. You can count them on the spot. Kinjinsi was just saying it casually. After all, in her view, while 100,000 gold pounds was not a small amount, it was far from being a lot. An existence like Jiang Yi shouldn't be the type to care about this little money. All right, I will count them carefully. Kinjinsi. The quill in Kinjinsi's hand snapped. Jiang Yi didn't feel there was anything wrong with this action. Who said a great pirate had to be perfect and act like they didn't care about anything? Besides, after the game ended, he would be leaving the instance soon. So breaking his persona slightly now wasn't a big deal. Good. Kinjinsi was choked up, and her impression of Sengon Shui actually deepened instead. Jiang Yi's counting speed was very fast because he didn't need to count them himself. Old brother Envil had excitedly offered to help Jiang Yi, but Jiang Yi refused directly. That guy had only just learned addition and subtraction within 100. Usually, when he sold something, he still had to rely on the system to assist him. If he really let Old Iron do it, this 100,000 gold pounds would probably be counted until the next scene. Old Iron snorted and didn't insist, refusing Old Iron's kindness. Jiang Yi chose to exchange directly with the system. According to the previous agreement, the exchange rate between gold pounds and car coins was 100 to 1. Therefore, out of these 100,000 gold pounds, Jiang Yi withdrew 90,000, and after the system quickly counted them, they were all converted into car coins. After converting the 90,000 gold pounds into car coins, Jiang Yi placed the remaining 10,000 back into the treasure chest, and touched. The lid of the treasure chest was closed. Kinjinsi looked up, her expression filled with surprise. If possible, please distribute the remaining 10,000 to the sailors on the dock at random. Any dock will do. After saying this, Jiang Yi didn't linger. He took the sigh of the bay. Purification off the neck of the roasted chicken wing. The deep blue gemstone refracted dazzling light in the bright cabin as it passed from Jiang Yi's hand into Kinjinsi's. All right, our transaction ends here. Jiang Yi stood up, gave Kinjinsi a gentleman's bow, and then left the cabin without looking back. When he walked out, Jiang Yi wanted to see where that guy Guanbashan was, but after looking around for a bit and failing to find him, he gave up and returned to the Withered. The massive sun rose from the sea level, and the long night came to an end at this moment. The partitioning would take place during the scene transition, and if he wasn't mistaken, this was the final night of the King of the Five Seas instance. After pondering for a few seconds, Jiang Yi decided to spend this night on the Withered. Crossing the deck of the Sunset, the big eyeball had already consciously appeared at the front, lowering its form slightly. Bubbles popped beneath its eyeball as it welcomed Jiang Yi back aboard. Jiang Yi tried his best not to look directly into the child's eye. Amidst the child's jubilant movements, Jiang Yi and Thunderzy returned to the wither. The wither was now quite substantial in size, with its already terrifying exterior combined with the big eyeball on the outside. Its sinister nature had increased by a few degrees of ERINESS. As he walked, Jiang Yi stretched his aching arms and shoulder blades. Only then did he feel the dull, throbbing pain in his body. On the ship, Selin, the old man and the dog, Sean, and reanimated corpse were all waiting for Jiang Yi outside. The moment Jiang Yi appeared on the deck, the husky let out a happy woof and charged toward him. With a silky smooth maneuver, Jiang Yi sidestepped, and the husky overshot, ending up directly in front of Thunderzy. Man and dog suddenly locked eyes. Seeing the dog's enthusiastic demeanor, Thunderzy felt quite pleased. There were special service dogs in the military, aside from being responsible for search and rescue or reconnaissance in special situations. These little guys would also take on some morale-boosting work during every training session. What he envied most was the regular soldier team next door. Although they didn't have to endure high-intensity training, they could live alongside these dogs. Thunderzy had grown up with his grandparents and quite liked these creatures. However, in the military, perhaps due to time and mission schedules, he rarely had the chance to interact with these little guys. But what made him proud was that his brothers told him these dogs all liked him quite a bit. Every time he walked by, they would bark incessantly. A smile appeared on Thunderzy's face. After a moment's thought, he couldn't bear to take out the braised beef Jiang Yi had given him, so he swapped it for monster black pork instead. He crouched down. Before the word good boy could even leave his lips, a dog's head lunged at Thunderzy to bite him. Thunderzy, the old man, was startled and hurriedly called out, "Hey, you stupid dog, come back." This was going to be the death of him. Hadn't the dog seen this guy using the heads of pirates and Navy personnel as kites? What was wrong with this stupid dog? Just as the teeth were about to collide with Thunderzy, he reacted in an instant, taking a step back. After a second of silence, Thunderzy noticed that the previously ferocious husky, after its bluff, had tucked its tail between its legs, pressing it tightly against its rear. Woof woo! A soft whimpering sound arose. The husky didn't even dare to turn its head, just kept backing up, bumping its back against Jiang Yi, who was pretending to see nothing at all. Such a terrifying person. This dog is absolutely terrified. At that moment, Jiang Yi suspected he heard the sound of something breaking, clearing his throat. Jiang Yi let out and said, "Well, I'm a bit tired now. I'm going to take a nap. You guys get along." After saying that, Jiang Yi moved swiftly and returned directly to the cabin. Chapter 466. How to dispose of them. Facing the pitiful gaze of reanimated corpse and the strange look from Sean, which resembled a window that couldn't be closed, Jiang Yi finally returned to his cabin. Before entering the cabin, his chief crew member Selin asked with concern, "Captain, your injuries to this?" Jiang Yi maintained his cold, aloof persona, replying only briefly, "These are just trivial matters," before hurrying into the captain's quarters with Wind at his heels. Thanks to Old Tai, the current captain's quarters were almost the largest room Jiang Yi had ever owned. The interior of the room was styled similarly to a 15th century room, with clean, sharp corridor lines, brown bookshelves, a soft sofa chair for the captain, and a bed partitioned off further inside for resting. The moment he saw the bed, Jiang Yi's eyelids began to fight each other. He was too tired. He knew his current injuries were far more troublesome than trivial matters. But the mental exhaustion was even greater. Although reanimated corpse had very tactfully activated its healing skill, and Jiang Yi could feel a halo of light constantly enveloping him, the gap between reanimated corpse and Jiang Yi was still too vast to see significant results in a short time. Holding onto his last bit of consciousness, Jiang Yi had Old Tai manage the ship and drank a vial of B-grade life recovery potion before collapsing onto the bed and falling asleep. In this sleep, Jiang Yi thought of nothing, nor did he have any plans. Wrapped in the soft blanket from the daydream pavilion, Jiang Yi's expression gradually relaxed. A breeze blew by, and the slightly salty scent of the sea air eased his breathing as he drifted into a deep slumber. 6 hours later, night had fallen once again, and the wither was very quiet. Jiang Yi's eyes opened naturally. Although it had only been 6 hours, Jiang Yi felt quite satisfied with this sleep. To use a phrase from the Dragon Kingdom, he felt light and free from all burdens. After lying on the bed in a daze for a while, Jiang Yi slowly sat up, looking at the main screen ahead with dull eyes. At this moment, Jiang Yi had already swapped out the lone dragon persona, and his young, callow face appeared once again. Jiang Yi moved sluggishly, deciding to lurk in the group chat for a while. Opening the group chat, the chat was still being refreshed from time to time with words of gratitude toward the big boss. As time fermented, and as various players began to share the encounters they had with players from the Kari country sector, the players of Sector 99 were thoroughly convinced by the big boss's existence. Having lived the good life for too long, and now seeing what kind of lives players in other sectors were leading, the players of Sector 99 finally realized how easy their current life was compared to the others. It could be said that the big boss had shouldered the firepower for them at the front, and not only did he not start exploiting them, but he had also regulated the market through his own efforts. It was certainly true that the big boss was making money. They wouldn't go so far as to hype that up. However, what they could not deny was that at this very moment, they collectively realized one thing: the existence of Yongwang, to a certain extent, almost constituted a moat for their subdivision. You must know that in the beginning, when everyone obtained supplies, their most instinctive reaction was hoarding for speculation. During the novice period and the acid rain scenario, there were even situations where a single piece of bread could be traded for several basic materials, plus other precious items, including vehicle upgrade fragments and even vehicle coins. And at that time, it was the big boss who suddenly sent red packets in the group chat, and then opened the Yongwang store for everyone to choose and purchase supplies. It was only after Yongwang opened that the prices of other players were forced to come down. In other words, if it weren't for the big boss, perhaps as early as the acid rain scenario, Subdivision 99 would have already experienced a large-scale reshuffling. The players' shared intelligence obtained from the Kari country subdivision. In fact, the Kari country subdivision hadn't reached that level at the beginning. It was only after everyone competed that top-tier players emerged. And it was only after those top-tier players discovered that exploitation was the fastest way to amass wealth and become stronger that things gradually developed to this point. Moreover, these people also had their own set of theories. That is, they understood the logic of draining the pond to catch all the fish, but they had already learned about the existence of subdivision mergers in advance through items. As long as they kept fighting and kept winning, then the problem of resource depletion would never exist, wouldn't it? This theory actually gained the support of a considerable number of people, and so, the Kari country completed 3 subdivision mergers just like that. That's right, 3 times, because, each time, while the Kari country was in the midst of a round of concentrated exploitation, the number of players within the subdivision would drop to a point where the system had to step in and intervene, subsequently triggering a new subdivision war. The other subdivisions were just unlucky to have run into such a subdivision. Jiang Yi was non-committal about this tactic. Nurturing war through war, there wasn't much of a problem with this tactic itself. But based on the cultivation of a liberal arts student, or perhaps from the perspective of an armchair strategist or a keyboard warrior, this was not a strategy with long-term vision. This conclusion was based on 2 points. Theoretically speaking, no matter what, from the perspective of interest distribution, players could never walk hand in hand with the game. In a battle, if you can't even distinguish who your own enemies are, what are you fighting for? Using a blood-sucking method to accelerate the death of the player population and becoming workers for the system and the game, isn't this just aiding the enemy? Of course, Jiang Yi did not deny that he himself was currently working for the system and the game. But the problem was, when there were other ways to become strong, why must one choose to weaken one's own side by squeezing out potential in this way? Human potential is infinite. Just like even though he had become the number 1 on the leaderboard, Jiang Yi still would not underestimate any player. These players were either powerful, exceptionally lucky, incredibly smart, or tenacious and unyielding. Even if they couldn't form a coordinated force, they were still a living force that could not be ignored. The Kari country's approach was undoubtedly consuming human development potential as early as the game's initial stages. This was not rational. A lone wolf in the absolute sense only exists in a world where everyone is an enemy. But clearly, the current game was not like that. From a practical standpoint, the weaknesses and shortcomings of the Kari country subdivision were also quite obvious. Because their potential had been squeezed out, and their paths to development and growth were too similar, it resulted in their top-tier combat power being lackluster. While thinking, Jiang Yi silently shook his head. ****. Listening to the instructor's teachings is always the right thing to do. However, the player's comments reminded him of one thing: Dragon Country, Region 189, Subdivision 99. After the miscellaneous sharing earlier, suddenly, a player named Punching with a Dragon Country Heart spoke up. Player Punching with a Dragon Country Heart. Everyone, I'm thinking about something. Player Punching with a Dragon Country Heart. After the subdivision merger, what should we do when those players from the Kari country come over? After this message appeared, the group chat went quiet for a second. Clearly, it wasn't just Punching with a Dragon Country Heart who was thinking about this issue. Most people were thinking the same thing. What should we do when those players come over? Chapter 467. My hand slipped. What should we do when those players come over? As soon as this question appeared in the group chat, the players fell into silence once again. This thing was not easy to handle. If handled poorly, it would become a form of ethnic discrimination and hostility, and the key issue wasn't even that. The key issue was, who would deal with it? Lone wolf-style targeting could not solve the problem at the root. Who would take the lead? Who would take action? And who would bear the risk? These were all problems. Many times, it wasn't that everyone wasn't smart, but once it involved living, breathing people, these were all problems. Many players subconsciously wanted to say, why not just completely eliminate all players outside of Subdivision 99 and keep the purity of Subdivision 99? But as soon as this thought appeared, everyone realized something was wrong. Wait a minute. Isn't this approach just the same old path the Kari country took before this? What the hell? How does it feel like? Regardless of whether we merge subdivisions or stay united, it's easy to end up in a situation where players are pitted against each other. Is this also a conspiracy of the game and the system? Most players were not fools. After realizing their subconscious thoughts, they quickly suppressed the idea. Only a small portion of players who were getting carried away spoke up. Player Punching with a Dragon Country Heart. Damn it. Can we just let those guys all go die? Player Punching with a Dragon Country Heart. This whole thing is like having poop on both sides of your hand. Vomit emoji. The words were crude, but the point was sound. The players clicked their tongues one after another. Just at this moment, suddenly, a smart aleck jumped out and said, Player Kinking. The subsector next door isn't entirely united, is it? I remember according to what they said, there should be some pups among them. We could probably let that group off the hook. For one, they were forced into it. For another, if I'm not mistaken, they've been exploited for so long that they likely don't have much strength left themselves. Merging them over shouldn't cause any major issues, right? Player Rosie Babazu. Makes sense thinking emoji. Player Kinking. Right. Player Kinking. As long as we can distinguish these players. Player Could I really be this unlucky? Bro, I get the logic. But how are we supposed to distinguish these players? Player Could I really be this unlucky? And after we distinguish them, then what? The problem returned to the very beginning. Who plans it? Who takes action? Who takes responsibility? The opposition is an entire subsector, not just one player. Vaguely, the players all had a fuzzy notion in their hearts. They didn't dare. If anyone possessed absolute authority and influence in subsector 99 of the Dragon Kingdom's 189th district, it was only Melancholy French Fry. This isn't to say that there was only one big shot in subsector 99, but in terms of influence, there was truly only this one player who held an absolute leading position in strength, wealth, and resources, and most people had had some sort of interest-based interaction with him. If Little Fry were to speak up, everyone only dared to think about it in their hearts right now. No one dared to directly him. After this battle, Little Fry's prestige had risen to an unimaginable level. They didn't dare to offend him now, just a moment ago, when everyone thought subsector 99 was going to lose. It was this person who barely spoke after entering the game and had even drawn some criticism for it, who had once again easily saved the subsector. He didn't talk much, but he got things done for real. Most players began to scratch their heads. Let's put it this way. They were arguing so fiercely right now, but the result of their discussion carried less weight than 2 pounds of chicken manure during the new year. Just then, on the highway, Weiwu, who had been silently lurking in the chat, hesitated for a few seconds. This was definitely a good opportunity. He was most skilled at verbal traps and subtle manipulation. At a time like this, he only needed a few words to make those guys with inflated collective pride act as his gunmen. Turning internal conflicts into external ones was the easiest way to guide public opinion. Just as he was thinking this, suddenly, Weiwu felt the space in front of him flash brightly. The white light was like the sun, almost blinding him. Weiwu instinctively let out a sound and covered his face with his hand. The next second, attention players. High-level player Melancholy French Fry is speaking in the group chat. Come and watch. Melancholy French Fry, hearing the system broadcast, everyone was stunned. And then they rushed to look at the group chat without delay. Sean and Thunder Z on the ship were the same. In everyone's line of sight, that familiar French Fry avatar popped up. There was no effective text content in the message box. There was only one thing: Melancholy French Fry. I'm speaking fairly. Holy crap. Weiwu almost jumped out of his vehicle, seeing his own ID appear in the highlighted chat box from Little Fry. Weiwu broke out in a cold sweat. Weiwu's pupils contracted, and his fingers began to tremble uncontrollably. If there was one thing keyboard warriors feared most, it was definitely the same thing as the victims they wrote about: being exposed to the spotlight without any awareness. This feeling was more uncomfortable than any demon or monster. Weiwu was frozen in place, cold sweat dripping down his forehead, his pupils reflecting the jumping chat box. After posting that ID, Melancholy French Fry actually didn't say anything else. This was what made it even more terrifying. The other players were also confused, wondering why the big shot had singled out this player's ID. Did he have a grudge against the big shot? Or was it that he had done something to betray Subsector 99 during this game? It wasn't strange that everyone had such strong associative powers. After all, Little Fry almost never spoke. And now that he had, it was to another player's ID at such a critical moment, with no further explanation. It seemed quite cold and didn't look like a good development. Of course, although they thought this in their hearts, these people certainly wouldn't rush to jump out. Instead, they started checking their friend lists. In case this guy was a piece of trash, they had to delete him and block him immediately. About 5 seconds after the message was sent, a player couldn't help but ask, "Player society is simple. People are complex." Big shot peeking. Is there something going on? Weiwu swallowed hard, his sunken eye sockets looking toward the highway involuntarily, terrified that something might jump out from the side and crash into him the next second. After several long seconds, Jiang Yi sent a message. Melancholy French Fry. Oh, my hand slipped. Chapter 468. My hand slipped. Society is simple. People are complex. Had already typed out a question mark and almost hit send. The second his finger hovered in midair, he remembered who had sent the message and forced himself to hold back. Player, your wild king is infinitely arrogant. Player, your wild king is infinitely arrogant. Withdrawn. Seeing the question mark appear in the group chat and the message being rapidly withdrawn. Society is simple. People are complex couldn't help but chuckle. Yeah, that's what you get for having such fast fingers. After the wild king typed the question mark, he sent a head patting emoji. In the private chat channel, the wild king sent a message to Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi didn't even look at the content of the message, but seeing everyone's reaction, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. How amusing. Jiang Yi's private chat channel displayed a message sent by another player, Endu. Player data number 123. Player ID. Let me say a fair word. Personal profile. Speech compilation. Frequency analysis. Potential speculation. While he had been spacing out just a moment ago, his private chat channel flickered. Jiang Yi subconsciously opened it and saw the file that Enbuin had shared with him. The ID. Let me say a fair word looked slightly familiar. Jiang Yi did not open the folder immediately, choosing instead to wait for Enbuin's follow-up analysis. Sure enough, after sharing the folder, and Buan continued to send messages, seeing the typing indicator. Jiang Yi didn't even think twice before interrupting. Brother, give me the conclusion first. After a pause of several seconds on the other end, a short message finally came through. Enbuendisu. I am 85% certain that this person has used some kind of item or skill related to public opinion manipulation on you and other players. Enbuendisu. I don't know the specific effects of this item yet, but judging by the surge in this player's ranking and the number of transactions they've made in the trading hall previously, they have likely already reaped some benefits. Seeing Anbuen's message, Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow. Good grief. To think there are actually items and skills that can be used to gain advantages through public opinion. Jiang Yi didn't pay much mind to the 85% probability. Through his time interacting with Enbuan, Jiang Yi knew this guy was a total analysis fanatic who often shared his insights and understanding of game mechanics with him. An 85% probability was already quite high, however. Jiang Yi's expression turned slightly strange as he glanced at the naming convention of the folder. This guy couldn't possibly have analyzed every single player, could he? Player personal profiles. Does that mean the other party possesses some kind of skill that allows them to see attributes or player panels? Player speech compilation. Holy crap. There are so many players chatting in the group, talking about everything under the sun every single day. Could someone actually be watching this stuff? And the trading hall. The number of buy and sell orders in the trading hall increases constantly every day. Could someone actually be tracking the frequency of this? Jiang Yi was absolutely dumbfounded. Is this the legendary data maniac? A thought struck Jiang Yi. This guy wouldn't have investigated him too, would he? After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Yi decided to ask, melancholy little French fry. Brother, let me ask. You didn't perform this kind of analysis on every player, did you? The reply came quickly, Enbuendisu. That was a relief. Otherwise, he would have truly found this brother a bit terrifying. Enbuendisu. I have only finished tracking 32,456 players so far. Enbuendisu. The investigation progress for players in the Lighthouse Nation sector is also lagging behind. Melancholy little French fry, ties on. Both Jiang Yi and Old Tai stared at the main screen in silence. Afterward, Jiang Yi said thank you, silently downloaded the file, and zipped it. And then an investigation report of 87 pages popped up. To Jiang Yi's sharp eyes, he even noticed that at the very end of this thing, there were nearly 10 pages of references. Every single statement was cross-referenced with previous remarks to deduce the events that were likely being manipulated. What was most excessive was that the earliest record even traced back to a message sent by Let Me Say a Fair Word in the group chat on the second day of entering the game. Player, let me say a fair word. Does anyone have toilet paper to trade? Jiang Yi's mouth twitched. He flipped to the highlighted section of the report and, sure enough, saw the part that left an impression on him. This section covered the time when the sector war had just begun, perhaps due to being a bit impatient. The remarks made by Let Me Say a Fair Word here were not subtle enough. Combined with the data Enbuan crawled from the trading hall, it showed that almost exactly during the first week of entering the game and the period thereafter, the number of transactions this guy made in the trading hall showed a nonlinear jump. In other words, this guy's capital had suddenly become abundant in that first week. Perhaps he had already tasted the sweetness of success from himself and other players, which made him a bit impatient during this game, wanting to reap even greater rewards. As Jiang Yi read the report, Enbuan added some information, saying that there were quite a few people following up with comments. But judging from their previous chat history, these people did not seem to harbor any malice toward him. Rather, these players only stepped up after Let Me Say a Fair Word finished speaking, and after a certain amount of time, they would return to normal. From this perspective, this item or skill possessed the characteristics of both manipulating public opinion and gaining benefits through that manipulation. Enbuan's analysis was well-founded, with a large amount of factual evidence. Jiang Yi even suspected that the 85% probability the guy mentioned wasn't about the conclusion being wrong, but rather about the uncertainty of the form this thing took. Because based on his own experience, the other party might not necessarily be using an item or skill. Some kind of profession was also very possible. After finishing the report, Jiang Yi hissed, feeling goosebumps rise on his skin. Is this what they call doxing online? Truly terrifying. The chat box flickered, and a new message was sent. On the road. Anbuan's expression was extremely cold. This guy has great potential for development, and coupled with the fact that public opinion manipulation is hard to detect, if left unchecked, it could cause harm later. I believe we need to resolve this early. As he spoke, a location card already appeared in Anbuan's hand when he sent it. He didn't even think about letting Jiang Yi do the work. This wasn't because he thought Jiang Yi wouldn't kill a player or anything like that, but rather through rational analysis. This guy might be on guard against melancholy little French fry, who was, in a sense, the victim, and might use a force concealment item card to block others from tracking his location. But he was different. Anbuan's eyes were very calm. The other party would absolutely have no way of discovering him. Chapter 469, Fortunaticious. He looked at the main screen while lost in thought. However, he didn't receive the next message from Jiang Yi. Instead, in the group chat, the ID of the person whose data he had just sent was blatantly tagged by Jiang Yi. Melancholy little fry. Let me say a fair word. Chi-Jo even wondered if it was a slip of the finger. Perhaps he had meant to say this name in a private chat but sent it to the wrong place. But that didn't seem right. The function isn't exactly something easily triggered by accident. Chi-Jo was stunned for a moment. Immediately, something crossed his mind. Could it be? Melancholy little fry, I know now. The private chat channel flickered. Jiang Yi had dropped that single sentence. Did this mean he didn't intend to take action? In the group chat, after Jiang Yi claimed he had a slip of the finger, most players were left with an expression that screamed, "Are you kidding me? Are you saying that?" A big shot who usually never speaks in the group chat silently lurked. Then suddenly pinpointed a player who hadn't spoken yet, tagged them, and then claimed it was a slip of the finger. That's not logical. This move by the big shot must have deep meaning. Although the players were confused, they subconsciously memorized the ID and kept their guard up. On the highway, Wei Wu looked at the innocent word slip of the finger that had popped up, his mind going completely blank. He didn't understand what melancholy little fry's move meant. After tagging him, Jiang Yi didn't offer any explanation in the group chat. After slightly intimidating "let me say a fair word," he clicked directly onto the profile of the guy he had tagged and chose to send a friend request. At this point, even if Wei Wu didn't want to accept, he had no choice. He couldn't fathom the other party's intentions, and the other party had already exposed him to everyone's eyes. Let's put it this way. If at this moment, when this little fry had almost single-handedly turned the tide of the battle to secure victory, the other party just sent this one sentence in the group chat, this person is suspicious. Just by saying that, even if the players wouldn't immediately appear on the highway to ram him to death. From then on, every transaction in the trading hall would be closed to him. Wei Wu's pupils contracted continuously, and a clear look of fear appeared on his pale face. It was as if, only now, he truly understood what the power of public opinion was. When you only possess words, the power of public opinion can at most steal you some short-term benefits. When you have not only words but also power and strength, public opinion at this point can be called by another name: authority. The other party had done almost nothing, yet he had already been forced into a corner with no options left. Wei Wu's fingers trembled slightly. That little red dot looked like a death warrant. With a gulp, Wei Wu chose to accept. You have accepted the friend request from player Melancholy Little Fry. You can now start chatting. He didn't know if it was his imagination, but Wei Wu felt that the tilde had a strange, mocking tone. After accepting the request, Jiang Yi didn't waste any time. Melancholy Little Fry, what did you obtain through me and the other players earlier? Cold sweat ran from Wei Wu's forehead down to his spine. If he had been harboring a shred of hope before, then after seeing this sentence, Wei Wu was certain that the jig was up. Wei Wu closed his eyes, and between hiding the truth and a full confession, he decisively chose the latter. At this point, since the other party had already caught him, perhaps they had obtained more information than he had imagined. Continuing to hide it would truly be courting death. Wei Wu was a smart man. The fact that his head was still on his shoulders meant that Melancholy Little Fry didn't intend to kill him yet, and there was still room for negotiation. Although he didn't understand what use the other party had for him, given the other party's assets, His own belongings shouldn't be of any interest to them. Wei Wu didn't dare to think too deeply. In a sense, he was a very cowardly person. All his courage had been shattered the moment his name was exposed in the group chat. Wei Wu hurriedly checked his logs and entered everything he had obtained. Let me say a fair word: 876 card coins, 5 item cards, 3 of which have already been used, 1 silver grade weapon, judgment keyboard, 400 vehicle upgrade fragments, and some other supplies, including food and materials. Seeing the content, Jiang Yi clicked his tongue. That was quite a lot. No wonder this guy was acting so impatient during the game. Jiang Yi guessed that this guy definitely wouldn't dare to lie to him now. So after taking stock in his mind, he typed directly, "Melancholy little fry. 870 card coins. The remaining 2 item cards. All the vehicle upgrade fragments. And 80% of the food and materials. Send them over." Jiang Yi had no intention of negotiating or discussing anything with the latter. From the very beginning, Jiang Yi's approach was quite direct. "Brother, the way the game is played has changed. In the past, he might have engaged in a battle of wits or killed the other party to leave no loose ends. But now, he had a better method." When he saw this guy's data, the first thing Jiang Yi looked at was his personal information. His overall strength, let's just say, wasn't even as good as the window that won't close from the beginning. No wonder this guy didn't dare to enter the dungeon. The difficulty of the 5C's dungeon was too high. And he would likely die faster than a coconut in there, a typical keyboard warrior. Moreover, after clearing his thoughts, Jiang Yi directly sent this person's ID and strength to ThunderZ. "If there's a problem, find the police." This guy's comments about him in the group chat were basically positive, only occasionally using some exaggerated language, but toward ThunderZ, he could be said to be quite dismissive. Therefore, Jiang Yi directly had LitRPG use a positioning card to determine the other party's status, while he himself tagged the person's name in the group chat. After he pointed out the name, the fact that the other party, given their cautious and prudent style, did not immediately flee, indicated that they simply did not possess any items like your sweetie that could allow them to escape to other partitions. Although the probability of the latter was very small after all, even until now. Even Jiang Yi himself had never managed to obtain such an overpowered item. To be fair, the likelihood of anyone having one should be quite low, but just in case, Jiang Yi still had LitRPG keep an eye on them. The moment the other party tried to run, they would be met by a soul-crushed LitRPG who had just been nearly bitten by a dog. But, as he had thought, the other party can't run. Then things would be easy to handle. First and foremost, make this guy spit out everything. On the other side, Wei Wu had already considered the worst-case scenario. He was even thinking that he might have to work for the other party for the rest of his life as a black market laborer. But he never expected that he wouldn't be forced to hand over everything. They even left him a little something, as if guessing Wei Wu's thoughts. Jiang Yi was concise and to the point. "You should be glad for the choice you made in the end. And that your skill is still useful. Rest assured. No whitewashing. Wrong is wrong, not joining the team. Keeping them because the skill is useful." Chapter 470, Requesting to Fight. Final choice. Could it be referring to the act of letting everyone report their coordinates at the end? Wei Wu fell silent for a moment, feeling for the first time so relieved that he hadn't lost his head at the very last second. The meaning on the other side was very clear. If he hadn't been rational at the final moment, he would likely be a dead man by now. As for his skill being useful, did he want him to help build momentum? To be honest, does this momentum even need his help to build now? Regardless, he was now a fish on the chopping block, and the other party could do whatever they wanted. If he had known it would turn out like this, he wouldn't have chosen melancholy little fries as the target for public opinion in the first place. The level of difficulty in dealing with them completely exceeded his imagination. But having said that, if he had to do it all over again, Wei Wu would definitely still make the same choice. This thing was a gamble. Cowardice and recklessness often share a duality. Wei Wu sighed. By now, he had gradually calmed down. After sorting out these items from his inventory and processing them by category, he sent them to Melancholy Little Fries. Upon receiving the items, Jiang Yi unhesitatingly gave some of them to LitRPG. Given that guy's personality, if he had offered the vehicle coins proactively, the other party definitely would have refused. After the other side accepted them, Jiang Yi took a deep breath. After quickly running through the things he needed to do in his mind, he finally found another ID in his private chat channel. Melancholy Little Fries. Is that group chat card you had earlier still with you? The status above the message on the other end immediately changed to typing. But Jiang Yi waited a few seconds before the other party replied. Window that won't close, it is. Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow slightly. Why did the tone of window that won't close feel a bit strange? According to the usual routine, wouldn't there be a set of exclamation marks and puppy emoji combos, along with the smooth, practiced big boss routine? They seemed a bit more reserved today. Jiang Yi didn't take it too hard. People always have times when they are tired. Just as he thought of this, a white light flashed above his head, and a silver group chat card appeared before Jiang Yi. Group chat cards, like weapons, are divided into several levels: wood, bronze, silver, gold, and levels even higher than that. A silver level group chat card can accommodate no more than 500 players. 500 was already a very large number for Jiang Yi. In fact, according to his needs, he didn't even need a bronze group chat card. But products from a lucky person are always high quality. The other party might not even have lower level group chat cards. The group chat card was sent over. At this moment, window that won't close, who was hiding in a small room in the ship's cabin with a blanket over their head and tear stains still on their face, looked at the words group chat card. Their mouth opened and closed, their mood feeling quite complicated. The big boss wants a group chat card. Could it be that they are going to form their own team? Thinking of this, window that won't close flipped over and sat up. After sitting up, just as their finger pressed onto the chat box, they saw that beautiful hand in the background image of the chat box, as well as the little heart they had drawn in the top right corner. A feeling of shame and frustration rose from within their heart again. Window that won't close's face turned red and then pale. If it were before, they definitely would have rushed to ask the big boss if they could be brought along. But now, thinking about how they had unilaterally harassed someone for 2 months and had all sorts of wild thoughts, window that won't close felt their face burning. A bitter, stifling feeling surged up again. A few seconds later, window that won't close simply closed the private chat channel, out of sight and out of mind. They didn't care what reward the big boss gave them. They only felt sad, upset, and embarrassed now. If it weren't for the fact that the events of the day had made the second mate keep their distance, they would have already been chasing after them, drinking a bottle of white rum and telling the moon about this beginningless and endless. Window that won't close sighed deeply and buried their head in the quilt. The quilt had already been soaked through with tears several times. Just then, the main screen flickered. Window that won't close lifted their eyelids, unable to resist glancing at the screen. Melancholy Little Fries. Oh right, the group chat card is yours. Do you want to be an administrator? Before they could even react to yes, thank you, big boss. Puppy spinning her own silly smile. Emoji. After a set of smooth, practiced moves, window that won't close realized they had already sat up in excitement, and the smile on their face stiffened for a moment. What am I doing? Jiang Yi on the other side didn't realize anything was wrong at all. After saying thank you, he clicked on the avatar of the uneasy one. The matter of merging the subsectors definitely had to be dealt with. If those players on the other side were left unchecked, they might eventually grow into an even greater scourge. Originally, he hadn't intended to do something like this. After all, it was thankless work that could easily trigger a series of problems. But now, after seeing the data from Enbu and acquiring the ability of I Speak the Truth, Jiang Yi had more ideas. Melancholy Little Fry. Enbu, do you have a way to crawl the data of those people whose kill counts skyrocketed at the last moment on the leaderboard? If he could use Enbu's data analysis capabilities to find those people, then perhaps a large-scale cleanup could actually be carried out. Moreover, they had gained a new sponsor. That was I Speak the Truth. A second later, the other side replied briefly, I can. Melancholy Little Fry. With that okay. Everything was prepared, and Jiang Yi reopened the group chat. There was no excessive wording. The current Jiang Yi didn't need to explain so much. Player Melancholy Little Fry. Online registration list for subsector cleanup. Recommended comprehensive strength is at least 70. Player Melancholy Little Fry note, voluntary registration. Life or death is your own responsibility. Resources obtained are yours to keep. Location cards will be provided. Player Melancholy Little Fry. The sponsor for the location cards this time is I Speak the Truth. The moment the message was sent, the players below were completely boiling over. What the hell? The big shot is making a move. And it's not just talking nonsense here like them, but planning to clean up directly. What about the plan? What about the preliminary preparations, just starting like this? Isn't it a bit rash? As the players thought this, the image of the big shot taking on 7 people at once, which they had seen in that live stream, appeared in their minds. And they instantly felt it was quite reasonable. That's right. The big shot isn't like them. Just go for it. The concerns in their minds were cast to the back of their heads. At this moment, all the players realized one thing. This seemed, perhaps, maybe, possibly, to be an opportunity. An opportunity to latch onto the big shot's thigh and eventually stand at the center of discourse for a certain subsector. According to the old saying in the Dragon Kingdom, this is, damn it, a call to arms. Chapter 471, U3. How did that saying go? Young warriors yearn to achieve great things. Although this battle could not be elevated to such heights. For everyone on the highway, the significance of this fight was extraordinary. Having entered the highway for 2 months, even the most reluctant had to admit that while most people's lives were routine, in a game where the surrounding environment, the world, and the people were reshuffled, people had briefly experienced some sense of novelty. However, it had been 2 months. Once everyone gradually became accustomed to the highway survival mode, they inevitably entered a state of life's normalcy, emptiness. The feeling of treasure chest come one inch was certainly wonderful. But in the long run, not knowing if this highway stretching into the distance had an end, and not knowing when the black fog behind them would stop, people became easily lost between these 2 states. Jiang Yi had his own determination, and the company of Brother Anvil, yet even he felt brief moments of confusion along the way, let alone the majority of players who were not living particularly well. The players were in urgent need of an outlet to vent against the emptiness and fight the emptiness. To some extent, the Kari country's method of supporting war with war was wrong, but it was also through constant fighting that players gradually forgot the losses on the highway. Humans are creatures that love to stop pain with pain. In short, the players of Subsector 99 were different from those of the Kari subsector, but that sense of confusion was common to both. And now, a seemingly plain online document had suddenly ignited everyone's enthusiasm. Many players stared blankly at the document. Isn't this a military pledge? And it was one organized spontaneously by players. A military pledge where they could truly find a sense of belonging and security. If they performed well, they might even become heroes of the subsector. A hero, although just an honor, had caused so many people throughout history to shed blood and sacrifice their lives for the title. Aside from those who truly believed in it, in reality, the 2 words hero themselves carried magic. To be recognized, to be remembered, to be discussed, to be spread. Many players' minds began to churn. Subconsciously, they clicked on the document. The suggestion in the group chat about a comprehensive combat power of over 70 flashed before their eyes. It wasn't clear which player spoke up first. Player Little Gray, Big Shot. Is it mandatory to have a comprehensive combat power of 70? Little Gray glanced at his own panel. His comprehensive strength had barely reached 60. This was already a fairly good level among players, but there was still a significant gap to 70. Once one player asked, other players also began to stir. Must it be 70? The screen lit up again. Player Melancholy Little Fry. Those with special attributes such as medical or special skills can be considered. If you want to fight, you don't have to be limited to this list. This list is just my private team. I won't restrict everyone's actions. Jiang Yi's thinking was very simple. He wasn't trying to carve out territory. He created this list just to ensure he had a team under his command that he could use and that would listen entirely to his orders. He wouldn't do anything unnecessary. Player Little Gray, okay. After sending the message, Little Gray immediately filled in his ID on the list. After filling it out, 2 privacy columns appeared. One required the player to attach the basic attributes from their panel. The other required the player to attach skills, special items, attributes they felt they could share. A notification appeared on the screen. Notification. Once registration is completed on the list, it will be deemed that you accept and will abide by the following rules. Voluntary registration. Life or death is your own responsibility. 2. Materials obtained by individuals are generally for their own use. However, in certain scenarios, if there is a dispute regarding the distribution of materials, it will be jointly notarized and subsequently distributed by the player. Melancholy Little French Fry. The system, and a third-party quality inspection agency. Reminder: once you have signed up on the list, you are deemed to have agreed to abide by the above rules. Violating these rules will result in penalties from the system. You have 10 seconds to make your choice. The waiting time cannot be skipped. Little Gray was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but sign his heart once again at the meticulousness of the big boss. This was effectively nipping any potential conflicts in the bud from the very root. After waiting anxiously for 10 seconds, Little Gray clicked agree without hesitation. He opened his submission permissions and pasted a screenshot of his attribute panel onto the form. The remarks column originally only required basic attributes like strength, but Little Gray didn't think that much about it. His logic was simple. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Only by understanding one's teammates can a team leader function effectively. Actually, Jiang Yi hadn't even explicitly stated that he was the team leader, but everyone had already defaulted to that assumption. Little Gray was originally a professional gamer, so he found a sense of familiarity with this kind of setup. After filling in all his skills, Little Gray began to earnestly list his items. This guy was so eager that he wanted to write down every single one of his furniture upgrade gift packs. After Jiang Yi sent the message, he knew that many people would definitely join the list, so he wasn't in a rush to open it. Unexpectedly, a few seconds later, Lao Tai let out a yo-ho in his mind. "What's up?" Jiang Yi asked, puzzled. "Brother, there are 3 players and they're having a competition to see who can write the longest essay." Jiang Yi hurriedly opened the list. The 3 guys who caught his eye were coincidentally grouped together when they were filling out the form. The document had stretched out incredibly long. Jiang Yi's mouth twitched. He clicked on one at random, and sure enough, one of them was window that won't close. This guy, his overall strength didn't meet the requirements, so he was currently frantically listing his item cards, practically pouring his heart out to explain his advantages. Jiang Yi made a sound of annoyance with a blank expression and sent a private message over. Melancholy Little French Fry stopped writing. Upon receiving the message, window that won't close, his hand slipped, and he almost deleted the entire text he had just written. Window that won't close was curled up on his bed. The blush on his face from earlier hadn't fully faded, and he immediately felt aggrieved while huddled under his thick quilt. What did stop writing mean? Sobbed Melancholy Little French Fry. I already know your information. He practically knew everything about this kid, down to what socks he wore every day. There was no need to write all this down. Seeing this message, window that won't close felt embarrassed again. Melancholy Little French Fry. Didn't I just say I wanted you to be an administrator? Oh, so that's what he meant. Oh, so the group chat card was prepared for this battle. Oh, I see. Window that won't close suddenly realized. Quickly typed a few MHMMS, and finally stopped his input. Chapter 472. Player has joined the group chat. Seeing that window that won't close had finally stopped, Jiang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Next, he looked for the other 2 who were writing essays. Unexpectedly, one of the others turned out to be Orange. To be honest, he hadn't had much contact with this girl. This wasn't to say that he didn't recognize her value or anything. For one, although Orange grew a bit slowly, her potential was quite outstanding. The existence of a mining truck in the game was in a league of its own. Even for Jiang Yi, encountering a vehicle like a mining truck would be quite a headache. After all, even if the opponent was a tank, as long as you found a weak point, you could still handle it to some extent. But a mining truck was different. You could blast away at that thing for 10 minutes and barely reach the point of damaging its foundation. Secondly, she didn't need his approval anyway. The problem was that even now, Jiang Yi was still used to fighting alone. Socializing was quite troublesome, and it was hard to gauge the boundaries between people. Furthermore, this girl Orange was just too honest. She was always thinking about repaying his kindness. Every time he sent a message, she would try her best to send him some materials or item cards she had found. Honestly, given Jiang Yi's current stockpile of supplies, he didn't lack the few things Orange had. But she was very persistent. Orange, big boss, please just accept it, Orange. It's my fault for growing too slowly. No matter what, I want to repay your kindness. Pity. Emoj Orange, I will work hard. Struggle. Flowers. The girl was so sincere, and since she had already said as much, Jiang Yi could only accept it. Jiang Yi also wanted to give her some supplies in return, but as soon as he did, the girl would work even harder to save up more supplies for him. As time went on, Jiang Yi actually reduced their communication. Survival was already difficult enough, yet this girl was giving 9 and receiving 13, sending out more than she found. If this kept up a few more times, she would be back to poverty. Jiang Yi shook his head helplessly. He hadn't expected Orange to sign up this time as well. Inside the online document, Jiang Yi saw that Orange had also pasted her player attributes and was earnestly writing down her current skills and potential advantages. Jiang Yi could even see her occasionally deleting and refining her text. Orange looked very serious. Orange had already returned to the road. Inside the mining truck, the young girl, whose physique was much stronger than before, was writing something on paper while carefully editing the content in the online document. From time to time, she would mutter a few words to herself, deleting parts that weren't concise enough. The gap between the big boss and her was getting wider and wider. If she couldn't let the big boss see her value, then the distance between her and the big boss would only continue to grow. Jiang Yi pursed her lips, lost in thought as she looked at the private chat channel. The messages between her and melancholy little French fry had been stagnant for nearly half a month. She had tentatively sent a few messages afterward, but there was no reply. Jiang Yi's lips were pressed into a stubborn line. Of course, she wouldn't blame the big shot for not replying. In fact, it was quite normal. She couldn't really help with anything right now. The gap between them was growing wider, and the big shot wasn't the type to talk much anyway. Being gradually distanced wasn't something hard to understand, however. She wouldn't just give up like this. After realizing that her chatting might be a nuisance to the big shot, Jiang Yi had already silently stopped sending messages. Since she couldn't repay him yet, she would work even harder. She would give back in her own silent way, without chatting. Jiang Yi switched to placing one order for goods every day on Yangwang, observing the big shot's links to judge what he might be lacking during that time, and providing supplies in that manner. Without conversation, Jiang Yi silently paid attention to the information mentioned in the group chat, memorized the remarks of players who were hostile to the big shot, used location cards to deal with the players she could handle, kept an eye on the dangerous service areas and instances that everyone in the group chat talked about. One cannot reap growth without paying a price. Since her luck was so much worse than other players, she had to work harder, and even harder to make up for the gap. She couldn't just wait for the big shot to help her out every time. She wanted to have at least one chance to prove her own value. Therefore, in the half-month they had lost contact, Jiang Yi had consecutively challenged 3 low-risk to medium-risk, and even 1 high-risk service area. It had to be said, her luck was truly worse than average. That high-risk service area wasn't her courting death, but rather, the moment she entered, she triggered a certain mutation mechanism of Blue Sky Kindergarten, transformed into Bloody Blue Kindergarten, a horror service area. The images in her memory flashed by and vanished. Now, Jiang Yi no longer felt afraid. As she carefully drafted her proposal, she analyzed her own advantages. Possesses relatively strong poison resistance attributes, which might be used to deal with certain mechanism monsters or handle items with toxic properties. Active skill Strong Warrior. Strong Warrior is an area of effect group skill. Within the area, all negative status effects on everyone are reduced by 50%, and attributes like strength will receive varying degrees of improvement. Each activation of the skill consumes 10 to 20 points of mental energy, with the specific consumption depending on the combined defensive capabilities of all members within the area and the opponent's attack intensity. Weapon of Guardian Shield Kangshen, gold-tier defensive weapon, capable of group defense, and can block up to 30 points of true damage. This Guardian Shield Kangshen was also something Chengzi had opened from a wooden treasure chest. Though this wooden chest was obtained after she came out of that horror service area. When she first got it, Chengzi had immediately tried to send the weapon over, but it was still rejected by Jiang Yi. In any case, no matter what, she had to secure this opportunity. On the other side, Jiang Yi had originally just felt a bit touched by Chengzi's earnestness, but after clicking to read the content, his expression gradually turned serious. Chengzi's overall strength had actually broken through 70 points, and her strength and agility attributes had both broken through the thresholds of 40 and 50 points respectively. It was hard to imagine what kind of price Chengzi must have paid with her luck to raise these two attributes to this level. Besides that, although Chengzi had fewer items, her skills and weapons were practically useful. Poison resistance and high endurance were both very suitable for combat. Berserker was an even more practical skill in group battles. Just the 50% reduction in negative status effects was already quite terrifying. And as for the final weapon, even Jiang Yi, who already had the red moon, felt his eyes light up. He felt this thing looked familiar. It seemed to be the one Chengzi had tried to send him back then, but he had refused, and the transfer hadn't succeeded. Thinking about it, this must be that weapon. It was actually a defensive weapon. One had to know that in games, generally ranked by rarity, it was usually healing is greater than or equal to defense is greater than or equal to attack. To put it this way, if you were used to using a brick, it could serve as an attack weapon. But defense and healing required items with specific traits to function. A smile appeared on Jiang Yi's face. He quickly clicked to approve the audit and covered the silver group chat card with his consciousness. A mechanical broadcast sound rang out. Respected player Melancholy Little French Fry. The group chat card is taking effect. 10%, 30%, 100%. The group chat has been constructed. Jiang Yi selected two IDs in his friend list and sent out group chat invitations. The message windows for window that won't close and Chengzi vibrated at the same time. Player Melancholy Little French Fry invites you to join a group chat. Do you accept? Both of them didn't even think about it. Chengzi's single quotes eyes lit up. She let out a small wow and hurriedly selected accept. Player window that won't close. Chengzi have joined the group chat. Update 1 message. China number on Little French Fry reminds you to add more clothes when it's cold. French Fry is very worried you'll catch a cold. Chapter 473. Let's not do that. Player window that won't close. Chengzi have joined the group chat. The pinned message flashed by. Both Chengzi and window that won't close saw that a group chat had appeared in their side chat boxes. Chengzi thought for a moment and pinned the group chat. Inside the minecart, Chengzi felt inexplicably nervous. Should she say something first? Chengzi let out a small Her personality wasn't exactly outgoing to begin with, and after the things that happened in the game, she felt like she had almost lost the ability to socialize. Being pulled into a group like this, she had a strange, awkward feeling, like returning to the time when she had to join a class group chat back in high school. What does one usually say after entering a group chat? While Chengzi was struggling with herself, window that won't close had already started speaking. Window that won't close. Hello everyone. Puppy peace sign wink emoji. Window that won't close. I am the administrator of this group. If you need anything in the future, you can come to me. After sending the message, Chengzi quickly replied, Chengzi got it. Got it, Chengzi. Thank you for your hard work. After sending that, Chengzi didn't know what else to do. On his end, Jiang Yi was batch approving applications. It had to be said that a large portion of the applicants were actually old acquaintances. Needless to say, there were Lighting and Enbo. Following those two were Shan, Yuan, Human Race Brick Moving Emperor, and Reanimation Jutsu. Reanimation Jutsu's overall combat strength hadn't reached 70, but his noble status as a healer was enough to make up for that gap. Next was Society is Simple, People are Complex. His overall strength also hadn't reached 70. But Jiang Yi remembered that this guy had a treasure-digging mouse skill, which was very useful for looting. So Jiang Yi clicked approve. Then there was Xiaoli Zhang. Jiang Yi didn't have a particularly strong impression of this ID. It might have appeared on the rankings once or twice, but not frequently. Her current overall strength was 85, meeting the requirement of 70. After processing them one by one, Jiang Yi went to look at some other players. Xiao Huihui. Jiang Yi glanced at Xiao Huihui's attributes. They hadn't reached 70 points. And he was also one of the 3 people old time mentioned who were writing essays. His attribute panel didn't show anything outstanding, but in the skill section, Jiang Yi saw conductor talent, which looked pretty good. A professional player with relatively strong combat ability and a global perspective. And his weapon is also a gun. That works. Jiang Yi chose to approve. Mechanical broadcast sounds rang out continuously, and the number of people in the group chat gradually increased. Players lighting Z. Anbudesu, shoot 1902. Your Ewing is infinitely arrogant. Society is simple, people are complex. Xiao Li Zhang. Human race, brick moving emperor. Xiao Huihui. Survive, killer, Inc. And others have joined the group chat. The number of people in the group chat reached 50. Jiang Yi glanced at the list and, feeling it was enough, closed the permissions for the online spreadsheet. In the online spreadsheet, other players could only see the player IDs, but not the content of the last 2 columns. So no player information would be leaked. After joining the group chat, except for window that won't close, Ewing, and society, the others didn't seem like extroverted people. As soon as those 3 entered the group chat, they started chatting among themselves. Player, your Ewing is infinitely arrogant. Window that won't close. Holy crap, why are you here? Before window that won't close could answer, Ewing hissed and said, your overall strength is 70. Window that won't close. If it weren't for the fact that everyone had joined the group to fight, window that won't close would have muted this guy right now. He finally understood why the system always muted this guy in advance. This guy's mouth was truly venomous. Damn it. His overall strength certainly wasn't 70 right now. He was just a pathetic 34. Window that won't close curled his lips and directly ignored Ewing. Society is simple, people are complex. Ha 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 ha. Brother Ewing, you're here too. These 2 seemed to know each other. After all, the 99th subdivision was only so big. There were always coincidences that allowed people to get to know each other. Society is simple, people are complex. My overall strength hasn't reached 70 either. Your Ewing is infinitely arrogant. Yeah. Your Ewing is infinitely arrogant. Not surprised at all. Society is simple, people are complex. What did not surprised at all mean? After finishing the list, Jiang Yi returned to the group chat, directly skipping the previous messages from these people. Melancholy little fries, Anbudesu. Is the list ready? Seeing this message, the other players were shocked. A list? What list? Anbudesu, yes, it's ready. In the subdivision war, there were 78 players whose kill counts increased abnormally during the final settlement period. The strongest one should be the player ranked 2nd on the leaderboard. Tianju Zaishang, Anbudesu. Curry Country Subdivision Purge List. Sheet. Society is simple, people are complex. You got the list so fast, awesome, brother. Anbudesu smile. Anbu's chatting style in the group was quite cold. It seemed this guy wasn't that talkative in front of everyone. Thinking of how Anbu usually sent messages starting at 200 words. Seeing him act so cold now, for some reason, Jiang Yi almost wanted to laugh. Xiao Huihui, this list. Should we share it? Xiao Huihui said hesitantly. He remembered that Big Brother Little Fries had said before that he wouldn't stop other players in the subdivision from carrying out similar missions themselves. So according to that meaning, the Big Brother seemed quite peaceful. Would he share this list as well? After Xiao Huihui sent his message, the other players fell silent for a moment. After all, the group chat had just been formed, and everyone was still unfamiliar with each other. No one dared to express their stance rashly at this time. After Xiao Huihui sent his message, Jiang Yi didn't rush to reply. Overall strength could only assess a part of a person, but before taking action, each other's personalities were also a very important consideration. It might be better to use this topic to see what everyone thought. After sending that sentence, the other players were silent for a moment. Then the message box vibrated. Xiaowei's brows raised, and her fingers tapped for Xiao Lijiang. Let's not, right, Xiao Lijiang. There are quite a few jerks outside too. Seeing the message, Jiang Yi almost spat out his water. Chapter 474. Catching people to full gold coins. There are quite a few scumbags out there. Is it really okay to say it like that? Jiang Yi's face looked a bit embarrassed. She understood what the other person meant, but that phrasing was a bit too blunt. Although everyone was in the 99th subdivision, people's hearts were as unfathomable as the depths of the sea. Even Jiang Yi herself had encountered some very unpleasant situations. In her view, she didn't approve of sharing the list just like that. Firstly, there was a cost to collecting the list, so why should it be shared for free, even if the person sharing it didn't mind? Once a precedent for such sharing was set, there would inevitably be people who loved moral kidnapping, using this to guilt-trip others, spouting nonsense about how it was shared for free before. Secondly, even within the same subdivision, there was no guarantee that everyone would uphold common interests. What if someone used this list to leak it in advance once the subdivisions merged? One could easily imagine how much profit such information could fetch. In the face of such benefits, not everyone could hold their ground. Based on these two reasons, she certainly agreed with the player's statement just now. The list must not be shared, but, thinking that the big shot might have his own ideas, Jiang Yi chose to watch quietly, waiting for melancholy French fry to express his thoughts before she would voice hers. Jiang Yi puffed out her cheeks and pulled her fingers back. Xiaowei didn't think that much. She simply said exactly what was on her mind in the group chat. After she sent it, Little Gray, who had been the first to speak, choked a little. He hadn't expected that there would be more than just Wild King who was so sharp-tongued in the group chat. After Xiaowei finished, Wild King, as expected, chimed in. That's right. Not just scumbags, but also some whose brains haven't fully developed. Don't let them ruin our operations when the time comes, Little Gray. I share the same sentiment. He had brought it up originally just to remind everyone. Your Wild King is infinitely arrogant, Brother John. What do you think? PFFT. This time, Jiang Yi spat out all the mineral water in her mouth. Wait a minute. Jiang Yi was stunned. Brother John, brother. Before Wild King sent the message, he had discussed it with Jiang Yi. After all, constantly calling him Big Shot in the group chat felt a bit awkward. So, he wondered if he could call him Brother John. This way, it wouldn't expose the Big Shot's real name, and it would be more convenient to address him. Jiang Yi didn't intend to hide it and agreed. Little did he know, this Brother John completely shattered Jiang Yi's mental defenses. Wait, is melancholy French fry a man? No. Now that she thought about it carefully, the other party never actually said they were female. The Big Shot's chats with her had always been quite restrained, mostly about supplies or some words of advice. It was her own subconscious association with the words from that day that led her to assume the other party was female. Jiang Yi let out a sound, and couldn't help but feel relieved that she hadn't said anything unnecessary. Otherwise, it would have truly been a misunderstanding. Who would have thought it was Brother John? Jiang Yi felt a tiny bit of disappointment in her heart, but that emotion was quickly suppressed. No matter who melancholy French fry was, she only knew one thing. When she was at her most desperate and lonely, he was the one who saved her. Other than that, there was nothing else to think about. Jiang Yi placed a hand on her chest and patted it. She was still shocked, but she was trying hard to adjust her emotions. Since he intended to form a team, Jiang Yi didn't plan to over-conceal his identity and didn't mind the impression the title Brother John created in everyone's minds. Jiang Yi pondered for a moment and said, "You can also call me Little John." After sending that, Jiang Yi added, "The list will not be shared, lest it affect our operations. Besides that, what we also need to be concerned about is whether the other party has an anti-tracking card. Where there is a tracking card, there must be an anti-tracking card. Otherwise, if everyone had a tracking card, the top-ranked players in a subdivision would be unable to move an inch just from being subjected to will battles. Anti-tracking cards come into modes. One is the limited shielding card. The effective shielding count for a limited shielding card is divided into 3 levels: 10 times, 20 times, and 50 times. Once the cumulative shielding count reaches the limit, the card becomes ineffective. The other is the much more precious stage shielding card. Compared to the limited shielding card, which calculates cumulative shielding counts, the effect of the stage shielding card is more overbearing. It can shield the signals of one's road and vehicle for 7 days, 14 days, or 1 month that is. Within a scenario time period, Jiang Yi used the latter, and at this stage, he was using a 14-day shielding card. This thing cost a whopping 300 vehicle coins in the Red Fox Huerta shop. Jiang Yi didn't buy it from Red Fox Huerta, but rather, he asked King for some. If you can get something for free, why not? At the time, Jiang Yi had just casually mentioned a few things in a private chat. After King said, "You humans are so troublesome," he sent him 3 stage shielding cards. When he said it, he seemed a bit embarrassed, saying, "That guy Huerta said he didn't get many, and only stocked 3 for now. Lying fox. How could a big merchant only stock 3 items? Forget it. Better than nothing." Jiang Yi accepted the stage shielding cards, thanked him sincerely, and then spent the whole morning preparing a large amount of high-nutrition mysterious turtle rice to send over. Taking advantage of someone for free once in a while can increase the other party's closeness, but doing it all the time would definitely make the other party feel displeased. Jiang Yi still had a sense of proportion regarding this. Regardless, Jiang Yi's current location was in a shielded state. Otherwise, given the supply reserves Melancholy French Fry had in the subdivision, the number of people sending messages to beg would likely exceed the limit of the parallel road. In short, the existence of the limited concealment card and the stage concealment card is definitely a problem. However, Jiang Yi believes that the players have a way to solve it. Otherwise, Buen wouldn't have said he would help him solve it back then. Sure enough, after Jiang Yi finished speaking, Buen spoke up. "For the limited concealment card, I have a way to simulate a honeycomb positioning. The general method is to simulate impacts, and through this method, consume the limited uses of the positioning card. Shoot 1902. There's such high-tech stuff. Honeycomb simulation. Is that right?" Although he didn't know how this thing was specifically implemented, the image of a swarm of bees stinging an enemy had already appeared in Sean's mind. He figured the principle of this thing must be similar, right? By simulating and forging merge signals through this method, and then consuming the uses, it can work. Human race brick moving emperor. Then what about the stage concealment card? The biggest advantage of screening the players for this operation is that these players are either exceptionally strong or possess special expertise in certain tools or areas. So there are no deficiencies in knowledge. If they were ordinary players, he might have had to explain what a stage concealment card is and what a limited concealment card is. Buen desu. The stage concealment card has a 1-minute transition period when the scene updates. Your wild king is infinitely arrogant, exploiting a bug. Are we? Society is simple. People are complex. Buen desu. Holy crap. How do you know this? They have only experienced the scene changes so far, right? How could someone be so bored as to use precious items for this kind of experiment? Society is simple. People are complex clearly. He is too simple. Buen's expression was quite indifferent. Never mind this bug. He didn't even know how many items he had tested so far. In fact, in order to test the attributes of the devil fruit in the King of the Five Seas dungeon, he had gone through great pains to obtain an ice overlord fruit from the struggle between several northern pirate groups. Of course, he wouldn't experiment with such things himself. He fed this fruit to a dying penguin. Let's put it this way, according to his observations, perhaps in the near future, a wise penguin with comprehensive combat power growing exponentially, eventually even breaking through to 100 points, will appear in the North Sea. He just didn't know if the little guy would start grabbing people to charge up gold coins later on, because it seemed that due to the side effects of this fruit, that penguin had become very fond of shiny gold things. Chapter 475. The con calls the roll. Buen desu tested it out. Smile. It was still a cold tone. This guy isn't very enthusiastic. He seems to be a man of few words. Society muttered to himself in his heart. However, with this, the problem seemed to be solvable. That honeycomb thing could deal with the limited concealment card, and the scene change itself could exploit the bug of the stage concealment card. In this way, as long as they were careful and acted quickly, there shouldn't be any problems. Unless the other side also had someone like this guy who could realize this point. Melancholy little fries good. Jiang Yi didn't say much more. 10 minutes had passed since he woke up, and he was feeling a bit hungry now. After pondering for a moment, The problem of the positioning cards was solved. Now, it was time to solve the problem of grouping. There were a total of 78 players on the other side, but these 78 players were only those whose kill counts had increased sharply at the last moment. They weren't necessarily all targets that had to be eliminated. Moreover, the current group chat only had 50 people, so it was impossible to wipe them all out in one go. It seemed that multiple operations would be required. While Jiang Yi was still thinking, Xiao Wei was already getting a bit impatient. Little Pear Sauce, Captain Little John, how are we going to act when the time comes? After the zone merge is complete, do we go straight in? Should we all claim a target for ourselves now? Calling him Brother John wasn't her style. It was better to call him Little John, as Little Fries had said. But looking at it this way, Little Freeze's age didn't seem very old. And the surname Zhang Xiao Wei murmured. Why did she feel like it sounded a bit familiar? In Xiao Wei's mind, the image of John Tai appeared before her eyes. But as soon as she thought of the way the latter couldn't even hit a fish corpse when shooting, Xiao Wei's mouth twitched, and she muttered to herself, if Zhang Tai were really Little Fries, he would have died 800 times over by now. Speaking of which, she didn't know how that kid and Uncle Han were doing. After leaving the game, everyone tacitly stopped keeping in touch. After all, it was just a one-time mission connection, and they were all past the age of playing house and looking for teammates. Thinking about it now, it was a bit wistful. Xiao Wei had always been a person of action. Since she had already signed up, she naturally hoped to participate in the operation as soon as possible. After Xiao Wei finished speaking, the others didn't interrupt. Waiting for Jiang Yi's thoughts, melancholy Little Fries, Xiao Wei scratched her head. Melancholy Little Fries. We don't have enough people for a one-time operation. Little Pear Sauce. No. Oh, forgot. Little Pear Sauce. Then what do we do? Melancholy Little Fries. Some players will act alone. Some will act in teams, multiple operations. Seeing this, Little Hui's eyes lit up. Sure enough, melancholy Little Fries. No. Brother John looked like he had rich combat experience. Jiang Yi continued to send messages. Tianju Zhaishang is left to me. Jiang Yi directly chose the strongest-looking Tianju Zhaishang to avoid any disagreements on this. The second-ranked heavenly gifted wealth Shoot 19-0 to Ito Tensei. Jiang Yi tagged the two names, quickly thinking to himself. He was well aware of Sean's strength. His combat ability in mid to long-range encounters was quite impressive. Beyond that, Jiang Yi felt that this guy's vehicle must have some extraordinary qualities, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to secure third place in the cicada slaying event with combat power that wasn't yet top tier. Letting Sean handle the second-place target, and then providing the latter with some healing, should be a safe bet. Player Shoot 1902. Grinning, I can do it myself. My vehicle is a tank. On the road, there shouldn't be many who are stronger than me when it comes to vehicles alone. Sean's emotional intelligence was not low. It looked like he was proactively exposing his information, but he was actually showing off his strength. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that although this was just a temporary group chat, it gathered almost all the top 50 players from Sector 99. Establishing one's status among this group was no easy task. Just as Sean finished typing, on the ship, the hesitant and timid Huatujuansheng sent a message in the group chat. Huatujuansheng, had he been rejected? Sean had just finished shaking his lead when he turned his head and saw Huatujuansheng crouching at the entrance of the captain's cabin. Looking at him gloomily. Sean, Huatujuansheng's expression was swallowed by the shadows. Crouching outside the captain's cabin like a landbound spirit, it was truly unsettling. Sean. Shoot 1902, Huatujuansheng. Happy to work with you. Grinning Huatujuansheng. Okay, thank you, Captain. Sean. Why are you thanking the captain when we're just working together? Huatujuansheng ignored Sean and continued to crouch at the entrance of the captain's cabin. It was the only place where he could feel a sense of security. The second target had been assigned. Jiang Yi began calling the roll. Ni Di Wang Wuxian Chang Quang Chengzi. Can you handle the third one? Yu Wang's attack power was quite strong, but the only issue was that his weapon seemed a bit strange. It carried a certain degree of self-backlash, and his defense was lacking. As for Chengzi, her defense was maxed out. In this regard, the two could form a good synergy. Moreover, Yu Wang's personality was somewhat flighty. While Jiang Yi was cautious and careful, the two could complement each other. This was where the advantage of having more people showed. Jiang Yi could fully utilize their coordination to theoretically achieve maximum output. Of course, this was only in theory. How it would go in practice depended on their actual cooperation. That was the most troublesome part of team combat. Ni Di Wang Wuxian Chan Kuang, no problem Jiang Yi, MMHMM. I can do it too. Seeing that her partner was Yi Wang, Jiang Yi felt a bit nervous. After all, he was truly too famous. By the way, she didn't seem to have him added as a friend. Better add him first. Jiang Yi sent a greeting message earnestly. After the other party accepted, Ni Di Wang Wuxian Chan Kuang. Your combat power is 70. Jiang Yi, yes, it's 75. Ni Di Wang Wuxian Chan Kuang, yes. Ni Di Wang Wuxian Chan Kuang. Then do you have some kind of hobby for collecting basic materials? I've seen you constantly buying basic materials in the trading hall. At this stage, there weren't many people still collecting basic materials. On one hand, everyone's vehicle upgrades were mostly finished, so basic materials shouldn't be needed anymore. On the other hand, as more treasure chests were opened, these items should be overflowing. Seeing the last line of text, Jiang Yi almost burst into tears. She didn't want to either. Chapter 476, Sweeping. The top 3 had all been dealt with, and the rest were much easier to range. Yu Yu Xiao Shu Tao, Renzu Banjuan Dade. Fourth one, Renzu Banjuan Dade. Yu Yu Xiao Shu Tao Xiao Li Zhang. Fifth one, Xiao Li Zhang. Got it. Yu Yu Xiao Shu Tao Killer. Sixth one. Jiang Yi didn't have a deep impression of this player, but it seemed their ranking was quite high, with a comprehensive combat power reaching 80. However, since they weren't as well known as the original players of Sector 99, Jiang Yi didn't want to assign them to a place that was too dangerous, unless the other party requested it themselves. Killer, okay. Voice message. A hoarse and magnetic voice rang out. Was it a female voice? Killer, sorry, I have something to attend to here. So I sent a voice message. Can you hear it clearly? Killer was a player from the Lighthouse Nation, so the translated voice sounded a bit stiff, but there was no major issue with understanding it. Yu Yu Xiao Shu Tao, it's fine. Xiao Li Zhang. Killer, do you need help? Seeing the message, Killer paused for a moment after finishing off the sea monster in their hands. No, thank you. Next, survive for the 7th one. Quan Quan Long Gurishin for the 8th. Yu Yu Xiao Shu Tao. Quan Quan Long Gurishin. Can you handle the 8th one? Quan Quan Long Gurishin. Yes, yes. Voice message. Quan Quan Long Gurishin. I just want to ask. The things I get are mine, right? Yu Yu Xiao Shu Tao. Of course. This had been agreed upon in advance, so it naturally wouldn't change. Quan Quan Long Gurishin. All right, all right. Judging by the voice, this Quan Quan Long Gurishin seemed to be quite old. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Yi added, stay safe. The other party hadn't requested a teammate, which meant they were confident in their own strength. But Jiang Yi still felt the need to remind them. Quan Quan Long Gurishin. How? Oh my, that's great. Since Captain Zhang is concerned about us, we will definitely follow orders. But Captain Zhang, don't look down on this old man. I've crossed rivers and fought in wars. This time, I'm going to drive those people from the other sectors out to cross the river. Fought in wars. It seems you really are from the older generation. Your wild king is infinitely arrogant. Impressive. Society is simple. People are complex. Thumbs up. Survive. Amazing. Your wild king is infinitely arrogant. Survive. The ones being beaten are your seniors. Survive. Message recalled. Ha ha ha. Inside the captain's cabin, Jiang Yi couldn't help but laugh out loud. The group chat fell silent for a brief moment. After everyone had given Heart of the Dragon Nation a thumbs up, Jiang Yi seemed to think of something and suddenly clicked on Heart of the Dragon Nation to add him as a friend. Heart of the Dragon Nation, is something wrong? Squad leader, melancholy little fries. Are you lacking anything? The older generation was more direct in their speech. And Jiang Yi didn't beat around the bush either. The fact that the other party had asked in the group chat whether the items belonged to him showed that he cared deeply about this. It wasn't that there was anything wrong with that, but it was a bit strange, being called out. Heart of the Dragon Nation felt a bit embarrassed. But one had to be honest. So he said, Sigh, it's like this. Earlier, some kids messaged me privately, saying they had nothing to eat or drink and were missing materials. So, I gave my supplies to the kids. Some were loans, but the kids said they were struggling and didn't pay them back. My vehicle just happened to break down, and I'm missing a bunch of parts. I'm worried I won't be able to get on the road later, squad leader. Don't worry, I'll only take what my vehicle needs. I can give the rest to the collective. Do you think that works? Jiang Yi refused without even thinking. Squad leader, look, it's like this. Heart of the Dragon Nation still wanted to explain something, but Jiang Yi had already spoken. Keep the items. There is no such thing as a collective. Staying alive is what matters most. Oh, squad leader, don't say that. I don't have many years left to live, but you all are still young. If I save up more, I can give it to the kids. I can't really play this game well anyway. Giving it to you all is where the nation's hope lies. If the only people left in the nation are those who rely on taking your supplies to survive, is that really hope? The other side fell silent for a moment. Sure enough, another Thundersy. Jiang Yi sighed softly. People like them weren't unable to distinguish between good and evil, nor were they ignorant of human nature. In fact, someone of Heart of the Dragon Nation's age had likely seen far more of the world's malice than the average person. Many people always think they are more knowledgeable than those from the previous generation, but they forget the depth that comes with time and age. Being knowledgeable is an overflow brought about by the development of the world and society, but time and age are a different kind of sedimentation. The other party might not be unaware of those people's intentions, they just no longer wish to dwell on it deeply. In their eyes, doing the ideal thing is equivalent to doing the right thing. After saying this, Jiang Yi didn't try to persuade him further. After all, everyone has the right to make their own choices. However, he could do one small thing. That was to let Thundersy make contact with Heart of the Dragon Nation and let them clash their magic against each other. Thundersy, who respected his elders, would absolutely not stand by and watch an old senior be bullied like this, and Heart of the Dragon Nation, who valued the future, would certainly not let Thundersy exhaust his own development potential to help those who shouldn't be helped. The two of them would have a mutual check on each other. Having made up his mind, he let the other two players claim the last two of the top 10 targets to be cleared, while Jiang Yi divided the rest into small teams of 2 to 3 people. By the end of the division, it was Thundersy and Anise who were left over. Anyone with a discerning eye knew that these two were definitely among the top-tier powerhouses in the group chat. Though it wasn't clear what squad leader John wanted them to do. Melancholy little fries. Finally, Thundersy present. Melancholy little fries. You are responsible for sweeping from the 78th position backwards. Be as fast as you can. Is that okay? Thundersy, no problem. Seeing Thundersy's task, the players in the group chat, especially people like Wild King, couldn't help but curse inwardly. It wasn't just clearing anymore, it was sweeping. Even the 78th place at the bottom was still someone who had piled up their strength from the opposing sector. Your Wild King is infinitely arrogant. Pardon me for asking, brother. What is your total combat power? Thundersy currently 160 for Cupfish chapter 477. Flatmouth fish. You could go fight Sukuna. Total combat power 164. This was already more than double the threshold value. Not to mention that this threshold was already considered a fairly high level among ordinary players. Hadn't they seen that someone with the luck of window that won't close, after 2 months, had only barely reached 34. Although there were some personal factors involved, it still reflected certain issues. You could take window that won't close, Edo Tensei, and society, string all three of them together, and they still wouldn't be able to budge Thundersy in the slightest. Survive. After half a second, survive, message recalled. Your Wild King is infinitely arrogant, brother. You didn't need to recall that. Your Wild King is infinitely arrogant. Brother Thunder is very easy to talk to. Survive. This guy's hand speed was fast, but he seemed quite introverted. Your Wild King is infinitely arrogant. 160 for Brother Thunder. If you just stand there, even the boss wouldn't be able to tell who the real boss is. For once, Wild King didn't retort to the guy in front of him. With a value of 164, everyone was thoroughly impressed. He had a sharp tongue, but he wasn't suicidal. Although the game was only semi-digitized, Total combat power couldn't be 100% equated to the level a person could display in actual combat. Just like Sean, this guy's combat power must be evaluated based on the situation. In scenarios involving vehicles, Sean's combat power increases exponentially. However, if he cannot bring a vehicle along, close quarters combat becomes his weakness though, of course. This only applies when compared to average players. Still, as mentioned before, with a value of 164, discussing these things is rather meaningless. Yuan couldn't help but click his tongue. At the same time, he thought of another issue. If Brother Lighting's comprehensive combat power was already this overpowered, yet Brother Jiang could still consistently stay one step ahead of him, what did that imply? It meant Brother Jiang was even more terrifying. Even if he were slightly lacking in raw combat power, he must surely possess extraordinary strengths in other areas. It was no wonder his intuition kept telling him that if he really had to choose a teammate, he would still choose Brother Jiang. On one hand, it was due to the foundation of trust built from their previous cooperation. On the other hand, while most players in Sector 99 might not have realized it yet, they, including Yuan, had already subconsciously come to view Jiang Yi as something as common and inevitable as the rules themselves. If a server-wide announcement appeared, they would subconsciously wonder if it was Melancholy Little Fry again. If a leaderboard appeared, everyone would only think about whether Little Fry was first or if it was someone else. No other clear name would ever come to mind. Furthermore, after this sector war, this feeling had evolved beyond mere awe. It had become a matter of habit and nature. It was just taken for granted. It was simply how things were. The comprehensive combat power of 164 had completely stunned all the players in the group chat. Even Shan and Huatujuan Sheng on the ship couldn't help but look toward Lighting Z. However, where was Lighting Z? Who had sent that message? Right now, he was feeding a dog. He was feeding a dog with extreme caution. Lighting Z's face was taut, and he was half-crouched. He was very nervous. The husky in front of him was also very nervous. The husky's drool was almost pooling on the ground, yet even so, it kept its tail tucked between its legs, not daring to step forward. The old man behind them wiped his face. These two stubborn fools. One was scared to death but still greedy. The other, forget it. Better not say it. In the group chat, after Lighting Z accepted the task, Jiang Yi's expression relaxed significantly. With people at both the front and the back, all he needed now was someone to handle the coordination among the players. There were certainly those who were fast at clearing enemies, and others whose strength Jiang Yi wasn't as confident in. If reinforcements were needed later, they couldn't just swarm in. Someone had to be in charge of scheduling. Jiang Yi didn't intend to take on this job himself. Professionals should do professional work. Melancholy Little Fry. I'll leave the coordination to Anpendesu. Melancholy Little Fry, no problem. Right. Melancholy Little Fry. As for walkie-talkies, I have about 20 here, and the rest will be provided by our sponsor. Jiang Yi had obtained some walkie-talkies when he was on the parallel highway, and he had acquired more during the sweep of the KK Park. But the quantity was still insufficient. However, that wasn't a big problem. They had a sponsor now. After scheduling the combat time for after the server merge announcement popped up, Jiang Yi exited the group chat. Jiang Yi didn't pay too much attention to strategy and tactics. One had to realize that in real combat, complex, interlocking schemes were quite difficult to execute. It was better to adapt to the situation as it changed. He glanced at the time. It was 7 in the evening. His sleep hadn't been particularly long, but fortunately, while he slept, he felt as if his spiritual body had been soaking in a spring, which was quite comfortable. In his mind, the face of Huatujuan Sheng flashed by. Jiang Yi wasn't in a hurry to go out. There was something more important to do, and that was opening treasure chests. Opening a massive amount of treasure chests. The corners of Jiang Yi's mouth lifted involuntarily. With a flick of his finger, a good luck card appeared in his hand. The effects of the good luck card and the pink cloud smoke could not be stacked. This was truly the greatest regret of his life. Whenever such moments arose, Jiang Yi couldn't help but think of the window that won't close. If only he had that kind of luck. Jiang Yi took a deep breath and pushed those random thoughts out of his mind. Actually, he did have another option. Trying to let the window that won't close open the chests for him. As the saying goes, mysticism cannot save an unlucky person, and paying money cannot change one's fate. Even with all his items stacked, his luck might not be as good as what someone else could get with a casual opening. But Jiang Yi just thought about it and left it at that. Not to mention that he at least wasn't as unlucky as that girl, Orange. Moreover, regarding luck, Jiang Yi had already sensed that there was something wrong with this game. He didn't know if consuming someone else's luck would bring about any negative consequences. Besides, Jiang Yi felt his own luck wasn't actually that bad. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to open the Lone Dragon, Gentleman's character, or encounter those other rare materials. After silently chanting Pink Pearl is the cutest little pig in the whole world, Jiang Yi's consciousness covered the good luck card. At the same time, the moon-shaped space stone flashed, and a row of bronze treasure chests appeared in the room. You are using a good luck card. The good luck card is in effect 10%, 20%, 80%, 100%. Your good luck has received a 35% bonus. A 35% bonus, could it be? Jiang Yi's eyes lit up. He drew Caillou and flipped open the first bronze treasure chest. A flat-mouthed fish jumped out, only to be sliced into 180 pieces by Jiang Yi in an instant. You have obtained Sliced Flat-Mouthed Fish *1 Chapter 478. Jiang Yi stared at the system notification for a second, then flipped the treasure chest over. The inside of the chest was completely empty. Good news. This appeared to be a chest without a monster. Bad news. He had mistaken the supplies inside for a monster and hacked them to pieces. A 35% luck boost. And this was it. This was supposed to be a bronze treasure chest, right? Was it reasonable for a chest this big to contain nothing but a single fish? Jiang Yi took a silent breath. Forget it. What if it has some special attributes? Jiang Yi opened the system log to inspect it. Item: a filleted flat-mouthed fish. Description: this is a flat-mouthed fish that lives in whirlpools. To keep from being swept away by the currents, it must swim constantly. Therefore, its meat is firm and delicious. The only problem is that it has a rebellious bone. Isn't a fish having a rebellious bone just a way of saying it's full of bones? Jiang Yi cursed under his breath. He used Caillou to pick up a slice of the filleted fish and held it up to his eyes. Sure enough, he saw tiny, transparent bones nestled within the gaps of the fish meat. These bones didn't look long, but the problem was that they were distributed quite densely. If one were to steam this as is, it would likely choke a whole group of people who didn't know how to pick out the bones. Jiang Yi frowned. Forget it. He would have to find a way to turn this into fish paste or fish balls. As for ingredients, this stuff definitely couldn't be wasted. After putting the fish meat away, Jiang Yi opened 4 bronze treasure chests in a row, all for contained monsters. But to the current Jiang Yi, they posed no threat. After easily resolving them, Jiang Yi checked the loot: a blanket, a ball of fluff, yarn, and a crochet hook, canned fruit, fresh oranges, and a rusted dagger. As Jiang Yi gathered the supplies, his gaze lingered on the last item, the dagger. Jiang Yi's movements paused slightly. The dagger was entirely black, with a lead gray, pattern-like marking on the upper part. The hilt of the dagger was somewhat strange. It was fully wrapped but lacked the extended crossguard, making it look short and narrow. Jiang Yi checked the description. Special item: black iron dagger. Description: a dagger forgotten on the Great Route. No matter how long it is lost, it will always find its master. Given the special attributes of this item, the player may choose to sell it to the system for 150 system coins. Perhaps because it hadn't gained any advantage from its many dealings with Jiang Yi, the system had learned its lesson. It stated the price directly without any extra fluff, simply waiting for Jiang Yi to make his choice. Jiang Yi held the dagger in his hand. Surprisingly, it didn't feel cold to the touch. Instead, it felt slightly warmed out. Moreover, Jiang Yi subconsciously mimicked a few sword flourishes in the air with it. The balance of the dagger, the curve of the grip, and the sensation of the tip slicing through the air, every movement felt incredibly natural, as if he had been using it for a long time. Jiang Yi let out a soft hum. He didn't dare use Caillou to test the sharpness of this thing, so he looked around the room, found the windowsill, and gave it a slight scrape. A small piece of wood was shaved off. Jiang Yi frowned. It wasn't as sharp as he had imagined. Honestly, his first reaction upon seeing such an item was that he had obtained some kind of legendary weapon. but based on its current performance. Jiang Yi compared it to the weapons he had previously acquired, and its sharpness was at most close to a silver tier weapon, and even then, only just close. After all, it didn't seem to have any special functions. Jiang Yi toyed with it for a moment, still finding nothing unusual. So he thought for a bit and tucked it into his waistband. If it felt comfortable to use, he would just treat it as a tool. With the 5 bronze chests opened, Jiang Yi waved his hand, and 5 more bronze chests appeared. He now had a total of 10 bronze chests, 5 silver chests, 3 player chests, and finally, the NPC chest he had obtained from killing Jiamo. After the chests dropped, Lighting Z had handed this one directly to Jiang Yi, and Jiang Yi hadn't stood on ceremony and accepted it. He could only say that his principle of always being cautious was correct. Aside from this dagger of unknown depth, the other chests in the first round had barely yielded anything. His luck had been terrible. Jiang Yi planned to burn through a wave of bad luck before opening the remaining player chests and the NPC chest. It was a new round of chests this time. Jiang Yi didn't hold much hope, but the items that came out were actually quite good. You have obtained 20 system coins, 1 vehicle upgrade card, and a piece of high-quality Harbin red sausage. Item: Harbin red sausage. Description: aside from being delicious, the Kung 1 strength and Kung 1 constitution focused on cold resistance attribute bonuses are just minor perks not worth mentioning. Jiang Yi's eyes widened instantly. It was actually Harbin red sausage. Jiang Yi hadn't been to the north much, but one of his dog sons from his dorm days was from the north. One year, that guy's family sent over dozens of pounds of red sausage. As for southerners and ham sausages, aside from the Jinhua variety that Jiang Yi didn't know much about, they weren't usually very enthusiastic. Furthermore, due to the preparation methods, the sausages sold in the south were often associated with fast food or even unhealthy junk food. As a result, once those dozens of pounds of red sausage arrived, they were naturally snatched up instantly. For the next few days, the dorm ate nothing but this stuff. Forget about eating it as a main meal, they even snacked on it while watching games. The result was that everyone in the dorm became constipated, recalling that salty, savory, and chewy taste. The flavor of pork mixed with chicken and smoked over fruit would Jiang Yi's mouth began to water involuntarily. This stuff was delicious enough to eat on its own, but if you braised it slightly or served it as a cold dish, it was even more incredible. As Jiang Yi thought about it, he almost ignored the text that followed. This thing actually had effects Kung 1 to strength and constitution. Seeing this, Jiang Yi suddenly paused and hurriedly scrolled down. Thanks to the Wuji Bai Feng pill, Jiang Yi had now developed the good habit of reading the description completely before doing anything else. He scrolled to the bottom. Note: the attribute increase is permanent. Each unit of sausage as displayed by the system can only trigger the effect once upon consumption. After the first consumption, subsequent times have a certain probability of increasing the body's cold resistance trait. Speaking of which, Jiang Yi had felt for a while that this game's character status window seemed incomplete. Jiang Yi looked at his panel player, Jiang Yi, 43,990,805. Nickname: Melancholy Little French Fry. Title: Lucky Demon King who is studying hard. Equipped: Bold and careful stubborn donkey unequipped. Self-disciplined demon unequipped. I only beat elites unequipped. Human butcher unequipped. Highest game court. The player ran away with the pot again. Unequipped vehicle. Level for hybrid modified forklift. Fatigue 30. After a good sleep, you feel refreshed and invigorated. Health 75. Note: S rank life recovery potion has increased your maximum health. Your current maximum health is 95. However, your body currently suffers from multiple injuries. Especially in the mental domain, you require a full body examination. Strength, stamina, agility, spirit, comprehensive compatibility skills, advanced blade mastery, advanced intimidation, advanced Muay Thai, intermediate combat arts, primary pet rearing mastery, intermediate bomb making mastery, primary firearms mastery. Active talent: I am the man who will become the Pirate King. Passive talent: Lucky Demon King who is studying hard. Description: as a lucky, hardworking, and constantly improving Demon King, your diligence should be praised and rewarded. Every time you kill an opponent, You have an 80% chance to receive a bonus of 10% of the opponent's strongest attribute points. You have a 10% chance to obtain a random treasure chest. You have a 5% chance to successfully replicate one of the opponent's random skills, talents. Looking at the player's panel, the basic attributes consist of strength, agility, stamina, and spirit, and like typical games, it was missing intelligence. Jiang Yi hadn't paid much attention to this before. After all, his main tasks were survival and strengthening his power. He hadn't had the luxury to notice such fundamental settings. But now, with the increase in his attributes, Jiang Yi discovered something strange. One must know that even the spirit attribute was something he had unlocked later on. What did this mean? It meant that the spirit attribute existed inherently, but it had been deliberately erased by the game. Could it be that intelligence was the same? Furthermore, judging by the rate of growth, the spirit attribute was difficult to obtain and even harder to increase. Unlocking the spirit attribute required specific opportunities, and increasing it could only be achieved through rare special items and day-after-day usage and accumulation. Even for Jiang Yi, who had the sunflower baby nourishing his spirit long-term and who used mental power so frequently, his spirit had only reached 45. While not low compared to ordinary players, compared to the other dimensions of his attributes, it was the most prominent short stave in the barrel. However, despite the low numerical value, Jiang Yi didn't feel it was lacking. On the contrary, 45 spirit was enough for him to execute multiple skills and manipulate the massive withered one to keep moving forward. Jiang Yi rubbed his chin and muttered. Looking at the current panel development, first. Different attributes have different levels of importance. Some attributes need to be unlocked. These scarce attributes, which exist in humans but are covered up by the system, might be a key part of what this game wants to hide. Second, to some extent, the quality of different attributes varies. 1 point of spirit and 1 point of strength have different levels of durability. Jiang Yi felt like he had grasped something, but the existing information was still too vague. Feeling doubtful, he hesitated for a few seconds before speaking. Tai, what do you think? Lao Tai thought for a few seconds before asking seriously. Your firearms actually have a primary mastery, Jiang Yi. The room was deathly silent. 2 seconds later, clang. Ito Tensei was startled and nearly bounced off the floor. Ito Tensei, soft as a mushroom, pressed his face against the door and asked, "Are there enemies?" "It's nothing," Jiang Yi said in a calm tone. Behind Jiang Yi, a shovel was now embedded into the helm possessed by the anvil. Jiang Yi rolled his eyes and clapped his hands. As he clapped, he muttered under his breath that the shovel still didn't feel right to use. If only he could open another rebar fork. This time, no matter what, he would upgrade it himself or find a to turn it into the sturdiest steel fork in the world. It wouldn't even need any skills, it would just be used to stab the anvil. While thinking this, Jiang Yi opened the first of the 5 silver treasure chests for the day. A silvery white light flashed out before Jiang Yi's eyes. Countless gray-black spikes shot out from the edge of the chest. The spikes were fast, but Jiang Yi was faster. Jiang Yi braced his palms on the ground and performed a quick backbend. The spikes grazed his forehead. Jiang Yi did a backflip, kicked off the wall, and landed lightly on the rafters of the captain's cabin, feet touching the ground. Only then did he see what was underneath. It was actually a hedgehog of considerable size. Calling it a hedgehog was a bit off, as this guy had a long tail that whipped through the air, looking somewhat like a fox. Jiang Yi knelt on one knee on the rafter and, for the first time in a while, pulled out the silver wing killer and fired a shot. Then, he pulled out the red moon again. 3 seconds later, the battle was resolved. Jiang Yi looked expressionlessly at the items dropped by the hedgehog. You have obtained the special item, Spike Armor. Description: Spike Armor is a rare item dropped by the fox-tailed hedgehog. The armor itself does not provide defensive attributes. It is a rare special item. Once released, it can trigger a spike impact within 0.1 seconds, which can cause up to 10 points of true damage. Still good stuff. Jiang Yi put away the thorn armor. While this item's attack power wasn't particularly high, its strength lay in the element of surprise. He had been on guard because he was the one opening the treasure chest. But in a normal battle, if it were triggered suddenly, most enemies would be unable to resist it. Moreover, Jiang Yi felt that this thing could probably be combined with a time-delayed bomb. Perhaps the attack power would even double. The rest of the supplies were nothing special, still just vehicle coins, vehicle upgrade fragments, and some miscellaneous items. After opening 5 silver treasure chests in a row, besides this thorn armor, the only other relatively useful item Jiang Yi obtained was Random Monster Merchant Summoning Ticket *1 description: upon use, you will randomly summon a monster merchant to your side. Note: this summoning ticket is effective regardless of whether you are on the highway, in a dungeon, or elsewhere. Note: once used, this system only guarantees the compliance of the transaction between both parties. It takes no responsibility for any other issues. Chapter 480, A New Monster Merchant. A random monster merchant summoning ticket. That's actually a pretty decent item. A smile finally appeared on Jiang Yi's face. This thing was similar to a summon card or an image card, but the target was limited to monster merchants. If he could specify the target, this thing might even have miraculous effects, for example, summoning young Master Pig or that brother-obsessed Red Fox. The former had eaten at his place so many times that it shouldn't be too much to ask for a little help occasionally. As for the latter, at worst, after summoning her, he could just go to the nursing home more often to help take care of King. But the problem was, it was random. Jiang Yi sighed and stopped dwelling on that idea, with a thought. White light covered the item card, and he chose to use it immediately. His luck was good right now. Perhaps he could summon a special monster merchant. Thinking of this, Jiang Yi shifted slightly and took the Chiyu in his hand. Even if it was a monster merchant, Jiang Yi did not let his guard down. Monster merchants had vastly different personalities. If he happened to encounter one with a bad temper and couldn't reason with them, he had to be prepared to reason with them using force. The white light slowly dissipated, and a familiar mist gradually spread throughout the room. Jiang Yi didn't dare move recklessly. On the highway, mist was synonymous with danger. Did a monster merchant need the presence of mist to appear in a dungeon? Just as this thought crossed Jiang Yi's mind, he saw a figure appear amidst the layers of mist, an extremely stout figure. Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow. For a moment, he couldn't even tell what it was. It seemed even shorter than young Master Pig. And more importantly, Jiang Yi rubbed his fingers together. He didn't seem to find anything like a neck that could connect the upper and lower parts of the body. Jiang Yi couldn't imagine what it was in his mind and could only wait for the mist to dissipate a little. A strange sound reached his ears. Jiang Yi shifted his gaze, and as the mist gradually cleared, a white, chubby creature looking like a seal, though it was hard to tell if it was lying on the ground or puffing out its chest, appeared before him. The reason a seal is called a leopard in Chinese, besides its speed, is its furry appearance. Looking just at its face, aside from lacking a dog-like snout, other parts were quite similar. The seal raised its head, and Jiang Yi could see 2 dark patches where its eyebrows should be. The rest of its body was white and soft. Jiang Yi stood frozen in place, for a moment unable to even see where the creature's eyes were. This little thing was just too fat. Jiang Yi and the seal stared at each other. The seal slowly raised its head, looking extremely serious. "Hello. I am the monster merchant. Bai Hai. I think you should be called Fat Si Pang Da Hai. It should be quite effective for soothing the lungs." Jiang Yi muttered to himself in his heart. He tried hard to find where Brother Bai Hai's eyes were, but after a second, he chose to give up. Jiang Yi let out an and finally, he rested his hands on his knees and squatted down. "Hello, I am Jiang Yi." Hearing Jiang Yi's greeting, Bai Hai shook its head with a solemn expression. Compared to young Master Pig, who was obsessed with food, and the unreliable Red Fox Huerta, the snow leopard Bai Hai actually looked quite like a proper monster merchant. "Very well, Jiang Yi." Bai Hai nodded. With that serious look, you have to admit, it was actually quite adorable. Lao Tai was already worrying in his heart. If Jiang Yi hadn't stopped him, he suspected Lao Tai would have immediately used a ship rope to try and pet this seal. Although, Jiang Yi also took a glance at Bai Hai's furry belly. It did look like it would feel nice to touch. Jiang Yi coughed lightly, waiting for Bai Hai to introduce its goods. Before Bai Hai arrived, Jiang Yi had already covered his work ID with the badge of the Daydreaming Pavilion, so the monster merchant wouldn't turn and run upon seeing it. From the looks of it, this move was very effective. Bai Hai, not having noticed Jiang Yi's identity, began to earnestly introduce its products. Under Jiang Yi's gaze, too short, fat fin struggled to support its body, lifting it at a slight angle. White light spilled from beneath, supporting Bai Hai as it stood up. The other too short, fat fins acted as hands, spreading out to the sides, and a virtual light screen appeared before Jiang Yi, Monster Merchant Bai Hai's shop. As soon as the product list appeared, Jiang Yi gasped in his heart. They were all cold weather gear. Polar combat boots description: high-performance combat boots suitable for cold weather. Produced by the Leopard Processing Factory. After wearing, your feet will be free from the cold. The suitable temperature range for polar combat boots is 53 degrees to 0 degrees. The problem is that the overly high performance for might restrict your speed. After wearing, agility -3, durability, as long as it isn't broken, it can be worn indefinitely. Price: 30 Czech coins. The first item was a pair of combat boots, which were crucial in extreme cold weather. As the saying goes, if your feet are cold, your whole body is cold. The importance of a good pair of combat boots in freezing weather goes without saying, but 30 Czech coins. This price tag was truly a bit shocking. Moreover, the polar combat boots were not the best available. Another model, the extreme cold combat boots, was priced at 50 Czech coins. They could withstand an even lower temperature threshold, and the agility debuff was completely absent. Jiang Yi continued to browse. Aside from combat boots, there were matching combat suits. A set of polar combat suits cost 40 Czech coins, which was surprisingly not much more expensive than the boots. As for the extreme cold combat suits, they were similar. The agility debuff was removed, and the temperature threshold was lower, but the price doubled, jumping straight to 100 Czech coins. As expected of a monster merchant's shop, it wasn't on the same level as the shops run by small-time players. Jiang Yi clicked his tongue in secret. After casually browsing through for items, Jiang Yi's mind stirred, and he suddenly asked, besides the polar and extreme cold series of combat suits, are there any higher tier ones? Since these items were already categorized by level, there might be even better ones. And if I purchase in large quantities, will there be a discount? Bai Hai's head twitched, seemingly examining Jiang Yi carefully. Jiang Yi, meanwhile, inadvertently spread out a card between his palms. It was the storage card from the Daydreaming Pavilion, Chapter 481, Hidden Items. The moment he saw this white card, Jiang Yi clearly saw that the eyes of this creature, which looked like it couldn't be hanged, were finally revealed. Bai Hai's eyes slowly widened, and his gaze was almost entirely fixed on that white card. This was the unlimited lifetime storage card from the Daydreaming Pavilion. It was an item that only existed in the Legends of Monsters. It was said that only the owners of the top-tier service areas in high-level service zones and a small number of monster merchants possessed this card. Other monsters had never even seen one. Although Bai Hai said nothing, Jiang Yi clearly heard the system notification sound. Monster Merchant Bai Hai's favorability toward Yukong 1. Monster Merchant Bai Hai's current favorability. It was actually this useful. Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow. At this moment, Jiang Yi clearly didn't realize what this storage card meant to monsters, especially to monster merchants who frequently dealt with Czech coins. One had to know that the Daydreaming Pavilion rarely issued these storage cards. Even when they did, it was only to a small number of guests they recognized. And if he remembered correctly, the Godfather Red also had an unlimited storage card. The Daydreaming Pavilion had actually shown a great deal of sincerity. They were not people who couldn't recognize value. Although Jiang Yi's forging techniques were somewhat strange, his processing of ordinary materials could actually achieve better results than Aok. What did this mean? It meant that he was an existence that rivaled Aok in forging technology, and in some aspects, even surpassed him. The only problem was that the latter did not have the permissions and rules granted to Aok by the system. This resulted in the latter potentially being inferior to Aok when it came to forging special items. But this did not hinder the Daydreaming Pavilion from seeing Jiang Yi's value. The Daydreaming Pavilion saw even further, and that was Jiang Yi's potential as a human player, the only human quality inspector. A human who had mastered high-level forging technology, and, looking at the current situation, his far-leading ranking. All of this meant enormous potential. The Daydreaming Pavilion didn't just do business with monsters, naturally. They also did business with humans. although most of the time they tended to play with humans like they were stinking dogs. That was all based on the principle of fairness and consent. Under normal circumstances, ordinary people couldn't even encounter the daydreaming pavilion. To put it bluntly, it was a place open only to a small fraction of top-tier players. And back then, Jiang Yi had appeared in front of the daydreaming pavilion inexplicably while still in his novice phase. This also demonstrated Jiang Yi's potential. At the very least, if he didn't have potential, he wouldn't have been able to walk out alive. In short, they had already shown great sincerity. It was just that Jiang Yi hadn't come into contact with higher-level areas before, so it couldn't be reflected. Seeing Bai Hai frowning and staring at the card in his hand, Jiang Yi subconsciously moved the card, switching it from his left hand to his right. The seals had followed Jiang Yi's palm, looking extremely focused. Jiang Yi couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Mr. Bai Hai." The seal stepped back a few paces as if waking from a dream. A few seconds later, Bai Hai bowed slightly to Jiang Yi. "Forgive my rudeness. I am a partner merchant of the Daydreaming Pavilion. Guests who possess a lifetime honorary membership card of the Daydreaming Pavilion will enjoy a 20% discount at this shop. Additionally, this shop will open hidden items for your selection." The seal placed its chubby hands in front of its belly and performed a bow using human etiquette. A 20% discount. Hidden items. The Daydreaming Pavilion was this useful? Jiang Yi nodded quickly. The seal's palm spread out again, and this time, Jiang Yi saw a gray page reappear within the interface. Hidden items unlocked. Note: the hidden items carried by different monster merchants in different time and space vary, and their effects are not the same. Hidden item 1, Klein Editor Price. 500 Czech coins. Description: Klein Editor. Produced in the Mad Science City dungeon. This great scientist, madman, and fool dedicated his entire life to weapon modification and synthesis. His dream was that, within his lifetime, he could create a weapon editor capable of infinite synthesis and infinite fusion. According to him, since humans have genes, weapons should have them too. Since humans can evolve, then weapons, as the companions to human power, should also possess a path of evolution. 50 years after his death, his soul merged into this editor, and thus the Klein Editor was born. Description: the sole function of the Klein Editor is to grant your weapon the trait of evolution. The path of evolution varies depending on the nature of the weapon. Note: the Klein Editor can only be used once. After use, the editor will disappear. Note: may God love you as much as you love your weapon, Klein. Note: following the path of my teacher, I have found the direction of truth, Klein. Hidden item to a Soul Forging Room entry ticket *1 price, 300 car coins. Description: an entry ticket that allows you to enter the Soul Forging Room. For 300 car coins, you can touch your own soul. There is simply no better deal in this world. Your luck today is truly excellent. Hidden item 3 Silver Ring Auction House entry ticket *1 price, 300 car coins. Description: a magical auction house that only opens for certain wealthy and powerful players and monsters. Believe me, here, you can buy almost anything you want with car coins. Note: the Silver Ring Auction House does not entertain beggars. Hidden item for vehicle enhancement upgrade editor price, 200 car coins. Description: produced by the system, it must be a premium product. After use, it will perform a comprehensive scan of your vehicle to identify areas that can be optimized. Once the materials are filled in, the optimization will be complete. Generally, there is a 40% chance to complete one or even multiple vehicle upgrades, provided that you are not lacking the key materials. Hidden item 5 The Essence of Life is Blur price, 500 car coins. Description: produced in the Mirror World dungeon. It is an item without a physical form. Its essence is blur. Description: after use, your face and name will be blurred, and such related targeting items will no longer be effective against you. Note: the essence of blur is blur, not invisibility. Certain moronic players, after carrying this item, attempted some moronic behaviors. The system hereby issues this warning. Chapter 482 Add to Position. Add to Position. Add to Position. The Klein Editor can allow a weapon to gain the trait of evolution. The Soul Forging Room entry ticket. Jiang Yi had never heard of this, but he had previously trained at the Tiger Fang Training Hall. For him, The most basic firearms training room provided there had already been quite effective. Although Piggy Prince had taught him the methods, training was, after all, something that had to be completed day after day by himself. The soul forging room, being a system product, felt like it should be something similar. The Silver Ring auction house entry ticket was also a good item. He could earn the price difference between the auction house and the player trading market to generate profit. However, the Silver Ring auction house would not randomly refresh on the highway at the current stage, even the last time he managed to get there. It was because he hitched a ride on Ake's coattails. Trying to get there now would not be an easy task. This was also a quite excellent item. As for the last two, they went without saying. One acted directly on the vehicle. Although the 40% success rate made Jiang Yi slightly hesitant, optimizing the vehicle was a necessity. Even if it couldn't be upgraded, optimization was still a pretty good result. The other, the essence of life is blur, was even more in line with Jiang Yi's wishes. Originally, the disguise effect provided by Lone Dragon was decent, but the problem was that it would form a unique memory point. A one-eyed pirate appearing on the sea didn't look out of place. But if such a character appeared in other dungeons, he reckoned people would just take him for some kind of show-off. Jiang Yi did not want to leak his real name and appearance, essentially to prevent being tracked out after all. He himself possessed an item, the Mad Workshop Director's Pen, which could execute skills by writing down a name. If he had this thing, he wouldn't have to worry about being locked onto by others in the future. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Yi's voice rang out. I want them all. So many good things. Your brother Jiang must spend lavishly today. The captain's cabin fell silent for a moment. Bai Hai's eyes actually widened for a second time. The white seals to eyebrows arched high, and his voice was stuttering. Mr. Jiang Yi, are you saying all the hidden items? That is a full 1,800 car coins. Even with the 20% discount, that was still a massive sum of nearly 1,500 car coins. Hearing the number 1,800, Jiang Yi's eyelids still twitched slightly. 1,800, that was 1,800 fish corpses. If you piled all those fish corpses together, it would probably be enough for the people on the first floor of the watchtower to eat for half a year. Oh, right. After he blew that thing up, he didn't know if the food for the people on the first floor would improve a little. Maybe they wouldn't have to drink nutrient solution anymore. Whether the people on the first floor were even the same people as before was also uncertain. In any case, several familiar faces flashed through his mind. Jiang Yi shook his head and said in a relaxed tone, that is not a problem. That was not a problem with the items, at most. It was a problem of whether he had the money. Monster Merchant Bai Hai's favorability toward Yukong 5. Monster Merchant Bai Hai's current favorability is. What is the best way to farm favorability with a monster merchant? Naturally, it is to contribute to their sales revenue. Moreover, Jiang Yi was not just doing this to farm favorability with the monster merchant. These hidden items were likely appearing because of the luck card. And the things he was pulling were quite exceptional. The system had warned him that the hidden items brought by different monster merchants in different spacetimes were not the same. Being able to pull these items this time didn't guarantee the same result next time. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and he had to seize it. All right, Mr. Jiang Yi, would you like to view the items now, or wait a moment? I still need to purchase a batch of supplies, Jiang Yi said with a gentle expression. Bai Hai patted his belly with his short arms. This was a sign of great pleasure. After his favorability increased by another point, Jiang Yi began to carefully browse the other items besides the hidden ones. After inadvertently showing off his financial power, Bai Bao unlocked more items. In addition to the combat boots and combat suits he had seen at the beginning, there were other items Jiang Yi hadn't scrolled to before. For example, item cheese lava chocolate crumb sea salt bread price, 5 vehicle coins, piece description. A special bread product from the dessert factory. Aside from its decent taste, it has the added effect of condensing heat in a short period. After consumption, there is a chance to trigger a Kung 1 Constitution attribute bonus. Item, drink it and you will have magical power. Description. A product of the system is a quality product. For you. I turned into a werewolf. For you. There is a soup called Heart Trending. Drink it and you will have magical power. After consumption, You will gain kum1 strength and transform into a werewolf for half an hour, gaining the special effect of ignoring cold for 30 minutes. Note: please do not drink the soup on an empty stomach. Otherwise you will experience the side effect of abdominal burning. The severity depends on your individual state. Note: transforming into a werewolf only changes your form and does not alter your base physical attributes. Note: players of certain professions should be cautious when consuming this, otherwise, perhaps the werewolf will no longer be a legend. Bread, drinks, ham, fever medicine, everything was available. Beyond that, there were thick quilts, down comforters, electric blankets, portable heaters, face heaters, and reinforced temperature controllers, limited to 50 units. All of these were related to temperature and the environment, or more accurately, they were related to a cold environment. Jiang Yi finished browsing all the items and glanced at the seal that had appeared. It seemed that seals were also animals that survived in low-temperature environments. This was not a coincidence. He was currently using a luck card, based on his experience with the Daydream Pavilion last time. The way the luck card took effect might not be direct for Jiang Yi, but it was certainly effective last time, when he wanted to get a crafting table. The luck card directly made him pull a Daydream Pavilion. This time, perhaps, it was also hinting at something. Could it be that the next scenario was related to the cold? And not just ordinary cold either. Thoughts flashed through Jiang Yi's mind. Regardless, he had to hoard supplies. Even if it wasn't for this scenario, it could be for the next one, or the one after that. There would always be a time when he needed them, as the saying goes. Once this village is gone, there is no such shop. Jiang Yi's own cold weather supplies were not particularly abundant if he remembered correctly. He had a blanket and some similar furs, but those were not suitable for combat. Furthermore, inside the vast vehicle space, Jiang Yi was currently using an air conditioner. In the sweltering weather of the island, the air conditioner worked fine, but if the temperature dropped to -30 degrees or lower, the air conditioner wouldn't be very effective. And in such conditions, the durability of the air conditioner would also decrease. In short, he was definitely going to have to spend a fortune this time. Jiang Yi glanced at his balance. He had nearly 5,000 vehicle coins now. Buying everything once was no problem, but the quantity too hard. Jiang Yi rubbed his chin and suddenly looked at his remaining 4 silver chests, 3 player chests, and 1 NPC chest. He rubbed his chin again, then suddenly flipped his palm. 5 more chests appeared in the room, and they were all golden chests. Jiang Yi had originally planned not to exhaust his luck all at once. After all, according to the pity rule, generally speaking, in a pile of chests, only a few would yield purple or gold gear. If he dumped them all at once, it would be better to open them in a mix at critical moments. But now, it wasn't about purple or gold gear anymore. It was that the administrator was increasing his position. The last of the hamster nest's inventory had been brought out. Inside the room, 5 golden chests, 4 silver chests, 3 player chests, and 1 largest, heaviest NPC chest. Almost blinded by ecchi. Was this the radiance of money? Bai Hai covered his eyes with his short arms. The young man in front of him asked politely, "Do you mind if I take care of some business first?" Chapter 483, pulling them in. 10 minutes later, with a pop, Jiang Yi pulled open the door. 4 heads lifted simultaneously, looking at Jiang Yi, who still wore a warm smile on his face. Jiang Yi, Shan, reanimated corpse, Thunderzy, and Salalin. The 4 of them stared at each other for a second. Among the 3, Shan was the first to react. Shan scratched his head. Originally, Shan wanted to say that they weren't spying on purpose. They were indeed spying on purpose. Sengong Shui no, melancholy little fries no. Jiang Shu was hiding in his room not knowing what he was doing, and strange sounds were coming from inside from time to time. As temporary crew members on the Wither, wasn't it normal for them to come and check on their captain? And so, the moment Jiang Yi opened the door, this was the scene he saw. Shan was at the very front, while Lightingzi stood at the very back. Lightingzi's eyes were the clearest of them all, watching them from behind. He didn't seem particularly worried that something had happened to Jiang Shui. It was as if he were simply observing what these 3 strange individuals were up to. The 4 of them were huddled right outside the door of Jiang Yi's captain's quarters. Just as Jiang Yi finished dealing with the final golden treasure chest, he heard Sean's muttering voice, "Tell me, what do you think Jiang Shui is doing in there?" Another voice chimed in, "Do not speculate on the captain's intentions. And for the record, the captain's name is Jiang Yi, not whatever Jiang Shui you keep calling him." Sean ignored this native who was clearly missing a few screws and turned his gaze toward Hutu's Wanching. "Hey, you've been lurking here for so long. Didn't you hear anything at all?" Hutu's Wanching remained silent, merely shrinking back in fear. "Sean, forget it." Sean turned his head to look at Lightingzi again. Lightingzi's gaze. He was even less useful than that dead mushroom. Just like that, Sean decided to take the lead himself. Just as he pressed his ear against the door, it was slammed open with a loud pop. Sean was startled. He was the first to react, blurting out a long string of excuses. Once he finished, he subconsciously looked at the other three, his expression clearly conveying the message. "Hey, you guys were eavesdropping too, say something." But to his surprise, the other three didn't even spare him a glance. Lightingzi, radiating an air of righteousness, led Hutu's Wanching toward the deck and said to Jiang Yi, "I noticed there are still some damaged areas on the Wither. We're going to go perform some repairs." "All right." Jiang Yi smiled and nodded. "I'm going to feed the dogs," Solilin said obediently. "Thank you for your hard work." "Hey!" Sean grew anxious immediately. Just as he was about to put on a show and bolt away, a hand landed on his shoulder. Snap! Sean's shoulder twitched. He turned back to see Jiang Yi's gentle, smiling face. It was the face of a young man, and when he smiled gently, it usually felt quite pleasant. But at this moment, Sean only felt a chill run down his spine. He wished he could grow 8 legs and run away right now. "I didn't hear anything," Sean said, on the verge of tears. "Is that so?" "Yes, it is." Sean argued his case. He hadn't been eavesdropping for long, and apart from a few strange hissing sounds, he swore he hadn't heard a thing. "You believe me? Get in here." A second later, a pig slaughtering scream of Brother John rang out. Immediately after, Sean's body, which had been leaning out, was ruthlessly pulled inside by a palm. The fingers Sean had hooked onto the doorframe of the captain's quarters were pried off one by one. Finally, the door to the captain's quarters slammed shut again with a bang, and Sean was dragged inside by Jiang Yi. Hutu's Wanching looked up faintly, glancing at the seemingly easygoing Lightingzi, and whispered, "He should be fine, right?" "I saw." When Brother John went in, he seemed to be holding a mop. Lightingzi did not speak. Inside the captain's quarters, as soon as he entered, Sean very sensibly placed both palms in front of him. Just as an apology was about to spill out, he looked up and saw the state of the captain's quarters. Blood. The room was full of blood. The ceiling, the floor, and even the table were covered in blood. And there was an unknown mass sitting on the table's surface. The thick scent of blood made Sean's face turn deathly pale. In an instant, his gaze toward Jiang Yi became filled with fear. "Jiang Yi, don't think about anything weird. This is the blood of the monster from the treasure chest." Hearing this, Sean's complexion improved slightly, but he still trembled as he asked, "The monster from the treasure chest? This much, this amount? Are you sure you opened a treasure chest and not a Pandora's box? Even if it was a treasure chest, isn't this amount a bit too terrifying?" Jiang Yi couldn't be bothered to argue with this guy. He shoved the mop and bucket in his hand toward Sean and said concisely, "Clean it up." "Sean, could you not be so righteous about this? And why me? If you don't do it, give the gun back." "Sean." 3 seconds later, a practiced smile appeared on Sean's face. "You should have said so earlier. Look at how this turned out." He really thought the boss had dropped gold, but he didn't expect that the gifts bestowed by fate had already been priced from the very beginning. Sean felt absolutely heartbroken. Though he was cursing internally, Sean still obediently took the mop and bucket, even bringing his own rag, and began to clean up the mess in the room. Jiang Yi truly felt no psychological burden when ordering him around. He wasn't actually the boss. Good items like the undead gaze could be recycled by the system or sold in the trading shop for a considerable reward. Giving this item to Sean was, firstly, because he had needed the latter's strength to accomplish certain things at the time. Secondly, it was a form of recruitment. Jiang Yi wasn't someone who didn't believe in friendship, but compared to friendship, This kind of binding through mutual interest was much more direct. A smile appeared on Jiang Yi's face. While Sean was working diligently, Jiang Yi took stock of his gains this time. He had purchased a total of 30 lava breads. Although this item had a minor effect in replenishing body heat, its utility was limited. Furthermore, the price of this item was measured in vehicle coins. Although the scarcity of vehicle coins was no longer what it had been during the novice period, most players still cherished them. Being able to consume such items occasionally was already quite good. So Jiang Yi hadn't hoarded many. This time, what Jiang Yi had hoarded the most were heating supplies, electric blankets *500. The scarcity of electric blankets wasn't high. They could even be found occasionally in treasure chests. Or, one could say that some players were even capable of crafting them themselves. But the key point is that its price is not expensive either. Jiang Yi can easily achieve high turnover with small margins. Setting aside the 99 sector for now, let's just talk about the Kari country sector that will be merged later. The exploitation in that sector is severe. If the future scenario involves cooling temperatures and cold weather, those people will likely find it very difficult to obtain cold weather gear in a short amount of time, and as a product with a relatively low price and the most direct effect. Electric blankets will definitely not have any trouble selling. Next are the underfloor heating and heaters. These two items are relatively expensive, especially the former. Underfloor heating is generally an essential facility for residents in the north to keep their homes warm, and it usually involves the renovation of related facilities. However, vehicles are different from houses after all, and Jiang Yi clearly saw in the description that this item is a rule-based commodity. Players cannot craft it themselves. Therefore, the selling price for a full set of underfloor heating is quite high. The price here at Buy High, after the discount, is 30 vehicle coins. Jiang Yi can completely sell it at the original price, or even slightly higher. Although there may not be many buyers, there is still a market for it. Heaters are similar. In addition, there are vehicle anti-slip facilities. One is the relatively cheap anti-slip chain, and the other is modified tires. These two items each have their own advantages. Let's put it this way. Perhaps some players' vehicles don't even need modified tires at all. Chapter 484. I'm not hungry yet. After the bread, electric blankets, and heaters, Jiang Yi also purchased 200 sets each of the combat boots and combat uniforms mentioned earlier. Combat boots and combat uniforms are also items that will have no trouble selling. However, what Jiang Yi prepared for himself was not these. Sitting in his chair, he ignored Sean, who was working away with a resentful expression on his face. Although his attitude was mediocre, this guy really worked when there was work to be done. Before long, the table had already been wiped clean. Moreover, Jiang Yi suspected that this guy might have worked in housekeeping before. After wiping it once with a wet cloth, he actually used a dry one to remove the watermarks. Seeing Jiang Yi's gaze, Sean subconsciously explained, "This way, the wood won't rust easily." By the way, remember to apply wood oil regularly for maintenance. As he spoke, Sean noticed that Jiang Yi's expression had become strange. Sean's voice choked. Why was he telling Jiang Shui these things? Unbelievable. As soon as he started working, he automatically reverted to his home mode. After an awkward laugh for a few seconds, Sean carried the mop and bucket to the other side. Although he looked reluctant, it wasn't long before he started humming a little tune. Who would have thought that this guy would actually be so fond of housekeeping? Jiang Yi withdrew his gaze and didn't pay any more attention to Sean. Maintaining focus in a noisy environment was now his strong suit. Jiang Yi's gaze did not linger on the polar combat suits he had purchased. He hadn't prepared those for himself. Jiang Yi tapped his finger, and the items he had just purchased appeared before him. It was a combat uniform in black and blue. You have unlocked combat uniform Z3007. Do you wish to view the item's attributes? Jiang Yi chose yes. Special item. Combat uniform Z3007. Description. Produced by the system. It must be a premium product. Description. This is a high-performance combat suit suitable for operations in extreme weather, according to system simulations testing on ordinary humans. Wearing this combat suit allows for combat in extreme environments ranging from a minimum of -70 degrees to a maximum of 118 degrees.